At 48, Valerie McDaniel appeared to have it all. She was a successful veterinarian with a thriving practice in Houston, Texas, and divided her time between a beach house on Tiki Island near Galveston and her social circle, who described her as lively and caring, yet deeply unhappy. Beneath the facade of success and happiness, Valerie had endured decades of loneliness and heartbreak. She had recently separated from her husband of nearly 20 years, Marion Mac McDaniel III, after discovering he had been consistently unfaithful. Mac was often away, leaving Valerie to handle their business and care for their child on her own. He frequently took extended hunting trips and vacations with friends. Then, one day at work, a woman called the clinic and provided Valerie with extensive evidence of Mac's infidelities. Lists of women he had been involved with, along with photographs, emails, and text messages. Devastated, Valerie filed for divorce. As if things weren't already complicated enough, Valerie now had to share custody of their 9-year-old daughter on a 50-50 split. Additionally, she was forced to buy out her ex-husband from her veterinary practice for $1,250,000. Mac had cheated his way out of their marriage, and in the process had grown wealthy. It was enough to make Valerie bitter and angry towards her ex, though her friends stated they never saw her lose her cool and never could have imagined what would come next. In 2017, Valerie's neighbor introduced her to her 39-year-old son, Leon Jacobs. Jacobs said he was a doctor specializing in transplant surgeries. The two didn't immediately hit it off, but Leon pursued Valerie relentlessly, and she finally agreed to go out with him. From there, the two did hit it off. Valerie and Leon had a whirlwind romance, and after only weeks of dating, he had moved into Valerie's condo. Valerie told friends that she'd never been loved like this ever, and she said that being with Leon was incredibly passionate and romantic. But her friends had reservations about Leon Jacobs. Though charming, they found him to have a huge ego. He was arrogant and incredibly self-centered and materialistic. They expressed their concerns about their relationship, but Valerie didn't want to hear it. Soon, the two were talking about marriage. Valerie had no idea about Leon Jacobs' checkered past. He was the son of very successful divorce attorneys. He'd grown up in affluent neighborhoods in the best schools with the best opportunities and anything he could have ever wanted. He went to med school in 2005 in the Caribbean island of Grenada. From there, he came back to the US to start his residency program in Texas, but was dropped. After that, he moved to Ohio and entered another residency program, but was terminated as well when his supervisor discovered he had lied about patient care and stated that he lacked the medical knowledge required to practice medicine. In 2012, he was arrested and accused of burglarizing the home of a hospital administrator in Ohio. Again, he pleaded down to a misdemeanor of criminal trespass. No explanation was given as to what he was doing there or why he was breaking into that home. Jacobs had been married for 11 years, and his wife had filed for divorce in 2013, citing abuse. After her filing, she also needed to get a protective order against Jacobs for stalking and intimidation. There had been emails, texts, voicemails with Jacobs threatening bodily harm if she didn't take him back. He was charged with aggravated stalking and intimidation but pleaded down to cyberstalking, and the other charges were dismissed. By 2016, Jacobs found himself unhireable and broke, eventually filing for bankruptcy. He eventually moved back to Houston where his parents lived. There, he met a woman named Megan and the two began dating. But it wasn't long before that relationship also ended in criminal charges. In 2017, Megan called the police for domestic violence. Her lip was split, and she said that Jacobs had grabbed her face violently during an argument. She ended the relationship and pressed charges against him, but that was only the beginning. Like with his ex-wife, he started stalking her, calling her incessantly, and wouldn't leave her alone. The assault charges were eventually dropped due to insufficient evidence, but there was enough evidence for a felony stalking charge, and Megan wasn't dropping it. It was a criminal case that he wasn't likely to win. Due to the criminal charges, Leon Jacobs was now ineligible to acquire a medical license in Texas with a felony. While Jacobs was dealing with his legal issues, Valerie was also having legal troubles. She wanted primary custody of her daughter, and her ex-husband was fighting it, leading to a contentious custody battle. And one day, Jacobs came to her with a solution to both of their problems. A man he knew named Motez Azza was going to take care of their issues. Azza was an ex-military buddy of Jacobs, and for $5,000, 2 Cartier watches, and a MacBook, he was willing to take out Megan and Mac. Jacobs gave his buddy a deposit of $9,000, and then Azza disappeared. When he disappeared with his money, Jacobs reached out to a mutual acquaintance and revealed to him that Azza had stolen his money. When asked why Jacobs had given him the money, Jacobs revealed enough information to draw concern, and that acquaintance called law enforcement believing Megan might be in danger. Police have been able to locate Azad and arrested him, and in order to avoid criminal charges himself, he was offered immunity to tell them what Jacobs had planned for his ex, and he took the deal. Law enforcement decided to set up a sting operation, which first involved protecting the potential targets, in case someone else had been hired, and then Azza was sent in along with an undercover cop to meet with Jacobs and Valerie to discuss the murder-for-hire plot. The four met at an Olive Garden, sharing a booth in the corner. Valerie showed up having just left work, still wearing scrubs with her name embroidered on the chest. Jacobs orchestrated the conversation, careful to use broad language, but it was clear who was the driving force behind the plot. Between the unlimited salads and breadsticks, Jacobs revealed that he wanted Megan kidnapped and injected with potassium chloride to stop her heart and left to be found somewhere. For Mac, they felt a robbery gone wrong would be the best at his home when he didn't have their daughter. They would get the rest of the payment after the murders were carried out. Once that money was sent, they could both be arrested. Law enforcement arranged the fake deaths of the victims, posing them and setting crime scenes and taking detailed photographs. The evidence was sent, and the final payment was made. When law enforcement showed up at Valerie's condo to deliver the death notice, when actuality, Mac was in his car in the parking lot waiting to pick up his daughter once they were arrested. Law enforcement started by saying that Mac had been murdered, but then yelled cut and started reading them their Miranda rights, informing the two that they would be arrested for attempting to solicit capital murder. They were arrested on March 10, 2017 and charged. Valerie was able to make bond and was released, but only days later, she dumped off her 7th-floor balcony committing suicide, leaving Leon Jacobs to head to trial alone. Jacobs' trial began a year later. He took to the stand maintaining innocence despite recorded calls, audio recordings from the Olive Garden meeting, money exchanges, and testimony from Azza. The jury ultimately found him guilty and convicted him on 2 counts of solicitation of capital murder. Megan provided this victim impact statement during sentencing.
You convinced me to leave my life I had in Pittsburgh, and you convinced me it was awful. You manipulated me to leave my family and the life I had. I believe everything happens for a reason. While you sit in jail, I hope you think of me, the girl that you called poor and uneducated. Because it's because of me you will be in prison for life. You will never see your children grow up. You will not be a part of their lives, and they will be better for it. I think some part of me always knew that you would try to hurt me and that you were always lying. The realization that your family also knew you were lying made it me even harder to face this. You destroyed me financially and took away my sense of security, but you can do that no more. Enjoy life in prison.
And he was given 30 years in prison for the involvement of trying to have her and Mac McDaniels killed. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. It was the summer of 2006 when 51-year-old Assam Ahmed Aid was sick of his job. He worked as a poker dealer at the Bellagio Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Aid, originally from Egypt, seemed to be living a normal life. He had a home in Vegas. He lived there with his wife and his daughter. Those who knew him said that he was nice and never expected what was to come next. Aid hired a Florida web designer to build a crude website, hitmenforhire.net, which boasted, quote, "Assassinations are the most practical solution to common problems." Thanks to the internet, Ordering a hit has never been easier. We manage a network of freelance assassins available to kill at a moment's notice. On the site, he used the alias Tony Luciano and waited for clients to reach out. That client was 23-year-old Marissa Mark, who did just that. Mark was from Pennsylvania and a recent college graduate. She wasn't happy that her boyfriend had broken up with her, and worse, that he'd found someone else. Via email, she told Aid that she wanted her ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend killed. Specifically, she wanted her shot in the head, and Nate offered to complete the job for $37,000. Mark, who worked for a collection agency, stole 3 credit cards from clients and secured half the funds to go towards a deposit. Mark sent over photographs of the victim, mostly collected from her MySpace page, as well as information about her place of employment, among other details. Aiden then hopped in his car and started the drive for LA, where the victim lived. Once there, he approached the victim at her place of work and presented her with a folder of all the emails, photos, and paperwork about her life. He told her that a bad person wanted her dead, but he said she reminded him of his daughter and wanted to extend an opportunity to save her life. All she needed to do was pay the remaining balance of the contract, $20,000. He said that she had 3 days to come up with the cash or he would be back. He then gave her his real name and real phone number to contact him, and she went to the police. The victim, with the assistance of the FBI, attempted to trap Aid. The victim called him to ask for more time to get the money together, but during the call also asked if he got the money from another source. How would she know there was another hit placed out on her if someone wanted her dead? They needed to know who hired Aid. He attempted to reassure her saying, quote, "Only 700 people in the world work as hitmen, and my father, Michael Luciano, is a boss over all of them. If any of them got a contract on you, my father would know, and therefore, so would you." Over the next few days, Aid and his partner in crime/girlfriend would call the victim multiple times, repeating the demands for more money. The FBI instructed the victim each time to ask for more time to come up with the cash, which Aid would agree to. The victim never followed through with the money, nor did Aid follow through with the murder. Instead, when law enforcement went to arrest him, they discovered that he'd left the country. But it didn't appear that they knew they had been caught, as they didn't fly back to Egypt, where there was no extradition agreement with the US. Instead, flight records showed they flew to Ireland. Meanwhile, law enforcement searched Aid's home. On his computer, they found everything: his email correspondence, Google searches for how to make silencers from household objects, where to buy cyanide, and then how to make ricin. In his email, they discovered why they'd gone to Ireland. He'd been communicating with a wife who wanted her boyfriend and his 2 sons killed so that she might inherit his vast real estate fortune. She had forged a marriage certificate online. All that was left was the murder. She forwarded as much information as she could to Thade, who she believed was Luciano. In her emails, she gave herself the nickname Lying Eyes and gave Aid $23,000 as a portion of her deposit. When Aid arrived in Ireland, he decided to attempt the same swindle as the California client. He approached one of the victims, PJ Howard's oldest son, and told him that a bad person wanted him, his brother, and his father dead. All they had to do was pay off the contract for 100,000 euros, or about 158,000 US dollars. Ida and his girlfriend were swiftly arrested in Ireland, as well as Lying Eyes, whose name was revealed to be Sharon Collins. The UK authorities discovered that Collins had paid for Aid's hotel with Howard's credit card. With the help of US counterparts, they had all the email communications between the two and were able to charge Collins and Aid with attempt to solicit murder for hire. Aid was held in custody while he waited trial. He was sentenced to 14 years in prison in Ireland for extortion. Once he finished his sentence in Ireland, he was extradited back to the US for his involvement in Marissa Mark's attempt to have her ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend killed. He pleaded guilty and he was given 3 years on extortion charges. His girlfriend was sentenced to 8 months for her involvement in the murder plots. On the US side of things, Marissa Mark was arrested for attempting to solicit a hitman. She was given 6 years in prison and was also extradited to Trinidad as she was in the US on a student visa. Sharon Collins was also given a 6-year prison sentence. Aid isn't believed to have murdered anyone and may have pivoted to extortion because he would never had any intention of killing. He was released from prison in 2013 at 58 years old. His criminal career seems to have ended as swiftly as it began. Judy Zellner worked as the sexton at Trinity Evangelical Lutheran Church, a small congregation in Springfield Township, Pennsylvania. She had a set of keys to the church, allowing her to clean the building twice a week. The church was situated in a rural area of Upper Bucks County, and its doors were always locked when services or events were not taking place, for security reasons. Therefore, Judy was immediately unsettled when she inserted her key into the lock around 12:30 p.m. on January 23, 2008, and found the door already open. The light in the church office was on, but through the office door's window, she could see no one sitting at the desk. Typically, Judy had the church to herself when she came in to clean. She left her things in the narthex and headed upstairs to check the pastor's office. He wasn't there. It occurred to her that Megan, the new church secretary whom she hadn't yet met, might be around, so she returned to the church office and went inside. To her horror, Judy found a woman lying behind the desk, surrounded by blood, with a large head wound. She appeared lifeless and wasn't breathing. Fearing the attacker might still be inside, Judy grabbed the church's cordless phone and rushed outside to call 911. In her panic, she struggled to communicate to the operator that she had discovered a woman she believed had been murdered in the church. Paramedics arrived quickly at the scene. They found that the woman inside the church office was still alive. They also noticed that her head wound appeared to have been caused by a bullet and that they were at a crime scene which they would have to disturb in their efforts to save the woman's life. While one paramedic brought in a backboard to bring the woman out to the ambulance, the other grabbed a marker off of the desk to outline the woman's body so the police would know how they had found her. He also caught sight of a shiny piece of metal that looked like it could be a bullet fragment and placed his ball cap over it so that it would not get knocked away when he and his partner moved the woman out of the room. Judy had told the 911 operator that she believed the injured woman to be the new church secretary, a woman named Megan. She still believed this to be the case as the paramedics picked up the woman to carry her out to the ambulance. When Judy finally got a good look at the woman's face, however, she realized she was not the new secretary, but Judy's good friend, Rhonda Smith. At 42, Rhonda was nearly 2 decades younger than Judy, but the age difference did not stop the two women from becoming fast friends when Rhonda and her mother, Dorothy, joined the church 2 years earlier. They sang in the church choir together, got together outside of church a few times a month, and Judy was always available to talk to Rhonda on the phone when she was going through something difficult. Rhonda had experienced numerous hardships in her life right from its very beginning. 2 months before Rhonda was due to be born, her mother, Dorothy, had begun hemorrhaging. When the Smiths arrived at St. Luke's Hospital in Fountain Hill, Pennsylvania, they were told that their baby's umbilical cord had become wrapped around its neck and Dorothy would need to undergo an emergency cesarean section in order to save the baby's life. Rhonda was born weighing 4 pounds 9 ounces but still had obstacles to overcome. Doctors told her parents she required surgeries on her heart and her bowel and they would need to transfer her to St. Christopher's Hospital for Children in Philadelphia to undergo them. Dorothy was experiencing complications from her C-section, so she could not travel with her daughter. Rhonda's father, Jim, therefore rode alone with the paramedics who were transporting his newborn daughter the 50 miles to Philadelphia. He spent the ride staring at Rhonda's chest, making sure she was still breathing inside of her incubator. Jim claims he saw an angel hovering at the top of the ambulance during the trip, and the sight of it convinced him that his daughter would be all right in spite of everything. When they arrived at the hospital, further testing proved him right. Rhonda no longer had her heart murmur and her bowel problems had resolved, meaning she no longer required either of the surgeries. Jim Smith knew that his new daughter was a fighter. Jim and Dorothy would be rushing to the same hospital, again worried for their child's life, 42 years and 6 days later, after a social worker from St. Luke's called to inform them that Rhonda had been seriously injured at the church and was unlikely to survive. Doctors determined that Rhonda was brain dead, and the Smith family made the painful decision to remove her from life support. Rhonda had been shot twice in the head and no gun had been found at the scene. However, authorities were not immediately sure that they were dealing with a homicide and began investigating the possibility that Rhonda had taken her own life. Rhonda would rely on the fighting spirit she displayed right after her birth throughout the rest of her life. She was a courageous child who was never frightened of new things like other children her age, and instead of getting upset when her older brothers teased her, she teased them right back. At the age of 6, Rhonda decided she wanted to be a teacher and spent years working towards that goal. She graduated from Saucon Valley High School in 1984 and spent the next 2 years working numerous jobs to save up money for her higher education. In 1986, she enrolled at Northampton Community College, becoming the first person in her family to go to college. Rhonda graduated with an associate's degree in secretarial science in 1988 and enrolled at Bloomsburg University to complete her bachelor's degree and earn her teaching certification. She continued working while going to school and made all of her student loan payments on her own without help from her family. She was set to graduate from Bloomsburg on December 15, 1991. Things started to fall apart for Rhonda just before she achieved this major goal, however. She lost her appetite and would go days without eating and would go days without sleeping due to terrible bouts of insomnia. Rhonda's behavior became more erratic, and she became very paranoid, imagining people trying to break into her apartment and hidden cameras throughout the residence. She had to be hospitalized and eventually placed into isolation because she became aggressive when she believed the woman she initially shared a room with was a devil. During this first hospitalization, Rhonda was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, a condition she would struggle with for the rest of her life. Rhonda did graduate from Bloomsburg less than a month after she received her diagnosis, but only with a degree in business administration and not with the teaching certification she had been working towards for so long. She would take the final exam needed to earn her certification 3 times after her graduation, but she never passed it as her condition was not yet well managed. Rhonda at first had difficulty accepting her diagnosis but ultimately found ways to cope with it. In later letters, she would attribute the strides she made largely to her parents and their ongoing support and encouragement. The medication she took for her bipolar disorder prevented her from experiencing the severe episodes that had initially led to her diagnosis, but she did require hospitalization several times in the following years. Even as Rhonda learned how to best manage her bipolar disorder, it greatly impacted her life. Unable to be a teacher, she began trying to start a new kind of career. But even if she were able to keep a job for a few years, she would eventually experience one of the severe depressive episodes associated with bipolar disorder, and she would have to leave the position. This cycle continued for many years. Despite her financial instability, Rhonda insisted on living on her own and paying her own rent, something she took great pride in. Given her mental health history and the fact that Rhonda had previously discussed ending her life, authorities were not quick to rule out the possibility that Rhonda's death was the result of suicide. They theorized that perhaps Judy Zellner, who was friends with Rhonda, had found the gun when she found Rhonda in the church office and disposed of it so that no one would suspect suicide. They also considered the possibility that Rhonda's parents could have done the same thing. According to Dorothy and Jim, they had driven past the church on their way to lunch in the nearby borough of Quakertown just before Judy Zellner had arrived there. They were surprised to see their daughter's car in the parking lot as she was only supposed to work until noon. Dorothy suggested they stop in at the church to ask Rhonda to join them for lunch, but Jim said no since he assumed Rhonda was just getting a few extra hours of work. Authorities thought they perhaps had stopped in at the church and disposed of the gun for the same reason they thought Judy may have. However, video surveillance showed the couple entering and exiting the restaurant where they had lunch, showing no signs of distress. Furthermore, in this scenario, the couple would have removed the gun but failed to call for help for their still breathing daughter, a seemingly unimaginable scenario given how much Dorothy and Jim loved their daughter. Further forensic examination would later show that Rhonda had not committed suicide. She had been murdered. Based on gunpowder stippling and the wounds Rhonda had sustained, it was determined that Rhonda had been shot from 3 to 4 feet away and that she had held up her hand in defense before the second shot was fired. Several potential suspects, like the man Rhonda had been dating casually a few months earlier and a man she had met in a support group and was planning to go on a date with, were investigated and eliminated in the early days of the investigation. Investigators began considering the possibility that the murder had something to do with the church rather than Rhonda. Very few people who had known Rhonda would be at the church that day. The church's pastor, Greg Shreves, had to be away for a conference for 3 days, and an important church meeting was coming up. The church had recently hired a new secretary, but she had not started yet. At the last minute, Pastor Shreves decided to ask Rhonda to fill in at the church for those 3 days and assemble some of the packets and files needed for the meeting. He knew it would help her out financially and believed it would bolster her self-esteem. A strange visitor had attended a recent Sunday service. During communion, he attempted to steal the cup the wine was distributed in. When parishioners came up to him to greet him after the service, he told each of them that he was from different states. He also remarked how easy it would be to rob the church. While nothing had been stolen from the church, authorities still followed up on this man. Despite their best efforts, they could not identify him. Having no luck with the lead about the outsider, investigators pressed Pastor Shreves to try to identify anyone within his congregation he believed they should look into. The pastor could not believe that any member of his church could commit such a crime. Eventually, he did provide them with the name of a church member who had been causing problems at the church, Mary Jane Fonder. Mary Jane Fonder had been born in Philadelphia, but her family loved taking road trips up to the more rural areas of Bucks County. When Mary Jane was 12, her parents purchased a small cabin on a large plot of land in Springfield Township, and the family regularly spent their weekends there. While Mary Jane preferred Springfield Township to the busier and more stressful Philadelphia, she would not move out of the city and to her parents' property for more than 30 years. In 1987, she moved in with her parents, who were by then retired and living in Bucks County full-time, to help take care of them as their health began to fail. Mary Jane's mother passed away in September of 1992, and the following year, Mary Jane would find herself in the middle of a case that still remains unsolved: the disappearance of her father, Ed Fonder III. Ed struggled with the death of his wife. He took out the pain he was feeling on Mary Jane, who was still working as his caretaker, and the two started arguing regularly. Mary Jane says that around this time, her father began leaving the house again to walk around his property, sometimes walking up the back steps without his cane, something he had previously lost the ability to do because of his 2 hip replacement surgeries. According to Mary Jane, he would sometimes walk too far away from the house for her liking, and she would have to call him back, but her father's walks were otherwise uneventful. According to Mary Jane, she awoke on the morning of August 26, 1993 around 7 a.m. and got up to set the table for breakfast. She decided to lie down and rest for a bit longer. At some point, she heard the front door to the house open and assumed it was her father going out to pick up the newspaper. She fell back asleep. She did not wake up again until 11 a.m. Her father was not in the house. Mary Jane called the police and alerted her neighbors, who helped search for Ed. An extensive search of the 12-acre property failed to locate him. Dogs tracked his scent to the end of his driveway, but it ended abruptly there. Ed was in poor health, and all of his medications were left at his house. His doctors estimated that he could only survive for about 10 days without his heart medication. Nearly 8 months later, Ed's wallet, with none of its contents missing, turned up in a mailbox in the nearby city of Allentown, but Ed himself remained missing. Given the rising tensions in their relationship and the fact that she had been in the home when Ed went missing from it, Mary Jane was considered a person of interest in the case. Police were suspicious of Mary Jane's claim that her father must have wandered off, in part because of the improbability of that given his poor physical condition and Mary Jane's own attempts to support the idea. She claimed her father had recently wandered off, and it had taken her an hour and a half to find him. When asked why she hadn't called the police on that occasion, she said it was because she found him. However, she claims to have called the police as soon as she noticed he was missing on August 26th. The lead investigator on the case noticed a stack of items that appeared to have been ones that would be kept in the trunk of a car. She then asked to see the trunk of Mary Jane's car and found that it was completely empty, leading her to fear that Ed's body had been transported in it. She also saw a bucket of pink-tinged water inside the house but did not order testing on it, which she later regretted. Despite suspicions from the authorities and rumors running wild through the community, Mary Jane was never charged in connection with her father's disappearance, and he remained missing. Mary Jane was generally considered to be nice enough but a bit eccentric. She would eventually be described by one of her attorneys as the aunt nobody wants to sit next to at Thanksgiving. She was prone to rambling and oversharing and did not seem to know when to stop talking. While she could be somewhat overwhelming to interact with, most people who knew her viewed her as harmless. Pastor Shreves had mentioned her to Belize because her behavior towards him had become concerning. Mary Jane had a fondness for painting, so he had asked her to use her creative skills to decorate the bulletin boards at the church. She ultimately did a poor job with them, but Pastor Shreves would give her other small tasks around the church now and then because she seemed to enjoy having special assignments at the church. Pastor Shreves would speak to Mary Jane when he saw her at the church but generally tried to avoid her, as once she started speaking, she generally did not stop. One day in the fall of 2006, Mary Jane came into his office and began an hour-long talk about her life story. Pastor Shreves assumed she just needed to feel like someone would listen to her and felt it was his pastoral duty to be that person at that moment. However, then, seemingly out of nowhere, Mary Jane said to Pastor Shreves, "You can't deny what's going on between us." The pastor was shocked and told her no, that nothing like that was happening. Mary Jane started back up with her story, but the shaken pastor asked her to stop. She got up and left the office, and he notified his bishop of what had happened. Mary Jane had started leaving long, rambling messages on his answering machine up to 15 times a week. The pastor eventually had to block her number in the winter of 2007. She then began calling from her cell phone. The pastor played some of these messages for the church council, who did not want to get involved in the matter and seemed to view Mary Jane's obsession as innocuous. In the summer of 2007, Mary Jane then began entering the pastor's home when he was not there to put food in his refrigerator and freezer. In response, he told Mary Jane to stop and began locking his door. She would then simply leave the food outside on the front porch. To drive home the point that he did not want her to do this, he refused to take the food inside and let it rot in the bag on the porch. This resulted in angry messages from Mary Jane from her cell phone about how ungrateful he was about someone trying to take care of him. After one particularly late-night call from Mary Jane, Pastor Shreves snapped, telling her again to stop calling him, that he could no longer be her pastor. He says her tone then changed dramatically from her usual tone to something that sounded evil as she berated him for saying that. None of this behavior necessarily tied Mary Jane to Rhonda's murder, but several details that came up about Mary Jane during the investigation were of interest to police. A search of state records showed that Mary Jane had purchased a .38 caliber Rossi revolver in December of 1994. A ballistics expert working for the state had examined the bullet found in the church and the bullet that had lodged in Rhonda Smith's brain and found that they were .38 or 3.57 caliber and that they could have been fired from several different makes of revolvers, including Rossi. Mary Jane had purchased the weapon the same day she had an unemployment hearing. She had applied for unemployment after being fired from a Denny's restaurant for threatening to kill one of her co-workers several times. The co-worker had to appear at the hearing. Mary Jane's request for unemployment was denied. She did not attempt to bring the weapon she bought earlier that day into the courtroom, and the co-worker was not harmed. Phone records also showed 3 phone calls made from Mary Jane's house to the church on January 21st, 2 days before the murder. They were made at 11:07, 11:10, and 11:25, all times when Rhonda was working at the church. The first call had lasted just 6 seconds, but the second was over 4 minutes long and the third was 2.5 minutes long. This meant that Mary Jane was one of the few people who knew that Rhonda was working at the church for a few days. Authorities first spoke to Mary Jane when they attended a choir practice in order to speak with Rhonda's fellow choir members. She volunteered an explanation for the phone calls without prompting. She said she had called about getting a new church directory and had been surprised when Rhonda picked up the phone. Rhonda tried unsuccessfully to find one for her and took a message. Mary Jane also told them about her whereabouts on the day of the murder. She said she left home at 5 minutes until 11 and then went to the Holiday Hair Salon for an appointment before doing some shopping at the Joe & Fabric store in the same shopping center. Mary Jane's mention of leaving home at 5 minutes till 11 caught the attention of investigators because that was almost the exact time of Rhonda's murder. Her internet activity at the church had abruptly ended at 10:54. Mary Jane told police that her brother had been home at the time and could confirm when she left the house. Despite the fact that he kept meticulous written accounts of his days, her brother could not, in fact, tell police the exact time his sister had left the house that day. Authorities visited the hair salon and found that Mary Jane had signed in there at 11:22 on the day of the murder. They drove the various routes from the church to the hair salon and found that Mary Jane had enough time to shoot Rhonda at 10:54 and arrive at Holiday Hair in time to sign in at 11:22. Mary Jane had a habit of wearing wigs. At her hair appointment on January 23rd, she had her stylist remove her wig and wash her real hair. The stylist informed police that Mary Jane had left the wig behind. They believed that if Mary Jane had just fired a gun prior to driving to the salon, there may have been gunpowder residue present on the wig. They obtained a search warrant and collected the wig. Testing of the wig showed the presence of only 2 out of the 3 chemicals needed to definitively show the presence of gunpowder residue on it, making the results inconclusive. Police had also asked Mary Jane about her revolver. She told them that she had only fired it once while she was on her property shortly after her father went missing. She said she didn't like the loud noise it made. This did not line up with the actual time frame of her purchasing the revolver. Mary Jane claimed she had gotten rid of the gun in December of 1994. Mary Jane said she had the gun under the seat of her car when she went to her unemployment hearing and was afraid police would search her car and think she was planning on hurting her former coworker. She therefore threw the gun out of her car. She initially said she threw it out along the road or in the woods, but when the investigator concerned that a child may find it out in the open like that, she changed her story, saying that she had thrown it from her car into the deep end of nearby Lake Nacamaxon. Mary Jane came into the state police barracks to speak with investigators in a more formal setting on February 25th. During this interview, Mary Jane provided details that supported investigators' growing theory that Mary Jane had been jealous of Rhonda Smith for reasons both real and imagined. One of the sources of her jealousy was based in reality. Rhonda had received financial assistance from several members of the church. She had been struggling financially at the end of 2007, and Pastor Shreves had contacted a network of some of the more financially stable members of the congregation who sometimes donated money to other members of the church when needed. With their donations, Rhonda was able to stay current on her rent and her bills. 3 days before she was killed, Rhonda had spoken at the Sunday service. In her emotional speech, she thanked her community for the anonymous financial assistance as well as for all of their prayers for her. Mary Jane spoke to several people about the revelation that Rhonda had received money from members of the church. She discussed it with enough people that she displayed a variety of attitudes towards the donation: surprise, curiosity, resentment, anger. Mary Jane told investigators that she was only hurt about Rhonda receiving financial assistance because no one had asked her to contribute. The other apparent sources of Mary Jane's jealousy were based on assumptions rather than facts. During this interview, she confirmed that she had a romantic interest in Pastor Shreves. She told investigators that she had very warm and sexual feelings about him. She also said she thought the pastor could have been in love with Rhonda. She thought his reputation was in danger because, according to her, lots of other people in the church also believed the two were romantically involved. Pastor Shreves was not, in fact, in love with Rhonda, and he was not having any sort of affair with her. Despite Mary Jane's perception that he gave preferential treatment to Rhonda, he did not even know her all that well. He estimated that he had counseled Rhonda half a dozen times, and he was aware of her mental health problems and the financial strain they put on her. These were his only motivations for offering her 3 half-days of work while he was away at his conference and for asking members of the church if they could donate money for her. Mary Jane also told investigators she felt as though there was a clique at church that included Rhonda but excluded her. Mary Jane and Rhonda were both members of the choir, but Mary Jane had told several people she would not be going to choir practice anymore shortly before Rhonda's murder. After the murder, she was at rehearsals after never actually missing any. Mary Jane told investigators that a week before Rhonda was killed, she saw that several cars were left in Rhonda was killed. She saw that several cars were left in the church parking lot well after choir practice was over. She also knew that Rhonda's birthday was the following day. She assumed that some of the women in the choir had thrown Rhonda a birthday party and had not included her in the festivities. The whole world's going around this lady and I don't know it, Mary Jane told the investigators. No such party had taken place. While investigators were learning that Mary Jane may have had reasons for wanting Rhonda dead, however misguided they did not have enough physical evidence to conclusively say that Mary Jane was Rhonda's killer. They searched Lake Nakamixon twice to see if they could find the gun Mary Jane claimed to have thrown in it over a decade earlier but could not locate it. They were able to use the February 25th interview and the possible motives it revealed to successfully apply for a search warrant for Mary Jane's car. They hoped that if Mary Jane had been the person who shot Rhonda, there would still be trace amounts of gunpowder residue in the car. On March 26th, police arrived to serve Mary Jane with a search warrant and to tow away her vehicle. This again brought out her more aggressive persona, and she ranted to state troopers until her brother came outside telling her to shut up and they were calling a lawyer. It would take several weeks for the testing on the swabs taken from various locations within Mary Jane's car to be completed. When the results came in, they showed the presence of gunpowder residue on the turn signal handle, the driver's seat, and the driver's side door of Mary Jane's car. The strongest way of connecting Mary Jane to Rhonda's murder would be to locate her revolver and test it to see if it was the weapon used to kill Rhonda. 2 searches of the lake did not locate the gun, which could have confirmed Mary Jane's story about throwing it into the lake from the bridge in late 1994. But given how deep the lake was in certain areas, finding the gun was not necessarily guaranteed, even if it was there. The weapon ultimately would be found at Lake Nakamixon, but under circumstances that pointed to Mary Jane's guilt rather than her innocence. On March 29th, Doug Salisbury, a 40-year-old contractor from Quakertown, Pennsylvania, was spending the day fishing at Nakamixon State Park with his 8-year-old son, Garrett. It was the first day of trout season, and the father and son were fishing at the lake to avoid crowds at nearby creeks. A late rain was falling, so they fished from the rocky ground underneath the Haycock Run Bridge for cover. Garrett eventually grew tired of fishing. Bridge for cover. Garrett eventually grew tired of fishing and began walking along the shore. He noticed a heron wading in the water and told his father he was going to walk down the lakeshore to get a better look at it. Doug would later say he would never forget the moment when Garrett came back to him that day, holding a gun in his hand and the fear he immediately felt for his son's safety. Doug owned firearms and therefore had stressed the importance of gun safety to his children. Garrett knew not to pick up guns, but when he first saw this gun, it looked blue because of the shallow, foamy water it was underneath. He assumed it was a toy gun and it would be safe to pick up. It wasn't until he picked it up and felt the weight of it that he realized that it was made of metal and not plastic like he thought, and that it was black instead of blue. He loosened his grip on the barrel and held the gun away from himself before taking it back to his father. After taking the gun from Garrett, Doug was horrified to see that there were 2 live hollow point shells along with 3 spent casings inside the gun. He threw the shells and the casings into the lake as Garrett walked him back to where he found the gun because wet ammunition could be unstable and, therefore, dangerous. Doug initially assumed that the gun had been dropped by a hunter as the lake was surrounded by state game land. But he brought the gun home. His wife instinctively knew that something was wrong with the situation. Doug therefore called the state police. The trooper who took Doug's call was immediately interested in the report of a Rossi 38, the same type of gun owned by Mary Jane Fonder, being found in Lake Nakamixon near the Haycock Run Bridge, where Mary Jane had claimed to have thrown the weapon years earlier. He had Doug read in the serial number from the revolver. The serial number was a match to the serial number of the gun purchased by Mary Jane Fonder in 1994. Investigators went to Doug's home to collect the revolver. They then took him back to the lake so he could show them where it had been found. As they searched the area, they found the spent casings and live rounds dug and thrown into the water. They also found a mostly full box of 38 special high-velocity hollow point rounds, the kind of ammunition used by Mary Jane's gun, further out in the lake. The most damning evidence against Mary Jane came when her gun and the spent casings from it were tested by a state ballistics expert and compared to the bullets used in the murder. Analysis revealed that Mary Jane Fonda's gun was the weapon used to kill Rhonda Smith. Mary Jane Fonda was arrested on April 1, 2008 and charged with Rhonda's murder. She was taken into custody as she left a meeting of the seniors group at the church where Rhonda had been killed. During the meeting, she had sat next to Dorothy Smith, Rhonda's mother. While they had identified a motive and located physical evidence strong enough to charge Mary Jane with the murder, Authorities would locate even more evidence after the arrest was made, which would later help them provide an account of Mary Jane's actions after the murder. While the location where the gun was found would seem to support Mary Jane's story about her disposing of it in 1994, the condition of the gun when it was found contradicted it. The gun had barely any rust on it and no moss or other plant growth on it. Experts would later estimate that the gun had been underwater for less than 2 months, not the more than 13 years Mary Jane had reported. Police would soon discover evidence from an unexpected source that would show that the gun most likely went into the water just a day before it was found. Ed Fonder IV was supportive of his sister and did not seem to like the police investigating her very much, but that did not stop him from going in to see them on April 9th when he found 2 small pieces of metal, which appeared to be bullet fragments, in his car. He had noticed the 2 small pieces of metal when they caught the light from the sun. Ed kept detailed notebooks of his daily activities, and many of these books had been taken into evidence. These notebooks revealed that Mary Jane had borrowed his car twice after her own vehicle was taken by authorities. She had driven his car to church on April 1st, the day she was arrested, and on March 28th, 2 days after she was served with a search warrant on her car. Investigators believed that once they took her car, Mary Jane realized that she was being seriously considered as a suspect and that police would return with a warrant to search her house, which meant she needed to get rid of her gun. Her brother, Ed, recorded the mileage on his car before and after Mary Jane borrowed it on March 28th. According to his records, Mary Jane had put more than enough miles on his car to have driven it to the bridge over the lake and back. Police believe Mary Jane did not stop and get out of the vehicle to throw the gun and box of ammunition, as she presumably would have thrown them at the deepest point of the lake. If she could choose where they would go into the water. They believe she instead drove back and forth over the bridge until there were no other cars around to witness her throwing the items from her car. She may have believed that if she stopped, she would potentially be seen by any cars that came along after she pulled over. She misjudged her timing when throwing the items, so rather than sink to the bottom of the deepest section of Lake Naugatuck, they ended up near the shore, where they were easily found by 8-year-old Garrett the following day. Mary Jane maintained her innocence even after her arrest, in spite of the physical evidence against her. She had no explanation to offer neighbors and church members who visited her in jail as to how her gun could have been used to kill Rhonda without her knowledge. She stuck to her story about throwing the gun in the lake in 1994 and theorized that someone must have found the gun back then and returned it to the lake after using it to kill Rhonda. Mary Jane's trial began in late October of 2008. Her attorneys tried arguing Mary Jane's theory that someone had found her gun in 1994, that Doug Silsbury had tampered with the gun to make it look like he had found it in pristine condition, and that Mary Jane's brother Ed was the actual killer, among other far-fetched theories. The jury did not accept these ideas and were apparently more swayed by the evidence presented about Mary Jane's irrational jealousy of Rhonda over scenarios she herself had imagined and the findings of forensic analysis of her gun and the gunpowder found in her car. On October 30th, 2008, they found Mary Jane guilty of first-degree murder in possession of an instrument of crime. On December 5th, she received the requisite sentence for the first-degree murder conviction, life in prison without the possibility of parole. Mary Jane still did not admit to killing Rhonda. At her sentencing hearing, she described herself as the second member of her church to be murdered, and she was now being murdered by the system. Mary Jane seemed to enjoy her time at Muncie State Correctional Institution, finding a captive audience to listen to her and a sense of community with her fellow inmates. Her new therapist put her on a new course of medication, and she lost 50 pounds in her first year of incarceration. She appeared to thrive under the structure prison provided her. "I feel like this is my destiny, like God wanted me to be here," she said in January of 2010. Mary Jane never fully took responsibility for the murder. She did eventually acknowledge that she must have been the person who killed Rhonda but never fully confessed. In 2010, she told the Bucks County Courier-Times she had recently seen a picture of Rhonda in a newspaper and realized what had happened. But in the days before Rhonda was killed, she had been experiencing periods of time she could not remember. She remembered going to the church that day, but then experienced another blackout and did not remember shooting Rhonda. Based on the evidence against her, She acknowledged that she must have been the person who killed Rhonda. Even though she now acknowledged this one reality, she still held on to one of the fabricated circumstances that led to her killing Rhonda. She still maintained that she, Rhonda, and Pastor Shreves were involved in a love triangle. While she claimed she was never jealous of Rhonda, she also claimed that the pastor was interested in a romantic relationship with her and would become flirtatious with her. She believed he would always look for her when he came into a room. She took this to be a sign of his romantic interest in her. Rhonda's family did not find comfort in Mary Jane's partial acknowledgement that she had taken their daughter from them. It doesn't make us any happier. We gained nothing. We lost a daughter. Nothing changes my feelings right now. We're going to go through this the rest of our lives. No matter what happens, that's not going to bring Rhonda through this door, Jim Smith, Rhonda's father, said in response to Mary Jane's statements. He and his wife continued visiting their daughter's grave daily. In 2018, the family home where Mary Jane and her brother had been living at the time of the murder and the 12 acres of property surrounding it was sold to their neighbor, John Brunner. John had helped in the initial search for the elder Ed Fonder when he went missing in 1993 and had always believed Mary Jane was lying about her father's disappearance. He was therefore very cooperative when authorities asked to search the property as part of a renewed investigation into the disappearance after they learned the land was sold. Mary Jane and her brother Ed had not been willing to allow such a search. On May 22, 2018, ground-penetrating radar was brought in to aid the search of the property. Nothing was found. Mary Jane Fonder died as a result of cardiac arrest in the prison infirmary less than 2 weeks after the search on June 4, 2018. She was 75 years old. Bucks County District Attorney Matt Weintraub said in a statement that the search for Edward Fonder III would continue despite the death of Mary Jane, who he described as the only suspect in his presumed demise. Rhonda's father, Jim, passed away in 2012 at the age of 77. He is buried alongside his daughter in a cemetery in Hellertown, Pennsylvania. Bryant Rivera appeared to lead a typical life, supporting his parents, who both struggled with serious health issues, to help them maintain their independence. Those close to him had no inkling that he was allegedly leading a dark double life. The 30-year-old is now being referred to in the media as a Ted Bundy copycat, facing accusations of multiple brutal murders in Mexico between 2021 and 2022. Authorities have linked him to 3 women, all of whom were later found dead. Here's what happened. On the morning of July 6, 2023, in Downey, California, local and federal authorities arrested Rivera at the home he shared with his elderly parents. While Rivera faced no charges in California, he was being accused of a crime in Mexico. He has been charged with femicide in Mexico. Though less common in North America, femicide is recognized globally by the United Nations as the most severe form of violence and discrimination against women and girls. Its definition varies across fields and regions, but it generally refers to the killing of women primarily by men because they are female. In Mexico, it is classified and prosecuted as a hate crime. Rivera, now 30, had lived in Downey, California, for most of his life. There's not much released about his life before being in the media for the killings, and he's reported to have lived with his parents, Candido, and his mother, Maria. His legal team have requested for him to be released on bail while he waits trial based on the fact that he is the sole caregiver for his parents who suffer from health issues, including diabetes. His father is also blind and spends most of his time confined to a wheelchair. Rivera has had a few jobs over the last few years, but at the time of his arrest, he was working as a delivery driver. His parents only speak Spanish and can't read English. Rivera has had no prior arrests or warrants in his name before his arrest. Reports have also stated that things in the Rivera household may not be healthy. Some media has gone on to say that Bryant was sharing a bed with his mother. After his arrest, his parents have said that they believe that their son is innocent. In an interview with the media, his father said that they would have to wait to see the evidence before coming to a conclusion of his guilt or innocence. Other reports have said that they will stand behind their son no matter what, and that they believe that he has had nothing to do with these crimes. They stand behind their son, and his parents depend on him. His sister has also spoken out, saying that Rivera is very needed by his family and that the crimes he is accused of, quote, do not resemble the character of the boy that I grew up with. And she has continued to advocate for her brother in the press. However, those who aren't in the family but are close to Bryant aren't surprised by his arrest. He was described by one friend that there had always been something off about him, but it was something that she couldn't pinpoint specifically. So what are the crimes he's being accused of? Authorities had already been looking for a serial predator as early as 2022, but they didn't have a solid lead until the murder of Angela Acosta Flores. Angela was a 20-year-old who had started dancing in September 2021 at the Hong Kong Gentlemen's Club in Zona Norte. Zona Norte is a legal red light district in Tijuana, Mexico, and it is believed to be one of the largest in North America. Sex work is legally federally in Mexico, and Zona Norte is one of the legal places for sex work. They require workers to have permits and regular health checkups to keep working. On the night of January 24, 2022, Angela's mother last saw her at approximately 8 p.m. when Angela had headed out to work at the club. She was an exotic dancer and occasionally also did sex work. She started her shift dancing when she met a man who called himself Eduardo, and he had asked for her to go back to his hotel room with him. She left with the man, letting her manager know where she was going. She texted her mother at 10:15 p.m., saying that she was going to the hotel nearby, Hotel Cascadas, with a client and that they would be in room 404. We can only guess that this was a safety measure put in place for when she left the property with a client. At 10:45 p.m., her mother texted her with no reply. She tried a second time at 11:15 p.m. with no answer from Angela. Her phone would continue to go unanswered, and her mother started to worry. So she went down to the bar to investigate. She talked to a manager who said that Angela was probably still busy. Angela's boyfriend would get involved around 3 a.m. when he also went to the club. One of the bar staff told him that Angela had left with a gringo, who was about 5'5" tall with a light brown complexion with a face full of acne scarring. They also knew him as Bryant Rivera from his credit cards and stated that neither had returned after they had left. The mother and boyfriend then went to the hotel, and they both felt that Angela was in danger and that she probably needed immediate help. The hotel staff, however, would not let them in the room to investigate, so they waited until noon the following day. Then, when an ambulance was called by hotel staff, a woman's body had been found. Her mother would use the Find My Phone app to track Angela's phone, and shockingly, the last ping for the phone was in Riverside, California. By the time Angela had been found, Bryant had already gone back to the U.S., crossing into the San Isidro point of entry just after midnight. The hotel was less than 3 miles from the border entry, so a 9-minute Uber or a 30-minute walk. Angela's mother would have to identify her on February 2, 2022. Angela was found naked in the room, and she'd been strangled and beaten to death. Authorities found video footage from the Hotel Cascadas that showed Angela entering the hotel with a man just shortly after 10 p.m. Once they entered the elevators, Angela was never seen on the cameras again. Authorities found the name attached to room 404 was a man named Eduardo, the same name that he had used with the dancers at the Hong Kong Gentlemen's Club. Mexican authorities would later believe that this man was Bryant Rivera. The same man could be seen leaving the hotel an hour and a half after arriving with Angela, but this time he left alone. Tijuana is right next to the California border, and it would have been easy for him to get to the crossing in such a short time. Authorities believe that he must have taken Angela's phone with him, which would explain why the mother detected her phone over the border. No report has come out on whether the FBI or other officials have recovered her cell phone. The investigation would find similarities to a victim that was found in a dumpster in September 2021, but not many other details of that victim, including a name, have been released. She's been reported to have worked at the Hong Kong Gentlemen's Club for a short time, and Rivera may have been a client of hers, or she may have had a date with him in August 2021. It is believed that Rivera returned to Mexico in February 2022 and committed another murder. This time, a woman named Elizabeth Martinez Figueroa, a 25-year-old exotic dancer and sex worker who is also said to have worked at the Hong Kong Gentlemen's Club and has reportedly been on a date with American on Valentine's Day. Police believe Rivera is this American man. Elizabeth was found in the back of her Jeep on February 17, 2022. She'd been strangled and beaten in a very similar way to the other victims. It is unknown when precisely the Mexican authorities discovered that Rivera may have been involved and that he lived in California, but his arrest warrant in Mexico was issued in November 2022, and January 2023 was the first time it was asked for by Mexican authorities to look for the man in California. Before Rivera was identified as a suspect, Mexican authorities, in a press interview, labeled this killer as a serial killer similar to Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy, of course, is a well-known American serial killer who kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and murdered dozens of young women and girls. He was active in the 1970s with 20 confirmed killings. After years, he confessed to 30 killings before he was executed by the electric chair in 1989. His exact number of murders is still unknown. A fourth victim is also now being investigated to be connected to Rivera. The Mexican authorities have only said that they are now investigating a fourth victim and that there could be potentially many other victims with a similar cause of death. All the women were exotic dancers who worked as sex workers in the red light district. They were all strangled and beaten and had sexual intercourse shortly before their death. Up until this point, there had never been any reports that any of the women were sexually assaulted. American authorities have also revealed that they did find evidence in the home of Rivera when he was arrested, including a hotel receipt that matched the hotel and time that one of the victims was killed. In July 2023, Rivera's lawyers filed an opposition to the request for detention. After Rivera's defense lawyer had filed and asked for conditional release based on his parents' needs for help due to medical reasons, a judge ruled that Bryant Rivera would be held without bond until his extradition hearing. Extradition can take months, if not years, for the process to move forward. Extradition can only happen if one country has an extradition treaty with the other country, and that country has to sign a petition for the extradition of that person who is accused of crime and would like them to face charges in their country. There are extensive requirements from both sides to have been met before a person can be released to the requesting country, and oftentimes you kind of see a give and a take. If he is deported to Mexico, Rivera will face charges of femicide, which has a sentence of 65 years for each victim if convicted. He is and is still currently only charged with the death of Angela Acosta Flores, and Mexican authorities have said they're working on charging Rivera with more crimes. The media and authorities describe Bryant as a serial killer who cares very little for women, that he hates and targets sex workers, and he kills with fury, beating, and then strangling his victims. This is only the beginning, and there may be more victims that are connected to this killer. And we see based on the murder of Angela that there's clearly a system here. He attempted to use a fake name in Mexico. He secured a hotel room prior to finding a victim. He killed and hauled ass back to the US border where he seemed normal enough for border agents not to sense that anything was off. When he went back to living with his parents, working as a delivery driver, while his victim's mother was still trying to call her phone to locate her daughter. This is clearly a calculated and planned attack. And with this level of confidence, Angela is very unlikely to have been the first. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Okay, let's continue. On the morning of June 16, 1974, a man took his sons to a swampy area on Singer Island, off Florida's eastern coast, to search for driftwood. Instead, they discovered the skeletal remains of a young woman among the mangroves, bound to a tree with wire. Her remains were fully skeletonized, with fragments of clothing scattered around. With only bones available, authorities struggled to create a description of the young woman, let alone identify her. Dental records were used in an attempt to identify her, but they led nowhere. Authorities estimated the young woman's age to be between 13 and 19 years, her weight to have been between 83 and 133 pounds, and her height between 4 feet 11 inches and 5 feet 2 inches. A definitive cause of death could not be determined, and initially, it was believed she had died between 8 weeks and 8 months before her remains were found. Unable to identify the Jane Doe and notify her family, authorities had no choice but to bury her remains. The Jane Doe remained unidentified for decades, but eventually, investigators used new technology in hopes of determining her identity. Her remains were exhumed in April of 2014 in hopes of obtaining a sample of her DNA. Her DNA profile was successfully developed in 2015. There were no matches to it in any database, but investigators continued to find other uses for the profile. They were able to use the profile to exclude several missing women as potential matches. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office released a new facial reconstruction showing what their Jane Doe may have looked like while alive in 2019, but no one called in, reporting that they recognized her. In December 2021, the remains were sent to Othram, a Texas-based laboratory, to develop a DNA profile so as to use genetic genealogy in the case. In March of 2022, genealogists presented the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office with several potential leads to follow up on. On June 2, 2022, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office announced that the Singer Island Jane Doe had finally been identified. Her name was Susan Galepool. Susan was born on February 12, 1957. At the end of 1972, when she was 15 years old, she had dropped out of high school and was splitting her time living with her family in a trailer park near Fort Lauderdale and with a friend who had an apartment nearby. Susan's family reported her missing just before Christmas of 1972. When they first could not contact Susan, they weren't sure if she had left town on her own accord or if something had happened to her. She was known to hitchhike and had left once before. However, her clothing and belongings all remained at her friend's apartment, and Susan's sister, Patty, has stated that she knew something was wrong as soon as she saw Susan's purse left behind on the friend's couch. In 2022, nearly 50 years after Susan disappeared, her mother was still alive and now in her 90s. She provided the DNA sample that confirmed that the remains found on Singer Island belonged to her daughter. Police believe that Susan may have been a victim of Gerard John Schaefer, a suspected serial killer and a former Martin County Sheriff's deputy. Prior to joining the sheriff's office, Schaefer had been a police officer with the Wilton Manors Police Department and had been fired for allegedly violating the Civil Service Code. He was accused of pulling over female motorists for traffic violations so he could get their basic information and then using police resources to obtain further personal information about them and contacting them to ask them out on dates. In July of 1972, 18-year-old Nancy Trotter and 17-year-old Paula Sue Wells were vacationing in Florida. While they were hitchhiking near the beach, they encountered a Martin County Sheriff's deputy, Gerard Schaefer. He told them that hitchhiking was illegal in the area, which was a lie. After radioing in to report that he would be transporting the two teenagers, he had them get into his vehicle and drove them to where they were staying in Stewart. He offered to give them a ride to Jensen Beach the following day because it was in his patrol area. The next day, he met them at the agreed-upon meeting spot in civilian clothes and driving his own car. Instead of driving Nancy and Sue to the beach, he drove them to an old shed on Hutchinson Island where he handcuffed, bound, and gagged both of the young women. At this time, neither of them attempted to escape as Schaefer threatened to kill the girl left behind if one of them tried to run. He further threatened to rape them, hold them for ransom, and sell them into slavery. Schaefer then tied Nancy and Sue to separate trees, not in view of each other, and put nooses around each of their necks. They had to balance on the exposed roots of the tree so as to not fall and be hanged. Schaefer believed this was enough to keep the young woman secure and left them there. While he was gone, both girls were able to chew away at the ropes to give them enough slack to escape their nooses without injury. Nancy hid for half an hour, fearing Schaefer was still in the area. She eventually decided to run and fought her way through thick vegetation, fearing Schaefer would find her if she stayed on a path. When the trees became too thick for her to get through, she decided to swim in the nearby Indian River because she knew it would eventually take her to a road. Still handcuffed, she was able to swim using just her legs. When she finally made it to the road, she walked out of the water and began calling out to passing cars. The first car to stop was driven by Martin County Sheriff Robert Crowder. He had been out looking for Nancy because Sue had been found 45 minutes earlier and told authorities that her friend was in trouble. Sue had managed to get to a road after getting herself free, and a truck driver had stopped to help her. Sheriff Crowder was Schaefer's boss. After Schaefer realized the girls had escaped, he called the sheriff and told him, "I've done something foolish. You're going to be mad at me, Schaefer claimed that he had gotten carried away trying to teach the two young women a lesson about the dangers of hitchhiking. The sheriff did not believe him, and neither did the courts. Schaefer was arrested and charged with aggravated assault and false imprisonment. Schaefer was released on $15,000 bail. He was still free on September 27, 1972. The last day, 17-year-old Susan Place and 16-year-old Georgia Jessup were seen alive. The two teenagers had become friends at Fort Lauderdale's Adult Education Center, where they were both students. Around 8:30 p.m. on the evening of 27th, the two left Susan's home in Oakland Park near Fort Lauderdale with an older man to go play guitar at a nearby beach. Susan told her mother, Lucille, that her friend's name was Jerry Shepard. Lucille was suspicious of an older man spending time with two teenage girls, so she took note of his car, a blue-green Datsun, and wrote down his license plate number when he picked up the girls. The car was registered to Schaefer. Lucille would also later identify Schaefer as the man who the girls had met. The man known as Jerry Shepard also identified him as Schaefer. Susan and George's remains were found on April 1, 1973. A father and son were out searching for discarded aluminum cans on Hutchinson Island when they came across the remains. Susan had been shot in the jaw, and according to detectives, evidence indicated that both girls had been tied to a tree and butchered. The location where they were found was only 6 miles away from where Schaefer had taken Nancy and Sue. While the two girls had gone missing at the end of September, investigators did not trace the license plate number provided by Lucille Place until the end of March, just a week before the remains were found. By this time, Schaefer was serving his 6-month sentence for the one charge of assault. He pleaded guilty to over the attack on Nancy and Sue. He was questioned about the disappearance, but denied knowing Georgia or Susan. When their remains were located just a few days later, he became the prime suspect in their murders. Schaefer was indicted on May 18, 1973, and held without bond. He was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder that October. Schaefer was convicted during the period of time when the death penalty could not be imposed due to a Supreme Court ruling. The presiding judge later stated that he would have sentenced Schaefer to death had he been legally allowed to. Instead, Schaefer received 2 life sentences with the possibility of parole in 2018 when he would have been 72. Schaefer maintained his innocence in the murders, claiming he was set up by one of his defense attorneys who did go on to marry one of Schaefer's ex-wives. He was also critical of prosecutors using his creative writing as evidence in the case. They claimed that Schaefer's stories were thinly veiled accounts of actual crimes he committed. Schaefer claimed they were just art. However, after his high school girlfriend published a collection of these stories he had written, he did imply in a letter sent from prison that the stories were, in fact, confessions. Schaefer was found stabbed to death in his cell at the Florida State Prison on December 3, 1995. He had 43 stab wounds as well as defensive wounds on his hands and arms. His eyes had been stabbed badly enough to leave one of them completely destroyed, and he had 6 broken ribs. Prison officials identified his killer as Vincent Rivera, who was serving a life sentence for 2 murders in February of 1990. Rivera's reported motive was his displeasure at Schaefer taking 2 cups of hot water from the water fountain rather than just one a few days before he was killed. Georgia Jessup's mother, Shirley, told reporters that she wanted to send Schaefer's killer a present, and that while she was always confident that her daughter's murderer would get what was coming to him, she wished it had happened sooner. While Schaefer was only ever convicted of 2 murders, he is considered a suspect in as many as 30 murders, some dating back to 1969, according to Circuit Judge C. Pete Trowbridge, who presided over Schaefer's double murder trial. Evidence ties him to crimes across the country. When police searched Schaefer's mother's home in Fort Lauderdale after Susan Place and Georgia Jessup's remains were found, they found items, including jewelry, identification documents, a diary, and gold teeth belonging to at least 5 missing or murdered young women. The remains of other young women known to hitchhike in the area have also been found in similar circumstances as Schaefer's known victims. However, authorities never felt they had enough conclusive evidence to charge Schaefer with any more murders. Robert Stone, who prosecuted Schaefer for the murders of Susan Place and Georgia Jessup, described him as the most sexually deviant person I had ever seen. He made Ted Bundy look like a Boy Scout, Bill Haggerty, who interviewed Schaefer for the Violent Crime Apprehension Program during his tenure as an FBI agent, later stated that out of all the serial killers from across the country he interviewed during his time with the FBI, Schaefer was easily in the top 5 of the sickest individuals he talked with. According to Schaefer's statements to psychiatrists while he was incarcerated, he began associating pain and sex around the age of 12. He would tie himself to trees and would become sexually excited from hurting himself. Soon, that excitement was transferred to the idea of hurting women. His short-lived first marriage ended when his first wife filed for divorce, citing extreme cruelty. As with the numerous other potential victims of Schaefer, investigators have no concrete physical evidence connecting him to Susan Poole's murder. They believe he may be responsible for her murder purely based on circumstances. Susan was known to hitchhike, and Schaefer was known to pick up hitchhikers. Susan's remains were found tied to a tree, as were Schaefer's 2 known victims. Furthermore, while Schaefer was sentenced in the assault case involving Nancy Trotter and Sue Wells on December 22, 1972, the judge allowed him to delay the start of his sentence until after the holidays, meaning he was not in custody when Susan disappeared. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is still searching for further evidence to see if Schaefer can be tied conclusively to Susan's murder. They are hoping that friends of Susan's from around the time of her murder may be able to help them connect Susan and Schaefer. In a Facebook post, they announced that they are hoping to locate and interview 3 of Susan's friends, Julie Hunt, Michelle Williamson, and Greg Anderson. They are asking that these 3 individuals contact Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office Detective Bill Springer. According to Detective Springer, Susan's mother and siblings were glad to know what became of her after so long, but he hopes to be able to give them further closure by being able to definitively identify her killer. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Patricia Schmidt, known as Susie, lived with her family in Seacliff, south of Adelaide in South Australia. In December 1971, Susie, then 16, had recently completed her leaving exam at Seacombe High School. She dreamed of becoming an airline hostess, but for the moment, she took a job at the Burger King in Darlington to earn money for Christmas gifts for her family. Her 10-year-old brother, Frank, had already bought her a present, wrapped and waiting under the family Christmas tree. Sadly, Susie never had the chance to open it. She had recently started requesting late-night shifts for the extra pay. On Friday, December 17, 1971, Susie worked only her second such shift. That evening, her father, Werner, dropped her off at her friend Frida's house around 6 p.m. on his way to the local German club, where he worked part-time as a barman. Around 8:30, Susie and Frida walked to Burger King for Susie's shift, and Frida left as Susie began working. Susie told her that she would see her the next day. Susie finished work around 1:45 a.m. on December 18th. Her father was supposed to pick her up on his way home, but he was running 10 minutes late. Susie decided to walk home rather than wait any longer. Describing his brief delay, Werner Schmidt would later tell the press, "A few minutes could have made all the difference. I might have saved my daughter's life." Susie never arrived home, and Werner reported her missing at 9:30 that morning, less than 8 hours after she was last seen at work. Around 6:30 that evening, an off-duty police officer was driving in Hallett Cove when he thought he saw something amongst the tall grass along the road. When he got closer, he realized it was the body of a young woman. It was Susie Schmidt. When Susie was found, she was wearing only her boots. Her bra was found hanging from a nearby fence, and her jumper and coat had been draped over her body. The kangaroo skin purse she had been carrying was never located. Evidence showed that Susie had been sexually assaulted prior to being murdered, and the battered state of her body showed that she had died a violent death. Susie was buried next to her mother, who had passed away 5 years earlier. Police believed Susie may have accepted a ride home from her killer. She told a friend that on Tuesday, December 14th, after she worked her first night shift, she had accepted a ride from an unattractive man who was around 30 years old and had severe acne. After Susie got into his car, he suggested that they take her drive to the Adelaide Hills, but Susie said no. He then began driving towards Hallett Cove, but Susie demanded that he drive her home, which he ultimately did. It is unclear if police believe the same man could have potentially given Susie a ride home on the night of her murder, or if he could have been involved in her killing. They cannot say for sure if she willingly accepted a ride or if she was abducted as she walked home. Authorities did have several clues to go on at the scene. They found metal filings from key cutting, microscopic particles that could have been from a shoe repair business, byproducts left behind by welding, particles of electric waste from Phillips Industries, which was located in nearby Henley Beach at the time, iridescent blue paint from a 1971 Holden Monero, and small paint flakes that were pink on one side and white on the other. Following up on these clues did not immediately lead to the case being solved. It would be decades before investigators could properly use additional evidence found at the crime scene, DNA from multiple men. In December of 2021, South Australia Police launched a new appeal for information on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of Susie's murder. They also announced a recent major breakthrough that they believed brought them closer to solving the case than they had ever been before. DNA had been found following a new examination of Susie's clothing that had been found with her body. So far, only one of the two DNA profiles' clothing has been fully developed, but investigators are already using it to try to identify one of the at least two men responsible for the sexual assault. The profile was uploaded to the National DNA Database, but no direct match was found. Investigators then turned to familial searching, which has so far identified 8 potential relatives of the suspect. Despite this strong new evidence, the process of building family trees and testing all potential matches will take some time. Police are still hoping for witnesses to come forward with the name of a potential suspect so they can do a direct DNA test, which could potentially allow them to solve the case within a few weeks. A reward of up to $1 million is being offered. For Susie's brother, Frank, the new developments have given him hope that the case will finally be resolved after decades of waiting. He stated, "You're better off having some hope and being disappointed than no hope at all." Just after 6 p.m. on March 6, 1974, police in Hopewell Township, Pennsylvania received a call asking them to report to Lakewood Park. The caller had observed what they initially believed to be a mannequin in a creek running through the park. When the caller got closer, however, they realized that it was in fact the partially clothed body of a young woman lying with her face in the water of the creek. The young woman was 23-year-old Annette Tokars. According to Annette's younger sister, Sharon, Annette was exceptionally friendly. She was a very caring person who would give away the last dollar she had if someone else needed it. Annette and Sharon last spoke about a week before Annette died, and Sharon could tell that something was bothering her. Her sister did not confide in her about what was going on that was upsetting her. Injuries to Annette's body indicated that she had been assaulted prior to her death. A wooden club was found during the search of the park, but it was ultimately found not to have been the instrument used to cause Annette's injuries. Annette's cause of death was found to be forceful drowning. Authorities believe she had been attacked and then dragged down to the creek by her killer, who drowned her in just a few inches of water. Investigators believe she may have been unconscious when she was drowned. Police theorized that Annette had willingly gone to the park with her killer. Her autopsy showed that she had sex before her death, but it could not be determined if the sex was consensual or if Annette had been raped. Annette had been seen out in a variety of places throughout the area the night before her body was found. Police interviewed a number of witnesses to track Annette's movements in the final hours of her life. The last sighting of her was in the town of Aliquippa, just a few miles north of the park where Annette's body would eventually be found. She was last seen being driven away in the car of a man who was an acquaintance of hers. For decades, this man was considered by police to be the prime suspect in the case, although they never found enough evidence to charge him with Annette's murder. In 2022, Beaver County Detective Paul Young meticulously went over all of the evidence in Annette's case, hoping to find previously overlooked clues that could be used to further the investigation. Using an alternative light source, he located DNA evidence in what would later be described to the media as an appropriate area of Annette's clothing, opening up a possible avenue to solving the case. The DNA had degraded since 1974, and the profile that was developed from Annette's clothing was not complete enough to run through the combined DNA index system. investigators were able to directly compare the profile to samples taken from potential suspects. The main suspect in the case, the acquaintance Annette had last been seen with, had since passed away. However, one of his relatives did provide a voluntary DNA sample. Testing on it showed that the main suspect could not have been the contributor of the DNA. The DNA was then compared to samples from a suspected local serial killer, as well as known sex offenders who were active at the time of the murder in the area. No matches were found. While the DNA profile is not complete enough to run through the criminal database, it is complete enough to attempt to use genetic genealogy to determine who the DNA belongs to. Crime Solvers of Beaver County has agreed to provide the funds for this testing. Hopefully, the effort will soon identify Annette's killer. 56-year-old John Lazaro lived in Rochdale, a suburb south of Brisbane. On April 11, 2012, he was in the living room of his home when two masked men burst inside and shot him multiple times. His 19-year-old daughter witnessed the shooting but was not harmed during the attack. She was able to immediately call for help. But despite her quick action, her father did not survive his injuries. John's dog, a Rottweiler mix named Kilo, was also shot during the attack but survived after undergoing surgery. Police would later describe John's murder as a brutal execution. While his murderers clearly targeted him, investigators could find no motive for the crime, despite interviewing more than 150 individuals in connection to their investigation. Years went on without an arrest in John's case. Police made a renewed appeal to the public for information in April of 2022, on the 10th anniversary of John's murder. At this time, they also released CCTV footage taken near John's home at the time of the murder. The footage shows a tray-back utility vehicle speeding away. The footage was taken less than 100 yards away from John's home, just moments after the time he was shot. Due to how quickly the vehicle left the scene, investigators believe that at least 3 people were involved in the crime, the 2 shooters and a getaway driver. A major break in the case came just months later in June of 2022 when authorities announced that they had located the gun used to kill John. Ballistics testing had confirmed that it was the weapon used in the case. The firearm in question was an unregistered Browning 1932 caliber semi-automatic. The 45-year-old man from New South Wales, who had been in possession of the gun, was questioned by authorities, and his home was searched. The weapon had been in the possession of numerous individuals since 2012, making it difficult to tie it to the person responsible for John's murder. However, Detective Acting Inspector Daniel Cunningham has stated that the discovery of the weapon has accelerated the investigation. Inquiries into the various individuals who had been in possession of the weapon are ongoing. When announcing the discovery of the gun, Queensland Police also stated that they now believe that the shooters had ties to the Bandidos outlaw motorcycle gang. John himself was not involved with the gang. Investigators are hoping that the quickly shifting loyalties amongst gangs like the Bandidos will result in someone with information finally coming forward. There is a $500,000 reward being offered for information that ties all of the new clues and information together to finally solve John's case. Stephanie Isaacson was born on August 12, 1974, in Lincoln, Nebraska. Due to her father John's military career, her family moved to various locations throughout her early life. In 1985, John was assigned to Nellis Air Force Base, and the family relocated to Las Vegas, Nevada. Stephanie and her father were very close, sharing numerous interests and spending much time outdoors together. They enjoyed hunting, boating, and camping, along with riding horses and motorcycles. They even earned their scuba diving certifications at Lake Mead. Their bond was so strong that when her parents divorced, Stephanie chose to live primarily with her father, while her younger sister stayed mostly with their mother. Stephanie maintained a close relationship with her mother and sister, regularly seeing them. John worked night shifts as a staff sergeant at the Air Force Base, so he was not home when his 14-year-old daughter left their apartment for school on June 1, 1989. At that point, John and Stephanie were just weeks away from moving to Spain for his next assignment. Stephanie's usual routine was to leave around 6:30 a.m. and walk to El Dorado High School, taking a shortcut through an empty desert field. That morning, however, she never made it to school. The school didn't contact her father when she was absent from class, but her choir teacher grew concerned when Stephanie didn't join her friends for lunch in the classroom as usual. The group always spent their lunch break together and referred to themselves as the little team. The teacher was surprised to not see Stephanie that day, as it was unusual for her to miss school. Stephanie's father, John, grew concerned when his daughter did not arrive home from school that afternoon at her normal time. He called the school and finally learned that she had never made it to school that day. John then began calling some of Stephanie's friends, none of whom had any idea where she was. John's next call was to the police to report Stephanie missing. John then went to the Air Force Base with some of his friends to pick up horses from the base's stables. They rode the horses around the small area of desert between the high school and the apartment that Stephanie could have walked through that day. During their search, one of John's friends spotted a trail of school books in a lot half a mile from the apartment building where the Isaacsons lived. John confirmed that the books belonged to his daughter, and they notified authorities of what they had found. A massive air and ground search was carried out in the area. Around 11 o'clock that night, the search came to an end. Stephanie's body was discovered approximately 25 yards off of a path she would walk to and from school. A police dog found her amongst the brush, hidden under a discarded piece of orange carpet. When Stephanie's body was found, the black shirt she had been wearing had been pulled up and her jeans had been pulled down. Her hair was in disarray, and her left breast had been mutilated. During her autopsy, it was determined that she had been sexually assaulted. It appeared that Stephanie had been abruptly attacked by surprise as she walked to school before being dragged off the path, leaving behind the trail of her books and other belongings. Her autopsy found that she had suffered severe blunt force trauma injuries and had died as the result of strangulation. 2 memorial services were held for Stephanie, one in Las Vegas and one in Nebraska, where she was buried. Police followed up on what few potential leads they had early on in the investigation. Local residents reported seeing a vehicle parked in the area the day of Stephanie's murder, but they provided different descriptions of what it looked like. As years went on without an arrest, investigators traveled all over the United States to follow up on potential leads and possible suspects. In 1998, the evidence from Stephanie's case was re-examined in hopes of locating DNA evidence. The effort was unsuccessful. In 2007, using more advanced technology, the forensic laboratory was able to identify DNA in semen found on the shirt Stephanie had been wearing at the time of her murder. Despite ongoing advances in forensic science, a match to the DNA could not be found in the ensuing years. In 2020, a $5,000 donation was made to Othram, a Texas-based laboratory specializing in advanced DNA technology. The donation was made to help solve a cold case, with the donor specifying that the case in question must be one from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Stephanie's case was selected by the department's cold case unit not only because of her young age at the time of her murder and the brutality of the crime, but also because there was very little DNA evidence available for analysis, meaning investigators had to rely on Othram's advanced techniques to process the small sample. Othram used their forensic-grade genome sequencing to create a genealogical profile from the provided sample. Genealogists began constructing a family tree and provided leads to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. From there, the department identified 2 potential suspects. A DNA profile was on file for one of them, and in 2021, comparison of it to the sample from Stephanie's shirt showed that he was a match. In identifying the contributor of the DNA, Othram set the record for the smallest amount of DNA used to build a genealogical profile and solve a case. Police in Las Vegas had provided them with 0.12 nanograms of DNA, or approximately 15 human cells. For comparison, commercial DNA sites like Ancestry.com or 23andMe use at least 750 nanograms of DNA to construct their customers' DNA profiles. The smallest amount of DNA Othram had previously been able to use was in August of 2020, when they used 1/5 of a nanogram, where approximately 20 cells, to identify Rodney Johnson, previously only known as the Lake Stickney John Doe. On July 21, 2021, 32 years after Stephanie was killed, authorities announced that her killer had been identified as Darren Roy Marchand. Unfortunately, he could not be arrested or tried for Stephanie's murder. The DNA sample on file that had confirmed that he was a match to the DNA from the crime scene had been taken following his suicide in 1995. That son of a bitch got me twice. Once when he killed my daughter, and the other one when I didn't get the opportunity to look him in the eye. Stephanie's father John told the Las Vegas Review-Journal after Marchand was identified. In March of 1986, when he was just 20 years old, Marchand had been charged with the murder of 24-year-old Nanette Vandenberg. Her nude body was found in the bathtub of her Las Vegas apartment. Marchand's fingerprints had been found near her body, and he had been with her at a casino just before her death. Marchand denied involvement in the murder, stating that he had left Nanette alive at her apartment before going home to go to sleep. The murder charge against Marchand did progress to a preliminary hearing, but the case was dismissed after 2 days of testimony after it was ruled that the fingerprint evidence was not enough to charge him with Nanette's murder. After DNA tied Marchand to Stephanie's murder, authorities compared his DNA profile to DNA evidence from Nanette's murder and found it to be a match. Marchand got married in January of 1987, less than a year after Nanette was murdered. At the time of Stephanie's murder in June of 1989, he and his wife had a 2-year-old daughter and were expecting a son. In January of 1989, Marchand was charged with 5 counts of open and gross lewdness. Each count was in relation to a different woman to whom Marchand publicly exposed himself. That April, Marchand pleaded guilty to one of the counts in exchange for the other 4 being dropped. He was awaiting sentencing when Stephanie was killed. In August, he was sentenced to a maximum of 1 year of probation, which he was released from after just 9 months. Marchand and his wife divorced in 1990. He committed suicide in the Las Vegas area just weeks before his 30th birthday in 1995. When Marchand's identification was first announced, the individual who provided the funds for the testing in Stephanie's case was initially only identified as an anonymous donor. He was subsequently identified as entrepreneur and philanthropist Justin Wu. After moving to Las Vegas from Los Angeles, he established the nonprofit Vegas Helps. He contacted Othram about expanding his efforts to benefit the Las Vegas community by solving cold cases after taking a personal interest in advanced forensic DNA testing. In November of 2021, another donation from Mr. Wu led to the identification of Johnny Blake Peterson as the killer of 16-year-old Kim Bryant, Kim witnessing on January 26, 1979. She had last been seen in the parking lot of a fast food restaurant near her high school. Her body was located a month later, and it was determined that her killer had sexually assaulted her. Othram tied Peterson to the murder using DNA taken from Kim's body. Just days later, Peterson was tied to another decades-old case. His DNA was also a match to DNA collected from the body of Diana Hansen. 22-year-old Diana was a college student who had returned home for winter break at the end of 1983. She went out for a run around 4:30 p.m. on December 30th and never returned home. Her body was later found on Spring Mountain Road, west of South Buffalo Drive, in Las Vegas. She had been sexually assaulted. Peterson died in 1993, so he could not be charged with. Mr. Wu has formed the Las Vegas Justice League to provide further support and funding to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. As of late 2021, the League is looking into assisting with at least 8 other cold cases in the Las Vegas area. While the solving of Stephanie's case was appreciated by her family, it, of course, did not diminish the pain caused by her loss. It's good to have some closure, but there is no justice for Stephanie at all. Stephanie's mother wrote in a statement read at the press conference announcing Marjan's identification, "We will never have complete closure because nothing will ever bring my daughter back to us." On March 3, 2022, around 9 p.m., Corey Richins and her husband, Eric, were celebrating her recent purchase of a new property for her real estate business. During the evening, around 11 p.m., Corey made Eric a nightcap, his favorite, a Moscow Mule. This vodka-based drink is known for its strong notes of mint, lime, and ginger beer. Keep that detail in mind, it will be important later. Corey brought the drink to their bedroom, where Eric began sipping it in bed. The couple had been working on their marriage after a challenging period, and Corey had shared with friends that things were improving. Together, they had 3 sons and lived in Camas, Utah, a town that offers a rural lifestyle with spacious properties. situated roughly 40 miles east of Salt Lake City. Their home provided them with a luxurious life filled with amenities and comfort. After giving Eric his drink, Corey claimed she went to bed shortly afterward. However, before she could fall asleep, one of her sons awoke her after a nightmare. She stated she stayed with him to soothe him back to sleep, eventually falling asleep there as well. She stated that she woke in the middle of the night around 3 a.m. before returning to her bed. There, she found her husband slumped on the floor at the end of the bed. She touched his foot and found it cold to the touch. She claimed that she got her phone that she had left plugged in on her side of the bed and called 911. She then started to perform CPR. First responders arrived attempting to revive Eric, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. This is the story that Corey Richins told police when they interviewed her. The autopsy would show a different story. When the toxicology report came back, it revealed that Eric Richins died from a fentanyl overdose that was 5 times the lethal dose. The medical examiner reported that the fentanyl had been orally ingested, which was noted as unusual. Law enforcement interviewed Corey. In the interview, the detective would inform Corey about the fentanyl overdose. In the interview, Corey was adamant that her husband didn't do drugs. The detective conducting the interview would also say that they were starting to look at how the drug got into his system and that they would need to search the house for all electronics. During the interview, they also seized Corey's cell phone, which she had just brought. Here are some snippets of the transcription from that interview. Corey Richins, he doesn't do drugs. Detective Woody, we're gonna go check the house. We want to make sure there's nothing there because this is super dangerous. It's dangerous for you. It's dangerous for your kids. Later in the interview, Detective Woody, it's kind of odd that there was nothing there that we saw. I don't know if you were trying to clean it up so he wouldn't get in trouble or this didn't get out. So we also have warrants for all electronics so that in case you ordered anything on the phone, if you tried to keep us Corey Richins, is it cut crack? Like it's Detective Woody, it's fentanyl, that it's a pretty deadly drug. It's something that's not, it's becoming more common. Then the interview ends with them leaving with Corey to go search the house. Police would start to investigate the death as suspicious, possibly a homicide. Not every overdose would be suspicious, but Eric was not known to have a drug problem, and everyone who knew Eric knew that he loved his family very much, and he had every intention to stay a part of that family. The family home was searched, and the electronics, including Corey's phone, were taken into evidence. But who is Eric Richins? Eric was born on May 13, 1982. He was 39 when he died. He reportedly was an excellent outdoorsman, hunting, and worked on his family cattle farm. He was the oldest with 2 younger sisters. When he was younger, he worked and learned about working on the ranch, tending to cattle and horses, hauling hay, and feeding the animals, but he also had a bachelor's degree from the University of Utah in International Studies with a minor in Spanish. He learned Spanish during a 2-year mission with his church to Mexico. He owned a successful high-end masonry business specializing in high-end projects. He owned the company with his friend Cody Wright. Corey and Eric met while Corey worked at Home Depot as a front counter person. They got married in 2013 in a backyard wedding at the home they shared and welcomed 3 sons, age 10, 9, and 6 today. Eric was a coach or assistant coach on all of his son's sports teams. He was known to be very involved and dedicated to the teams that he worked with. Corey was Eric's second wife. He'd been previously married to Julie Jorgensen, whom he married in 2005. There's not much information about this marriage, but they divorced in 2009, and Julie passed away in 2011. Eric and Corey signed a pretty tight prenup agreement, which stated that Corey wouldn't get any of Eric's assets in the event of divorce. She would only inherit his estate in the event of his death. From the outside, it appeared that they had a great marriage and a successful life to the outside world. They had a massive home worth $1,100,000 and everything they could want or need. In 2019, Corey started her company, K. Richards Realty, LLC, where she was a real estate agent, and according to her company, she would buy and flip homes. Future findings would show that she was constantly losing money with this venture. Financial records would begin to paint a picture of just how unsuccessful Corey was with money. After Eric's death, it would come out that Eric had talked to his family about wanting a divorce, but he planned to stay in the marriage for the kids. Some reports said that Corey had stated that Eric was having an affair and that she had moved out some of his clothes, but that they had gone to counseling and things have been well before his death. However, the media and court documents began to paint a different story. It showed that in September 2020, Eric discovered that his wife had racked up a substantial amount of debt with her business and that she had been stealing from him to pay for it. She had stolen excess of $200,000 and charged more than $30,000 to his private credit cards. He also discovered that she had fraudulently borrowed $250,000 using a forged power of attorney. The fraudulent power of attorney had been dated and signed in 2013, but not notarized until 2018. She had also taken money that had been set aside to pay his business taxes. The amount that Corey stole seemed to be never-ending, but ultimately she promised to repay the stolen money back from the accounts. In November 2020, Eric had also decided to put the house and all of his assets into a living trust that his sister, Katie Rickon Benson, is the trustee for, and she was also made the representative for the estate of Eric Rickens. It is believed that Eric did this because he felt he could no longer trust his wife. Eric and his business partner had life insurance policies out in each other's names, which is standard practice just so that the other can buy out the estate of the other partner if anything were to happen. It was discovered that in January 2022, Corey changed the beneficiary to herself on Eric's policy. It was something that he discovered and quickly changed it back. Shortly after this incident on Valentine's Day, Eric got violently sick from eating and would express fears to a friend that he thought his wife might be to blame. It is also believed that Corey had 2 life insurance policies taken out in Eric's name without his knowledge, one from 2014 and one from January 2022. The policies where Corey was a sole beneficiary. She had all the information sent to a P.O. box that Eric nor his estate knew about. After his death, she filed death claims on both of these policies and received $1,500,000 directly benefiting from the death of her husband. After Eric's death, Corey would go on living her life, some would think extravagantly. She took her kids on trips and kept living life as usual, but with more money in the bank. Almost a year to the day of Eric's death, on March 7, 2023, Corey published a book called Are You With Me? It was a children's book about a boy who had lost his father and could feel his presence afterward. Covers topics on feeling if someone is with you after they die. A few weeks after the book's release, she was on a local morning news show in Salt Lake City to promote the book. She had seemed cold and disconnected, but she credits her son in helping her write the book with her. She said that it was written to help them understand that her husband is with them even if he wasn't there. She wrote it as a comfort to her sons and others experiencing the loss of a loved one. She dedicated the book to her husband, saying, quote, "To my amazing husband and wonderful father." The book is no longer available on Amazon. On May 8, 2023, Corey was arrested and charged with aggravated murder and 3 counts of possession of a controlled substance with intent to distribute. The following is the prosecution and the state of Eric Rickens' belief of the events that led to his death and after. On May 2, 2023, the police interviewed a woman only disclosed as CL. At this time, her full name is being held for privacy. She's a known acquaintance of Corey Rickens, who had previously cleaned her house and some of the properties Corey was flipping. CL is also known to have past charges of possession of a controlled substance with intent to distribute. She's not been charged with anything at this time. Between December 2021, February 2022, Corey reached out repeatedly to Seal. Once was asking if she could get pain meds for an investor with back pain. Seal contacted an acquaintance known as Acquaintance 1, who got in contact with a dealer known as Acquaintance 2, and was able to procure hydrocodone pills for Corey, which Corey paid for by leaving money for Seal at a house that she owned at the time. 2 weeks later, Corey asked Seal to get something more potent like, quote, "that Michael Jackson stuff." She then asked for fentanyl. Seal then contacted the dealer again on February 11, 2022 and got 15 to 30 pills that Corey paid $900 for. She picked them up at CL's house. There are 2 reports of what happened on Valentine's Day 2022. In one document, Eric ate a sandwich that Corey had left on the seat of his truck with a love note. After eating it, Eric immediately got hives and had difficulty breathing. The other account, which is the arrest warrant, said that Corey and Eric were having dinner at their home when Eric got very ill after dinner and believed that he'd been poisoned. In both of these options, it was reported that Eric contacted a friend and said he believed his wife was trying to poison him. There's no evidence that Eric acted against his wife on this belief. Almost 2 weeks after Valentine's Day, on February 26, 2022, Corey contacted Seal again, asking for another $900 of fentanyl, which Seal procured and left in a fire pit at another house connected to Corey. 6 days later, Eric Ritten died of a fentanyl overdose. Another piece of evidence was that on the night that Eric died, Corey had stated that she left her phone in the bedroom when she went to sleep with her son. However, the data on her phone showed that it was open and moved multiple times between 10:30 p.m. and 3:20 a.m., including at 3 o'clock and 8 seconds p.m. when the phone was moved more than 250 feet. An expert at Corey's bail hearing stated that it could have been a device connected to the phone that caused the pings. For example, a smartwatch. There was also evidence that Corey had messaged someone several times during the time she was supposed to be sleeping. Those text messages had been deleted and never recovered. It is also stated that the person who received the messages had also deleted them. That person's name has been kept out of the media and court records. Corey also said in her original statement that she had performed CPR on her husband. Still, when EMS arrived and started to perform CPR, Eric began to foam at the mouth, which was an indicator that no one had tried to perform CPR previously. Corey later texted her best friend saying, quote, "I pumped so damn hard, screaming at him to come back to life." After Corey's first phone was taken into evidence, she got a new phone which was later taken into evidence. This phone had some disturbing web searches in its history, which included, can you delete everything in an iCloud account? Can you delete text messages to be retrieved from an iPhone? Can cops uncover deleted messages iPhone? How to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely? Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? What are you allowed inside Utah jails? Will life insurance pay if death certificate says pending? Luxury prisons for the rich in America. If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on a death certificate as? FBI analysis of electronics in an investigation. Can FBI find deleted messages? What does FBI do with electronics for searches? Can the cause of death be changed on the death certificate? What is considered a lethal dose of fentanyl? Before being arrested, investigators had asked Corey if she'd taken any vacations. She responded in an email, quote, "You asked about any exotic vacations I have taken since Eric's passing. I went on 2 trips last year. 1, my kids tried out for a soccer camp in Salt Lake City to qualify to play in Spain in June, and both my kids made it. So yes, I took them to Spain in October 2022. I've attached their invitation letters." Another message read, quote, "I took my kids and my mom came with us in August of 2022 to Mexico. As I hope you understand, the months prior to this since Eric's death have been hard to deal with." She also went on to talk about how she and Eric went to Mexico every year and that they hadn't gone this year because Eric went on a hunting trip in January instead. On June 12, 2023, Corey Richens had her bail hearing. She could be seen in a white blouse and dress pants and handcuffed in the courtroom. She had been wiping her eyes with no visible tears and seemed sad while evidence was given, and she was held without bail and awaiting trial. Eric's sister, Amy, gave this impact statement.
Dear Judge Mrazek, I'm here today to represent my brother, Eric Eugene Richens, whose life was taken in a senseless act of poisoning on March 3rd, 2022. His wife, the defendant, has been accused of committing this crime. If she is found guilty, she has committed the ultimate act of betrayal. Eric is gone, and I am brokenhearted. He was my best friend and protector. The feeling of loss is so great it is visceral. And with the sorrow comes a wave of panic at not being able to see him again. I can never talk to him, never hug him again, and never more be a part of his life. Eric's world revolved around his family, his love for hunting, the family cattle ranch, and his intense drive as a successful entrepreneur. Being born into the Richens legacy shaped Eric's formative years and resulted in a lifetime of hard work, dedication, and fierce loyalty. At an early age, Eric learned the joys of keeping horses and cows around. He spent countless hours helping our dad work the ranch, hauling hay, feeding the animals and mending fences. He loved our family unconditionally and was a devoted son, brother, uncle, and father. Eric was a family man who always strove to be the absolute best father and husband. He was an attentive and loving father to his 3 sons and a devoted husband to his wife of almost 9 years, Corey, the defendant. Eric did absolutely everything in his power to provide his family and his 3 sons with every possible opportunity to learn, grow, and have fun. He was the coach or assistant coach on all his boys' teams, which included soccer, basketball, and baseball. He spent countless hours coaching and teaching the boys to play aggressive and give it their all. Eric truly cared about every single child he coached and wanted the absolute best for all of them. There was never a dull moment when you were around Eric, whether it was him showing up to a family dinner with no socks or the sleeves torn off of his shirt because he had to make an emergency bathroom stop along the way, or his calling to tell you he rolled the 4-wheeler for the upteenth time is stuck and he needs you to come get him. It was never boring. Eric loved to have fun and always wanted to make sure everyone else did as well. He owned almost every motorized toy possible, from 4-wheelers and side-by-sides to trucks and snowmobiles, and was so excited to share those with his sons. He had the perfect combination of business sense and foresight. He built a very successful masonry business from the ground up and helped many friends do the same. He had a special ability to build close relationships with everyone he worked with, which really allowed his business to thrive. Eric loved every aspect of his job, but most of all, he loved the people he worked for and those he worked with. Eric faithfully supported organizations that he truly believed in. He never was one that wanted recognition or accolades. He did most things anonymously and without recognition. Eric was a true champion of all people. It did not matter if you were an employee, friend, family, or the next random person walking down the street. If you needed anything, you could count on him. He truly cared about each person he met. Eric loved fully, laughed loudly, and lived life with reckless abandon. He enjoyed great adventures to far-off places, but also cherished the small and finer things in life. No obstacle was too great for Eric. He simply viewed each one as a challenge. No peak was too high, and the next adventure was always just around the next bend. Words cannot describe the loneliness and loss that is felt in every heart that was lucky enough to know him. Eric was such an inspiration and role model for us all. His loss has created a Grand Canyon-sized hole in this community. Except instead of taking millions of years to slowly form, our worlds change overnight. His 3 boys' entire worlds and their perspectives on life changed. None of our lives will ever be the same. Eric died under horrendous circumstances. I am tormented at the thought of what he endured. I play it out in my mind. I go through the terrible sequence of events. I wonder when he realized he was in mortal danger. I wonder what Corey may have said to him in his last moments. How long was he conscious, knowing he would die? Where were Eric's boys when all of this happened? Did they hear Eric's body fall to the ground? Did they catch a glimpse of their father taking his last breath? It's torture to think of. Why did Eric lose his life? Why did the boys lose their father? Was it because of Corey's greed and desire to get life insurance and other assets? If so, that is abhorrent. How could anyone value life, human life so cheaply? I cannot comprehend it. I'm overflowing with grief and pain at the thought that Eric meant so little to her. If Eric had died because of an illness, he would have been cared for. He could have looked after him and been with him. If he had died because of an accident, people would have tried to help. There would have been kindness. But there's no comfort to be had here. There's no consoling thought in the way Eric died. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, he was faced with betrayal and terror. The thought of it is unbearable. I am haunted by the horror of it. This last year has been a living hell for our family. We have watched as Corey has paraded around portraying herself as a grieving widow and victim while trying to profit from the death of my brother. Both by trying to profit from a book about his death and trying to get life insurance and assets that should go exactly where Eric wanted them to his boys. Immediately after Eric was killed, Corey told us she could not help us get anything ready for the funeral as she was too distraught with grief. We shortly found out that was not true at all. In fact, she pulled herself together enough to go close on the purchase of a $2 million home, hire a real estate agent, hire an architect to create CAD drawings of the home, hire a lawyer in order to file a lawsuit on Eric's trust, hire a locksmith to come break into and clean out my brother's safe, and attempt to have Eric cremated. She mustered up the strength and resolve to do most of this within 48 hours of his death. Corey assaulted me. I will never forget the look in her eyes when she attacked me that Sunday morning. It was early and had been snowing most of the night. I was just getting ready to leave and heading out to the car when I saw a locksmith in Eric's detached garage starting to drill out his gun safe. I asked Corey multiple times why we could not just call my dad for the code. I could not understand why she was breaking into and ruining Eric's safe. To this, she screamed at me at the top of her lungs, called me some inappropriate things I cannot share with you here, and then told me to get out of her house. It was then that I told her that she could not kick me out of my brother's house. My sister Katie was now the executor of Eric's trust and estate, and just like Eric, she would not want the defendant breaking into his gun safe. Corey looked at me with pure hatred and rage. I was messing up her plan. I was getting in her way, and because of that, she attacked me. She punched me in the face and neck multiple times. It took 4 people to pull her off me that day. Before the funeral, Corey opened a bank account and asked everyone that was grieving to send her money instead of sending the family cards and flowers. It was not even 2 weeks after Eric's passing that we were told she had taken down all but one photo of my brother and removed all his clothing from the house. Corey put together a golf tournament in Eric's name 2 months after his death on what would have been his 40th birthday and told his family, all of us, that we were not allowed to attend. Since Eric's death, it has come to our attention that Corey took out multiple life insurance policies on Eric without his knowledge. It appears that she forged his signature on various documents, assigned herself as Eric's durable power of attorney, inappropriately diverted money from his business to herself, and assigned herself as beneficiary of Eric's portion of our mother's retirement account. I should also not forget to mention the multiple life insurances she has taken out on the boys. Her most recent business venture was authoring a children's book about how to help grieving children cope with the loss of the death of a parent. In this book, she had the audacity to use the boys' real names and even use their last family portrait. Her behavior gives me great concern, as she has exploited the boys for money and will likely do so again. In addition, Corey has weaponized Eric's children, manipulating my dad to do or not do things by threatening to cut him out of their lives if he did not capitulate to her demands. She similarly deprived the boys of contact with myself, my sister, and her daughters, unless we agreed to give her the money in Eric's trust. Money that Eric wanted to go to his 3 children. As if that were not enough, I have been told that Corey started telling their 3 little boys that none of Eric's family or friends loved them. She apparently told them none of us cared for them or wanted to be around them, even though that is the exact opposite of what was happening. We all want nothing more than to be there for those 3 little boys, my nephews, yet Corey has made sure to cut us out of every aspect of their lives. This is all just a brief summary and the start of what our family has been through over the last year. We have scarcely gone a day without finding out some new allegations or evidence regarding something Corey appears to have maliciously done to attack and undermine my brother, his 3 little boys, and our family. We have all been there since the beginning of Corey's and Eric's relationship. I was there on one of their first dates. We were there at the wedding. We were there when each of the boys were born. We have been there for every birthday party, school graduation, and rodeo. We welcomed her into our family and treated her as one of us. Not only did she betray our brother, It feels as though she has murdered and taken away a part of our souls as well. Because of her actions, there has not been a day that has gone by we have not lived with paralyzing anxiety and fear, worrying for the boys' lives as well as our own. I may be naive, but I never knew evil like this existed. If Corey was in fact willing to kill Eric for money, who's to say that what she will not do? Who would be next? Corey was in a desperate financial situation when Eric was killed, and that situation seems even worse now. We understand that she has defaulted on loans and is already a defendant in other lawsuits based on her financial misdeeds. I am truly concerned that she will stop at nothing to dig her way out of the problems, including murder. She seems devoid of moral sensibility, and there is no telling what she will do if she is released. Judge Mrazek, her fate lies in your hands. Please do not allow Corey to use the fraudulent life insurance proceeds to get out on bail. That would be morally reprehensible. Please do not allow Corey to take advantage and make a mockery of our justice and legal system anymore. She has done enough. Please do not allow Corey to hurt Eric's memory, our family, friends, and community anymore. We have been through enough. Please do not give Corey the opportunity to hurt Eric's 3 boys anymore. They have lost enough and have been through enough. Since Eric's death, we have learned and unfortunately are continually reminded that Corey is desperate, greedy, and extremely manipulative. If she gets out on bail, I will be afraid not only for my own life and those of all of my family, but most importantly for the lives of Eric's 3 sons. Our family has already suffered enough. Please do not let Corey out on bail where she will be a risk to do further harm. Please protect what Eric put his life on the line for. His 3 boys.
In June, Corey filed a lawsuit suing the estate of Eric Richins for $2 million and the house that they shared. Eric bought the house in 2012 before they got married without Corey and never added her name to the house. He had also added the house to his living trust in 2020. Also on June 27, 2023, Eric's sister, Katie Rickon Benson, filed a lawsuit suing Corey in civil court on behalf of the living trust and the estate of Eric Rickens and was asking for $13 million. That case states that Corey is responsible for the death of Eric and should not have profited from his death. Also, Corey had stolen property from the estate, including money from a safe, vehicles that had belonged to Eric, and some off-road vehicles. The civil case also includes the book that Corey wrote, saying it is an unlawful book and that she used Eric's name and likeness without permission for the book. Eric's family has also stated that they believe Corey is the only one who could have killed Eric and he had no history of drugs. Corey herself also said that he didn't do drugs. Corey seems to have calculated how to kill her husband and worked hard to profit from his death. For the murder charge alone, Corey faces 25 to life in prison if convicted. Corey has maintained her innocence during every stage of this investigation. So far, Corey has not been found guilty, and no trial date has been set yet, but it will likely be in 2024. The criminal and civil trial are still ongoing and are currently being investigated. If you would like me to cover this case moving forward or the trial to come, let me know down below. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. On December 14, 2005, Yasser Macias and his wife, Rosalia Lopez Martinez, welcomed their first child, a son named Salvador, at the Mexican Social Security Institute 45 clinic in Guadalajara. However, the joy of the day quickly turned to tragedy just hours after Salvador's birth. A woman, whom the couple believed to be a nurse, entered their hospital room and asked if the newborn had been fed. Later, she returned, instructing Yasser to leave the building, saying that visiting hours were over. She then approached Rosalia, stating she needed to take the baby to another room to be fed. But the woman, who was not actually a nurse, never returned with Salvador. Instead, she left the hospital, abducting the newborn. The official search for Salvador continued for months without success. Despite the lack of progress, his parents never gave up hope. although officials eventually informed them that the case was no longer being actively investigated. The couple's determination to find their son remained unwavering. They went on to have 2 more children and were determined that they would one day meet their older brother. Salvador's case received renewed public interest in August of 2021 when another newborn was kidnapped from a hospital close to the one where Salvador was born under similar circumstances. Unlike Salvador's case, this case was quickly resolved when the abducted baby was found abandoned in the stairway of a nearby apartment building. The woman who kidnapped the baby, however, remained unidentified. The renewed interest in cases of infant abductions from hospitals led to the Jalisco Institute of Forensic Sciences generating an image of what Salvador Macias may have looked like as a teenager. This image was released to the public and resulted in the tip that finally led to Salvador's disappearance being solved. A tipster called in, reporting that a teenager who resembled the image was living in El Salto with a couple claiming to be his parents. They were able to provide important information about the teenager as well as pictures. Investigators spent months following up on this lead, and DNA tests ultimately confirmed that this young man was Rosalia and Yasser's biological son. On February 17, 2022, the couple was reunited with their now 16-year-old son. Neighbors described the young man, now known to be Salvador Macias, as a polite and kind teenager who had lots of friends and never said anything rude. The man and woman they believed to be his parents were also polite and considerate. They never suspected that there was anything unusual about the family. The couple Salvador grew up believing to be his parents, reportedly left home, leaving Salvador alone. The day before, authorities came to bring him back to his biological parents. There was a sighting of the woman acting as his mother at a neighborhood grocery store with several suitcases. This woman is yet to be located and questioned by authorities. Salvador Bernal, the man who she lived with, has come forward and been questioned. He claims to have not known that the baby he had believed to be his own had been kidnapped. He says his partner did not allow him to be an active part of her pregnancy or allow him to attend any ultrasound appointments. However, he did not question that she had given birth to his son when she returned home with a baby in December of 2005. So far, the woman remains at large and no criminal charges have been filed. Salvador's parents have stated that they cannot describe in words how happy they are to have finally found their son. In 2021, 37-year-old Li Jingwei was a father of 2 living in the Hunan province of China. This was not the location of his birth, however. Jingwei could not remember the name of the village where he had been born, the names of his parents, or his own birth name because he had been the victim of child trafficking. When Jingwei was just 4 years old, one of his neighbors lured him away from his home with the promise of taking him to see some cars. While Jingwei did not remember the name of the village, he did remember that it was very remote, and cars were not a common sight, so he went with the neighbor. The neighbor took the little boy to a road behind a hill where 4 other men were waiting with bicycles. Jingwei burst into tears. He was placed on one of the bikes and taken away from the village. He begged to go home, but his abductors refused to take him back. Within a few hours, the little boy realized that these were bad men, and he would not be able to make it back home. Jingwei remembers being given new clothes and taken onto a train by a couple in their 40s. They rode the train for a full day and night. He was eventually sold to a family in the Hunan province who raised him as their son and treated him well. Jingwei did not remember the name of his village, but he remembered what it looked like. Over the following several years, whenever he felt homesick or sad, he would obsessively draw maps of the village. Before he was old enough to attend school, he would etch the map into the dirt with sticks, and when he was older, he would draw the map on pages of his notebooks at school. He spent years drawing the map every single day. It would be this map that would help reunite him with his biological family after more than 3 decades. While the Chinese government acknowledges that child trafficking, generally for the purposes of both domestic and international adoption, is a problem, it does not publicly release statistics about the number of kidnappings that occur in the country each year. The U.S. State Department estimates that approximately 20,000 children are abducted in China every year, with independent estimates being much higher. Abductions of boys are common for domestic adoption, a practice believed to be the result of the high value traditionally placed on having a son in China. Now that social media and DNA technology are more accessible. In recent years, there have been several high-profile cases of parents being reunited with their abducted children after decades of separation. It was seeing reports of these reunions that inspired Li Jingwei to search for his own family. He was further spurred into action by the realization that his mother and father would be getting older and could pass away before he found them. Since he could not remember details like his birth name or the name of his village, he could not simply return to the place of his birth and look for his family. After speaking with his adoptive family, he submitted his DNA to a database in hopes of finding his biological family. While it did not immediately identify his family specifically, it did give him a general idea of where he was most likely born. To help identify the exact village where he was from, volunteers Jingwei had been consulting with suggested that he make a post on social media featuring the map he had drawn thousands of times as a child and could still draw from memory. He did make such a video featuring the map and his story and shared it on the Chinese social media platform Douyin. The video was viewed tens of thousands of times within days of it being posted, and Jingwei received additional help from the Ministry of Public Security. The village in Jingwei's map was identified as one near Gaodong in the province of Yunnan, 1,000 miles away from where he lived with his adoptive family. There was a woman there looking for her missing son, who would be the same age as Jingwei and had gone missing around the time he believed his abduction occurred. Jingwei first spoke to this woman over the phone, and she asked him if he had a scar on his chin, which he did. A DNA test soon confirmed that this woman was, in fact, Jingwei's mother. They then spoke over a video chat, and Jingwei was shocked to see that they shared so many physical features, like their mouth and their teeth. He remembered his father's face well enough to know that they had similar foreheads and eyes. On January 1, 2022, Jingwei was finally reunited with his family at a police station in Hunan. Overcome with emotion, he collapsed at his mother's feet when he first saw her and needed help from his brother and sister to stand and hug her. Both he and his mother were in tears, and she cried out, "I finally found my baby." Jingwei's father passed away before he was able to find his son. Jingwei planned to spend the upcoming Lunar New Year holiday, bringing his own children to visit his father's grave in Yunnan and be reunited with his extended family. Janice Bullock was the mother of 4 children. After she and her husband divorced, the children remained with him, although court hearings involving the custody of the children were ongoing. Janice's children last saw her in 1974 and last heard from her in 1976 when she sent them a letter. In 1977, Janice was served with a subpoena, ordering her to appear in court for a custody hearing in Harrison County, Mississippi. When she was served with a subpoena, she was County, Mississippi. When she was served with a subpoena, she was in Pearl River County, Mississippi. Authorities know she received the subpoena because she signed for it when she was served. However, Janice failed to show up for the court date, and her ex-husband was given full custody of their children. Later investigation would find that Janice had remained in Pearl River County for a time and worked as a waitress at Dickey's truck stop located on Highway 26 in Poplarville. After 1978, however, there was no record of her there. In a potentially concerning coincidence, around the time Janice was working at the truck stop, its owner killed his girlfriend and then himself. Janice's children began looking for her when they became adults, with their search efforts escalating in 2011. They submitted samples of their DNA and filed a report with the National Missing Persons Program. The program contacted the Harrison County Sheriff's Office in 2017, and they began their own investigation into Janice's disappearance. Once they were able to confirm that she had signed for the 1977 subpoena in Pearl River County, which was the last time they had any official record of her, they turned the case over to the Pearl River County Sheriff's Department in 2019. They subsequently determined that the last sighting of her was in 1978 when she was working at the truck stop. Her name and other identifying information had not been used since this time. Investigators followed up with known associates of Janice's, but none of them were able to provide solid leads. Then in December of 2021, a woman who had seen Janice's missing persons poster called in a tip that Janice had been working as a waitress in Raceland, Louisiana in the late 1970s or early 1980s. Authorities tracked down other individuals who had worked at the same diner around the same time, and while they remembered a woman who could have been Janice working there, they had not kept in contact with her and knew nothing of her current whereabouts. Mississippi Coast Crime Stoppers then shared a post about the case, which prompted another tip to come in. The individual who came forward knew a man, who was by then deceased, whose wife looked like Janice. She had been living under a different name, however. The couple's son was a man named David Streety, who was living in Goldthwaite, Texas. An examination of his Facebook profile found photographs of a woman who bore a strong physical resemblance to Janice. In February of 2022, investigators traveled to Texas to meet with David, who told them that his mother was receiving care at a Fort Worth nursing home. The investigators then went to Fort Worth to meet with David's mother and confirmed that she was Janice Bullock. She had been living under her current alias since 1980. As if learning his mother was not who he believed her to be was not enough to process, Janice's son David also learned at this time that he was not his parents' biological child, as he had previously believed. Janice and the husband she had, while living under an assumed name, allegedly purchased David from his biological family for $1,000 when he was an infant. There are no formal records of his adoption. According to David, he had a good childhood and never had any reason to suspect he was not his parents' biological son. His mother always said she had no living relatives when asked about her family. Despite the shock he feels at the situation and how upset he is with her, David says he still loves his mother. He plans to submit his DNA to 23andMe in hopes of finding his biological family and getting a better understanding of the circumstances of his adoption. He also wants to meet Janice's 4 children from her first marriage. One of those children, Lynette, has spoken to her mother following her identification. She has not publicly spoken about the resolution to the case in great detail. She has stated that her mother is ill without specifying what illness she has and thanked investigators for their hard work, which finally brought her family answers. It's just so early. We've been looking for her for over 40 years. We're all in shock still, she told the Picayune Item. On the evening of May 30th, 2012, 19-year-old Brittany Wood dressed up and left her mother's home in Mobile, Alabama, sometime between 7 and 7:30 p.m. Everyone assumed Brittany was going to visit a friend, but the reality was far different. Unbeknownst to her family, Brittany's actual destination was her uncle, Donnie Holland's home. What began as a seemingly ordinary visit would soon spiral into a nightmare for both her family and law enforcement. 2 days later, on June 1st, 2012, police made a gruesome discovery. Donnie, Brittany's uncle, was found dead in his car with a gunshot wound to the back of his head, creating a chilling crime scene. The bloody, shocking scene added a layer of mystery to the case. Intensifying the situation further, Brittany Wood remained mysteriously missing. Did Brittany have a role in Donnie's death? And if so, what drove her to such actions? Or was it someone else who not only killed Donnie, but also kidnapped Brittany? Brittany always had a dream of becoming a hairdresser and opening her salon one day. However, the young girl just in her teenage years would come across a man named Andy Woods. Their connection blossomed, leading to the joyous arrival of their beautiful daughter, Peyton, in 2009 when Brittany was just 18. While initially relishing the freedom of youth, the birth of Peyton signaled a profound change in Brittany's life. However, her life took an even more significant turn when just a few months after Peyton's birth, Amy and Brittany parted ways. Despite the breakup, the two made the decision to share custody, maintaining a positive and amicable relationship for the well-being of their daughter. Subsequently, Brittany ventured into dating, encountering several relationships that proved short-lived. Brittany found joy in spending time with her family, particularly her brother, Derek, whom she considered as her protector. Reflecting on her past, Brittany's tumultuous experiences were also rooted during her childhood days. Her father, Wallace Hankey, had divorced her mother, Chassie Wood, when she was just a baby. Despite the divorce, Brittany maintained a positive relationship with her father. However, the main complication arose in her connection with her uncle, Donnie Holland. Donnie seemed like a fun-loving guy to everyone, always nice to those around him. However, beneath the surface, his story was more complex than it appeared. At the time of his death, Donnie was actually under investigation for his alleged involvement in a child abuse ring, which extended to include other family members, even reaching members of Brittany's household. Now, is there a connection between everything that transpired in the past leading to the ultimate death of Donnie and Brittany's disappearance? On the evening of May 30th, 2012, Brittany left her house around 7:30 p.m. with her family assuming she was visiting a friend. Despite attempts to contact her later that night, they couldn't reach Brittany. The family, accustomed to her spending days with her friends, didn't initially suspect anything was amiss. However, unbeknownst to them, this was not just one of those nights. As Brittany's whereabouts remain unknown, a chilling revelation awaited the family 2 days later on June 1st, 2012. Donnie Holland, Brittany's uncle, was found in his car with the engine still running, left in a secluded area overlooking the Fish River. He had a gunshot wound to the back of his head behind his ear. He was transported to a local hospital but had passed away. Upon learning this distressing news, Brittany's family attempted once more to contact her and share the tragic information. Unfortunately, their attempts were in vain as her phone remained unresponsive, indicating that it was dead. When they were unable to locate Brittany at her usual hangouts, the family grew increasingly concerned. In response, they swiftly headed to the Mobile County Police Station and filed a missing person report. This set off a series of investigations encompassing both Donnie and Brittany. Now at the crime scene, the police conducted an exhaustive search for any evidence that could swiftly solve the case. Their thorough sweep revealed a small gun and a phone battery inside the car. While at the hospital, Brittany's mother, Chessie, mentioned that bags had been placed on Donnie's hands, presumably later for testing for gunshot residue. However, it remains unclear why these bags were removed without undergoing testing. In addition to the investigation, the police interviewed Donnie's wife, Wendy Holland, and their friend, Jennifer Gonzalez Moore, the individuals who discovered Donnie's body. They reported that Donnie was still gurgling blood when found approximately a mile away from the main road. The specifics of the interrogation, including whether Donnie was alive or not and the reason for their search, remain undisclosed. However, there was a significant suspicion that Wendy might be somehow connected to this incident. The police gathered the phone battery and the gun, presuming it to be the weapon used to shoot Donnie. However, surprising turn of events occurred when Brittany's best friend, Tiffany Bailey, confirmed that the gun belonged to Brittany. Tiffany revealed that Brittany had purchased the gun for protection shortly before her disappearance. With suspicions running high, questions arose about whether Wendy and her friend were involved or if Brittany played a role. However, another perspective on the story was yet to be explored. At the time of his death, Donnie was under investigation for his alleged participation in a troubling child abuse ring that implicated several of his own family members. A mere 30 minutes before his scheduled meeting with the investigators to discuss these allegations, he succumbed to a fatal gunshot while seated in his vehicle. Eric Winberg, a former detective with the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office, posited the belief that Donnie likely anticipated arrest and, as a result, took his own life shortly before the planned police meeting. Amidst the suspicions and assumptions, the quest for truth began. The investigation was initiated by scrutinizing phone records. It was revealed that the battery found in Donnie's car belonged to Brittany's cell phone. Furthermore, the call records confirmed that Donnie and Brittany did, in fact, meet on May 30th, 2012, the day she went missing. Records revealed that Donnie had picked up Brittany at her home in Mobile and drove her to the residence in the Styx River area. Brittany's text records revealed continuous messaging until 11:30 p.m., abruptly ceasing at that point. In the early hours of May 31st, they returned to Mobile, coinciding with the moment her phone ceased functioning, preventing any further data collection. Healed by these revelations, the police force took drastic measures in their pursuit of Brittany. A widespread search ensued, mobilizing volunteers, the search and rescue unit, helicopters, dogs, and boats. The operation spanned a 5-mile radius around the Styx River Basin, the last location where Brittany's phone had pinged. Despite numerous interviews with her friends and family, the exhaustive efforts yielded no trace of her whereabouts. Meanwhile, Brittany's daughter also longed to see her mother. However, faced with a failed search for Brittany, the focus shifted back to Wendy. Police noted that on the day Donnie was discovered dead, Wendy was observed deleting items from Donnie's phone, suggesting an attempt to conceal something. Initially overlooked, this action gained significance as the investigation hit a dead end, prompting the police to turn their attention back to Wendy. The DNA results from the car yielded no conclusive evidence, and the case reached a standstill. Soon, no further evidence surfaced to link anyone to the murder of Donnie Holland. Consequently, the case was closed, officially declaring it as a suicide. The decision to close the case as a suicide sparked controversy and raised many questions. Becca Johnson, a private investigator actively involved in the search for Brittany, would express skepticism, stating, "Generally, it's 4 to 5 hours till unpreserved gunshot residue is gone. And, hands and bags, it's being preserved. So I don't understand why that wasn't done, even if they thought it was an apparent suicide." Detective Eric Winberg confirmed that the gunshot residue test was not conducted because it was a procedure performed by the Alabama Department of Forensic Sciences at that particular time. Firearms expert Cameron Busey pointed out that the brain matter and bone fragments would likely have embedded into Donnie's hands if he had shot himself. However, no test was conducted to determine this aspect as well. Moreover, USI highlighted that placing the gun behind one's head would be highly unusual. "I don't know of any suicide that was done in that position." However, despite various concerns and observations, the cause of death was officially determined as suicide, and no concrete evidence emerged to challenge this conclusion. Although the case of Donnie concluded unexpectedly, the investigation delved deeper into unraveling its complexities as they explored the possibility of a family member being involved in the crime. The investigations exposed a disturbing history that the family had been hiding for years. They found that Donnie Holland headed a child abuse ring with the involvement of at least 11 other family members or friends. They had been abusing and exploiting children, including their own, for decades. As the police examined Brittany's Facebook profile, they discovered additional evidence linking the family to these accusations. Donnie's wife, Wendy, and Brittany's beloved brother, Derek, were among the 11 family members arrested for their involvement in the abuse ring. Adding to the gravity of the situation, Nate's mother, Jessie, faced charges of child abuse despite maintaining her innocence. The allegations against the mother included an assault on another underage female relative. As the inquiry progressed, information from Brittany's friends to whom she had confided surfaced. It was disclosed that Brittany herself had been a victim of Donnie's abuse when she was just 9 years old. According to her friends, Brittany had intentions of confronting Donnie and exposing him to the authorities. The revelation raised a significant question. Did Brittany kill Donnie out of revenge? While the hypothesis had a compelling backstory, the absence of concrete evidence made it purely speculative. In a simpler narrative or a motive, it might have been the audience's initial thought that Brittany was responsible for Donnie's death, considering the backstory and her subsequent disappearance, especially with her gun found. However, in legal procedures, evidence is paramount, and without sufficient proof, no further investigation into her involvement was pursued. Alongside the theory of Brittany seeking revenge, another hypothesis emerged. Could a past victim have killed Donnie out of revenge and subsequently kidnapped Brittany? The motive behind kidnapping Brittany remained unclear, but her unexplained disappearance prompted questions about whether she was still alive. While various hypotheses circulated, the undeniable fact was that Brittany's family was on the verge of facing the legal consequences. Nevertheless, Chessie, Brittany's mother, expressed frustration that her daughter had not been located yet. On December 9, 2014, a young victim testified against Donnie's wife, Wendy Holland, in court. The testimony included the harrowing account of the victim's earliest memories involving abuse by adult relatives, one of whom was the defendant, Wendy Wood Holland, who was 35 at the time. During the largest case in Alabama, which involved the prosecution of 10 individuals, the teen girl testified that the relatives often engaged in adult group activities, mentioning that Brittany Wood was sometimes involved in these activities. Prosecutor Teresa Hines asked how often such things occurred. It happened a bunch, she replied. A man who later pleaded guilty testified that he once participated in a six-way inappropriate encounter with a group of relatives, including the girl and Wendy Holland. Brittany Wood's 23-year-old brother, Derek Wood, pleaded guilty to engaging in inappropriate activities with the victim in Wendy Holland's case. He mentioned that he had such inappropriate interactions with Wendy too many times to count, starting at around the age of 13. Derek received youthful offender status for his case, which was sealed, and he spent 3 years incarcerated. Brittany's mother, Chessie Wood, who also faced charges related to a child abuse crime, arrived at court with her son, but was not allowed inside as she is a defendant in a related case. Moreover, she directly stated that her family members were guilty. Wendy Holland's brother-in-law, Dustin Kent, testified that he took part in a six-way inappropriate encounter involving Wendy, the alleged teen victim, and his wife, Mindy Kent, who is Wendy Holland's twin sister. Dustin Kent, who also pleaded guilty to sex charges, stated he first witnessed Wendy Holland engaging in inappropriate activities with the alleged victim in October 2011. A week after entering the guilty plea, Dustin Kent pleaded guilty again in Mobile County, this time for charges of sodomy and assault related to engaging in inappropriate activities with two different 13-year-old family members in 2008. He was sentenced to 17 years in prison. Subsequently, Randall Scott Wood, another uncle of Brittany, entered a guilty plea in Mobile County. In succession, each of the accused individuals was convicted on charges related to child abuse. Mindy Kent, Wendy's identical twin sister, also landed behind bars after Mobile County jurors convicted her of sodomy and abuse of a child under the age of 12 in 2015. She was sentenced to a maximum sentence of 40 years behind bars, 20 years for each count against her. In 2015, Wendy Holland was convicted of child abuse and child torture, receiving a staggering sentence of 219 years in prison. Brittany's mother, Chessie Wood, also admitted guilt to a misdemeanor charge and child endangerment. The conclusion of Donnie Holland's death as a suicide continues to be shrouded in controversy. The significant question of whether Brittany was the perpetrator remains unanswered definitively. However, beneath this veil, one certainty prevails. The troubled family of Brittany would face the consequences they deserved. After concealing these taboo activities for ages, justice ultimately had prevailed. Now concerning the disappearance or the night of the murder, only one person can tell us the truth, Brittany Wood herself. However, more than a decade has passed, and she remains elusive with her whereabouts still unknown. So, what do you think about this disturbing case? What could have happened on the night of Donnie's death? Was it really a disappearance and a suicide? Or was there something more twisted? Let us know your opinions. We'd love to hear from you. It was in 1973 when 23-year-old Althea Dale Blankenship and her 4-year-old son, Jeffrey, moved to Port Townsend close to the Puget Sound in Washington. Althea had spent her early life in Virginia before moving to Washington with her family. She graduated from Shoreline High School, Washington in 1967, and 2 years later her son Jeffrey was born. Althea had set her sights on creating a better life for the pair. Contemporary news articles do not mention whether Jeffrey's father was in the picture, and it appears he has never been named publicly. After spending a few years in Shoreline, Althea decided to move 50 miles to Port Townsend, Washington. Althea's parents, Oscar and Mary Marks, owned a home in Port Townsend, and she wanted herself and her son to be closer to her parents. The move was a breath of fresh air for the two, and they rented a room from Glenn Allen Bagley. According to local news reports, Althea and Glenn developed a romantic interest in one another. Unfortunately, little is known about Althea's time in Port Townsend. We do know that at the time, Glenn Bagley was separated from his wife Esther Mae Jessler. Just 3 years after Althea and Jeffrey were last seen, Esther too would disappear. She was last seen in Auburn, Washington on March 13, 1976, leaving home in her blue Mercury station wagon. By 1976, Esther had remarried and was training to become a paralegal. On the day that Esther disappeared, she told her second husband that she was going to rent a hotel room so she could be alone to study. While the disappearance of Esther and Althea have never been officially connected, it is hard to ignore the striking similarities. Althea and her son Jeffrey were last seen on March 27, 1973, at or close to the apartment that they shared with Glenn Bagley. That day, Althea and Jeffrey were due to travel to the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. From there, they had plans to fly to New York City and catch a connecting flight to Greece to meet up with Althea's parents, who were already holidaying there. Unfortunately, Althea and Jeffrey never made it to their flights and have never been seen or heard from again. Glenn is believed to be the last person to have seen the pair alive. He told the Kent Police Department that on March 27th, he dropped Althea and Jeffrey off at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, which was the last time he saw them. Investigators doubted his story, but without solid evidence, they were unable to move forward with a conviction. While searching Althea's room, they uncovered letters between the two that exposed their romantic relationship, which had previously been unknown. Following the 1976 disappearance of Esther, authorities ramped up their investigation of him. Glenn soon caught wind of the police attention that he'd garnered and had moved to the Philippines to escape the heat. Glenn Allen Bagley never returned to the United States, passing away in 2016 from cancer. According to the Charlie Project, the Kent Police Department tried to build a case against him for many years, but were always unsuccessful. An ex-girlfriend at Bagley later told investigators that he had not been building a cat house on the day of Esther's disappearance as he had told law enforcement. She refused to tell the police anything else as Glenn had threatened her, telling her, quote, "You will end up in the same culvert in Kinsang as Esther." Searches for Althea, Jeffrey, and Esther have been conducted, but nothing has been found so far. In 1973, burned and charred human remains were discovered on Protection Island, just off of Discovery Bay. Unfortunately, the chain of custody is somewhat murky on these remains, with the Port Townsend leader reporting, quote, "The remains pulled from the island burn pile in 1973 were transferred to the University of Washington's anthropology lab. It was concluded that the University of Washington had no documentation of those remains nor several other associated records from that era." Althea Dale Blankenship is described as a Caucasian female with brown hair, blue eyes, 5'7", and a 135 to a pound 140. Jeffrey Dean Blankenship was described as a white male with brown hair, brown eyes, 3'5" and a pound 75. Anyone with information is asked to contact Detective John Thompson of the Kent Police Department. It was on September 29, 1980, approximately 5 miles from Ashland, Virginia at around 6:30 p.m. when firefighters were attempting to put out a brush fire when they came across the burned remains of a young woman. She was found on a gravel dirt road that would be later named Wesley's Court, just off of what is now Greenwood Church Road, approximately 12 minutes outside of Ashland. The woman was able to be identified quickly through dental records. She was Patricia Eve Gegler. Not much is known about the young woman, but she was 28 years old. She was moving from her hometown in Pottstown, Pennsylvania to live with her brother in Richmond, Virginia. Authorities would discover that she had last been seen on September 29th around 3 p.m. at a Sunoco gas station in Ashland, Virginia. News reports from 1980 stated that she'd been there to get a used car tire. They would also discover her vehicle on the dirt road near the fire. An autopsy was performed and the medical examiner stated that Patricia had died from an upper airways burns due to immolation or death by fire. They said that she had most likely died within seconds of her airways being burned. They also stated that they didn't find any other wounds on her body, as well as no evidence of sexual assault. They could not determine if she had been conscious at the time of her death, and her death was ultimately ruled a homicide. There has been no speculation if the killer had started the fire or it had already been started and just utilized. No suspect has ever been reported to the public. There's no record that Patricia had been married at any point in her life. Her last known occupation had been stated as a waitress on her death certificate. Both of her parents passed away in 2010 and 2012, and they never got to know what happened to their daughter. Patricia was last seen at that gas station, and she'd only been about 30 minutes from Richmond, Virginia. Law enforcement has always been stumped on why she'd been on that road going in the wrong direction when she was last seen on the main road to Richmond. Authorities have never released much about this case, and details for this are significantly lacking. In January 2022, deputies from the Hanover County Sheriff's Department asked the public to come forward with any information regarding the case of Patricia Eve Gagler. 30-year-old Sheila Sue Connor was described as a loving and caring mother to her 8-year-old son, David. Sheila's life hadn't always been easy, with her son telling local news outlets that she'd been subjected to violence from a young age. Despite her challenging beginnings, Sheila was a kind and gentle soul who ensured her son would never have to face the same hardships she did. The two lived together in Houston, Texas, and things were going well for a while. That was until December 31st, 1991. David's only memory of that day was being pulled out of the bath and being told to dry off and put on some clothes as quickly as possible. Houston police officers crouched to his level and told him the devastating news. His beloved mother was missing. At 8 years old, this was hard for David to comprehend, and it took several years for him to be able to process that day entirely. According to reports, Sheila was last seen at Echo Glen Lane at the home of her boyfriend. The man with whom Sheila was in a relationship was much older than her, and her friends and family worried for her safety. Sheila was considerably more vulnerable as she was battling with addiction at the time of her disappearance. The last known contact from Sheila Connor came at 3:30 a.m. when she called a friend from her boyfriend's home in North Houston. She told a friend that she and him had gotten into an argument, and that was the last time anyone ever heard from Sheila. She was reported missing days later. When her missing person investigation began, her car was found abandoned and stripped down along Interstate 45 in New Haven, Texas. Sheila's boyfriend has never been publicly named, but David Connor believes his mother was murdered that night. David now works with the media to ensure his mother's name and story has never been forgotten. Sheila Sue Connor is described as a white female with brown hair, brown eyes, 5 foot, and a pound 130. She has a scar on the right side of her chin and the following tattoos: a leaf on her left leg, a rose on her right breast, and a tattoo on her arm. She was last seen wearing a black jacket, blue jeans, and maybe wearing glasses. Her son is still hopeful that someone with information will come forward and he can finally have some answers. Sunday, May 23, 1982, two roommates, 21-year-old Lori Lister and 18-year-old Melinda Aguilar, experienced a terrifying attack in their Houston, Texas apartment. A man seemed to target them with the clear intention of killing them. He tied them up and tried to drown Lori in their apartment bathtub. However, Melinda successfully escaped by pretending to faint and then jumping head first off her balcony. She sought help, and with the assistance of a neighbor, both herself and her roommate were saved. The culprit, 28-year-old Coral Watts, was arrested as he attempted to escape. What no one could have expected was that he was not only involved in just these 2 attempted murders, but was also suspected to have killed close to 100 other women. He confessed to killing 13 women and received a 60-year sentence in 1982. Then, in a shocking twist, in the early 2000s, this man who had committed numerous murders was on the verge of being set free from jail. This was because of a controversial legal ruling that changed his classification to a nonviolent felon. Surprisingly, under Texas law, well-behaved nonviolent felons could deduct 3 days from their sentence for every 1 day served. Watts, a model prisoner, had enough time deducted to potentially be released as early as May 9, 2006. The police, victims' families, and the public were left in utter shock and fear. The lingering questions haunted everyone. Why, against all reason, how could the killer be released? Can there be any conceivable justification for setting free a serial killer responsible for a multitude of deaths? Carl Eugene Watts, known by his nickname, Coral, was born on November 7, 1953 in Killeen, Texas, to Richard Eugene Watts and Dorothy Mae Young. His father served as a private first class in the Army, while his mother worked as a kindergarten art teacher. Before Watts turned 2, his parents separated, and after this, he was raised by his mother. They relocated to Inkster, Michigan. And in 1962, Dorothy Mae married a mechanic named Norman Caesar, with whom she had 2 daughters. When he was 8 years old, Watts and his sister battled meningitis. The illness nearly claimed his life, leading him to be held back in school an extra year and causing him to miss the 3rd grade. Herman Kiefer Hospital became Watts' temporary home, where he underwent spinal taps and had to be isolated from other patients. Reports from journalists suggested that Watts' body temperature reached alarming levels, raising concerns about potential brain damage. Following his illness, his family noticed a transformation in his personality. He became bashful, quiet, and introverted with a compromised attention span and a deteriorating memory. Struggling to keep up academically due to being held back a grade and suffering from chronic sleeplessness, Watts began having violent dreams about combating and killing malevolent spirits of women, and these disrupted his sleep cycle. When later questioned about his crimes and why he killed his victims, he explained that he wanted to free their spirits because they possessed evil eyes. At the age of 12, Watts began to relish his sleep-induced fantasies of torturing and killing girls and young women. This was when Watts, who was a teenager, started stalking girls, and it's thought he might have killed his first victim before the age of 15. At 15, Watts was identified by the police as the assailant in the attack on 26-year-old Joan Gave that occurred on July 29, 1969. During his newspaper delivery route, Watts knocked on Joan's apartment door and violently assaulted her when she opened it. Without showing any remorse, he continued with his delivery route as if nothing had transpired. Joan contacted the authorities and promptly reported the incident, leading to Correll's arrest at his home. Subsequently, he was mandated to undergo psychiatric treatment at the Lafayette Clinic in Detroit, a mental hospital. A psychiatric evaluation revealed mild intellectual disability with a full-scale IQ of 75 and a delusional thought process. Despite his poor academic performance, a police officer later described him as very, very intelligent with an excellent memory. Watts was released from the Lafayette Clinic on November 7, 1969. Despite academic struggles, Watts graduated from high school in 1973 and earned a football scholarship to Lane College in Jackson, Tennessee. However, he was expelled after 3 months due to allegations of stalking and assaulting women. Additionally, suspicion surrounded Watts in the cruel murder of a female student, contributing to his expulsion, although insufficient evidence prevented a conviction. Following his expulsion, he relocated to Houston, Texas. In 1979, Correll and Dolores Howard, his girlfriend, welcomed their daughter, Nikisha Watts. However, shortly after her birth, Correll and Dolores ended their relationship and went their separate ways. Correll then entered into a marriage with Valeria Goodwill. Shortly after their union, Valeria noticed Correll exhibiting peculiar behavior. He constantly rearranged the furniture, used knives to chop up houseplants, broke candles, melted them onto a table, and scattered trash around the floors without bothering to clean it up. Additionally, after moments of intimacy, he would abruptly leave, disappearing for several hours. Unfortunately, their marriage only lasted 6 months. Watts' murders officially began when he was 20 years old in 1974, though there are suspicions he may have had more victims prior to this as well. He kidnapped his victims from their homes, subjected them to torture, and ultimately took their lives. Striking in various states, his victims were primarily thin, attractive white women who were between the ages of 14 and 44. Watts used different methods to murder his victims, including strangulation, stabbing, bludgeoning, and drowning. At 10:45 a.m. on October 25, 1974, Correll knocked on 23-year-old Leonore Nasachi's apartment door. Claiming to be looking for Charles, the name of one of his siblings, he engaged Leonore in conversation. When she opened the door with the chain still secured, Correll asked if he could leave a note. As she went to fetch paper, he suddenly attacked Nozaki and choked her into unconsciousness. Although Leonore later alerted police, they were unable to locate her assailant. 5 days later, on October 30, 1974, Watts tortured and ruthlessly killed 20-year-old Gloria Steele, believed to be his second victim. A student at Western Michigan University, Gloria was also a mother. She was found with a crushed windpipe and 33 stab wounds to her chest inflicted by a wooden carving instrument. He didn't face a direct murder charge due to a lack of solid evidence. The only witness, Diane K. Williams, an apartment resident manager, observed a black man searching for Charles around the apartment complex. Upon seeing Williams, Corral seized her, forced her door open, and dragged her inside. During their struggle, Williams' phone rang, prompting her to knock it off the hook and scream for help. As her attacker fled, Williams saw him getting into a tan Pontiac Grand Prix. In a police lineup, both Williams and Nozaki identified Coral, who had been apprehended for stealing plywood from the Western Michigan University campus. For the Nozaki and Williams cases, he was taken into custody and charged with assault and battery on November 16, 1974. After being diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and attempting to take his own life with a length of cord at the Kalamazoo Mental Hospital, Watts was relocated to the Center for Forensic Psychiatry in Michigan. When questioned about the death of Gloria Steele in 1975, he admitted being nearby the day before Gloria died. However, he denied being responsible for her death, despite confessing to attacking approximately 15 other young women. A search at Watts' residence by Detroit police, conducted under a search warrant, revealed a wooden carving tool, but no evidence linking him to Gloria's death. During his trial for the assault and battery of Nozaki and Williams, Watts entered a no-contest plea and was subsequently sentenced to a year in the county jail. Psychologists evaluating him characterized Watts as extremely hazardous, lacking remorse for his crimes, reckless, careless, and emotionally distant, with a high likelihood of relapsing. After that, a series of attacks occurred in the Detroit region over the span of a year, where he claimed the lives of 5 women. One peculiar discovery was that the majority of his crimes happened on Sunday mornings. This odd pattern earned the perpetrator the ominous nickname Sunday Morning Slasher for an Arbor newspaper, heightening the mystery surrounding the timing of these horrifying attacks, all occurring at around 4 a.m. In 1980, Shirley Small, a 17-year-old from Ann Arbor, Michigan, was fatally stabbed twice outside her home on April 20th. A similar attack targeted Glenda Richmond, 26, on July 13, 1980. Both cases lacked sufficient evidence for conviction, but exhibited Watts' characteristics. The first homicide directly attributed to Corell occurred on September 14, 1980, when 20-year-old graduate student Rebecca Hoff was found dead, having endured around 50 stab wounds. A 20-year-old named Dalpy survived an attack on October 6, 1980, but suffered severe consequences, including partial paralysis and muscle weakness. On November 1, 1980, a 30-year-old woman, Agnes, narrowly escaped an attack by a hooded man resembling Watts after raising the alarm while returning from a Halloween party. Although she identified Watts from photos, the dimly lit surroundings left uncertainty. In July 1980, local homicide investigators turned their attention to Watts, prompting the formation of a task force to delve into the Sunday slashings. Watts came under sporadic surveillance, and in November, a court order allowed officers to install a tracking device on his car. On November 15, 1980, around 5 in the morning, 2 patrol officers near Main Street, Ann Arbor observed a suspicious man in a car following a woman walking home. Realizing she was being tailed, the woman sought refuge in a doorway in an attempt to elude or pursue her. Coral, frustrated by losing track of the woman, was apprehended by the police when they pulled over his car for outdated license plates and driving with a suspended license. During the inspection of his vehicle, authorities found a package containing wood-filling equipment and a few screwdrivers. Their most significant discovery was a dictionary belonging to Rebecca Hoff, bearing the carved phrase, "Rebecca is a lover." However, it proved insufficient evidence to link him directly to her murder. In the spring of 1981, Coro relocated to Columbus, Texas, and secured employment with an oil firm. During the weekends, he would travel over 70 miles to his next hunting ground in the Houston region. Between 1974 and 1982, Watts committed murders of numerous women, totaling dozens. Despite the extensive list of victims, Watts managed to evade detection as a serial killer for nearly 8 years. Several factors contributed to this elusiveness. Watts operated across various jurisdictions and even different states, complicating the task of connecting the crimes. Additionally, his modus operandi diverged from typical patterns as he never engaged in physical intimacy with his victims, unlike many other serial killers targeting women and girls. Consequently, even with the emergence of DNA testing, linking the crimes proved challenging. Furthermore, Watts was not considered a suspect by those who knew him, and law enforcement did not identify him as a potential perpetrator until his arrest in 1982. On May 23, 1982, Melinda Aguilar, 18, and Lori Lister, 21, experienced a break-in at their Houston apartment by Watts. When Lori came back from work, Watts choked her down the steps outside the apartment. Subsequently, he entered the apartment and began strangling Melinda. Pretending to be unconscious, Melinda managed to escape being strangled completely. Watts wire-tied her hands behind her back with the intent to drown Lori. He carried Lori's body upstairs to the bathroom, filling the bathtub with water. However, Melinda seized the opportunity and leaped out of the window to seek help. Lori was saved, and Watts was apprehended after he initially tried evading capture. While he was in custody, investigators started linking him to recent killings of women. Despite the connections, Texas prosecutors believed there was insufficient evidence to secure a murder conviction against Watts. In May 1982, following the attacks on Melinda Aguilar and Lori Lister, Harris County Assistant District Attorney Ira Jones negotiated a plea bargain. Watts would admit fully to his crimes, receiving immunity from murder prosecution in exchange for a charge of burglary with intent to murder. He agreed to a 60-year sentence for this offense. Watts accepted the deal, leading detectives to the graves of 3 victims. Finally, Watts confessed to attacking 19 women, resulting in the murder of 13. He admitted to killing some victims, but also refrained from confessing to the deaths for a few. However, Michigan authorities declined to participate in the deal, leaving his cases in that state open. However, the hope for justice took a devastating turn when, shortly into his prison term, the Texas Court of Appeals ruled that Watts had not been informed that the bathtub and water he used in the attempt to drown Lori Lister were considered deadly weapons. This decision reclassified him as a nonviolent felon and eventually opened the door to early release. This was because Texas law at the time granted nonviolent felons 3 days deducted from their sentences for every 1 day served with good behavior. Watts, a model prisoner, accumulated time deductions that could have seen him released as early as May 9, 2006. The subsequent abolishment of the early release law, prompted by public outcry, brought little solace as it couldn't be retroactively applied as dictated by the Texas Constitution. In 2004, a plea for justice equated across the nation as Michigan Attorney General Mike Cox sought information to convict Watts of murder and prevent his potential release. Joseph Foy from Westland, Michigan bravely stepped forward, recounting the chilling sight of a man resembling Watts murdering 36-year-old Helen Dutcher on December 1, 1979. Helen had succumbed to 12 stab wounds. Foy identified Watts by his eyes, hauntingly describing them as evil and devoid of emotion. Despite Watts' immunity from prosecution for the 13 confessed killings in Texas, Michigan held no such agreement. As the 2004 trial approached, law enforcement officials implored the trial judge to allow the Texas confessions into evidence, a plea he accepted. Watts faced conviction for the murders of Helen Dutcher and Gloria Steele and received 2 life sentences without parole in a Michigan prison on November 17, 2004. He was sentenced to serve his time in a maximum security prison in Ionia, Michigan. However, he passed away from prostate cancer a few years after this sentence began on September 21, 2007. In a hospital in Jackson, Michigan. In the end, he escaped once again from serving his full sentence for the lives he took, leaving a somber end to his dark tale. Coral Eugene Watts, a malevolent serial killer, terrorized the country with his many, many killings. Despite confessions, legal loopholes allowed him a reduced sentence and almost led to his release. His later conviction for the 1979 murder of Helen Dutcher exposed the depths of his darkness. Watts, a chilling reminder of hidden evil, left the Ann Arbor murders unsolved, casting a haunting shadow on his legacy. Born in the heart of Hong Kong on May 22, 1955, Lam Corwin faced a complex and turbulent upbringing. His father, Lam Wylock, led a challenging life with 2 mistresses, a legal wife, and 10 children, creating a tense family environment. Lam's early years were marred by severe mistreatment. When he and his biological mother lived in Malaysia, both endured violent domestic abuse from his father. Even after his parents separated, the situation didn't improve. His father's violent temper led to a traumatic incident in which 2-year-old Lamb was left unconscious with periorbital bruising and a skull fracture after his father slammed his head against a wall. From 1957 to 1960, Lamb lived in Brunei in a company dormitory, sharing the space with his father's mistresses and half-siblings before returning to Hong Kong. Though he excelled academically in primary school, starting junior high in 1968 at Ricci Middle School in Sham Shui presented difficulties. His father's dual shifts and Lamb's irregular schooling had taken a toll on his performance, especially in mathematics. By 1970, the demands of overseeing his father's motorcycle shop after school resulted in a downturn in Lamb's academic standing. His connection with his father further crumbled, and this was characterized by severe treatment. This also prompted Lamb to frequently escape from home. It had become a pattern in his life that persisted until his middle school years. After finishing secondary school, Lamb had officially started working in his dad's motorcycle shop. Later, he moved on to learn air conditioning servicing through a relative. This whole experience, filled with family problems and tough times, had set the stage for the mysterious person Lamb Corwin would eventually become. In early 1973, he had been kicked out of his home following an argument with his father. Near a public toilet on Hak Yuan Street in Hung Home, he used a knife to coerce a woman into the restroom where he inappropriately touched her lower body. This incident led to his arrest. Upon examination, a doctor diagnosed Lamb with mental issues, deeming him unfit for trial or imprisonment. Consequently, he was sentenced to treatment at King Shan Mental Hospital. After 102 days of treatment, he was discharged from the hospital and opted to change his name to Lamb Joachim. By the age of 19, his family noticed his peculiar fascination with the female body, along with his collection of locked-away pornography stored in a metal ammunition box. His family did try to help him, but despite their efforts, nothing seemed to make a difference. When these actions failed to satisfy him, his behavior took a more disturbing turn. He purchased a Polaroid camera and began taking illicit pictures of women from under toilet cubicle doors, prompting the women to chase him down the street. Later, he had been caught peeking at his sister while she was undressed outside the bathroom at their Kwantong residence. Following this, the family made a decision to relocate to another place in To Kwa Wan. At their new home, he and his younger brother shared a room, dividing the space by sleeping in separate compartments of a bunk bed. An agreement was in place. Their belongings were to be kept distinct with no interference from the other side. By 1978, he had obtained a taxi license and adopted the name Lamb Corwin upon officially starting his career as a taxi driver. Around 1980, he had been shifted to the night schedule, causing his family to only see him every 14 to 15 days. Then in 1981, a sudden interest in photography sparked within him, prompting him to delve into the study of this art form. However, lacking a dark room at home for printing color photos, he sought out a photo studio. To evade suspicion, he joined a photography class hosted by the Chinese YMCA of Hong Kong at the Waterloo Road Association. One of his fellow students worked in a Tim Shashue Photoshop. Lamb concocted a story claiming to work in a mortuary and, as a part-time photographer, needed assistance with autopsy images. Remarkably, his story was accepted, and the fellow student developed Lamb's photos to avoid causing alarm among colleagues. After a year of working as a night taxi driver, his mother noticed a drastic change in his behavior. He started neglecting personal hygiene, refusing to change clothes or shower. His demeanor became forlorn, and his mother even witnessed him wandering home like a sleepwalker in the dead of night. On a gloomy night of February 3, 1982, at the age of 27, Lamb transformed into something more sinister than a mere peeping Tom. During his stint as a taxi driver in the Tsim Sha Tsui district, one day he was seeking customers who were returning home after a night out, and here is where things took a dark turn. At around 4 a.m., a visibly intoxicated woman named Chan Fong Lan came out from a restaurant, and she desperately needed a ride. Looking at the state she was in, many taxi drivers turned her down. Despite seeing this, Lamb, seemingly unaffected, welcomed her into his taxi and agreed to take her home. Midway through the journey, the drunk woman requested a stop, and as Lam braked near a gas station, she opened the door to vomit. After this unsettling episode, she asked Lam to go back in the opposite direction, unsure of her location. Lam later confessed that he had hesitated to kill her initially, repulsed by her vomiting, but something within him snapped, and he decided he had had enough. He entered a garage, still in the Tsimsha Suite district, walked around to the passenger door, and used an electric cable to strangle the young woman. At 5 a.m., the time he normally finished his work, he drove to his house and parked as usual in front of the building. The street was deserted, so he hid the corpse in a large bag and carried it across the pavement into his apartment building. The night watchman slept on a cot in the entrance hall and did not wake up when Lam passed. He entered the apartment as silently as possible and hid the body under the sofa. For several hours, Lam pretended to be asleep in his bed, waiting for his family to leave after breakfast. Once his parents and brother left the apartment, he woke up and started to get his room ready. Lam took 500 yuan from the victim's wallet and used that to buy a power saw from the street. He covered the floor with plastic to make sure that even the baseboards were well protected. He laid the body of the innocent woman on the plastic and started to dismember it. He was very careful to not leave any trace of blood behind, but that was an impossible task, and some of it splashed on the walls. Hours passed as he was still dismembering the body of the victim, during which he took photographs and videos of the whole process, after which he named the videotape Serious Secret. He cut her body into 7 pieces, wrapped the head, limbs, and torso with paper, and sealed it in a plastic bag. The most disturbing part was that he put the private parts into a Tupperware container with rice wine for preservation. He methodically cleaned the crime scene, rolled up the plastic sheet, and scrubbed the floor and walls, leaving no trace of the horror that had unfolded. Making several trips to transport the body parts to his taxi, he remained unnoticed by passers-by. Satisfied that he'd erased any evidence of the disturbing act, he drove to the new territories. He was determined to find a secluded place to dump the body and stopped when he found a deserted spot on the banks of the Xingman River near Chaten. Making sure no one saw him, he took the packages out of his trunk, one after the other, and threw them into the river. The muddy waters carried the bundles to the sea. The limbs were washed down by the heavy rain and floated from Lucky Plaza to the Bel Air Gardens area. More than a week after the heinous act, Lam had heard a chilling revelation on the radio. A limb had been discovered on the bank of the Xingman River. Subsequent days brought the unsettling discoveries of more body parts, leaving the police to reconstruct the tragic puzzle. Investigators used tidal patterns to estimate the approximate time the body was disposed into the river. Notably, one of the arms bore a rare tattoo, a heart with a knife through it, an unusual marking for women at the time. This is what led them to identifying the victim. It was 21-year-old Chan Fong Lan. Despite launching a public appeal for witnesses, the police faced unfortunate challenges. The taxi driver didn't come forward, and Chan Fong Lan's friends hadn't noticed the license plate. It took more than a week for Lam to hear about the discovery of the body parts. The police had identified the body as that of Chan Fong Lan, a mother of 2 and a nightclub hostess in Tsim Sha Tsui. The grim details revealed Chan's night out with her sister and friends, her taxi rides home, and the tragic fate she met at the hands of Lam Corwin. Lam Corwin's first murder had been opportunistic, but the next one was meticulously planned. He, being a perfectionist, was resolute in being better prepared. He aimed for surgical precision, hence he opted for professional equipment instead of a power saw. He had extensively studied knives, blades, and scissors, and ultimately purchasing specialized surgical instruments along with several bottles of formaldehyde. Formaldehyde was a strong-smelling, colorless chemical used for preserving and disinfecting. On May 29, 1982, 3 days after purchasing his equipment, Lam had claimed another victim. His second target, also a bar worker, fell prey to him. This time, he calmly chose Chanwon Kit and strangled her with an electric cable before taking her home. As before, he waited in bed for his family to leave work and then commenced the gruesome task of dismembering the body. Lam had spent days contemplating his actions and meticulously prepared the room according to his plan. He had placed a large tray under the body to prevent blood from staining the floor, and then he had retrieved his video camera. Upon later inspection of the video, investigators discovered that he had placed the tray under the family's parakeet cage. While carefully cutting up the body, Lamb showed great skill. When he finished chopping it into pieces, Lamb took pictures of the body parts once again. As he thought a lot about a safe place to get rid of the body, he finally found the perfect spot after many nighttime trips. This time, he put the body parts in a big plastic bag and placed it in his taxi's trunk. Early in the morning, he drove through the tunnel to Hong Kong Island. The chosen place, Tai Hang Road, a densely wooded residential area, was a 20-minute drive east of the city center. After he parked in a hidden part of the street, he started having trouble carrying the heavy bag out of the trunk. He carried it a short way up to the railing and threw the body over it while he watched it roll down the slope into a muddy ravine. In the days that followed, Lamb had constantly reflected on the events of that night, not because he had felt guilty or remorseful, but because he had wanted to improve himself. 2 weeks later, he had struck again. On June 17, 1982, Ling Saw-wan, a 29-year-old nightclub cleaner, had finished her shift at 4 a.m. and held a taxi driven by Lamb. Shortly after, she met her tragic fate. Lamb brought her lifeless body back to his residence, where he indulged in a chilling series of actions. He documented his horrific acts, capturing them on both photographs and video, titling the recording Operation Rainy Night. Using the selfie function on his camcorder positioned on the bunk bed, Lamb filmed the dismemberment process, displaying an unsettling level of detail compared to his previous action. This time, he went as far as cutting open the abdomen, extracting the intestine, and even attempting to taste human flesh, albeit abandoning the attempt due to its nauseating effect. He then left the severed limbs in a burlap bag on Tai Hang Road, marking yet another horrifying chapter in this grim spree. With each crime, Lamb had become more daring. He had spent his time carefully preparing his next crime. Being familiar with the bars in Tsim Sha Tsui neighborhood, he knew the places where women often waited alone for his taxi. His first 3 victims had been what he had called bad girls, but he had wanted the next victim to be a woman of a higher social class. Deliberately, he opted to choose a young woman who appeared innocent, and this time it was 17-year-old Ling Wei-sum. Lamb had found her outside the hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui on July 2, 1982. She had attended a party at her high school before the final exams, but had decided to leave after dinner. Her friends from high school had put her in a taxi to ensure she would get home safely. Lamb led her to a secluded road and parked his car. The teenager was terrified when he grabbed her wrist and handcuffed her to the front seat. It was only 9:30 p.m., which was too early for him to return home, but that wasn't the only reason he wanted to keep her in his taxi. He surprisingly wanted company. He wanted to talk to her. Without any friends and desperate for a companion, he kept Ling tied up for hours, asking questions about her family, religion, and life in general. Lamb was generally enjoying her company. That wasn't enough to hinder his macabre plan. The teenager fell asleep at around 4 a.m. This is when Lamb started to strangle her with the electric cable. After this, he took the lifeless body of the innocent girl home and waited as usual for his family to leave the apartment. Once no one was at home, he attached his video camera to a high shelf to record. This was the video that would end up being later shown in court by the police. The video was more than disturbing. In the video, Lamb was engaging in inappropriate acts with the dead body, an act of necrophilia. Something important to be noted was that when he was earlier setting up the lighting equipment to film his activities, a lamp had fallen on the young victim's thighs and it burnt her skin. He also took pictures of her and videotaped it to subsequently name it as Fourth Operation. Then he cut the body into pieces as he had done with the previous victims, which would later come back to haunt him. Later, he abandoned the corpse on Tai Hang Road. On August 10, 1982, Lamb sought to enlarge the dismembered photo of his fourth victim. Coincidentally, the enlarger at his friend's Photoshop was faulty, so Lamb's friend transferred Lamb's negatives to the Mung Kok branch for magnification. During the manual enlargement process, the branch's photo editors noticed unsettling details in the developed photos, indicating a potential connection to a human body's dismemberment. Suspicious as he was, the shop's supervisor alerted the police due to features like a burn mark on the victim's thigh and a picture of a severed breast. Upon receiving the report, the police assigned the case to the Kowloon Regional Homicide Squad. Sergeant Lee Kwan led detectives to gather statements from the clerks at the Tsim Sha Tsui and Mon Kok branches, securing the photos and negatives. The forensic officer from the Scientific Forensics Department conducted detailed examinations. Analysis of the flesh and blood color inferred that the photographed corpse had been deceased for less than 3 hours. The manner of dismemberment suggested that the perpetrator lacked medical anatomical knowledge, eliminating the possibility of them being teaching pictures. Notably absent was the usual green sheet used in autopsies. Forensic experts also confirmed that the photos were not printed matter, but direct photographs from a real corpse. Additionally, a small water droplet captured in one photo reflected half the face of a girl resembling Ling Yaisung, who had vanished on July 2nd. Based on the findings of the medical examiner and scientific forensics division, the police concluded that Ling had been murdered and decided to proceed with an arrest. On the morning of August 17th, Sergeant Lee had led the team in an ambush at the photo shop. He instructed the clerk to mix several other photos in with Lam's set of 13 photos and urged him to engage Lam in discussions about the photos, their locations, and the purpose of the enlargement. The aim was to record the conversation and gather evidence. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Lam arrived by taxi to collect the photos. He meticulously inspected each photo as requested by his friend and explained that the enlarged photos would be used for courtroom presentations, particularly for jurors to view the contents more clearly. Lam claimed he frequently worked in different mortuaries. After confirming the photos and settling the payment, Sergeant Lee disclosed his identity and promptly arrested Lam. Initially, Lam concocted a fabricated story, attributing the photos to a supposed four-eyed guy from the Oriental Daily whom he had planned to meet in Tokwa-wan. However, investigations revealed that no such person existed. Consequently, the authorities swiftly applied for a warrant to search Lam's residence within the 48-hour legal time frame to obtain physical evidence. Otherwise, they would have been required to release him. During the search, they discovered severed body parts, including breasts and vaginas belonging to the deceased women, personal items, preservatives, anatomy books, and surgical tools in Lam's cupboards. The police also seized and searched his taxi, leaving a note on the windshield that indicated its involvement in a crime and said that it was not to be towed. Further examination of the vehicle revealed evidence such as handcuffs and wire in the glove compartment, along with 2 holes in the back of the front seat likely caused by one of the deceased women's high heels during a struggle. Reportedly, investigators retrieved an extensive collection, including 696 negatives, 1,500 color slides, and 1,900 meticulously coded photographs documenting Korjuan's victims across various stages of his crimes. His meticulous record-keeping significantly aided the police investigation. Ultimately, authorities successfully located the body parts belonging to all of his victims, enabling their identification and subsequent return to their respective families. Lam Korjuan, alongside his younger brother and father, were brought to the police station to aid the investigation. Given the cramped living space and the volume of evidence discovered in the bedroom shared by Lam and his brother, authorities suspected that the taxi driver hadn't acted alone. Lin was released after 3 days of intensive questioning and custody. The younger Lam maintained that due to their different schedules, he rarely encountered his brother and had no involvement or knowledge of the incidents. To hasten their release, their father and younger brother urged Korjuan to clarify that they were not involved. In an attempt to persuade her son to confess, Lam's mother also visited the police station. Korjuan cooperated with authorities in locating the victims' body parts. However, despite their cooperation, the police still believed that the younger Lam might have been implicated. Consequently, both brothers were charged with 4 counts of murder and presented at Sampokong Magistrates Court. They were later transferred to the Su Lam Psychiatric Center for assessment. Supporting the younger brother's consistent denial of involvement, he was eventually released due to insufficient evidence after the 6th hearing. Meanwhile, a medical evaluation confirmed that Korjuan was of sound mind, exhibiting a remarkably high IQ, reportedly over 130, and was deemed fit to stand trial. With prima facie evidence established, the case was referred to the Supreme Court for trial. The trial started on March 3, 1983, and many people gathered outside the court to see how Lamb would behave. Authorities stated the case's details were too distressing for women. Hence, 7 male jurors were carefully selected to ensure a fair trial. To prevent shock, only the lawyers, judges, and jurors were allowed to view Lamb's videotapes. Additionally, the victim's organs were kept out of the courtroom. Throughout the trial, the prosecution presented police office, Photoshop staff, forensic and scientific experts, and even Lamb's family as witnesses. Realizing the weight of the evidence against him, Lamb sought a deal, admitting to manslaughter in exchange for a reduced sentence. However, this plea was rejected. The judge directed the jury not to debate Lamb's guilt, but to decide between murder or manslaughter charges. The trial delved into debates over Lamb's mental state involving testimonies from 5 psychiatrists. 3 suggested an obsession with women, while 2 questioned his self-control. After 18 days, on April 8 the same year, the judge instructed the jury to deliver a verdict based on whether they believed Lamb had control over his actions during the crimes. After over 3 hours of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Lamb sane, driven by abnormal desires and guilty of murder. Initially sentenced to death by hanging, Lamb's punishment was commuted to life imprisonment after Hong Kong abolished capital punishment in 1984, courtesy of the governor's pardon. After his conviction, Lamb was sent to Stanley Prison and later transferred to Shekpik Prison, where inmates referred to him as Lamb. He maintained a quiet demeanor, avoiding discussions about his past and preferring solitude. Reports indicated that he earned a small salary, remained reserved, and didn't engage much with others. He spent time reading newspaper, medical, and religious texts, and participated in Catholic and Christian classes within the prison. Although he received occasional visits from church volunteers, he had no family visits. His cell was filled with newspapers and books, and he developed a reputation among inmates for his knowledge of purple star astrology, a form of Chinese fortune-telling. Even prison officers sought his advice. In 2018, at 62 years old and having served more than 34 years, Lamb applied for parole, which sparked public concern. Despite the parole board's periodic review every 5 years, concerns about the potential for repeated offenses led them to decide against changes or parole at that time. Reports also suggested that Lamb was seen by some prisoners dissecting cockroaches in prison and creating intricate displays out of them as stored in a matchbox. During the 1983 trial, Lamb's mother testified about the abuse her eldest son endured as a child, detailing how Corwin's father had been physically violent, even causing severe head trauma when the boy was just 2 years old, resulting in 2 black eyes. She herself had also experienced abuse within the family. Experts have linked severe childhood head injuries with later psychological issues such as necrophilia. It was reported that Lamb mentioned to a psychiatrist that he believed he received instructions from God to commit the killings. Throughout the investigation, Lamb's actions remained shrouded in mystery. His choice of a Kodak shop for developing films, despite owning the necessary equipment, left investigators puzzled. Some speculated that he might have subconsciously desired arrest, having nearly faced it before. The autopsy's grim findings, coupled with the way the bodies were dismembered, raised suspicions of a professional killer at work. Yet, amidst these chilling details, Lamb's family faced challenges due to the case's attention. They attempted to sell their apartment, but struggled due to its notoriety, leaving them with no option but to continue residing there. Following the case's conclusion, the police, wary of potential media exploitation, destroyed all tapes and photos captured by Lamb. However, some of the victims' organs found a different fate. They're housed at the Wan Chai Forensic Medicine Headquarters for educational purposes. On November 16, 1986, Lamb's father sought a form of redemption for his son's sins by dedicating a memorial tablet at Yuanjin College, a somber acknowledgement of the lives lost to his son's malevolence. As we near the end of Lamb Corwin's chilling saga, it's essential to remember the 4 innocent women whose lives were tragically taken. Lamb's story is a haunting testament to the complexities of the human mind and the devastating consequences they can produce. Such narratives emphasize the urgent need for a deeper understanding of mental health, greater awareness, and the importance of addressing these issues. Now 68 years old, Lam Corwin is serving a life sentence in the maximum security Shekpik prison on Lantau Island for the horrific murders that shook Hong Kong in the early 1980s. His name is forever etched in the city's history as its first serial killer. His reign of terror ended on that fateful day of his arrest, August 17, 1982, when he was just 27 years old. Sherry Black's hobbies in her youth helped shape the fulfilling life she built as an adult. Growing up in a family that owned a bowling alley, Sherry became a skilled bowler. She joined various competitive bowling leagues and traveled across the United States to compete. It was through one of these leagues that she met Earl Black, the man who would become her husband. The couple married in April of 1965, and soon after, Sherry channeled their mutual love for the outdoors and animals into a career as a docent at the Hogle Zoo in Salt Lake City, Utah. Sherry and Earl had 2 children, Heidi and Jason. Tragically, Jason passed away in 1989 at the age of 18. Heidi later married Greg Miller and had 6 children, all of whom were dearly loved by Sherry and Earl. Heidi raised her children in a home next to her parents, allowing Sherry and Earl to be an active part of their grandchildren's lives. The fall of 2010 brought several changes for Sherry and her family. By then, Sherry and Earl had 1 great-granddaughter, and their first great-grandson was expected in the spring. Their oldest grandson had recently arrived in Chile, where he would serve as a missionary for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Heidi, their daughter, had married into a well-known Utah family that owned multiple car dealerships and the Utah Jazz NBA team. While the Blacks maintained a more modest lifestyle, they worked hard and eventually turned their passions into business ventures. Sherry's lifelong love of reading allowed her to build a business selling books. Earl worked making custom knives and pool tables. The growing space they needed for their businesses led to Sherry and Earl building a store connected to their home of almost 40 years, which was tucked back from a busy 8-lane highway in South Salt Lake, Utah. They worked alongside each other in the store they named B&W Billiards and Books. November 30th, 2010 started out as a normal day for Earl Black. However, his day and the rest of his life abruptly went off track shortly before 2 o'clock that afternoon when he arrived at the store he shared with his wife. When he went inside, he discovered Sherry's body. A pair of scissors was lodged in her chest and there were lacerations on her head and her neck. She was partially naked and later examination of her body would find signs that she had been sexually assaulted after she was killed. In addition to being assaulted after she was killed, in addition to being stabbed, she had also been beaten. A distraught Earl called 911 and authorities were sued on the scene. Earl was taken to the police station, where he met with for the rest of the day and most of the evening. The investigation into Sherry's death was stymied early on because no one could identify a motive for the murder. When police canvassed the neighborhood, everyone described Sherry as the ideal neighbor. She was quiet but very friendly and never caused any problems in the neighborhood. There were no signs of forced entry at the scene. Robbery did not appear to be the motive for the murder because cash was still in the register, but there was no way of knowing if any valuable books had been taken from the store. While there was a digital record of some of the books Sherry owned because she was offering them for sale on Amazon, there were no such records for the books she planned to sell directly. Sherry kept no records of the books she had in her collection, instead keeping her inventory in her head, which was a common enough practice, according to some of her acquaintances in the used book business. Sherry had been selling books for approximately a decade at the time of her death. A large part of her business involved sourcing used books at thrift stores and estate sales. Thanks to her lifelong love of reading, she had a talent for being able to discern which books were valuable and which ones were not worth reselling. She would sell used children's books and novels by listing them on Amazon.com. Most of the items Sherry sold online were not particularly valuable, with a notable exception being a hardcover edition of John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath, which she had listed for sale on Amazon for just over $2,700 at the time of her death. Sherry was also involved in the world of selling vintage books and texts connected to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, combining her love of books with her faith. Early LDS literature is highly prized amongst collectors, and some rare books sell for $101,000. While Sherry had been involved in some higher ticket sales, she generally sold collectible church-related texts that were valued at between $100 and $300. Since she had no inventory records for this part of her collection, it was theoretically possible that her killer had stolen a valuable book. Sherry's bookstore did not run on a traditional retail model. She had almost no customers walk in off the street and almost exclusively bought and sold books at the shop by appointment. This allowed her to run personal errands or search for new books to sell during normal business hours. Sherry had an impeccable reputation amongst other booksellers and dealers of LDS literature, as well as with her customers. She was known for her integrity, and her customers would come back to sell to her again and again because she was always fair in her transactions. She cared about books and protecting the history they contained, but also about the people who trusted her enough to be her customers. Sherry was unknowingly involved in one criminal transaction, something she was horrified to learn of after the fact. In February of 2009, she paid a 20-year-old named Lauren Nielsen $20,000 for 14 rare books connected to the early history of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, including a second edition of the Book of Mormon. Nielsen had sold books to her before and had later purchased some of them back from her. Nielsen's father was a church president in a polygamous offshoot church. In March of 2009, he noticed that several of the books in his collection of rare LDS texts were missing. He reviewed his security footage and saw his son Lauren removing the books from his personal library on February 20th. Lauren had been at the home, which also served as a church meeting place, for a funeral that day. The elder Nielsen confronted his son about the books, and Lauren admitted to taking them and selling them at B&W Billiards and Books. He then threatened his father, telling him that he would not be happy with the chain of events that would unfold if he contacted the police. Lauren claimed this was because he was a member of a local gang. Lauren's father still called the police, who in turn contacted Sherry Black. She was very upset to learn that she had purchased stolen property. She told the police the approximate value of the book she had purchased from Lauren was $45,000, a figure confirmed by another book dealer. Sherry was fully cooperative with police when she learned about the theft. She had only sold one of the books, a first edition of the French version of the Book of Mormon, to another book dealer for $10,000. She returned the rest of the stolen books as soon as she was notified that they were stolen. Nielsen pled guilty to theft and theft by deception in April of 2009 and sentenced to 90 days in jail. This led to speculation that he may have killed Sherry in retaliation for her cooperation in the investigation into his theft. Nielsen was booked into the Salt Lake County Jail for violating his parole shortly after Sherry's murder, but police would not confirm if he was being investigated in connection with the crime. Sherry's killer had left behind his blood, palm print, and fingerprints at the crime scene. Police believed he had cut his hand when he was in the process of stabbing Sherry, resulting in his blood being found at the scene. Nielsen's DNA and fingerprints were not a match to this evidence, eliminating him as a suspect. Police had one other piece of evidence left behind at the scene, an Armani exchange belt. The belt, which may have been a knockoff, did not belong to anyone in the Black family. Its size indicated it would fit someone with a 36 to 38-inch waist. There was a sticker on the back of the buckle, printed with the number 323. Authorities hoped that this number was an inventory or thrift store number but could never track it down. Sherry's husband Earl was devastated by her death. He never slept in the home he had shared with Sherry for nearly 4 decades again after her murder, and he began missing the family events that had been so central to his life with Sherry. Sherry's grandchildren mourned the fact that their children would not grow up with Sherry as the important and involved figure she had been in their lives. While they struggled with their grief, the Black family also did what they could to bring Sherry's killer to justice and to preserve her memory. They established the Sherry Black Foundation to educate police departments about emerging forensic techniques. They maintained a website with information about the case and regularly put up billboards asking for tips. The reward they offered for information in the case eventually grew to $250,000 million. While police had the killer's DNA, they could not find a match to it in the FBI's national database. As years passed with no suspect identified in the case, they eventually turned to the novel DNA techniques advocated for by the Black family. On the 7th anniversary of Sherry's murder, the South Salt Lake Police Department held a press conference at which they released composite images of what the man responsible for Sherry's murder may look like at different ages. The images were generated by Parabod Nanolabs using their DNA phenotyping technology, which uses DNA profiles to identify certain features that the contributor of that DNA may have. This was the first time the technology was used in a case in Utah. The effort did result in numerous tips being called in, but did not lead to Sherry's killer being identified. Just a few years later, investigators turned to genetic genealogy to help them identify a suspect in Sherry's case. They were able to narrow down their suspect pool to a single family. They then contacted one member of this family, who agreed to meet with investigators and provide details about their family tree. This effort led to the identification of a potential suspect. He was then placed under surveillance and followed to a public place where police surreptitiously collected a sample of his DNA from a discarded item. The DNA was tested and found to be a match to the DNA found at Sherry's crime scene. On October 7, 2020, a direct DNA sample was collected from the suspect and submitted to the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services. The following day, they confirmed that it was this man's DNA found at the crime scene. On October 10, 2020, just weeks before 10th anniversary of Sherry's murder, this individual was arrested and charged with the crime. He was publicly identified as 29-year-old Adam Durborough of Orem, Utah. Following his arrest and after he was advised of his rights, Durborough confessed to Sherry's murder. He further stated that he had followed the case online and in the local media and had been aware that the DNA evidence had been recovered at the scene. Durborough's fingerprints and palm print would later be matched to those from the crime scene. At the time of the murder, Durborough had been just 19 years old and living less than a mile away from Sherry's home and store at the home of his biological mother. Durborough's criminal record stretches back to his teenage years. In 2006, when he was just 14 years old, he was convicted of attempted rape and aggravated assault in Davis County Juvenile Court. It is unclear if Durborough's DNA was collected after this conviction or if it was expunged from the database when he reached the age of majority. For either reason, it was not in the offender database when the samples from Sherry Black's case were run through the system in 2010. Durborough was again convicted of a crime as a juvenile in 2008 at the age of 16 in Iron County. This conviction was for aggravated assault with weapon or force. Durborough ended up at a juvenile facility in Salt Lake County, where he participated in a program which allowed him to complete his junior and senior years of high school while in the care of the juvenile justice system. On September 16, 2010, Durborough shoplifted 2 CDs from a Shopko store in West Valley City. He pled guilty to a misdemeanor theft charge on October 27th. He was sentenced to 60 days in jail, but the judge suspended the sentence, and Durborough was given probation. Just over a month later, Sherry Black would be killed. While he was now a legal adult, Durborough was still in the custody of the Utah Division of Juvenile Justice Services, and following his shoplifting conviction, he was placed in a foster home under the jurisdiction of Pioneer Youth and Adult Community Services. It was while he was in one of these homes that he committed his last known criminal act. In January of 2011, he stole watches from a jewelry box in his foster home. He later told police he had taken the watches because he had caught 2 men he worked with smoking marijuana and dealing pills. They told him that he would be fired if he could not prove that he was not going to report them, so he took the watches to give to them as collateral so that he could keep his job. The watches were recovered and the man Durborough had given them to was convicted of misdemeanor theft. Durborough was sentenced to 6 months in jail, and he began serving that sentence at the end of March of 2011. Durborough's only run-in with the law after 2011 was an infraction for failing to have insurance, which was ultimately dismissed. Durborough's DNA was not entered in the criminal database after either of his theft convictions because he pleaded guilty to a Class B misdemeanor in each case. In the state of Utah, only individuals convicted of felonies and Class A misdemeanors are required to submit samples of their DNA. Durborough formally pled guilty to aggravated murder in 3rd District Court on October 4, 2021. His sentencing hearing was then held on February 23, 2022. At that hearing, Durborough's defense team asked the judge to sentence him to 25 years to life in prison, which would leave open the possibility of him one day being released on parole. They argued that Durbaro had cooperated by pleading guilty. They also argued that the murder had occurred because of the anger issues Durbaro had as a result of his difficult childhood, during which he endured things which they said no child should go through. This was presumably in reference to Durbaro's adoptive father, Joseph Durbaro. He was arrested in 2002 for child pornography charges related to his child modeling photography business. He would serve time in both federal prison and the Utah State Prison after being convicted of charges of child pornography and sexually abusing children. Adam Durbaro's lawyers argued that while this in no way excused his actions, it should be taken into account when he was sentenced. According to Sherry's family, she would have felt sympathy for Durbaro and his circumstances had he made different choices. She helped anyone she could, any way she could. Sherry's oldest grandchild, Courtney Hawks, told the court, "There's the real irony of all of this. She would have been an advocate for this perpetrator if only he'd chosen a different path. Instead, he preyed upon her. He brutally took out all his anger and frustration and rage on her like she was nothing, and she was not nothing." Numerous members of Sherry's family addressed the court during the hearing, providing stories of Sherry's life and how difficult the past 11 years had been without her. They requested that Durbaro be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. They had worried about him being free for the 10 years after the murder and prior to his arrest and could not move on if they knew he could be free to hurt someone else in the future. Before sentencing Durbaro, 3rd District Judge Randall Scanchi stated that he felt sorrow at both the loss of Sherry's life and the impact it had on her loving family, as well as the fact that Durbarox had no such support system. While he believed Durbarox was sorry for what he had done, he also believed that the crime was egregious and spontaneous. He sentenced Durbarox to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Sherry's family issued a public statement following Durbaro's sentencing. While this sentence delivers a sense of justice, no punishment imposed can heal the pain or fill the void created by Durbarox when he chose to take the life of our beloved Sherry. The statement said in part, although he took her life, he could not take her soul, which lives on and is part of the love, beauty, kindness, and talents that her husband, daughter, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren will carry forward. Her legacy is a gift to future generations. The life she led and the influence she had can never be taken away. Daniel James Morcom and his twin brother Bradley, along with their older brother Dean, were born to Bruce and Denise, living in the quiet town of Palm Woods on Queensland's Sunshine Coast. Bruce often spoke of Daniel's generous spirit and genuine care for others. The family was tightly knit, and Bruce noted that, while Daniel was shy with strangers, he was lively and full of energy around his family. Known for his good manners, punctuality, and behavior, Daniel was a joy to his parents. He loved being outdoors, spending time with animals, and playing with his brothers. His dream was to become a vet. His family described their life as simple and easygoing. On Sunday, December 7th, as darkness fell, Daniel's family grew anxious when he didn't return home by around 4:15 p.m. They asked his brothers, who had been out with friends, but none had seen him that day. Denise decided to walk to the bus stop. On her way, she noticed a broken-down bus being towed but found no sign of Daniel. She called the bus company, which confirmed that no one matching Daniel's description had boarded that day. The police were contacted shortly after 7:30 p.m. By the following day, the first images of Daniel appeared in the media, and a search began with police, up to 50 state emergency volunteers, and rescue helicopters scouring the area. But nothing turned up. We're scouting the area, but nothing turned up. His brothers spoke of how upset they felt that Daniel had asked them both to go shopping with him that day. But both having plans, they said no. The search quickly began to widen with waterways and dams being explored too. Police divers were combing through the waters and volunteers were searching the grassland. It really was all hands on deck to try and find Daniel Morcom. The outpouring of help and support from the community was huge. Daniel's parents and brothers soon joined about 400 people to attend a vigil. Denise and Bruce quickly became regular faces in the media. Over the coming days, they were constantly appealing for help and making sure Daniel's face and details were being widely circulated. 2 weeks later was a particularly painful day for the family. December 19th would mark Daniel's 14th birthday. Authorities decided to create a reenactment, hoping to jog any memories from any motorists on the road that day. Several witnesses came forward. Some said they had seen Daniel that day, waiting near the bus stop, bored, and drawing pictures in the mud with a stick to keep himself occupied. Others reported seeing him stood near a man who was leaning against the wall behind him. He was described as gaunt, with a tattoo and a goatee, and this was corroborated several times. Just after 2:10, Daniel was no longer stood in the bus stop. Using the time frames they all provided, it was concluded that Daniel disappeared in an incredibly small 90-second window. A life-size clay model of the man seen near Daniel that day was placed in the same spot where he had disappeared, as well as a model of Daniel. And within just a few days, over 300 tips came in, tips that included reports of a suspicious white car circling the area that afternoon. As March 2004 came around, over 3,000 calls had been logged by Crime Stoppers, more than any other case in its history. Over the next few months, more and more events were held to try and raise awareness. Over 50 printing companies rallied together to produce almost 2 million leaflets about Daniel. Milk bottles with his face on it were also dispensed. And by October that year, more than 8,000 calls providing tips had been made. A $250,000 reward was announced, the biggest in Queensland's history. 2005 was soon here. As this year was a big one for Bruce and Denise, with their son still missing, they founded the Daniel Morcombe Foundation. It was initially started as a way to draw more attention to their missing son's case, but it soon became so much more. They started offering support to educators, parents, and carers, and providing resources and education packs to help raise awareness about child safety. Months would soon turn into years, and despite the almost 10,000 tips that had been lodged, Daniel was still gone. Each year, his pictures would circulate the media, and the foundation would continue to keep his name alive. But despite the leads, police were still lacking in a lot of evidence. At one point, they had more than 500 persons of interest on their radar, but again, not enough to pull anyone in. For years would soon have passed. The Morcombe family, who had been in the same house since Daniel's disappearance, obviously still hoping one day he might come home, made the tough choice to move. All of his belongings were just as he had left them that day, completely untouched. His parents made the difficult decision to pack up their family home and relocate elsewhere. Bruce and Denise had been following up on every tip that came their way, no matter how far it led them. Bruce even started his own covert operation, interviewing sex offenders in the area that claimed they had information. Nothing came of any of it, and the lot was nothing more than a hoax. The more time that passed, the more everyone feared that Daniel would never be found, and the case would never reach a conclusion. But Bruce and Denise weren't giving up. They soon called for an inquest into his disappearance, hoping that the lengthy list of persons of interest would be looked into once more. The inquest was granted and called the bus driver who didn't initially stop, and the people who had seen the man in question hanging around near Daniel, as well as a number of persons of interest. Thousands of pages of investigation were delivered to the state coroner. It was now sadly believed that Daniel had been killed shortly after being abducted, and authorities confirmed that they were now likely looking for his remains. One person that was asked to come and answer questions under oath was a father of three, 41-year-old Brett Peter Cowan. Brett was known to police and had actually been on their radar since the start. He was even interviewed just 2 weeks after Daniel went missing, and police admitted there were holes in his alibi from the beginning. Brett was not only close to the area at the time, but he had a string of shocking convictions, including several counts of sexual abuse against young boys. But after this, their attention had turned to another convicted sex offender named Douglas Jackway. As Brett entered the courtroom, however, Bruce and Denise recalled they took a sharp intake of breath. Denise said she turned to Bruce and said, "That's him. I know that's him." Brett was asked a series of questions, and the answers became more and more shocking. Dennis said that one of the most shocking of all was Brett stating there was no way he could have abducted Daniel, as he liked 6 to 8-year-old boys, and Daniel was far too old for him. Brett's list of offenses soon came to light in the courtroom. In 1987, a 7-year-old boy called Tim in Brisbane became Brett Peter Cowan's first known victim. Tim was at his usual day care center, which happened to be where 18-year-old Brett would work and help out. One day Brett tried to lure him into the bathroom, but Tim refused to go. Brett then, brazenly, grabbed Tim and forced him into one of the cubicles. Tim was subjected to a brutal and sustained sexual assault before Brett started strangling him, telling him he would kill him if he ever told anyone. It only stopped when one of the daycare workers called Tim's name out. Tim believes that if she hadn't come looking for him at that moment, he probably would have died. He said that although he survived the horrific ordeal, he still feels like Brett took his life that day. Brett was placed under arrest for the attack on Tim, but was given bail and went on the run for 2 years, eventually being found in New South Wales. Young Tim found the courage to testify against him in court and recalled that Brett was just sat smiling at him as if the whole thing was a game. Brett was sentenced to 2 years for the crime, but served less than 1 year before being let out. He moved to Darwin and told people he was a reformed Christian and had found God. Just a short while later, however, he viciously attacked another child. He snatched a 6-year-old from a trailer park, raped him, then left him for dead in the boot of a burnt-out car. Incredibly, the child managed to get out and stumbled to a petrol station for help. His collarbone was broken, one of his lungs was punctured, and his eyes were hemorrhaging from the suffocation he had been subjected to. Brett was eventually caught and sentenced to 7 years. He served 4. Brett's Peter Cowan underwent multiple psychiatric examinations, and one of the psychologists who had assessed him said he was a pathological liar with mild psychopathy and a severe lack of empathy. His crimes against young children were so depraved and caused such unimaginable trauma to them, it would only be a matter of time until he struck again. As his day in court, answering questions in regards to Daniel's case drew to a close, Brett looked at Bruce and Denise in the eyes and said, "I had nothing to do with Daniel's disappearance. Nothing at all." After witnessing Brett's answers and armed with a new task force, the investigation into Daniel's case took a swift turn. An extensive and complex undercover investigation got underway, one that would last 4 months with the hope of being able to prove that Brett was Daniel's abductor and likely killer. Brett's code name was P7. Authorities were using something called the Mr. Big technique. This technique involves creating a fictitious crime group and using undercover officers. The aim is to lure the suspect into the confidence of the fake criminal group. As the suspect in their mind moves further up the ranks, they eventually meet Mr. Big, the fake kingpin of the group. But this person is actually a police interrogator who will often offer them some sort of higher position in the group if they pass an interview. The hope is that during the interview, the suspect will bear all and confess to everything they've done. An undercover police officer claiming to be part of the fake gang befriended Brett as he was on a plane to Perth, and the operation was now in full swing. The officer said he wanted to introduce Brett to a powerful criminal gang with the promise of big money. Brett was hooked on the idea straight away. Over the next few months, Brett was gradually allowed to feel more and more involved in the group. He was dealing drugs for them, collecting fake debts, and buying and selling weapons. Finally, Brett was told the gang thought he was ready to meet the man at the top. This man was of course a highly skilled interrogator and likely had one shot at getting the answers everyone was searching for. The hotel room was rigged with cameras and a long interview got underway. To everyone's surprise, it didn't take long for Brett to start talking. Knowing that Daniel wouldn't be getting on a bus anytime soon, he parked his vehicle in a car park nearby. Brett then went and stood behind Daniel, pretending to wait for the bus as well, watching everyone around him and making sure it was relatively clear the whole time. As the second bus went past, Brett saw his chance. Daniel was then driven 30 minutes away to a secluded and desolate farm. His dad said he must have known he was in serious trouble and couldn't imagine the fear his son must have felt as he saw the roads get narrower and the area became less and less like the one he knew. Denise reiterated this and said, "When he was a little boy, he used to get scared at night and come and sleep on the floor next to our bed." Brett then parked up and Daniel was taken into a house. Daniel was killed within an hour of being abducted, according to Brett's submission and the opinion of experts and police. After this, Brett dragged his body down an embankment and threw his clothes into a creek. Following this startling and blunt confession, the undercover officers convinced Brett to take them to where he had dumped Daniel's body, under the pretense of helping him remove anything incriminating. They headed to a location 70 kilometers north of Brisbane. With police hiding in the bushes, they waited for Brett to walk further and further into the woods. This was the moment the team had been waiting for. Officers took Brett into custody, where he was charged with murder, abduction, deprivation of liberty, indecent treatment of a child under 16, and interfering with a corpse. A week later, in the area that Brett led them to, a trainer was found. This was followed by some shorts, a belt, and some destroyed underwear. Then 3 human bones were discovered. Using DNA from Daniel's toothbrush, it was confirmed that these were the bones of Daniel Morecambe. The complete search would take 3 months, and 17 bones in total were found. It would take just over a year for Daniel's remains to be released to his parents so they could finally bury him. And this came almost 9 years after he had disappeared. More than 2,000 people attended his funeral, and the community were out in force to show their love for the family. Daniel's disappearance had fast become one of the most extensively investigated crimes in Queensland's history, and everyone was saddened. It had come to such an awful end. Brett Peter Cowan's identity had been hidden by a name suppression, but a court order led to this being revoked at the request of Daniel's parents. Bruce said the minute Brett was arrested, it all made sense. Brett had been standing out since the inquest because of his history. Bruce recalled, "I felt he was a remarkably simple person to identify, and this was a simple puzzle to solve. He had a huge hole in his alibi and a disgraceful record. The initial officers who interviewed him were aware of the deficiency in his alibi, but it was never run out." Brett Peter Cowan pleaded not guilty to the abduction and murder of Daniel Morecambe. Over the 1-month trial, 116 witnesses and more than 200 exhibits were admitted into evidence. Brett himself declined to give any evidence, still denying any wrongdoing. Over a decade after Daniel had been abducted and killed, the jury had reached a decision. On March 14, 2014, Brett Peter Cowan was found guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to life in prison with a non-parole period of 20 years. As most expected, he sat emotionless as the verdict was read out. This finally brought an end to the biggest police investigation in Queensland's history and the biggest missing persons case in Australia's history at the time. Denise said, as the verdict was read out, she remembered the promise she had made to her son that she would get justice for him and was so relieved that they had done it. She said, as a family, they never broke promises, and the first thing she wanted to do was pay him a visit and let him know they didn't let him down. Brett appealed his sentence, but this was flatly denied. Just the same as the public feel, Brett is loathed by his other inmates, and he has since faced several brutal attacks in prison. He remains incarcerated at Walston Correctional Center. One source inside said, he is respectful to officers, but that is more because he knows we are the only thing that stands between him and the other prisoners. Bruce and Denise spent almost a decade throwing themselves into campaigning and searching for answers. And Denise said that when Brett was sentenced, she finally felt like she was able to take a moment, go through Daniel's belongings, and sort out everything she had been compartmentalizing for so long. The case of Daniel Morecambe changed child safety in Australia, and the determination and dedication of his parents and family inspired the nation. The work of the Daniel Morecambe Foundation has been extraordinary. Bruce and Denise want the foundation to give back to the community, who had supported them from the day that Daniel went missing. The Daniel Morecambe Foundation is one of the most well-known and not-for-profit child safety organizations in all of Australia. Every year, thousands of people dress up in red to reflect the color he was last seen wearing for an annual National Day of Action for Child Safety. This is held on the last Friday in October and is known as Day for Daniel. It is Australia's largest child safety education and awareness day. Day for Daniel begins with a 4-kilometer walk, symbolizing the walk Daniel was never able to take to get home that day. Parents, carers, and educators are encouraged to start conversations with children and young people about personal safety. Schools and early learning centers conduct activities, and businesses and communities come together to raise awareness. Bruce and Denise also met with Tim, Brett's first known victim, to let him know that Brett would never hurt anyone again. Daniel's twin brother Bradley honored him at his wedding, with his older brother and best man Dean, carrying photos of him so he too could be part of the big day. After this, Bradley welcomed a baby boy. His middle name is Daniel. Daniel's older brother Dean also welcomed a little girl, and she was even born on the same day that Day for Daniel was held. The family still lay a seat for him at the Christmas table every year, with his photo by his chair. And his family makes sure that his name will continue to help people and never be forgotten. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Mandy Steingasser loved spending time outdoors with her father, Richard, often going on fishing and camping trips together. On one camping trip, she picked up a ground squirrel for a cuddle, only to be bitten in response. This wasn't out of character for Mandy. When she encountered snakes on other trips, she would pick them up and pet them rather than shy away. These experiences highlighted Mandy's personality. She was brave, had a love for animals, and wasn't deterred by their perceived dangers or flaws. Her loyalty extended to people as well. She had a diverse group of friends and remained devoted to each of them. If anyone questioned her choice of friends, Mandy would simply say that they were important to her, and that was what mattered most. In the fall of 1993, 17-year-old Mandy was a senior at North Tonawanda High School outside of Buffalo, New York. She did not yet have any solid plans for her career, so she planned to begin her collegiate studies at Niagara County Community College after graduation. According to her parents, Mandy was a good kid. She had her flaws and was not a straight-A student, but she cared about protecting the environment, loved and respected her parents, and was a good friend. Like many teenagers, Mandy liked to go to parties and experiment with drinking alcohol and smoking cigarettes. According to one of her close friends, with whom she would go to parties, Mandy liked to push her limits but was not a problem drinker and did not let herself get out of control. Mandy's parents were concerned about her partying, but they also trusted their daughter's character and decided to set up a system of rules around Mandy's social life rather than attempt to force her to stop going to parties. They would set a curfew for each evening Mandy went out, which Mandy agreed to. If something prevented her from arriving home on time, she would call her parents to tell them why she was delayed and when she would be home. Mandy also had to wake her parents up when she arrived home so they would know she had safely returned. She and her parents had a standing agreement that should she ever find herself in a bad situation, she could call them and they would come get her. Mandy adhered to her parents' set of rules. However, she did not so on September 18, 1993. That Saturday night, Mandy spent the evening with her friend Stacy, Stacy's boyfriend Brian, and Brian's friend Wayne. Stacy would be sleeping over at the Steingasser house, and Mandy had promised her parents that they would return by midnight. Stacy was Mandy's age, but Wayne and Brian were a few years older, meaning they could buy alcohol and Wayne had his own apartment. That evening, the group went to a liquor store to buy whiskey and rum but were heading to Wayne's apartment on Ironton Street in North Tonawanda. Around 9 p.m., they got into Wayne's car and drove to Buffalo. The group was planning on seeing a rock band play a set at a bar on Forest Avenue. However, Mandy and Stacy were both underage and were not able to get past the bouncer at the door. Brian and Wayne left with them, stopping at a friend's house party before returning to North Tonawanda and Wayne's apartment. By this time, it was clear that Mandy and Stacy were going to miss their midnight curfew. However, for some reason, Mandy deviated from her normal routine and did not call her parents to update them about where she was and when she could get home. At this time, according to Stacy, she and Mandy were buzzed but not overly intoxicated. There was a house party going on at a home on First Avenue, and Mandy, Stacy, Brian, and Wayne decided to walk over to it. However, while they were on their way, a group of men pulled up alongside them in a car. They began yelling at Brian and Wayne, accusing them of harassing a woman from the neighborhood. This had not happened, but the men in the car did not wait for Brian and Wayne to clear things up and instead got out of their car and attacked them. The fight did not last long as sirens were soon heard and the other men got back in their car and took off. Mandy and Stacy had gotten scared and walked away from the scene when the fight broke out. As they got away, they became separated. Brian had yelled for the two girls to come back when the men drove off. Mandy had been afraid that the police would soon be there and insist on driving her home because she was underage, which would have ruined her plan to try to sneak into the house without her parents realizing she had missed curfew. When Mandy did not rejoin the group, Stacy was upset because she thought Mandy had gone home without her. They called Mandy's name several times, but she did not come back to meet them. Mandy apparently began walking to her house, which was over a mile away. She walked north on Oliver Street until she reached a convenience store at the intersection of 5th Avenue. Witnesses at the intersection saw a passing car make a U-turn in order to pull up next to Mandy as she was walking past the store. Mandy leaned into the passenger side window to talk to the driver, an acquaintance from school, for a few minutes before getting into the car sometime between 1:20 and 1:30 a.m. on September 19th. Mandy was never seen alive again. Mandy's mother, Lorraine, was awoken by a phone call at 2:30 a.m. The call was from Stacy, and Lorraine could hear male voices in the background encouraging her to ask if Mandy had arrived home. Lorraine knew that Mandy had not come home even before searching the rest of the house because Mandy had not come in to wake her up when she arrived, as usual. Lorraine's initial reaction was anger at the fact that her daughter had missed curfew and not called home. She was awake for the rest of the night waiting for Mandy, but she never arrived. In the morning, she began calling around to Mandy's friends, but no one knew where she was. One of Mandy's friends was the daughter of a police officer, and he sent a patrolman over to the Steingasser home to take a missing persons report. The North Tonawanda police quickly came to the conclusion that Mandy was simply a runaway. This frustrated Mandy's parents, who knew her well enough to know that even if she had run away, on her own accord, she still would have called home to tell them so. A boy she had been dating had just moved to Florida, but without a call from Mandy saying she had followed him south, they did not believe that this was the case. The Steingassers, therefore, contacted the FBI, who also began looking into the disappearance. Just over 5 weeks after Mandy was last seen, on October of 25, 1993, 2 men were hunting for mushrooms in Bond Lake Park when they came across a set of badly decomposed human remains near an embankment in a wooded area near Myers Lake. The remains would later be determined to belong to Mandy. Embankment, thinking it would go into the lake. To roll her body down the embankment thinking it would go into the lake, but it was caught on some bushes on the way down. Police did not immediately make Mandy's cause of death public beyond stating that she had extensive injuries to her upper body. It would later be revealed that she had been strangled with her own bra. She had also sustained head injuries, with the autopsy finding 2 brain hemorrhages and a skull fracture near her left temple. Police had become suspicious of the schoolmate whose car Mandy had last been seen getting into within days of her going missing, both because he was the last person known to be with her and because of his behavior after her disappearance. While they publicly discussed that they had a main suspect in the case, they did not publicly identify him. They collected evidence as part of their investigation into him, but the technology available in 1993 was not sensitive enough to tie him to the murder. As technology advanced in the following decades, the evidence was retested and authorities eventually had enough evidence to charge their prime suspect. On April 24, 2018, nearly 25 years after Mandy was killed, Joseph Belstaff was arrested at his residence as he returned home after work. The following day, on Belstaff's 43rd birthday, he was arraigned on a charge of second-degree murder. Mandy's parents never fully recovered from the death of their only child. They stored some old furniture in Mandy's bedroom, but otherwise left it untouched, with all of her belongings left in their place. Richard Steingasser passed away in 2015, 3 years before an arrest was finally made in his daughter's case. Belstaff, then 18 years old, had come in to the North Tonawanda Police Detective Bureau 2 days after Mandy went missing, identifying himself as the person who had picked Mandy up at the corner of Oliver and Firth. He told police that Mandy had only been in his car for a few minutes. Shortly after she got into the vehicle and he began driving her home, she decided to go back to the house party she had planned to go to with Wayne, Brian, and Becky. He claimed he turned his car around and dropped her off in front of an old church at Oliver and First. When Mandy got out of his car, she walked up to a Puerto Rican man sitting on the church steps. Belstaff said that this was the last he saw of Mandy. Parts of Bellestat's story were confirmed by witnesses who saw Mandy get into his car, but some were not. Sisters Tanya and Rebecca Coughlin lived in an apartment at the intersection of 5th and Oliver. At the time Mandy got into Bellestat's vehicle in the early morning hours of September 19, 1993, Tanya was outside of their apartment, and Rebecca was watching her from inside through a window. They both confirmed that they saw a car drive past Mandy, then do a U-turn so it could pull up beside her at the intersection. Mandy and the driver spoke for a few minutes before Mandy got into the car and it drove away, turning to drive in the direction Mandy had been walking and the car had originally been driving. The sisters both recognized Belstaff as the driver of the car because they knew him from their old neighborhood, where Belstaff had also lived. Rebecca identified Mandy as the girl who got into his car that night because she recognized her from school. However, there was a key part of the sisters' story that differed from Bellestat's account. Rebecca remained at the window, looking out onto the street for 5 to 6 more minutes. If Bellestat had quickly turned his car around to drive Mandy back to Oliver and First, as he told police, she would have seen his car drive past her apartment. She did not see the car again, which she would have if Belstaff's statement was accurate. Furthermore, police were never able to locate witnesses who saw a Puerto Rican man near the church. Belstaff dropped Mandy off at the church or Mandy anywhere in that area. They did, however, locate 2 witnesses who reported seeing Belstaff cleaning both the inside and outside of his car at a 24-hour coin-operated car wash at 2:15 a.m. or shortly thereafter. On the morning, Mandy got into his car. Several of Belstaff's friends also came forward, admitting that he had asked them to provide a false alibi for him. One of these friends was Jerry Miller. Belstaff asked Jerry to tell police that they had gone to Canada together the night Mandy disappeared so he would stay out of trouble. Jerry initially did so, but gave an accurate statement 3 days later. On September 18th, Jerry had gone to the police station in the city of Tonawanda with Belstaff, who was angry over 2 traffic tickets he had received there and wanted to contest them. When they left the station, Jerry did ask Belstaff to drive to Canada with him to buy beer. The legal purchasing age for alcohol was younger in Canada than it was in the United States. Belstaff declined, stating he was just going to drive around because he was still mad about the tickets. When he returned from Canada later on, Jerry drove past Bellestat's grandmother's house, where Bellestatf had been staying, as well as his mother's house, but Bellestat's car was not at either location. Once he was confronted with the statements showing he had asked friends to lie for him and proving he had not gone to Canada that night as he claimed, Bellestatf then said that after he dropped off Mandy near the church, he went to a donut shop and then returned home. Bellestatf stopped attending the school where he and Mandy had both been students after she disappeared. Bellestatf did come in to take 2 polygraphs during the time Mandy was missing. He walked out of the first one because he did not like the tone of the questioning he was subjected to. He completed the second exam, but he was found to be untruthful when he answered no to 2 questions, one asking if he was involved in Mandy's disappearance and the other asking if he was withholding information. After Mandy's body was discovered, police caught Belstaff in another lie. They asked him if he was familiar with the area where the body was found, and he claimed not to be and said he had never been there. However, authorities quickly found a young woman who reported that Belstaff had taken her to the remote location just weeks before Mandy was murdered. Forensic evidence could not prove Belstaff's involvement in Mandy's murder in 1993. A hair was found on Mandy's body, and while testing indicated that it could have come from Bellestatf, it could not be conclusively proven to be his. Fibers found on Mandy's clothing were a match to the fibers from the carpet in the back seat area of Bellestat's vehicle, although this only confirmed that she was inside the car, which Bellestatf did not dispute. Bellestat's car was seized and searched. It was during the search that the most crucial pieces of evidence were 3 pubic hairs, one found on the front passenger side floor mat and 2 located in the back seat of the vehicle. According to Belstaff, Mandy had only been in the front seat of his car and only for a few minutes. Furthermore, the hairs still had their roots attached, which a forensic expert would later testify meant that they had been pulled from the skin with force. While the attached roots on the hairs would eventually mean that they could be tested for DNA, the technology to do so was not available in 1993. At the time, scientists could only state that the hairs were consistent with Mandy's pubic hair. The hairs were submitted for DNA testing in 2017, which confirmed that they belonged to Mandy Steingasser. This confirmation is what led to authorities finally charging Bellstadt with her murder in 2018. Believed that Bellstadt had made sexual advances towards Mandy and reacted violently when she wanted the encounter to end, leading to a struggle. When Mandy's body was found, her pants were pulled partway down and had been torn. One of Mandy's fingernails had broken off. Based on the results of the autopsy, investigators argued that Bellstaff struck Mandy in the head at some point during the struggle, and when he realized what he had done, he ripped off her bra, tearing out all of its hooks in the process and strangled her with it. After Bellstaff's arrest in April of 2018, dates for his trial were set, and then changed as a result of ongoing disagreements over pretrial evidentiary issues. On March 9, 2020, the process of jury selection for the trial finally began, and the selected jury heard opening statements and 1 day of testimony before Niagara County Judge Sarah Sheldon declared a mistrial on March 16th due to concerns that the COVID-19 pandemic would prevent the trial from successfully being completed. The trial finally began on October 25, 2021, 28 years to the day after Mandy's body was found. Bellstaff's defense team relied heavily on the fact that traces of another man's DNA were found in Mandy's underwear during further testing in 2019. The DNA belonged to Mandy's ex-boyfriend, Christopher Palish, with whom she was known to have a sexual relationship. Police had investigated him back in 1993, but he had moved to Florida on September 17, 1993, the day before Mandy began her last evening out with her friends. The defense argued that this evidence was exculpatory, and Bellstaff should have been released as soon as it was found. The prosecution argued that the defense was using the DNA as a distraction as they were able to account for its presence, and the person it belonged to was not even in the state at the time of the murder. During the trial, the defense presented Christopher as an alternative suspect in the case, presenting his criminal charges in Florida for domestic violence and cruelty to animals as supporting evidence. The prosecution presented documents and called witnesses to confirm that Christopher had already moved away when Mandy was killed. On November 16, 2021, the jury returned their verdict. They found Bellstadt guilty. In a subsequent interview with the Buffalo News, one of the jurors stated that the jury had not taken the defense's theory that Mandy's ex-boyfriend was responsible for her murder seriously. They went through all of the evidence carefully to be fair to Bellstaff and do their job thoroughly, and ultimately found that they could not argue with the compelling scientific evidence. Bellstaff's sentencing hearing was held on January 14, 2022. While Bellstaff maintained his innocence and his lawyer argued that sending her client to prison for the rest of his life was not justice, Mandy's mother, Lorraine, asked the court to impose a lengthy sentence. "During the time Bellstaff has been living his life, my daughter did not," she told the court, adding, "He has been free for 28 years and he should be sentenced for no less." Bellstaff was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. He plans to appeal his conviction. Niagara County District Attorney Brian D. Seaman believes the case was handled properly and Bellstaff's conviction will be upheld upon appeal. When asked what he would say to Mandy if he could speak with her now, he stated, "Mandy, we did everything that we could here to try to bring some level of justice for you and your family. And I'd say that the detectives in North Tonawanda, the individuals that worked in the Niagara County Forensic Lab, they never forgot about you." At Delray Beach, Florida construction workers saw an odd item floating in the intercoastal waterway. It appeared to be a suitcase bobbing along the water. As it moved and as he watched it move with the tide, he saw a human body part protruding from the bag. Delray PD were called and arrived on the scene along with the Coast Guard and secured the bag. Inside were the partial, dismembered human remains. They continued to investigate the area and found 2 more bags with the remains of a single female victim. They stated that the victim was in the early stages of decomposition, putting her time of death sometime between July 17th, 20th. Her identity is currently unknown, with no missing persons matching her description. They say that the woman is either white or Latin American, 5'4", with brown hair and brown eyes, and has tattooed eyebrows. Her estimated age is between 30-50. She was wearing a tank top with a unique pattern. The shirt was traced back to a Brazilian brand, Bedzave. She was wearing black shorts and a black undershirt as well. The suitcases were all tied with red ribbons, and law enforcement has provided images of 2 of the 3 suitcases. At this time, law enforcement is not revealing the cause of death. Law enforcement is asking residents in the area to check their security footage of any suspicious activity from July 15th to 24th. In early July, following an anonymous tip, Mexican and U.S. authorities investigated reports of a mass grave site in Reynosa, Mexico, a border town only 4 miles from the U.S. border. Volunteers with the group For the Love of the Disappeared, consisting solely of relatives of the missing and murdered persons in Mexico, conducted the search and uncovered what is believed to be the skeletal remains of approximately 27 people. The remains were discovered to be dismembered, making both identification and cause of death difficult to determine. However, relatives were able to identify 4 victims based on tattoos, though DNA confirmations have yet to be conducted. Officials in Mexico have stated that a thorough investigation will be conducted to identify the persons found. This is, unfortunately, a concerning trend in recent years, with several mass grave sites being found across the country. According to the Advocacy for Human Rights in the Americas, there are over 100,000 missing people in Mexico, and gangs or cartels abduct, murder, and dump victims into mass graves much like this one. Investigating these tips can also be quite dangerous for the volunteers, as cartels have been known to leave false tips and hide explosives. Dozens of people, including some children, have been casualties. After multiple attacks, Mexico has decided to stop having law enforcement show up to these areas to search. Now, search parties mostly consist of mothers of these missing loved ones. A heartbreaking sacrifice these volunteers are making to restore some answers to families. A Portland, Oregon jury is currently deciding the fate of 38-year-old Tony Klein. The former nurse has been found guilty of using his position of authority to intimidate his patients at the Coffee Creek Correctional Facility. Klein was employed there from 2010 to 2018, and during his time there, he used his position at the facility to isolate and abuse inmates who came into the medical unit for treatment, as well as inmates who worked in the department as orderlies. He resigned when abuse allegations started to be investigated by Oregon State Police. The U.S. Attorney's Office said in a statement to the media, quote, "By virtue of his position as a medical provider, Klein was often alone with his victims and assaulted many before, during, and after medical treatments. For women who worked in the medical unit, Klein manufactured reasons to get them alone in secluded areas such as medical rooms, janitor's closets, or behind privacy curtains. Klein made it clear to his victims that he was in a position of power over them and that they would not be believed if they tried reporting his abuse." An investigation into Klein began in 2018, when an inmate came forward with a federal lawsuit against Oregon Department of Corrections for a culture of abuse and directly named Klein as a perpetrator of a significant portion of that abuse. His trial began in July, and the jury took 2 days to deliberate the verdict. He was found guilty of 17 counts of sexual assault and 4 counts of making false statements under oath in his 2019 deposition. He faces life in prison, and his sentencing is set for October 17th. Henry Lee is a famous, now celebrity forensic scientist. According to his website, he claims to have been involved in solving 8,000 cases over his impressive 5-decade-long career. Cases he has provided his expertise on include the JonBenet Ramsey investigation and the O.J. Simpson trial. He was a blood spatter expert for the Michael Peterson trial. He also worked on the Caylee Anthony murder investigation. He grew to be a highly desired trial expert, not only in the U.S. but across the globe. His fame also led him to become a serial regular on crime TV programs like Forensic Files, leading him to get his own TV show. However, some of his methods have been called into question. In 2007, he was accused of withholding key evidence in the Phil Spector trial, but it was deemed a mistake, and he was never held accountable for that. Then in 2019, 2 men convicted of a murder in 1985, Ralph Birch and Sean Henning, filed an appeal for citing wrongful conviction and asked to have key evidence used to convict them be retested. The items in question was a towel Henry Lee had testified to contain blood. The appeal was approved and the towel was submitted to modern forensic examination. During that re-examination, it was discovered the towel had never been previously tested and no blood was found. Henry Lee had lied about crucial evidence that had been used to convict 2 men of murder, and they had been in prison for nearly as long as Lee's career. In 2020, their conviction was vacated, which then led the 2 men to filing a federal lawsuit, citing Henry Lee and 8 other members of law enforcement as responsible for their wrongful conviction. On July 21, 2023, the federal judge presided over the lawsuit, deemed Lee liable for falsifying evidence along with the prosecutors and the New Milford Police Department. For Lee, this will likely end in paying out damages to the victims. However, he is denied any wrongdoing. Hennings, in a statement to the media, said, quote, "I'm not looking for just compensation in terms of money. I want there to be changes in our system. There is no such thing as justice. You will never get back what they took from you. There is no getting my life back. They took 30 birthdays, 30 summers, weddings, Christmases, funerals, New Year's. There's no words for what they've done to me and my co-defendant. There's no words to describe what it feels like to be in prison for something you didn't do and sit and think, why did this happen? And why is no one coming to fix what they did? There's no words for that. At this point in time, there's no word yet on whether Henry Lee's other cases will be re-examined or if he'll be barred from any further work as a trial expert. Zachary Schick was arrested on July 20th when it was discovered that he'd been posing as a 17-year-old high school student in Lincoln, Nebraska. Lincoln Northwest High School had been the same high school that he graduated from nearly a decade ago. Psyche had been using an elaborate scheme to locate, manipulate, and coerce victims to participate in sexual activities that he then distributed online. Some of the victims, all female, were as young as 13. He was arrested and charged with 2 counts of sexual assault and the use of an electronic device and 1 count of sex trafficking a minor. The school district contacted law enforcement when it was discovered that a man had been attending the school with fraudulent documents. Chic had been documents described as well-crafted, which included a falsified birth certificate under the name Zach Hess, transcripts from other schools, immunization records, and other medical records. At this time, victims are still coming forward, but it appears to be a significant amount of young girls who communicated with this man. The exact scope of the victims is unknown at this time, but parents are encouraged to speak to their children. At this time, Sheikh has admitted to impersonating a student, but has denied sexually assaulting any of his victims physically. He is currently being held on a $250,000 bond. The court records have been sealed to protect the identities of the victims. Now, when asked how this could happen, officials revealed that Sykes is 5'4", a pound 120, and, quote, blended in with the other students. On July 13th, first responders were called to a grocery store in Evergreen Park, Illinois. An active shooter was reported, but there was only one victim who was identified as 21-year-old Jolene Flores. The victim had been in the stockroom when her ex-boyfriend came into the store and shot her multiple times. She was declared deceased at the scene. Armani Henry was arrested later that day and charged with first-degree murder. Jolene had recently ended the relationship and had sought out a protective order against Henry, and it had been granted, but it had never been served. 3 days before she was murdered, she discovered an Apple AirTag on her vehicle. She and her brother discovered that the AirTag was connected to Henry's cell phone and smashed it. He later turned up at her place of work, threatening her and her family if she cut contact with him. She had filed a second protective order the day before the attack. Her cell phone showed that on July 13th, she had 124 text messages from Henry threatening to kill her. According to court records from Chicago, Armani Henry had a history of domestic violence and had previously been convicted of battery. He has been charged with murder and is being held in custody while he waits his next court date on August 11th. 36-year-old Peaches Sturgo has been sentenced to 3 years in prison for defrauding an elderly man experiencing a cognitive decline of his entire life savings. Sturgo met the victim 8 years ago on a dating website, and since then posed as not only a companion to the victim, but also as working from various financial institutions. She created fake emails and posed as a bank employee, convincing the man that he had outstanding debts that needed to be paid. The victim was 86, a Holocaust survivor, and he lost his home in the process. The frauds were only discovered when the victim's son began going through his financial records. Sturgo, on the other hand, moved into a gated community, had multiple vehicles which included a boat, went on lavish vacations, and spent $101,000 on designer purchases. Sturgo also referred to her ongoing scam as her quote business and often went to the victim's home to steal items to resell. Text messages between her and her real-life partner revealed that she often would make fun of the victim for believing that she loved him and lamented when he couldn't send her any more money. She also said in text messages, quote, "I'm just aggravated, hurt, frustrated that I haven't made money. I don't want to work. It's too hard." Strider was arrested on January 2023 and charged with 1 count of wire fraud. She has pleaded guilty to the charge. The victim sent a letter to the courts during the sentencing hearing and he said, quote, "As a Holocaust survivor, I have endured unspeakable pain and loss in my life, but never did I imagine that I would be subjected to such heartless betrayal in my old age. At the age of 6, I lost both my parents in the Holocaust, and it wasn't until 10 that I had an opportunity to sit at a school desk for the first time." He also wrote, quote, "I grew up in a boarding school surrounded by the echoes of the horrors I had experienced. Determined to make a better life for myself, I moved to the United States in my early 20s. Over the next 60 years, I worked tirelessly to establish a successful business, family, and home in New York. And now I'm 88 years old, and the last laying I expected was to finish my days in the same manner I started them, penniless and betrayed." The judge noted that the exceptional cruelty Sturgett placed upon the victim, and she was sentenced at the end of July to 51 months in prison and was ordered to pay back just over $2,800,000 to the victim. She was also ordered to forfeit the home she purchased, jewelry, Rolex watches, and 100 luxury items. A 67-year-old man, Ivan Savastino, walked into a Wells Fargo in Lakewood, New Jersey, and attempted to rob the bank by slipping a note to the teller. The teller simply said no, so the man walked out of the Wells Fargo and went across the street to a TD bank. At the second bank, the man repeated the same process, handing the same note to the teller. At the TD, the teller handed over $1,500 cash, and Ivan walked out. This isn't Ivan's first time making the news. In 2018, he was charged with a dozen counts of animal cruelty when it was discovered he was hoarding cats in his home. Over 50 animals were removed by the SPCA in what was described as a deplorable living condition. Ivan then robbed another bank on July 6th and was arrested shortly after. He has been charged with 2 counts of robbery and is being held in county jail while he awaits further court proceedings. It was around 1 a.m. on July 28th when a family discovered a man stuck in their chimney. The man was known to the family and was 47-year-old Irvin Ortiz Guzman and had been violating a protection order against him while trying to break in. Guzman had made it about 2/3 down the way of the chimney before the flue became too narrow, and he found himself lodged inside. He screamed, which alerted the family inside, and they called 911. Firefighters had to work for 2 hours to pull him back up the chimney. He was extracted without any serious injuries, but was taken to the hospital for treatment for minor issues. Guzman now faces criminal trespassing charges and violating a protection order. Firefighters would like to remind the public that despite chimneys being okay for Santa to get in and out of, humans are not capable of going down chimneys. At 26, Loretta Saunders was at an exciting point in her life, studying criminology at St. Mary's University in Halifax, Canada. She came from a large, loving family of 7 siblings, and though they lived far apart, they were tightly connected. Loretta, an Inuk woman from Newfoundland and Labrador, and her family had endured significant adversity over the years. Her sibling, DM, formerly known as Delilah, shared that both had faced physical and sexual abuse as children, lacked access to education, and battled drug addiction. Loretta had just entered adulthood when she made the bold decision to move alone to Montreal. The transition was challenging, and soon, her mother Miriam revealed, Loretta was struggling deeply with addiction, at one point living on the streets. However, Miriam said Loretta was determined to overcome her addiction and was highly motivated to rebuild her life. Loretta started on a methadone treatment program, and once her life was back under control, she applied to study at St. Mary's University. She was over the moon when she was accepted and had already decided once she had finished her course, she was going to train to be a lawyer. When it came to the topic for her university thesis, she knew right away what she wanted to focus on: missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada. It was something she was very passionate about giving a voice to, given her and her family's experiences. And she hoped one day to work on documentaries about it. She was in a great relationship with Yelchin Sokolt, and the couple had been going strong for almost 3 years. Yelchin said they had just been to visit his family in Turkey, and he had told everyone he knew that she was the one. More joy came when she found out that she was 3 months pregnant, and she couldn't wait to start a family. She and Yelchin were now living together at his house, so she sublet her apartment to make some extra money. Loretta Saunders had a lot of great things ahead of her and had made such huge and positive changes in her life. It was a fresh and exciting start for her and Yelchin. She had a baby on the way, was 2 months away from her graduation, and she couldn't wait for her future. February 14, 2014, DM received a call from Yelchin asking if Loretta was around. He hadn't seen her since yesterday and was panicking. Yelchin had received 2 weird text messages from Loretta. He said she seemed tense and had apparently locked herself out of her online banking. "I'm so stressed that I can't even remember my own mother's maiden name," the message read. He then got another text saying she was going to stay with a friend and that she would talk to him later. He had no idea who this friend was, and the message was blunt and short, without giving any details. But DM hadn't heard anything or seen her either. As the hours ticked by, Loretta's mother and father were now starting to worry too. For someone that was in contact with her family every hour of the day, alarm bells were ringing. Over the next couple of days, everybody was phoning each other, hoping that someone had had contact with Loretta, but no one had. Her car was also gone, but all of her belongings were at home. On day 3, the police were called, and a missing persons report was filed. Detectives turned up to Loretta and Yelchin's home. To everyone's understanding, Yelchin was the last person to have seen her. He said that on February 13th, Loretta had had a busy day planned with lots of errands and studying in between. Her day started with heading to her apartment to collect the rent from her tenants. And after this, she was pretty much on the move all day. He told police she hadn't been stressed when she'd left the house. She was always so organized and composed, so the 2 text messages he had received from her were very out of character. Police spent some time searching the couple's home, but ultimately left, feeling confident that Yelchin had nothing to do with her being missing, and he was just as scared for her as everybody else was. Officers then headed over to her apartment, 41 Cowie Hill Drive, room 1003. There was no one there, but there didn't seem to be anything out of place. Everything was tidy and nothing seemed amiss. Neighbors said that the couple living there left a few days ago to go away on a Valentine's break, and no one had visited since. The camera footage from downstairs gave a clear view of the entrance and showed that Loretta had in fact arrived at the building just before 11 a.m. on February 13th. Given the fact that she had now been missing for 4 days, there was a lot of footage to get through. It was possible she could have stayed in her apartment while her tenants were gone and then left a couple of days later. So every camera and exit needed to be checked. An online fundraiser was set up to help bring Loretta's 5 brothers and parents from Newfoundland and Labrador to Nova Scotia. In a matter of days, they had reached their goal, and the family could finally be together. Detectives got hold of Blake and Victoria, Loretta's tenants, but they said they hadn't seen or heard anything from her in days either. They said they were currently way out of town, 200 miles away, so they couldn't really be of much help. Detectives soon found out that Loretta's cards were still active and being used via contactless payments, and everyone felt hopeful that this was a good sign. On February 13th, just before 5 p.m., Loretta's cards had been used inside a store. The cameras showed her car parked outside, but the woman that used the card didn't look like Loretta. Several minutes later, her card was used again at a Tim Hortons, about 10 miles away from her apartment. A lady wearing a blue jacket could be made out, and as soon as the employee moved to the side, the person driving could be seen as well. It was clearly not Loretta either. 5 days later, detectives back in Halifax received a call from another police department. Loretta's car had been located. It was miles away in Harrow, Ontario, and it was parked outside someone's house. The people inside the house were none other than Blake Leggett and Victoria Henberry, Loretta's tenants. They were arrested for possessing a stolen vehicle, but police still needed to establish exactly what had happened, where Loretta was, and if they actually had anything to do with her being missing. Blake told officers that Loretta had sold him the car before they went away. He said that the car was cheaper than a flight, so he gladly accepted the offer. But police soon discovered that the pair were wanted on unrelated charges. Blake had an outstanding warrant for not appearing in a Calgary court, and Victoria was wanted for threatening someone back in Halifax. When they were searched, Loretta's phone was found on Victoria, and Blake had Loretta's bank cards. Police watched back through the cameras in the apartment building, looking for Blake or Victoria on them. And at 2:30 on February 13th, Blake appeared, carrying a clearly heavy hockey bag. He took the bag outside, returned, and then half an hour later, he came back out with yet more bags. This happened for the third and final time, and this time he was with Victoria. Knowing what they now did, police said the video was disturbing. It was obvious to them that Loretta was likely inside that hockey bag, and they weren't going to find her alive. Neither Blake nor Victoria were talking, but when police finally got into Blake's phone, they found as close to an admission as they were going to get. Just days before Loretta was last seen, Blake filmed Victoria as the pair were having a drunken argument. Detectives knew that Victoria would be easier to crack than Blake, and they confronted her with the video. After a long silence, she finally said he did it. He killed her. He smothered her with a bag. And she said the reason was all to avoid paying the rent that they owed. It soon came to light that Loretta had actually asked the pair to leave the apartment after months of not receiving any rent or receiving it late. They owed her around $600, and Loretta had reached her limit. She had gone over that day with the intention of waiting until she was paid and then making sure they left. Police pushed Victoria for more answers and begged her to tell them where Loretta was. 2 weeks after the search for Loretta began, Victoria agreed to lead investigators to her. On the side of a highway about 300 miles away, her body was finally found. She was still inside the hockey bag, and an autopsy confirmed that she had been strangled. Despite Victoria's partial admission, both Blake and Victoria entered pleas of not guilty. Although their lawyers pushed for them to be tried separately, a judge denied this request and said that they would be tried at the same time. Just as their trial was about to begin, there was a sudden change in their pleas. An agreed statement of facts were presented to the court. The pair each gave their version of events, and the alleged truth about what had happened that day finally came out. They both said that as Loretta sat on the chair waiting for them to give her the rent, Blake came up behind her and started choking her. Loretta fought back hard and the pair fell onto the floor. Blake then tried to suffocate her with 4 plastic bags, but Loretta tore through all of them. Blake then banged her head off the floor twice until she stopped moving. After this, Blake wrapped her head in plastic wrap and placed her into his hockey bag. Blake dragged the hockey bag downstairs and placed her in the back of her own car. The pair then set off as if nothing had happened. They used Loretta's bank card to buy food for the trip. But when they didn't know the password, Victoria used Loretta's phone, pretending to be Loretta, and messaged Yelchin. Loretta Saunders had lost her life simply so Blake and Victoria could avoid paying $600. It's clear that she fought for her life with absolutely everything she had. It was senseless and needless, and the way that the pair had hatched their plan and their attempts to cover everything up is both horrifying and disturbing. Following their statement of facts, Blake pleaded guilty to first-degree murder, and Victoria pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. Blake's lawyer said it was his idea to plead guilty. He did not want to have the Saunders family go through the very grueling process of a public trial, with all of that evidence coming out over the next 4 weeks. Blake received an automatic life sentence with no chance of parole for 25 years, and Victoria was also sentenced to life in prison, but she can apply for parole after 10 years. The judge called the crime despicable, horrifying, and cowardly. For the family, emotions, understandably, ran high the whole time. At one point, DM lunged at Blake and Victoria, screaming at them. And as the family left the courtroom, someone shouted to Blake, saying they'd be waiting for him when he gets out. In early 2017, Victoria sought to withdraw her guilty plea, claiming she wasn't in her right mind when she had changed it. This was denied just a couple of months later. After this, Victoria started telling people that she had indigenous ancestry on her mother's side. But the parole board noted that they had no knowledge of this history. The community and Loretta's family said this was nothing more than an insult to Loretta to claim something like this. They called it a gimmick and a game to her. 2 years later, Victoria contacted an Indigenous Women's Support Center, hoping they could help get her out of prison. But the center denied her application. Victoria then asked for a pass to attend an Indigenous women's sharing and drumming circle. A parole board granted her the pass, but the pass was quickly revoked after a strong public reaction. Victoria is now prohibited from accessing any Indigenous services. In 2014, a First Nations 15-year-old called Tina Fontaine was reported missing and later found wrapped in plastic and weighed down in the Red River. A 53-year-old man was charged, but due to no forensic evidence, he was found not guilty. In the aftermath of Loretta's and Tina's murders and many other women and girls' murders and or disappearances, advocacy groups, including the #AmiNext campaign, begged for an inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. This was officially launched in 2017 and finalized in 2019. DM put a blog together called A Homicide Survivor's Journey Through Grief and started working closely with Matthew Smiley, who created the documentary Highway of Tears, a film about the notorious Highway 16 and the First Nations people who have gone missing or were killed along the 724-kilometer stretch in British Columbia. 2 Halifax theaters screened the documentary in support of the Loretta Saunders Scholarship Fund, a scholarship which would help Indigenous women pay for post-secondary education. DM said, "It's just to honor Loretta, what she wanted to do, what she wanted to raise. She wanted to do what Matt did. She should have been here as a brilliant writer. He's a filmmaker, writer. They should have been on this side helping the cause. And now she's another statistic. A lot of work that I do, I think subconsciously, I want my sister to be proud of me." DM was soon given the Ambassador of Conscience Award by Amnesty International. "I learned so much from my sister's short time on Earth. She taught me many lessons and continues to guide and inspire me. I hope in sharing her experiences and my own, I am able to do the same for someone else." In a devastating turn of events, in September 2021, Miriam Saunders announced that DM had died. After losing Loretta, DM's addiction had spiraled even more, resulting in liver failure. DM suddenly stopped taking their medication in a desperate bid to get clean and started drinking to curb the pain from the withdrawal. It was later confirmed that DM had died from accidental suffocation and other complications linked to ongoing issues with addiction. There was so much devastation caused to so many lives because of what happened on February 13th, and the aftermath is still widely felt. Loretta Saunders was in an amazing and exciting place in her life, with everything at her fingertips and a new baby on the way. Her biggest passion in life was raising awareness, helping to educate people, and hopefully seeing big changes one day come. It seems only right to end with an extract from Loretta's thesis, a thesis she was so proud of and excited to one day share. "My story isn't unique. Thousands of girls are exposed to the exact same experiences that I couldn't even fathom wishing upon another human being. It is through this project that I aspire to educate and enlighten others, as well as provide hope and inspiration that change is possible." It was on November 14th, 1971, when best friends, 15-year-old Maria Johnson and 15-year-old Debbie Ackerman, set out for a surfing trip headed out for Galveston, Texas. Galveston is known for its beautiful beaches, year-round sunny weather, and some of the best surfing in the United States. The 2 teens weren't nearly inseparable. Debbie was outgoing, bubbly, and remembered as always laughing. Maria was more shy. Lots of people knew her to be quiet, but close friends knew her true and chatty nature. The 2 were just starting out in life and were full of hope and promise. Excellent students who both loved the outdoors, especially surfing. Debbie was a champion water skier. Born and raised in Galveston, she was a natural at water sports and took to it easily. Maria had recently moved to the island, and the 2 had met at Ball High School, and the 2 quickly became best friends. The families of Maria and Debbie were also well acquainted with each other. Given their daughter's strong bond, there was no issue with them being out or going out on day trips, but the rule was that they stick together, call home if plans changed, and to be home by curfew. That day, the girls planned to visit Houston, Texas, which is around 55 miles from Galveston or about an hour's drive. As the girls were both 15, they didn't have cars yet and planned to hitchhike. But it was the 1970s, and it was incredibly common for young men and women to hitchhike across the globe. Whilst the practice has been outdated as pretty dangerous now, in the 1970s, many young people saw it as the perfect way to get around. Hitchhiking in a pair seemed less dangerous than trying to hitch a ride alone. It was around midday on that Sunday. They were near Stewart Beach, outside of a Baskin-Robbins ice cream shop. Witnesses reported seeing the two buy ice cream and then start asking around for rides. A man in a white van pulled up to the curb and asked the girls where they were going. The two replied that they needed to get to Houston, and coincidentally, Houston was on his route. The two giggled as they got into their ride, not knowing it would be the last time they would ever be seen alive. Debbie and Maria's parents began to worry when they didn't receive a call from their daughters. Before the time of cell phones, the parents had no way of knowing if the girls had made it safely to Houston. The next morning, the worried parents called the Houston Police Department to report their daughters missing. Thankfully, the report was taken seriously, and they were not dubbed as runaways as many teens were during this time. The Galveston Police and Houston Police collaborated to coordinate a statewide search for the two girls. 2 days later, on November 17, 1971, the search for the two girls ended in heartbreak. A fisherman found the body of Maria first in Turner's Bayou in Texas City, roughly 18 miles from Galveston. Law enforcement then found Debbie's body 100 yards away. Both girls had their hands bound, had their clothes from their waist down removed, sexually assaulted, and shot twice to the back of the skull. Their bodies were then dumped in the waters below. The crime rocked Galveston, the state of Texas, and the nation, who would be so callous towards such young girls who were only trying to get to Houston. Despite the enormous media outcry, there were few leads, and the case quickly went cold. The families of Debbie and Maria made multiple appeals for the guilty party to come forward, but those appeals fell on deaf ears. But the murder of these two young girls was not going to be the end for Texas law enforcement. Throughout the 1970s, there were going to be many more murders, all of similar circumstances to plague Texas. This would only be the beginning, and a week after Debbie and Maria's bodies were discovered, the body of 14-year-old Colette Anais Wilson was found near the Addicks Reservoir. Colette had been missing since June 17th and had been abducted from Alvin, Texas after band practice. She had also been shot execution style to the back of the skull. After the discovery of Colette, another body was found nearby. This would be 19-year-old Glory Ann Gonzalez. She had disappeared from near her apartment on October 28th. Her cause of death was blunt force trauma to the skull. Then in January 1972, two boys found the bodies of 13-year-old Sharon Lynn Shaw and Rhonda Renee Johnson in Clear Lake, Galveston. The remains had been skeletal by the time they were discovered. The girls had been missing since August 4, 1971. They'd been abducted while at the beach in Harris County. In addition to these murders, there were 5 others, bringing the total to 11, all in a 12-month period, all with similar circumstances. Over the years, that number would grow to nearly 30 in the area, all unsolved cold cases. Debbie and Maria's case would be reopened in 1998 when convicted killer Edward Harold Bell sent letters to prosecutors in the area, confessing to the murders of Debbie Ackerman and Maria Johnson in 1971, along with 9 others. The letter started off with, "Dear Sir, I have decided to tell you I was brainwashed into killing Debbie Ackerman and Maria Johnson in November 1971, and went on to say, quote, if you could get me immunity from prosecution of any kind, I could lay a lot of stuff on you, and I will. However, when examined, the confessions were deemed as unreliable evidence and dismissed. Bell was interviewed, but he asked for immunity in exchange for testimony and refused to cooperate. Harris County prosecution has gone on to say that letters have now been lost, though detectives who had been able to see the letters stated that there had been information about the crimes that had never been revealed to the public, leaving some to believe they were credible. Edward Bell was already serving a 71-year prison sentence for the murder of Larry Dickens. It was on August 24, 1978, when Bell was in Pasadena, California, parked in a local neighborhood. He was in his vehicle without pants on, watching a group of girls playing. A father and former Marine supervising the kids saw what was going on in the vehicle, and approached Bell, attempting to get the vehicle's keys so that Bell couldn't flee the scene. While confronting him, Bell drew a pistol and shot Larry. Larry was wounded and crawling back to his driveway when Bell got out of his vehicle, grabbed a shotgun from the back, and killed Larry Dickens before getting his keys and attempting to flee. He was caught soon after by law enforcement. Edward Bell had been released on a $125,000 bail, but when he was released he fled the state, eluding law enforcement for 14 years. He fled the country for Mexico and then Central America. It was a tip that came in that he was in Panama after he was shown on the TV program America's Most Wanted. It was there he was arrested and extradited back to California. Edward Bell was born in southern Texas in 1939, primarily living in the Houston area. He'd went to university to become a teacher, but it doesn't appear that he ever was. He was first arrested in 1966 for exposing himself to minors. He escaped jail by asking the judge for leniency and opted for psychiatric treatment, which he received. After treatment, he was arrested again in 1969 for the same crime. Again, jail was avoided in favor of psychiatric treatment. His first wife divorced him and also cut ties with his 3 children, citing him as a danger to herself and their kids. While in treatment, it was discovered that he was romancing patients there, and he ended up marrying a 17-year-old he met while in treatment. He was 31 at that time. After his release, he moved to Galveston with his new wife and became involved in a local surfing business. It was an area that Maria Johnson and Debbie Ackerman had been known to frequent, along with several other of these cold case victims. In 1974, he was arrested again, this time for violently sexually assaulting a patient that he'd met at a mental hospital he'd previously been at. The charges were dropped in that case as well, and he was never formally charged. He was arrested several times throughout his time in Texas, but each time he would always elude being formally charged. He eventually left Texas and moved to California. That was when the Larry Dickens murder occurred. So, an extensive criminal history of inappropriate behavior towards minors, sexual assault, violence, and abduction. He would brag to his friends that he could talk himself out of anything. But for such an extensive criminal history, it's shocking that he was still allowed to walk free for as long as he did. And whilst Edward Bell somewhat claimed responsibilities for the murders, he would later recant his confessions, making this case all the more confusing. Bell told the Daily Mail that his father had brainwashed him as a child to be a flasher and to sexually assault and kill girls. In his original letter, he confessed to murdering Debbie and Maria along with Sharon Shaw, Rhonda Renee Johnson, Colette Anise Wilson, Gloria and Gonzalez, Georgia Gear, Brooks Bracewell, Nina Lynn Kluge, and Kimberly Ray Pitchford, who had been a 16-year-old, murdered in 1973 and hadn't been believed to be connected to the other murders. He also confessed to an unnamed victim that has yet to be identified. He referred to them in his letters as the 11 that went to heaven. Bell then went on to take several interviews with local newspapers in 2017, quote, and did not kill Debbie Ackerman and Maria Johnson. He explained that he had confessed to the murders because he was suicidal at the time and wanted the state to sentence him to the death penalty. He also blamed his depression on a network of government spies that were conspiring against him. Throughout his various prison interviews, Bell mentions the supposed program that he was put through and the brainwashing he endured. In his letters, he confessed to callously taking the lives of Debbie Maria and countless other women, but he also notes that he was brainwashed to do so. One of the journalists who interviewed him believes that he suffers from some sort of severe psychiatric disorder. She described his behavior as erratic, paranoid, and full of grand conspiracies about the government. He never took full responsibility for the murders he committed. Instead, he said that he was forced to buy the program. And despite concerns that he was making everything up, the details about the crimes themselves were clear and matched police reports that were never made public. In addition to the confessions and that he lived in the area of the abductions, he also owned a white van. We know about the van because he was arrested while driving it in January 1972 for exposing himself to minors. This van matched the description of the vans that Debbie and Maria had last been seen getting into. At this point in time, it's unclear because it hasn't been made public if there's DNA evidence to compare. And it's also unclear if Texas law enforcement is continuing to look into Edward Bell as a suspect. It doesn't mean they aren't, it just means it isn't publicly available. There's also no solid evidence that we know of tying him to any of the murders at this point in time. All of the current evidence is circumstantial. Though records show even when he was in Panama, wherever Edward Bell lived, teenage girls were abducted and murdered. A string of cold cases seem to follow him in all of the places he has ever been known to reside in. Unfortunately, Edward Bell passed away in 2019 at the age of 80 before investigators could verify his accounts further. Maria's sister told local media that she had no words for Edward Harold Bell, but was happy that he, quote, no longer walks this earth and will never be paroled. The case of Debbie Ackerman and Maria Johnson remains unsolved. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Galveston County District Attorney, Jack Rohde, at 1-800-566-2209. 8-year-old Madison Middleton, known as Maddie, lived with her mother Laura. She was an only child, and she, her mother, and father Michael were a tight trio. The family lived in the Tannery Art Center apartment complex, a really unique campus that provides affordable living for families and artists, a place they can live and create art together in their little community. Everyone in the complex was close. They would all create things and spend time together. All the children would hang out in the courtyard and play games. For a young girl that loved all things creative, it was the perfect place for her to grow up. She would often paint little toy animals and create plays and stories with them. She loved to sing, dance, and draw. Her mother Laura said Maddie was such a generous child, always the first to try and help someone or stand up for someone that was on their own or needed support. She was bright, intuitive, and curious, never without a smile on her face. Everyone in the apartment complex knew her as Chatty Maddie, and she would talk to anyone and everyone, always making friends and entertaining people. July 26th was a Sunday. Maddie was enjoying the last part of her weekend. Her friend took him over and was now playing a board game with her mom Laura. Maddie was waiting for them to finish and decided she was going to play with her new present while they wrapped up the game. She had just got a scooter a few days before and couldn't wait to take it around the courtyard before it got dark. At 4 p.m., she was seen by several neighbors. She was also spotted a few times after this just riding around and having fun. Occasionally, she stopped to talk to a few of the other children, but was happy to be by herself. At 5 o'clock and 7 seconds p.m., she was seen going past some mailboxes. This was the last time anyone saw Maddie. After this, she vanished. Her mother Laura thought she might have met another friend and started going door to door. There were around 100 apartments in the 8-acre complex. But with each person that answered saying they hadn't seen her, the panic was mounting. She was nowhere. Officers rapidly descended on the apartments and got to work without hesitation. Her family said that although Maddie was confident, she knew not to wander off by herself, go too far, or talk to people that she didn't know. So detectives knew her disappearance was out of character. Despite this, an Amber Alert was not issued because they said the case did not meet certain criteria. An Amber Alert is an emergency alert system that sends out information about an endangered missing or abducted child. An extensive search was now underway, which included the involvement of the Santa Cruz Police Department, a Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office search and rescue team, and a K-9 unit. But it was soon dark and they hadn't found anything. By 11 a.m. the next day, 50 FBI officers were on the case, going door to door in the area and requesting everyone look in their garages and check their bins, gardens, and sheds. By this point, the complex had already been searched, top to bottom, and the hunt for Maddie was now spreading into the outer areas. Hundreds of volunteers arrived to search. Police had now received over 1,000 tips, and it was clear to see how much this case had resonated with the public and how much they were trying to help bring her home. As the police approached the 24-hour mark, they decided to refocus their search back inwards. With such a small window of time in which she suddenly vanished, they felt confident that the answers lay in the apartment complex somewhere. They started a more thorough and intense search of the buildings. Just over a day after the search for Maddie had started, it came to a painful and abrupt end. At 8 p.m. on July 27th, Her body was found in a bag inside a recycling bin in the first-floor garage of the apartment complex. One of the investigators said, "Everyone's hearts sank when they found her." But they quickly regrouped as the missing persons case was now a major homicide investigation. No sooner had this happened, police announced that they had made an arrest. More shocking still, the suspect lived in the apartment complex and he was just 15 years old. At 9 p.m. on July 28th, the broken community came together for a vigil. Because of his age, the teenager's identity was protected. But all this changed when Santa Cruz County District Attorney Jeff Rosell issued a statement. He announced that they had sufficient evidence against him and he would be charging the teen as an adult not only for murder but also for kidnapping and sexual assault. And with this, his name was released. The suspect in custody turned out to be Adrian Jerry Gonzalez, known as Ajay, and he had lived in the apartment for the last 6 years with his mother. It was a bombshell for the neighbors, and the fact that he could have been involved left them shocked. Not knowing any details, everybody at first thought that this must have been an accident and AJ had panicked and tried to cover it up. Everybody described him as likable and polite, often spending time outside with the other children, teaching them how to do yo-yo tricks and play the piano. He even worked as a counselor for the younger children. Everyone loved and trusted him, and this was an unfathomable thing to process. "We love this guy. All of us, if you ask us what you think of him, would tell you he's an outstanding kid, our poster child," one neighbor said. But others argued his social media posts pointed to someone who was far more troubled than anyone had realized, with many of his posts having disturbing captions. It was also said that he had abused his dog years before, and one of his friends had urged him to seek help when he started threatening to jump off of buildings. What had initially drawn police to AJ that day was that he was watching them intently as they were searching the bins. And the second the officers realized that Maddie was in there, he started to run, despite the fact he wouldn't have been able to even see what they had found. He had been helping in the searches and involving himself in the investigation from the beginning, asking everyone questions about what they knew and if anyone had heard anything, something that seemed innocuous. But when police questioned him after he ran away, they realized something was very wrong and he did have something to hide. They wouldn't go into detail about what he had said or what evidence they had uncovered in his apartment, which was likely due to his age and how much they were allowed to reveal. An examination of Maddie's body came in the following day, and it was determined that her mouth had been bound with tape. She had been beaten and raped before being strangled and stabbed. It was such a monstrous crime, and what poor Maddie had gone through was horrendous. After being formally interviewed, AJ admitted to what he had done. He said that he had lured Maddie into his apartment by offering her some ice cream. Maddie knew AJ well and trusted him. As she was helping herself to the ice cream, he attacked her from behind. After he bound her and assaulted her, he strangled her before forcing her into the bag she was later found in. As he was doing this, he realized that she was still alive. He subsequently stabbed her in the neck. Medical examiners concluded that she had ultimately died of positional asphyxiation from her position in the recycling bin. District Attorney Jeff Rosell said, "We are going to bring him to justice. He is looking at life in prison." He also said that he thought being charged and tried as an adult was the only appropriate course of action and that AJ was a sexual deviant with no place in society. Judge Salazar agreed with Jeff Rosell and determined that AJ's trial should go through the adult court system instead of the juvenile one. He cited Prop 57, which was passed by voters and allowed judges to decide whether or not a teen should be tried as an adult. AJ entered a plea of not guilty despite his admissions. But his defense team were fighting hard to transfer his case back to juvenile court using the controversial Senate Bill 1391, which had just come into effect. SB 1391 prohibits anyone 14 or 15 years old from being tried as an adult. They also said that the reasons behind why he did what he did stemmed from a tough home and school life and being socially awkward. But people that knew the Gonzalez family said that this was simply not true. His mother, Reggie, had left his father when the relationship had turned violent, and her children were her biggest priority. They said that AJ was showered with love and affection, and he came from a caring family that had done their best given their situations. They said that although Reggie had battled drug and alcohol issues, she was now clean and doing her best to repair any damage that had been done. The police and prosecution said that numerous people have tougher upbringings than most, and this is not the outcome. They said that using his mother and his upbringing as some kind of justification for what he had done was heartbreaking. Thousands of people signed a petition to stop SB 1391 applying to AJ's case. But it was in vain when, after much deliberation and appeals by AJ's defense team, the Supreme Court ruled that his case should be transferred to a juvenile court. This was met with huge backlash, and the community were horrified that something so awful could happen to someone so vulnerable and be met with potentially just a few years in prison. Judge Salazar also expressed his feelings, saying that his hands were tied by the change in the law and that he had no choice. He said, allowing all 14-15-year-olds accused of first-degree murder and other violent offenses to remain in the juvenile court is not promoting public safety, because not all of them can be safely rehabilitated. Following this decision, in April 2021, Adrian Jerry Gonzalez changed his plea. He finally pleaded guilty to 6 felony counts, including the kidnapping, rape, and murder of Maddie more than 5 years prior. Before his sentencing, AJ said he hoped that the family would forgive him one day. I understand there is very little I can say after all the pain and suffering I have caused. My goal is to work on my issues so no one else has to experience what you have endured. I am aware that does not change the fact that I have brought you tragedy, loss, and devastation. I am hopeful that when I take the time to apologize, that you may accept my apologies for the actions that I have done and what they have brought you, he said. Maddie's father Michael said he has accepted his daughter's loss and that he has forgiven Ajay. That doesn't make anything easier. It just allows me peace. The alternative could be to hold to the darkness, but this would only consume my soul. I refuse to poison my soul in existence. Forgiveness is the only path. And I believe that Madison would agree, he gracefully said. Laura said her daughter's death left her suffering with depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder, resulting in her being unable to work. Even AJ's attorney expressed his relief that this was all coming to an end, so that Maddie's family did not have to go through any more than what they already had. In the adult court system, AJ was facing a 126 years to life in prison. But the juvenile court system gave a very different sentence. Judge Salazar imposed the maximum sentence he possibly could, given the circumstances. The law as it stands now determined that AJ's maximum term of confinement ends when he turns 25. This will be in October 2024. There is no guarantee he'll be released in 2024, however, as the court can be petitioned to extend his time. Although District Attorney Jeff Roselle said he sadly believes it might be. I think it's likely he will be out at 25, and I think it's an absolute travesty of justice, and I think it's unsafe for the community, he said. AJ must also register for life as a sex offender and pay $22,000 in restitution fees. Maddie's grandfather, Dan, said that the sentencing ignores all the evidence pointing towards him being a danger to society. He also predicts that SB 1391 will have dire consequences for future cases. An unlikely bond was formed between Laura and AJ's mom, Reggie, during the ordeal. Reggie was devastated that her son would do this, and neighbors would frequently see her crying at Maddie's memorial. Laura would often sit with her, hugging her, telling her she wasn't to blame. She said, "I just love her and we both lost our children that day. That's the tragic truth. I don't fault her. More pain would soon come for the grieving family." Maddie's father carried her ashes around with him inside his car so that she could stay close to him. But the family were left devastated when someone broke into the car and stole them. They have sadly never been recovered. Maddie was from such a tight community who continue to honor her name and her memory through arts and creative works. She loved animals, but wolves especially, and a wolf sand sculpture was made for her on a beach near her home. The Rio Theater put her name up outside, and paintings done by the artist that lived in the apartment were also put up everywhere. A celebration of life was also held where 100 turned up, and the mayor Don Lane commemorated her life by declaring October 5, 2015 as Madison Middleton Day, her birthday. The family also founded in Cask, Maddie Child Angel of Santa Cruz. Their motto is, "Before you go, let someone know." The aim is to educate children and parents about safety and protection. Tannery Art Center apartment complex has never been the same since and probably never will be. The little community everyone had worked so hard to form, once so close and safe, has been changed forever. Laura said that Maddie was the light and love of her life and brought so much joy to so many people. She was growing up beautifully, bright, perky, fun, and generous of heart. She was the best thing I ever made. Diane Dawn was always a free spirit. She grew up in New Jersey but spent a year away from her family as an exchange student in Austria. She was 4 years older than her sister, Victoria, but the two were still very close. Because of her year abroad, Diane completed her final year of high school a year late, meaning that her and Victoria's high school careers overlapped for a year. While Diane would help Victoria learn things like music and foreign languages, during that year she also helped her skip school so that they could go skiing together. She was an accomplished musician who was skilled at playing the violin. Victoria moved to California, which separated her from Diane for several years. But Diane eventually followed, moving to California to be near her sister again. In 1988, 29-year-old Diane was living in an apartment complex on Graves Avenue in Santee, California with her 2-year-old son, Mark. Mark and Victoria's daughter, Christine, had been born only a few months apart from one another, and Diane and Victoria spent as much time together as they could with their children. Diane worked for the San Diego Transit Corporation, where she had become their first female radio repair technician. Diane failed to report to work on Monday, May 2nd, 1988. One of Diane's co-workers therefore went over to her apartment to check on her. When they entered the apartment, they found Diane, deceased, in a back room. She had been stabbed in the chest, and it would later be determined that she had also been bludgeoned. She was nude, but an examination of her body did not find any signs that she had been sexually assaulted. Diane's young son was found wandering in a nearby area of the apartment complex, thankfully unharmed. The San Diego County Sheriff's Department did not find any signs of forced entry into Diane's apartment, nor did they find a motive for anyone to want to kill Diane. Diane's son Mark was adopted by a family friend and grew up with 2 older brothers. He remained close with his birth mother's family and regularly saw his aunt, cousins, and grandparents. Even with a loving adoptive family and a strong relationship with his biological family, Mark still sometimes felt alone as he grew up, knowing he had lost his mother. As years passed without a resolution to Diane's case, her family began losing hope. I didn't think anything was ever going to come of this. I thought I, myself, was going to go to my grave, not knowing Diane's sister, Victoria, would tearfully say years later. Investigators did not forget about Diane's case and tried to use new technology to solve it as it became available to them. Scrapings from under Diane's fingernails had been preserved, and in late 2000, they were tested in hopes of developing a DNA profile of Diane's killer. A profile was developed, but when it was uploaded to criminal database, no match was found. A hair follicle had also been found in Diane's hand, and a new technology was used to process it in the summer of 2010. However, when a DNA profile was developed, there was still no match to it in any database. Authorities then turned to genetic genealogy as a possible avenue for finally solving the case in May of 2020. The San Diego County Sheriff's Department utilized genealogy databases that give users the option of making their DNA profiles available for comparison to law enforcement. Close relatives of the killer were not in the database, which meant the process was very labor-intensive for investigators as they created family trees of his more distant relatives, trying to identify him. Investigators contacted numerous individuals they believed to be distantly related to the killer, asking for information about their family related to the killer, asking for information about their family histories, and ultimately constructed 9 family trees containing over 1,300 people related to the killer, either by blood or marriage. The massive and detailed effort did eventually identify a potential suspect, but he had passed away since the murder. His children agreed to provide samples of their DNA. Testing on these samples confirmed that their father was the individual whose DNA was found under Diane's nails and in her hand. On March 16, 2022, authorities announced the identity of the suspect, Warren Robertson. Robertson, along with his wife and several other relatives, had lived in the same apartment complex as Diane in 1988. Authorities have not been able to determine if he and Diane knew each other prior to the murder. They both enjoyed racing and attended local stock car races at the nearby El Cajon Speedway. Robertson was never a suspect in the case prior to his DNA being matched to the DNA from the crime scene, thanks to genetic genealogy. He was not mentioned in any reports from the initial investigation, and he does not appear to have been questioned in the initial canvassing of the apartment complex in 1988. Robertson was a native of Arkansas. He worked as a tow truck driver at the time of Diane's murder. He did have a criminal record, but only for low-level property crimes, not for any other violent offenses. Robertson and his family moved away from the apartment complex shortly after Diane was killed to Lakeside, California. They then moved again the following year, this time to Indiana. Robertson died in a house fire there in 1999 at the age of 39. At the press conference announcing Robertson's identification, Diane's sister recounted memories of her beloved sister and thanked members of law enforcement for never giving up on the case. She said that the day she learned a suspect had finally been identified was the best day of her life, aside from the days her children were born. Diane's now adult son, Mark, provided a video statement played at the press conference. While he was too young at the time of her death to have many strong memories of his mother, he stated that everyone who had ever spoken to him about his mother told him how good of a person she was. He likes to think he inherited those positive traits from her and tries to be a good person, to be like his mother. The answers that my family received, it's closure. And closure is everything, even after so much time has passed, Mark said in the video. And now I have a story to tell the world and tell people who cross my path. In 2007, 18-year-old Anita Knudsen was a freshman at Minot State University in North Dakota, where she was studying elementary education. In addition to attending classes, she also worked at a local hotel and was making a variety of new friends in her new city. While she had left her family home in Butte, North Dakota, approximately an hour's drive from Minot, to attend school, she remained very close with her family and was in regular contact with them. According to Anita's younger sister Anna, Anita could make whoever she was speaking to feel as though they were the most important person in the world. Over the first weekend in June of 2007, Anna was at the North Dakota State baseball tournament with her father to watch her brother Daniel play. While at the tournament, Anna and her father realized that neither they nor Anita's mother had heard from Anita all weekend, which was strange. They had all tried calling Anita as usual, but they realized that she had returned no one's calls. Anita's family grew even more concerned when they learned she had not reported to work on Saturday, June 2nd, which was unheard of for Anita, who was responsible in all things, including her job. Anita's worried father, Gordon, therefore, drove to Minot that Monday, June 4th, 2007, to check on his daughter at her apartment. He saw Anita's car parked outside, but she did not answer the door when he knocked on it. The door was locked, so Gordon walked around to his daughter's bedroom window. The window was open, and the screen was missing. Looking through the open window, Gordon could see Anita lying on her bed. He reached out to her through the window but found that she was cold when he touched her. Gordon then rushed to find Anita's landlord, and he was ultimately able to convince her to open the door to the apartment using her copy of the key. When he finally got inside and to Anita, he confirmed that his daughter was dead. Anita had been stabbed twice in the chest. A pocket knife with dried blood on it was found in the apartment. Some reports state that the knife was found in a bathroom sink, but a later affidavit of probable cause states that it was found on Anita's bed. Anita's valuables, including cash, her laptop, digital camera, and cell phone, were all still in the apartment. Examination of her body found no signs of sexual assault. Anita's time of death was placed in the early morning hours of Sunday, June 3rd. Analysis of Anita's phone showed that she'd been texting a friend just before 5 a.m. The friend sent Anita a text message at 4:43 a.m., and Anita responded to it at 4:48. The friend sent another text at 4:53. According to cell phone records, Anita never read that text message, and she made no further communications using the phone. This raised a lot of questions about Anita's whereabouts on Saturday and why she had abruptly stopped speaking to her family and inexplicably skipped her shift at work. Investigators interviewed numerous individuals, some of whom knew Anita and some of whom had connections to the area where she lived but could not locate enough evidence to make an arrest in the case. Billboards were put up throughout the area asking for tips but did not result in critical information being reported. Years passed and the case went cold. Anita's death was devastating for her family. Her brother, Daniel, in particular, struggled with Anita's death and was never the same after her murder. He took his own life in April of 2013 at the age of 22. What haunts me the most about the death of my sister is that whoever killed her also took the life of my brother that very day. After she was killed, he was never the same. I just don't think this person or monster knew the pain he would cause our family and friends. Anita's sister Anna would later tell Dateline. It would be nearly 15 years before a suspect was charged in Anita's case. On March 16, 2022, Minot Police Chief John Klug announced at a press conference that an arrest had been made in the case that afternoon. At 3:25 p.m., 34-year-old Nicole Rice had been taken into custody without incident at Minot Air Force Base, where she was employed in a civilian position. She was being charged with murder in connection to Anita's death. Chief Klug attributed the new momentum in the case to the television show Cold Justice, which had recently come to Minot to look into Anita's murder. The program follows former prosecutor Kelly Siegler as she brings investigators to police departments around the country to assist them with their chief. Klug said at the press conference, "Although most of the detectives who worked the original scene and investigation have retired, we had not forgotten about this case. We tried to actively investigate Anita's case for the past few years, and finally, with the help of Cold Justice, we were able to move forward and regain focus. Due to the resources, logistics, planning, and experts they were able to provide, we were able to obtain an arrest warrant." Nicole Rice had gotten married in the years since Anita was murdered. In 2007, she was still using her maiden name of Thomas. She was also Anita's roommate. This had made her a person of interest from the early days of the investigation, but authorities did not have enough evidence to charge her. Authorities did not have enough evidence to charge her. According to Chief Klug, only a few new details had come to light during the more recent investigation, and the arrest was made largely due to a detailed examination of the facts of the case and the information already available to investigators. Chief Klug did not disclose the evidence against Nicole Rice at the press conference, but some of it was detailed in the affidavit of probable cause filed on the day of her arrest. A major detail that had pointed to Nicole's involvement in the case from the very beginning was the fact that the door to the apartment she shared with Anita was locked when Anita's father discovered her body. The lock on the front door was a type that had to be both unlocked and locked with a key. There was no way for someone to lock the door without using a key. Anita, Nicole, their landlord, and a maintenance worker were the only people who had keys. Anita's key was still with her belongings inside, and the other 3 individuals were investigated. The screen to the window in Anita's bedroom had been slashed and then removed from the window, which was left open. This allowed Anita's father to be able to reach inside the apartment and touch Anita's body when he came to check on her. However, while the screen may have been removed and the window left open to make it appear as though someone had entered and left the apartment through the window rather than the door, evidence inside Anita's room showed that this was not the case. 2 fabric bins overflowing with items were located right below the window and had not been disturbed. There were no shoe prints or scuff marks near the window. Dust and cobwebs in the window were not disturbed, and the aluminum seam of the window showed no signs of it being bent under someone's weight. Nicole and Anita were roommates, but they did not get along. According to the affidavit, friends characterized Anita as kind, friendly, and likable, whereas they described Nicole as hot-tempered and reactionary. This led to tension between the roommates. Nicole told police after Anita was killed that she and Anita were best friends and that she had never complained about Anita to anyone. Numerous witnesses contradicted these statements. Furthermore, a friend reported that shortly before the murder, they heard Nicole tell Anita, "One way or another, I'm going to get you out of this house." Nicole was not home when Anita's body was found, and she told police that she had an alibi for the time of the murder. She claimed to have been at her family's farm since 7 p.m. on the night of Saturday, June 2nd. However, A witness reported being with Nicole in a bar in Rousseau on the evening of June 2nd into the early morning hours of June 3rd. As they were leaving the bar, Nicole told the witness that she was going back to her apartment in Minot to get some clothes. Following the murder, Nicole gave this witness several different stories and described Anita in derogatory terms using foul language. The same witness reported that Nicole told her details about the crime scene. These details should not have been known to Nicole. Nicole and her father have given accounts in which they both claim Nicole was at the farm from 7 p.m. on June 2nd onward. However, according to the affidavit, in their various statements to investigators, their various stories have changed and have been inconsistent and contradictory of each other, although the affidavit does not go into detail about these inconsistencies and contradictions. Investigators had long been aware of rumors that Nicole had admitted to the murder to someone, but they were not aware of who had heard the admission firsthand. In March of 2022, they identified that individual as William May. William had dated Nicole for several months in either 2008 or 2009. According to William, Nicole had attended a house party thrown by him and his roommates. Anita's murder came up, and some people began discussing theories about who the murderer could be. In response, Nicole became what William described as belligerently drunk. When they were going to bed, Nicole told William that she did it. He tried to get her to admit to the murder in more detail later when she was sober, but she would just become angry at the mention of the crime. Nicole Rice's first court appearance was made on March 17th, with Nicole appearing via video call from the Ward County Detention Center. The state argued that her bond should be set at $1 million, and her defense argued that such a high amount was not necessary because she was not of light risk. The judge ultimately set her bond at $120,000 cash or $250,000 surety. She was able to post it by that evening. Nicole Rice is next due in court on April 21st for her preliminary hearing and arraignment. If convicted of the charges against her, she could be sentenced to life in prison without parole. Summer of 1992 was a difficult time for Nona Cobb. The 29-year-old was a widow and had lost custody of her 3-year-old son, Josh, 7 months earlier. Nona's sister, Becky, and her husband had custody of the little boy. Nona loved her son very much and was very proud of him. She called her sister every day to check in on Josh. Nona was struggling with a drug problem. While her family did not support her drug use, they still loved her. She loved us and we loved her. Just because you do something wrong doesn't mean you stop loving her, her sister Vicky would later tell the Winston-Salem Journal. Nona was last seen alive on the night of July 6, 1992. She was seen getting into a truck with a man at the Welcome Center on Interstate 85 in Cleveland County, North Carolina, south of Kings Mountain. Her body would be discovered at 6:15 the following morning along the northbound side of Interstate 77 in Surry County, North Carolina. She had been strangled. There were few early leads in Nona's case. The first major suspect for her murder was identified in 1995. Sean Patrick Goebel was a truck driver from Asheboro, North Carolina, and was questioned about Nona's murder after a fingerprint tied him to another killing. He denied any involvement in Nona's case. Later that year, police were able to eliminate him as a suspect in Nona's murder based on DNA evidence collected from her body. Goebbels was later convicted of killing 3 other women and is currently serving 2 life sentences plus 14 years in prison. Years later, it would be that same DNA evidence that would lead to investigators finally being able to make an arrest in Nona's case. In April of 2021, special agents from the State Bureau of Investigation's Cold Case Investigation Unit and investigators from the Surry County Sheriff's Office began re-examining the physical evidence in the case. Still unable to find a match to the DNA from Nona's body, they began working with Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, the founder of Identifiers International. This effort ultimately led to the identification of a suspect in the case. On March 15, 2022, almost 30 years after Nona was killed, 71-year-old Warren Luther Alexander was arrested in Diamond Head, Mississippi, and charged with her murder. He is currently being held at the Hancock County Jail awaiting his extradition to North Carolina to face the charges. The investigation is ongoing, and authorities are not releasing any further information at this time. They are also investigating the possibility that Alexander is also responsible for other murders. It was in 1973 when 23-year-old Althea Dale Blankenship and her 4-year-old son, Jeffrey, moved to Port Townsend close to the Puget Sound in Washington. Althea had spent her early life in Virginia before moving to Washington with her family. She graduated from Shoreline High School, Washington in 1967, and 2 years later her son Jeffrey was born. Althea had set her sights on creating a better life for the pair. Contemporary news articles do not mention whether Jeffrey's father was in the picture, and it appears he has never been named publicly. After spending a few years in Shoreline, Althea decided to move 50 miles to Port Townsend, Washington. Althea's parents, Oscar and Mary Marks, owned a home in Port Townsend, and she wanted herself and her son to be closer to her parents. The move was a breath of fresh air for the two, and they rented a room from Glenn Allen Bagley. According to local news reports, Althea and Glenn developed a romantic interest in one another. Unfortunately, little is known about Althea's time in Port Townsend. We do know that at the time, Glenn Bagley was separated from his wife Esther Mae Jessler. Just 3 years after Althea and Jeffrey were last seen, Esther too would disappear. She was last seen in Auburn, Washington on March 13, 1976, leaving home in her blue Mercury station wagon. By 1976, Esther had remarried and was training to become a paralegal. On the day that Esther disappeared, she told her second husband that she was going to rent a hotel room so she could be alone to study. While the disappearance of Esther and Althea have never been officially connected, it is hard to ignore the striking similarities. Althea and her son Jeffrey were last seen on March 27, 1973, at or close to the apartment that they shared with Glenn Bagley. That day, Althea and Jeffrey were due to travel to the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. From there, they had plans to fly to New York City and catch a connecting flight to Greece to meet up with Althea's parents, who were already holidaying there. Unfortunately, Althea and Jeffrey never made it to their flights and have never been seen or heard from again. Glenn is believed to be the last person to have seen the pair alive. He told the Kent Police Department that on March 27th, he dropped Althea and Jeffrey off at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, which was the last time he saw them. Investigators doubted his story, but without solid evidence, they were unable to move forward with a conviction. While searching Althea's room, they uncovered letters between the two that exposed their romantic relationship, which had previously been unknown. Following the 1976 disappearance of Esther, authorities ramped up their investigation of him. Glenn soon caught wind of the police attention that he'd garnered and had moved to the Philippines to escape the heat. Glenn Allen Bagley never returned to the United States, passing away in 2016 from cancer. According to the Charlie Project, the Kent Police Department tried to build a case against him for many years, but were always unsuccessful. An ex-girlfriend at Bagley later told investigators that he had not been building a cat house on the day of Esther's disappearance as he had told law enforcement. She refused to tell the police anything else as Glenn had threatened her, telling her, quote, "You will end up in the same culvert in Kinsang as Esther." Searches for Althea, Jeffrey, and Esther have been conducted, but nothing has been found so far. In 1973, burned and charred human remains were discovered on Protection Island just off of Discovery Bay. Unfortunately, the chain of custody is somewhat murky on these remains, with the Port Townsend leader reporting, quote, "The remains pulled from the island burn pile in 1973 were transferred to the University of Washington's anthropology lab. It was concluded that the University of Washington had no documentation of those remains nor several other associated records from that era." Althea Dale Blankenship is described as a Caucasian female with brown hair, blue eyes, 5'7", and a 135 to a pound 140. Jeffrey Dean Blankenship was described as a white male with brown hair, brown eyes, 3'5" and a pound 75. Anyone with information is asked to contact Detective John Thompson of the Kent Police Department. It was on September 29, 1980, approximately 5 miles from Ashland, Virginia at around 6:30 p.m. when firefighters were attempting to put out a brush fire when they came across the burned remains of a young woman. She was found on a gravel dirt road that would be later named Wesley's Court, just off of what is now Greenwood Church Road, approximately 12 minutes outside of Ashland. The woman was able to be identified quickly through dental records. She was Patricia Eve Gegler. Not much is known about the young woman, but she was 28 years old. She was moving from her hometown in Pottstown, Pennsylvania to live with her brother in Richmond, Virginia. Authorities would discover that she had last been seen on September 29th around 3 p.m. at a Sunoco gas station in Ashland, Virginia. News reports from 1980 stated that she'd been there to get a used car tire. They would also discover her vehicle on the dirt road near the fire. An autopsy was performed and the medical examiner stated that Patricia had died from an upper airways burns due to immolation or death by fire. They said that she had most likely died within seconds of her airways being burned. They also stated that they didn't find any other wounds on her body, as well as no evidence of sexual assault. They could not determine if she had been conscious at the time of her death, and her death was ultimately ruled a homicide. There has been no speculation if the killer had started the fire or it had already been started and just utilized. No suspect has ever been reported to the public. There's no record that Patricia had been married at any point in her life. Her last known occupation had been stated as a waitress on her death certificate. Both of her parents passed away in 2010 and 2012, and they never got to know what happened to their daughter. Patricia was last seen at that gas station, and she'd only been about 30 minutes from Richmond, Virginia. Law enforcement has always been stumped on why she'd been on that road going in the wrong direction when she was last seen on the main road to Richmond. Authorities have never released much about this case, and details for this are significantly lacking. In January 2022, deputies from the Hanover County Sheriff's Department asked the public to come forward with any information regarding the case of Patricia Eve Gegler. 30-year-old Sheila Sue Connor was described as a loving and caring mother to her 8-year-old son, David. Sheila's life hadn't always been easy, with her son telling local news outlets that she'd been subjected to violence from a young age. Despite her challenging beginnings, Sheila was a kind and gentle soul who ensured her son would never have to face the same hardships she did. The two lived together in Houston, Texas, and things were going well for a while. That was until December 31st, 1991. David's only memory of that day was being pulled out of the bath and being told to dry off and put on some clothes as quickly as possible. Houston police officers crouched to his level and told him the devastating news. His beloved mother was missing. At 8 years old, this was hard for David to comprehend, and it took several years for him to be able to process that day entirely. According to reports, Sheila was last seen at Echo Glen Lane at the home of her boyfriend. The man with whom Sheila was in a relationship was much older than her, and her friends and family worried for her safety. Sheila was considerably more vulnerable as she was battling with addiction at the time of her disappearance. The last known contact from Sheila Connor came at 3:30 a.m. when she called a friend from her boyfriend's home in North Houston. She told a friend that she and him had gotten into an argument, and that was the last time anyone ever heard from Sheila. She was reported missing days later. When her missing person investigation began, her car was found abandoned and stripped down along Interstate 45 in New Haven, Texas. Sheila's boyfriend has never been publicly named, but David Connor believes his mother was murdered that night. David now works with the media to ensure his mother's name and story has never been forgotten. Sheila Sue Connor is described as a white female with brown hair, brown eyes, 5 foot, and a pound 130. She has a scar on the right side of her chin and the following tattoos: a leaf on her left leg, a rose on her right breast, and a tattoo on her arm. She was last seen wearing a black jacket, blue jeans, and maybe wearing glasses. Her son is still hopeful that someone with information will come forward and he can finally have some answers. On August 1st, 2010, a 000 call was made from Mount Druitt in Western Sydney. A young girl had gone missing. Her mother had put her to bed the night before, and by morning she had disappeared. The caller was Christy Abrahams, the mother of the missing child, Kaisha. As police arrived at the scene, they understood the urgency, knowing that the first few hours of a child being reported missing are crucial. They needed to speak to as many people as they could to establish a timeline of Kaisha's last known movements and follow any possible leads. Christy was no longer in a relationship with Kaisha's biological father, Chris Whippert, so officers went to speak with him. Around 10:45 that morning, they interviewed Chris, who stated he had been at home with his mother before leaving to get a tattoo. Christy's best friend and neighbor, Allison Anderson, was eager to help, so she asked Christy if she had any suspects in mind. Allison later recalled that Christy had referred to Whippert as the effing so-and-so and mentioned that he had ridden past the unit a week earlier and made a gun gesture with his fingers at Rob, who was hanging up the washing. Christy told Allison she needed to inform the police, but she refused. Rob, Christy's partner, had been out searching for Kaisha since the moment they realized she was missing. In an attempt to generate leads and possibly locate Kaisha if she had simply wandered off, a large-scale search was launched by police and volunteers. They combed through bushland, parks, and reserves, hoping to find the missing girl. The fast-moving operation continued to gain momentum, and Strike Force Yarisun was formed. The police discovered that Kaisha hadn't been to school or been seen by anyone else since early July. The officer in charge, Detective Inspector Russell Oxford, said the last time she had been seen by immediate family was around 7th of that month. She had been reported missing on the August 1st. The 3 weeks in between were vital in putting together a timeline of events. 2 days after the call to emergency services was made, Christy and Robert made appeals for any news of her whereabouts and for anyone with information to come forward. Those in the community were desperate to find Aisha and bring her home. Candle-lit vigils were held and flowers and toys were laid out for the missing child. On the August 30th, it was reported that Kaisha's father, Chris, was being questioned by the police. He was adamant that although he had been paying child maintenance, he hadn't seen Aisha in years and had not had regular contact with her since he and Christy had separated. He was adamant he had nothing to do with her disappearance. Police said that they had received new information that he had allegedly been seen near the Woodstock Avenue block on the morning she went missing. Chris had been in hospital for the previous 3 weeks after complications from diabetes meant he had to have major foot surgery. His mother Liz said, "I'm furious." She said that her son had not been kept up to date with the information about Kaisha's case. "It has been 28 days. We have no idea what is going on. The police tell us nothing. Then they show up here saying this." But there was something that was standing out to the police. What had initially appeared as a desperate mother and stepfather awaiting any news soon began to raise eyebrows. The behavior of Christian Robert stood out to many as unusual. Neither of them had made any effort to join in the searches, and despite the fact her daughter was missing, life for Christy seemed to resume as normal. She would go and get her hair and nails done and go shopping. Her appearances in the media only aroused more suspicion. The pair were adamant that they were innocent, and their friend and neighbor, Allison Anderson, became the spokeswoman for them and would defend them against the rumors that had began to swell. Allison gave a statement on their behalf saying, "The family wished to deny the recent allegations in the media. The family encouraged the public to come forward with any information that may assist police to find Kaisha. But please stop making baseless allegations. The family wished to be left alone to deal with the situation. You put yourself in their shoes. You couldn't imagine. And that's why this is the time when they need their friends and support and family." There was soon more controversy surrounding Kaisha's case. As the investigation continued to be carried out, Rob and Christy moved into a local motel. Allison agreed to help them move to their new property in Kings Langley. When they went into the unit, one of Kaisha's jumpers was lying on the floor. Christy said that the police had told her that there would be nothing belonging to Kaisha there before she kicked the jumper away and began swearing. When Allison went into Kaisha's room, there was nothing there, no possessions or toys. A forensics team descended on the unit they had lived in with Kaisha. Something disturbing was revealed. Blood belonging to the missing child was found in every room. Christy Abrahams was brought in for an interview. Over the following months, the community continued to hold on to the hope that she was still alive. But this would soon come crashing down. April 22nd, 2011, a huge announcement was made. 2 people had been taken into custody on suspicion of the murder of Kaisha. none other than Christy Abrahams and Robert Smith. This arrest was the culmination of months of an intricate and complex undercover operation. An undercover officer would get close to Christy in the hope she would reveal what had happened to Kaisha. At a motel, the undercover officer met with her, and in order to win Christy's trust, the officer told her he needed to know the truth and that he could help her move the body. Christy Abrams would finally confess. She said that Kaisha had been refusing to put her pajamas on, and in response, Christy gave her what she called a nudge with her foot. This resulted in Kaisha falling and hitting her head against the bed. She said Kaisha's body was like jelly, but said that she did respond when Christy had asked her to squeeze her finger. She said, "And then she went funny, and then I put her in the shower to try and wake her up. She just started making weird noises. We thought it would go away. We really did." She stated that when she had checked on her the next morning, she wasn't breathing, but she didn't get her medical help. When describing how they had disposed of her body, she said, "He put petrol on her and branches on her." Smith and Abrahams then took the undercover officer to the deposition site. It was here that the search for Kaisha came to a devastating end. Her little body was found in bushland, near Shelby, in Sydney's west. At 1:12 a.m., Abrahams and Smith were both arrested in a laneway near their home. They were then charged. For those officers who had been watching the couple for months, it was a bitter end to a tragic case. A candlelit vigil had been planned for Kaisha's birthday, and hundreds turned up to pay their respects, many voicing their anger and disgust at how things had panned out. One card read, "Happy birthday, Kaisha. You deserved a better life here in your time on Earth." At 2 o'clock on Good Friday, police informed Keisha's grandmother, Liz, that Abrahams and Smith had been arrested. This devastating news sent shockwaves throughout Keisha's family and the local community. The little girl they had helped look for, prayed for, and kept in their hearts was gone. In September 2011, Kaisha's private funeral was held. Before the funeral, Chris said, "I want Kaisha to leave this earth knowing how much she was loved, and I want her put to rest the way she deserves." They also requested that mourners wear Kaisha's favorite color, purple. Abrahams and Smith had both put in requests to be able to attend the funeral, but Chris said hell would freeze over before he would let that happen, adding, "My family are the ones left to deal with all of this and arrange the best send-off for Kaisha that she deserves. And I'm telling you, they are not coming." Their requests to attend were denied. On September 28, 2011, a public memorial was held for Kaisha. Many questions needed to be answered, one of them being, how had this tragedy unfolded? When the truth was revealed, it would leave people outraged. Christy's early life had been marred by domestic violence. She had both witnessed and been subjected to violence at the hands of her father. Her mother had epilepsy, and when she was 10 years old, she heard her mother having a seizure. She was alone with her little brother who was just 3 years old. When she went to help her mother, she had tragically died from the seizure. Her father didn't want custody of his children. So, following this, she and her younger brother were put into foster care and spent time in various group homes. As a young teenager, she was examined by a psychologist who determined that due to an intellectual disability, she needed to be with an appropriate family who could provide her with the correct emotional support, and by the age of 16, she was in a girl's refuge. When she was 19 years old, she met Chris Whippert through his brother Matthew, and a romantic relationship quickly formed. Not long after, Christy was pregnant. Soon into her pregnancy, Chris had found Christy punching her stomach following an argument between the pair. Things seemed to simmer down for a while and the pregnancy continued. On the February 6, 2003, she gave birth to their son, Aiden. Community services officers visited the house and found nothing seemingly untoward with Aiden apart from Christy giving him 1 scoop of formula instead of 2. After another fight between the pair, the police were called. Chris said, "I'm Aiden's dad. His mom's not coping and she mixes her medication. She threw my clothes and stereo off the balcony last night and threw a lit candle at me while she had Aiden in her arms. The wax went everywhere and nearly burnt him. She's up all night with Aiden and has threatened to throw him off the balcony if he doesn't shut up and let her sleep. I don't know what to do." Christy refused to open the door to the officer, but after talking to a community services worker, The officer believed that Aiden would be removed that night, but this didn't happen. Just 6 weeks later, tragedy would strike. March 22, 2003. Chris's mother Liz saw her son arriving at the house on his bike. The news he had was horrifying. He told her, "Aiden's blue and he's dead and he's cold." Christy's up there screaming and screaming, "Mom, I found him and he was on his face." Liz went straight to the unit and found Christy holding Aiden, screaming that he was cold and to get another blanket. He was taken to hospital, but there was nothing that could be done. Little Aiden had died. The post-mortem found no signs of abuse and his cause of death was unascertained. Just over 1 year later, Christy gave birth to their second child in April 2004, a little girl, Kaisha. The pair began arguing again. She told Chris that it was over and he needed to leave for good. As he packed his things, Christy followed him and they carried on rowing. Kaisha was just 15 months old at the time and started crawling towards the couple. Chris said Christy stormed towards Kaisha and picked her up by the neck before carrying her through to the living room and dumping her on the sofa. Kaisha began to crawl off again. Christy responded by picking her up and biting her on the shoulder, leaving Kaisha screaming in pain. Chris immediately called the police. Chisha was taken to the hospital and Christy would be convicted and given a 12-month good behavior bond. Chris was originally given custody of Chisha. However, the Department of Community Services, now the Department of Family and Community Services, put Kaisha into foster care. On October 15, 2006, Christy was arrested for having outstanding warrants for driving without a license. Just 2 months later, and after taking part in anger management counseling, Chisha was returned to her. A year later, Christy was pregnant again with a second daughter. During a hospital visit, a nurse saw a bruise on Kaisha's face and reported it. A caseworker spoke with Chisha the following day, and Chisha could not explain how it had happened. There was also a cigarette burn on her body, and she said, "Mom hit there. Mom did that," but no further action was taken. Kaisha lived in such a state of fear. Her mother raising her arm in conversation would cause her to flinch. At this point, Christy was in a new relationship with a man called Robert Smith. By June 2010, Christy was pregnant for a 4th time. Christy called her father, someone at the center of much of her unhappiness, and asked him to take Aisha. She told him, "I'm sick of her. I will hurt her. I really will hurt her. I will kill her." Liz, Chris's mother, didn't even know Kaisha was back living with Christy until the police arrived at her house saying the little girl was missing and they needed to search the property. Over the course of her life, several reports had been made by family members and neighbors regarding injuries on Kaisha. Education officials also made various trips to the home as Kaisha had only been to school 4 times in her whole life. And when she had gone, teachers had reported seeing bruises on her head and face. Between January-July 2010, truant officers made 7 trips to the home. But each time, the door was locked and they got no answer. They then informed Christy that they would be taking legal action against her regarding Kaisha's school attendance. Allison said the last time she had seen her was on July 11th at around 4:30 in the afternoon. Kaisha was in the car, and Christy was stood outside smoking. Allison would later say, Chisha asked if she could hop out of the car. Christy said, "No, you effing can't. Shut up and sit in the car." That was the last time I heard or saw Kaisha. As the initial investigation began, the behavior of Abrahams and Smith stood out. When looking back at the press appeals, Liz, Chris's mother, said, "A lot of flashbacks come into your head. I'd seen it before with Aiden. That's why I knew something was going on. It wasn't tears when Kaisha was missing. I'd seen it before. There was no inquest held into Aiden's death. But after Kaisha was killed, a senior official said there probably should have been one." And following their arrests, Detective Inspector Russell Oxford said they would consider reopening the investigation into Aiden's death. Abrahams and Smith then went about attempting to destroy any evidence they thought could link them to Kaisha's death. They took things out of the property and threw away shoes and clothes, along with the SIM cards from their phones. In order to maintain the image that Kaisha was loved and cared for, and that they hoped she was still alive, they went out and brought children's toys and a Tinkerbell poster for when she came home. Forensic pathologist Dr. Matthew Ord had carried out the examination of Kaisha's remains. She had fractures to her teeth and 10 different injuries to her body and head. Her jawbone had been broken in 2 places. Dr. Ald said, "These types of injuries are mainly found in children who have suffered severe, prolonged physical abuse," adding they would have left her in considerable pain. Following her death, her mother and stepfather kept her little body in a suitcase. After several days, they burned her body and buried her in a shallow grave. They threw away the hammer used to dig the grave and also burned the suitcase her body had been kept in. After this, they got a taxi home. In late November 2012, more tragedy would strike. Chris, Kaisha's father, passed away suddenly. He was found by his mother, and he had been suffering from various health issues including diabetes and had also been battling substance abuse. He went to bed and then didn't wake up. Before court proceedings began, Allison Anderson went to see Abrahams in prison. She asked her former friend why she had lied throughout the investigation and left people wondering for months where Kaisha was. The first thing for Christy to say to her former friend was, "Have you seen Robs? What are you doing here?" Allison asked why Christy had used her and lied to her, and why if she was struggling to cope. She hadn't given Kaisha to a family member or her to look after. Allison then shouted at her, "You rot in jail, you filthy pig kid killer." She then took her shirt off to reveal a purple shirt with a voice for Kaisha written on it, something she would later wear throughout the trial. Allison said the only response from Abrahams was, "Use rot in hell." Abrahams also blew a kiss at her. The prison guards had to pull Allison away, and she was subsequently banned from going back to the prison for life. She decided against visiting Robert Smith, saying it wouldn't achieve anything or give people the answers they needed. July 18, 2013. As the police van pulled up at the Sydney Supreme Court, there were angry reactions from members of the public, with people chasing the van and shouting. The courtroom was packed. Abrahams turned her back on the public gallery and looked only in the direction of the judge. On the first day of her trial, Christy Abrahams entered a plea of guilty to the murder of her daughter after the Crown had previously rejected her plea of manslaughter. Christy Abrahams was sentenced to serve at least 16 years, with a maximum of 22.5 years, in prison for murder and interfering with a corpse. As her sentence was handed down by Justice Ian Harrison, she showed no reaction. Cries from the public gallery could be heard. Justice Harrison said, "The trust placed between a parent and child is of the highest and utmost importance. Abrahams caused the death of Kaisha with the infliction of a violent, lethal force on what was a vulnerable and defenseless child in her care who is entitled to expect and receive her attention." Justice Harrison found that while she hadn't intended to take Aisha's life, she had meant to cause grievous bodily harm. He also said that he could not be sure beyond a reasonable doubt who was responsible for the other injuries that Aisha had sustained prior to her death. He rejected her account of what had happened, but said that the evidence could not adequately explain exactly what had happened. He noted that Christy Abrahams had been abused as a child, and said that what had happened to Kaisha was the inevitable product of entire intergenerational failures, adding, "The death of the deceased is the foreseeable and predictable consequence of preventable cyclic abuse. The offender's failures are mirrored in the failures of others." Justice Harrison did find beyond a reasonable doubt that she had recklessly failed to look after Kaisha after she had become injured, which amounted to reckless indifference to human life. Robert Smith was tried separately. On the May 3, 2013, he was sentenced to a minimum of 12 years for manslaughter and being an accessory to murder. Christy Abrahams will be eligible for parole in 2027. For her former friend, Allison Anderson, the sentence wasn't good enough. She said, "It's just horrifying knowing she can be out when she's 46. Does having a bad upbringing and abuse give you the right to go and take people's lives? She knew what she was doing. It's just a cop-out." Kaisha was killed by a cold-blooded murderer. The knock-on effect of Kaisha's case was huge. So many people had been betrayed, lied to, and left broken. They hoped that they would be able to bring Kaisha home and put all of their efforts into making this happen. One person who was particularly affected was Allison Anderson. While she had had her own concerns from the beginning of the investigation, she had desperately wanted to believe that her friend had had nothing to do with whatever had happened to Kaisha. Now faced with the realization that she had been lied to the entire time, it was an incredibly painful and devastating thing to come to terms with. Allison had also been in foster care as a child and experienced abuse, meaning that this was incredibly personal to her. She would later go on to become a qualified youth worker and use her skills to help those who were vulnerable and in need so more children don't fall through the cracks. Childhood should be a time of innocence, wonder, and joy, but for little Keisha Whippet, it was a time of torment, fear, and pain. She should have been able to grow up in a happy and safe environment, free from abuse and free to flourish and grow. Those who loved her are determined that she will never ever be forgotten and that she will always be loved. Keisha's headstone reads, "You are not just a memory or part of our past. You're part of our family as long as it lasts." Deborah Kaur was a patrol woman with the Aurora Police Department in Colorado. At 26 years old, she had been with the department for a year. On June 27, 1981, Officer Kaur stopped a vehicle at East Colfax Avenue and Moline Street after observing the driver commit a traffic violation. As she began her interaction with the driver, 19-year-old Glenn Spies, who was driving home from his shift with Aurora's Police Explorers program, pulled up behind her patrol car. The program provided young people with experience in law enforcement, helping them decide if they wanted to pursue a career in the field. At the start of each shift, Glenn would pick up a police radio from the station and perform simple patrol tasks, such as checking for graffiti and watching over local parks and pools. As Glenn exited his vehicle, Officer Kaur was attempting to arrest the driver, who was resisting arrest. She had managed to handcuff one of his wrists, but the suspect managed to wrest control of her service weapon. Glenn heard Officer Kaur scream for help before the driver shot her with her own gun. Upon hearing the gunshot, Glenn attempted to hide behind the patrol car, but the shooter was able to hit him as well. The bullet struck near his spine, shattering upon impact. The assailant then fled the scene in his vehicle. Unable to move because of his injury, Glenn couldn't seek help or reach Officer Kaur. He was quickly rushed to the hospital. Despite initial concerns, he did not lose his ability to walk. His injury did prevent him from continuing into law enforcement, however, as it left him in a great deal of pain and made walking difficult. Officer Kaur did not survive her injuries. That day, she became the first Aurora police officer to be killed in the line of duty. Her killer was quickly identified as 30-year-old Joe Michael Irvin. Irvin was originally from North Texas. He had come to Colorado in 1969 to escape prosecution for another murder. In October of that year, a grand jury in Tarrant County indicted him for a murder, which had occurred at a bowling alley in Fort Worth 2 months earlier. The victim in that crime was 21-year-old Rodney Gene Bonham. During his time in Colorado, Irvin was suspected in several rapes and murders and was arrested but allowed out on bond in connection to 2 different cases. He was never connected back to the indictment in Texas because his year of birth had been incorrectly entered into the system when the arrest warrant was issued, and he had been living under the surname of Irwing while in Colorado. Because these issues had not yet been uncovered, he was never extradited to Texas. When Irvin was arrested at his residence for Officer Kaur's murder, he was in the process of attempting to saw her hand cuff off of his wrist. Unfortunately, Irvin was never brought to justice for Officer Kaur's murder. On July 1, 1981, just a few days after his arrest, while he was being held in the Adams County Detention Center, he took his own life. More than 4 decades later, authorities would learn that Officer Kaur had not been Irvin's first victim in Colorado. She had been his last. On January 28, 2022, authorities announced that they were closing 4 cold cases they were now attributing to Irvin. DNA had tied him to the 4 murders, 3 in Denver and 1 in Adams County, that occurred between December of 1978 January of 1981. While exact details have not been made public, Denver Police Commander Matt Clark did disclose that all of the cases had an underlying sexual component. 33-year-old Madeline Fury Lividet was killed on December 7, 1978. She was stabbed to death inside of her home on Poplar Street in Denver. Investigators believe Irvin came to her door and forced his way inside to kill her when she opened it. Madeline was the mother of 2 young daughters. According to her sisters, Madeline was creative and adventurous. She loved learning and traveling, but nothing as much as she loved her 2 girls. She was an ecologist, writer, and editor for the children's magazine Ranger Rick. Tragically, we didn't get to grow up with her and hear the stories and witness the contributions she would have made to the world. Madeline's daughter, Molly, said after her mother's killer was finally identified. The body of Irvin's next victim, 53-year-old Dolores Barajas, was discovered on August 10, 1980, lying in the street in the 500 block of East 17th Avenue in Denver. She had been stabbed to death while walking to work at the Fairmont Hotel in downtown Denver, where she was employed in the cafeteria. Dolores had been working in Denver temporarily while spending the summer with relatives in Colorado and was about to return home to her family in El Paso, Texas. The day of her murder was her last day of work at the hotel before she traveled back to Texas. Dolores' family said in a statement read at the announcement of Irvin's identification that they still miss her greatly, and they are grateful for all of the efforts that ultimately resulted in her case being solved. They have requested that police not release any photos of her. The body of Gwendolyn Harris, 27, was found lying in the street near East 47th Avenue and Andrews Drive in Denver's Montbello neighborhood on December 21, 1980. She had been stabbed to death. The night before, she had been seen at the Polo Club Lounge in downtown Denver, somewhere she was known to frequent. The location where her body was found was more than 10 miles away from where she was last seen and within 1 block of Irvin's home at the time. According to her family, Gwendolyn was bright, soft-spoken, and athletic. Irvin's youngest victim was 17-year-old Antoinette Tony Parks. Sheriff's deputies in Adams County found her body in a field near 64th Avenue and Broadway on January 24, 1981. She had been stabbed 23 times. At the time of her murder, Tony was 6 to 7 months pregnant. She was a good student at Gateway High School and was determined to finish her high school education after she gave birth. She loved children, and the children in her family loved spending time with her. Her family believes she would have one day owned and operated her own daycare center. The 4 cases were originally investigated separately. However, between 2013 and 2018, they were all connected as a result of DNA evidence from the crime scenes. Dolores and Madeline's cases were linked thanks to DNA in June of 2013, and DNA found during an examination of the evidence in Gwendolyn's case linked her murder to those 2 cases in December of 2015. DNA then tied Tony's murder in Adams County to the 3 Denver murders in October of 2018. In 2019, the investigative team began an in-house effort to use genetic genealogy to identify the individual whose DNA was found at the 4 crime scenes. This eventually narrowed their focus to the state of Texas, where the killer appeared to have extended family. Investigators in Colorado worked with their counterparts in Texas to perform familial searches in the Texas criminal database. This led to the identification of a more direct relative of the killer in 2021. By looking at this individual's family tree, authorities then identified Joe Michael Irvin as a potential suspect who required further investigation. No archived samples of Irvin's DNA could be located. Following his death in Colorado in 1981, Irvin's body was returned to his home state, and he was buried in Arlington, Texas. In late 2021, his remains were exhumed so that a DNA sample could be collected from them. In January of 2022, a direct comparison confirmed that it was Irvin's DNA found at all 4 crime scenes. Irvin's identification was highly emotional for the families of his victims. By the time Irvin was identified, Tony Park's mother and 3 sisters had all passed away without ever learning the identity of Tony's killer. Only Tony's 2 brothers, George and Carl Journey, lived long enough to learn who had taken Tony from them. George told Denver 7 News that he spent 3 hours crying after learning his sister's case was finally closed. He still loves and misses his sister, and while he is grateful for answers and all of the hard work that went into finding them, he still struggles with Tony's death. In addition, he also struggles with the fact that Irvin cannot be prosecuted for Tony's murder. "I'm angered because he didn't face justice," he told KCNC TV. "But I know my mom and family wouldn't want us angry. They'd want us to be happy that this has all brought to a close." His brother, Carl, lives in Arkansas, and the family was concerned about finding the funds to fly him back to Colorado so that he and George could process the news together. Denver 7 News was able to provide the money for the flight through community donations to their Denver 7 Gives program, allowing both George and Carl to attend and speak at the press conference announcing Irvin's identification. Madeline Fury Livette's two daughters, Molly and Ariel, were also at the press conference, where Molly read a statement. In addition to recalling their mother's memory and accomplishments, they also thanked the investigators who had finally identified her killer. They also recognized Officer Deborah Kerr and the lives she saved with her death. With her sacrifice, she prevented him from killing anyone else, and it's clear that he wasn't going to stop on his own. She stopped him. The police stopped him back in 1981, and for that, for Officer Kerr's sacrifice of her life, we are grateful, Molly said in her statement. While Irvin cannot be prosecuted for the murders, authorities believe the years of effort that ultimately led to his identification were still beneficial. While the perpetrator cannot be fully held accountable for his despicable actions, we hope that knowing who is responsible can bring some peace to the families, Denver Police Chief Paul Pazin said at the press conference. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. In November of 2021, both the Harrisonburg Police Department and the Charlottesville Police Department were investigating missing persons cases in Virginia. In Charlottesville, authorities were searching for 39-year-old Nita Smith, a mother of 6 young children. She was last seen on the evening of November 14th and reported missing on November 19th. Police believed she may have traveled to Harrisonburg, Virginia, located more than 50 miles away in Rockingham County. Meanwhile, in Harrisonburg, police were also searching for 54-year-old Aileen Elizabeth Beth Redmond. Beth, a mother of 2 daughters and a grandmother of 4, had suffered the loss of her husband in 2017, which left her heartbroken. For years later, she was starting to rebuild her life, having secured a new job and an apartment to escape the painful memories of her late husband. Beth had not been seen since October 24th. Her family could not contact her and she did not come home to her apartment. She also failed to report to work, which was highly unusual for her. She did not have access to a vehicle, limiting her ability to travel on her own. The last time her family talked to her, she told them she was going to the Howard Johnson Hotel on Linda Lane to watch a football game with someone named Aunt. No one in her family had heard her talk about someone with that name before. The unrelated investigations into Nita and Beth's disappearances came together in Harrisonburg on November 23, 2021, when the bodies of both women were found near each other in an undeveloped lot in a commercial area off of Linda Lane. The 2 women had both been murdered, but at different times. I knew that I had to lose my mom one day, but never did I ever imagine that I would be in a way like this. It's the most hurtful thing that anybody could ever experience, Beth's daughter Jessica said after her mother's body was located. The discovery of Nita's body came at an already difficult time of year for her family. Her body was located 3 days after the 9th anniversary of the disappearance of her niece, 19-year-old Sage Smith. While Sage's case was initially investigated as a missing persons case, it was reclassified as a homicide investigation in November of 2016. Her case remains unsolved. The same day the 2 bodies were found, 35-year-old Anthony Robinson was arrested for the 2 women's murders. He was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, as well as 2 felony counts of concealing, transporting, or altering a dead body. Robinson was tied to the 2 victims using cell phone records and surveillance footage. He had met both of them on dating sites. Police believe they were both killed at the motel where Robinson was staying. Video surveillance shows him pushing a shopping cart from his room. Police allege that the shopping cart was used to transport his victims' bodies. This method of transporting the bodies would lead to authorities referring to Robinson as the shopping cart killer at a press on December 17th, at which they announced they believe Robinson was a serial killer. Shortly after Nita and Beth's bodies were found, police in Washington, D.C. contacted the Harrisonburg Police Department. They were in the middle of their own missing persons investigation, and Robinson was the last known person to be in contact with the person they were looking for. 29-year-old Cheyenne Brown lived in Washington, D.C. She was a kind soul who was nice, potentially too nice, to everyone she met. She was the loving mother of a 7-year-old son. She was last seen on September 30th, 2021, when she was approximately 4 months pregnant. That day, she was last seen by her family getting on to a local bus. She then took the metro from DC to the Huntington station in Fairfax County, Virginia. Surveillance footage shows her with Robinson at the metro station in DC. Cell phone records show that after taking the metro, Cheyenne was in the 6100 block of nearby Richmond Highway. The Moon Inn Hotel, where staff has confirmed Robinson was staying at the time, is located in that block. Authorities in Fairfax County had searched the area around the hotel previously but had not found any sign of Cheyenne. When they returned to the scene after speaking with authorities about the 2 victims found in Harrisonburg to conduct a larger search, however, a homicide detective noticed a shopping cart in a vacant lot in the vicinity of the hotel. Knowing that Robinson had allegedly used a shopping cart to transport the bodies of the 2 women found in Harrisonburg, the search was focused onto that area. Not far from the shopping cart, authorities found a large plastic container containing 2 sets of human remains. Cheyenne Brown's family positively identified a distinctive tattoo she had on one of the sets of remains, leading authorities to tentatively identify those remains as Cheyenne. "My heart is broken. Just the thought of my baby not being here is devastating. It's like a bad dream I just want to wake up from," Cheyenne's mother, Nicandra Brown, who had called local hospitals and morgues as part of her desperate search for her daughter before her remains were located, told the Washington Post. Cheyenne's family believes that Robinson may have been in contact with her prior to her disappearance. According to Cheyenne's cousin, Jonathan Willis, he went to Nicandra Brown's home in mid to late September while Nicandra was out of the country for work. Cheyenne was there with a man he did not know. He asked the man to leave the home since Nicandra did not like people she had not met being inside her home when she was not there. The man, who Jonathan believes could be Robinson, left without incident. The state of decomposition the other set of remains was found in complicated identifying them, although investigators identified a missing woman from Redding, California, Stephanie Harrison, as a potential match to the remains. 48-year-old Stephanie was last in contact with her family on August 19th while she was on a sightseeing trip in Washington, D.C. Stephanie had 3 children and 3 grandchildren. She normally called her children multiple times throughout the day, so her daughter, Destiny, knew something was wrong when the routine calls from her mother stopped. "My mom was super family-oriented. She was a beautiful, kind soul. She put everyone before herself. She would drop anything she was doing if you called and needed her help. She would give you her last dime if you needed it," Destiny said of her mother. The last transaction on Stephanie's bank records occurred at the Moon Inn Hotel when she checked into a room there. She told her family she knew people in the Washington, D.C. area and may have been communicating with people online. Authorities from Virginia traveled to California to collect DNA samples from Jessica's family members to compare to the remains. On January 7, 2022, authorities announced that DNA had confirmed that the remains found near the hotel belonged to Cheyenne Brown and Stephanie Harrison. Robinson has no known criminal record, although he has interacted with the police in Washington, D.C. before on 3 occasions. In 2012 and 2013, Robinson was involved when police were called for a domestic dispute, unauthorized use of a vehicle, and an argument Robinson had with his aunt. He was not accused of violence during any of these incidents, and they did not result in an arrest or any charges. Police believe Robinson met his victims through various social media and online dating sites, although the only ones they have publicly discussed by name are tagged and plenty of fish. Since his arrest, at least 2 women who met him through such sites have come forward to police. They say that when they met Robinson in person, they could tell that something was wrong and quickly ended their dates with him, which police believe may have saved their lives. Authorities would like to speak with any other women who met Robinson online, particularly through dating sites. Robinson lived a transient lifestyle, moving around and working various jobs. In addition to Virginia and Washington, D.C., he has known former addresses in Maryland and New York. Authorities are investigating possible ties between Robinson and other unsolved cases in various locations. He didn't suddenly turn into who he is 3 months ago. That's why we are painstakingly going through his whereabouts, his relationships, and employment history to figure out if, in fact, there are other victims. The good thing is he's in custody. The challenge that remains is identifying other victims. Fairfax County Police Chief Kevin Davis said after Robinson's arrest, "So far, only one other potential victim has been identified." Investigators are currently working to determine if Robinson is connected to the murder of a young woman whose body was found in a shopping cart in Washington, D.C. on September 7, 2021. Her name has not been made public. Digital evidence allegedly places Robinson in the area at the time the victim went missing. While authorities believe it is important to publicize the details of Robinson's crimes in order to identify other potential victims in other parts of the country, Robinson's lawyer disagrees. In a court filing made in December of 2021, his lawyer asked the court to issue a gag order that would prevent law enforcement from using the term shopping cart killer, releasing information in the case to the public without the permission of the court, or referring to Robinson as a serial killer. He argues that language used by various departments involved in the case is prejudicial and will impact his client's ability to receive a fair trial. He further argues that it is inaccurate to refer to his client as a serial killer, as he has so far only formally been charged with 2 murders. The Fairfax County Police Department issued a statement in response to the filing, standing by their handling of the investigation. The court proceedings are ongoing. 62-year-old Gladys May Hensley lived in an apartment within a senior living complex on High Street in Eugene, Oregon. On June 5, 1986, the staff at the complex became concerned because they had not seen Gladys in a few days and decided to perform a welfare check. When they entered the apartment, they discovered Gladys's body. She had been murdered. The police estimated her time of death as the early morning hours of the previous day, June 4th. One of the apartment's windows was found unlocked, and all of the curtains had been drawn. 2 weeks later, there was another murder in Eugene. While there were differences in victim profile and the location where each victim was found, the Eugene Police Department believed the 2 cases were connected due to the fact that the crime scenes were only a few miles away from each other, and the manner of death of each of the victims was the same. That manner of death has not been specified publicly and only described by police as the result of homicidal violence. The second victim was 33-year-old Janice Dickinson. On June 19, 1986, her nude and bloody body was discovered lying face up under a tree along a hillside behind a car dealership on Colberg Road. She had been assaulted, and there were signs of a struggle at the scene. These 2 murders would later be connected to a case being investigated by the Oregon State Police. 73-year-old Geraldine Spencer Toohey lived alone in her home on Franklin Boulevard in Eugene. On the evening of February 27, 1988, she was speaking on the phone with her sister. The call suddenly cut off in the middle of the conversation. Geraldine's sister went to the home the following morning to pick Geraldine up for church. When she looked inside the house through a window, she saw her sister's half-naked body on the floor inside. Geraldine had been sexually assaulted. Her phone line had been cut, explaining the abrupt end to the call with her sister the night before. Police believed that her killer had known she lived alone and had forced their way in through the front door. A sketch of a potential suspect was developed but did not lead to, and DNA evidence confirmed that all 3 murders had been committed by the same individual. There was no match found to this profile in criminal databases. In 2016, Virginia-based Parabon Nanolabs began offering the Snapshot Phenotyping Service, which predicts physical features and generates images of what the contributor of a provided DNA sample might look like. Police in Oregon paid for the service in connection to the 3 women's murders, and 2 images showing what their suspect may have looked like at age 25 and at age 55 were generated. Investigators received the images in September of 2017 and released them to the public in January of 2018 with an appeal for anyone who knew someone who resembled the man pictured in the report to come forward. Unfortunately, despite over 100 tips being called in, the appeal did not lead to an identification. Investigators then worked again with Parabon Nanolabs to use genetic genealogy in the case. The effort identified 4 potential suspects for them to follow up on. After extensive further investigation, on February 2, 2022, the Eugene Police Department announced that Gladys Janice, and Geraldine's killer had been identified as John Charles Bolsinger. In addition to the DNA evidence, fingerprint evidence, footwear analysis, and the development of a timeline of Bolsinger's movements at the time of the murders all supported his identification. Unfortunately, Bolsinger could not be prosecuted for murders because he committed suicide in Springfield, Oregon on March 23, 1988, less than a month after Geraldine Tuohy's murder. Bolsinger was convicted of second-degree murder in Utah for the March 29, 1980 murder of 33-year-old Casey Sorensen, who died, according to Bolsinger's confession, during consensual sexual asphyxiation. He served 5 years in prison and was paroled to Springfield, Oregon on March 7, 1986. Gladys was killed in neighboring Eugene, Oregon just under 3 months later, and Janice was murdered just 2 weeks after that. On September 26, 1986, Bolsinger was arrested after breaking into a woman's home. That night, the woman was having trouble sleeping, and she heard her dog making strange noises in her kitchen. When she got up to investigate, she found a man reaching in through her kitchen window to remove a brace preventing her sliding glass door from being opened. She ran into her living room and called 911. The man made entry into the house and followed her into the living room. When he tried to take the phone from her, she began screaming and hitting him with the phone as well as a nearby flashlight. The man fled the residence, leaving behind a down vest and a paring knife. The woman told the police that the man had run off when they arrived just after he escaped, and he was soon apprehended by a canine officer. The intruder was Bollinger. He said he had gone up to the woman's house and knocked on the door a few times but nothing else, and claimed that he remembered nothing else about the home as he was suffering from memory loss. Bolsinger was sentenced to 5 years in prison but was only in custody in Oregon for less than 1 year. He was transferred from the Oregon Department of Corrections to the Utah State Prison on August 4, 1987, to serve time for violating his parole. He was released from prison in Utah just a few months later on December 7th. He returned to Oregon and enrolled at Lane Community College for the winter 1988 term. Geraldine was murdered in February of 1988. Bolsinger took his own life in March, just a few weeks after the release of the sketch of the suspect in her case, although there is no way of knowing if the sketch influenced his decision. Authorities have not been able to identify any sort of relationship between Bolsinger and any of his 3 victims in Oregon. The press release announcing Bolsinger's identification concluded by saying, "The Eugene Police Department and the Oregon State Police are pleased to finally bring closure to the family members of Gladys, Janice, and Geraldine, as well as our community. Both agencies remain committed to constantly evaluating unsolved cases and utilizing emerging technologies to bring closure to other families of crime victims. This resolution would not have been possible without the dedication of numerous police officers, detectives, crime scene investigators, and crime lab analysts over the last 35 years. This case takes us to Kalamazoo, a city in southern Michigan, specifically to 63100 Proctor Avenue in Comstock Township. This was the home of 22-year-old Christopher Neal, his wife Haley Coe, and their 2-year-old daughter, Charlotte. The couple had recently learned that Haley was pregnant with their second child, and they were thrilled to start sharing the news and expand their family. Everyone who knew Christopher and Haley described them as a perfect match. Both were caring, hardworking, and great listeners, always focused on making others happy. Christopher's father recalled that his son never had trouble walking into a room, even if he didn't know anyone. Within just a few minutes, Christopher would be sharing life stories with someone, showing how much he genuinely cared for others. After graduating from high school in North Texas, Christopher became a volunteer firefighter before joining the Navy. Haley, a young Navy recruit herself, had met Christopher on a beach in Florida. 2 weeks later, he asked her out on a date. Haley politely said, "No thank you," something the couple laughed about for years after. More time passed, and when Haley needed help with her studies for the Navy, Christopher offered to tutor her. They went on their first date shortly after, and Haley said they were inseparable from that point on. The couple soon eloped, and after this, their baby girl Charlotte was born. When Haley found out she was pregnant again, the pair were over the moon and had even started making plans to adopt children after this, providing children in need with a loving home they knew they could give. The couple were often apart due to their time in the Navy, but always made family their priority. Christopher would often write Haley letters and leave messages on her phone while she was sleeping, so that when she unlocked it, she found them later. His friend said he was a hopeless romantic and always let his family know they were on his mind wherever he was in the world. The young couple were often taking photos and sharing them on social media. It really was clear to see just how much they were in love, how much they adored Charlotte, and how precious being together as a family was to them. A year or so later, having finished their duties, they were both granted terminal leave from the U.S. Navy. And in 2019, Chris started a new job in real estate. The family moved to Michigan and started living in Haley's parents' house while they worked on their new dream home, a beautiful home that had actually belonged to Haley's grandmother. Christopher spent most days renovating it, and they couldn't wait to settle in. The family finally moved in on November 17th, and everything seemed to be going great. Christopher was excited about his new job and what this could offer. It was nearly Christmas, and they were finally together as a family with a second baby on the way. With so much joy in the young couple's lives, it's hard to fathom what happened less than 2 weeks later, December 1st, 2019. It was a typical evening in 63100 Proctor Avenue. Everyone had finished their dinner. Charlotte was sound asleep in the other room, and Christopher and Haley settled in for a night of watching television. Suddenly, at 10 p.m., there were several loud bangs on the front door. As most will agree, 10 p.m. is usually quite an alarming time to get a knock at the door unless otherwise expected, so the couple were instantly hesitant. Christopher jumped up to see what was going on. Little did the pair know, a man had opened their screen and interior door and was already inside their home looking around. The man was 35-year-old William Paul Jones, and he was armed with 2 handguns. According to Haley, everything went from 1 to 10 in a matter of seconds. As soon as Christopher saw him, he knew the situation was bad and tried to get his wife and daughter upstairs, moving them around the house trying to get into a room where they could at least lock the door. Christopher then called 911. There was a scuffle between the pair as William tried to get Christopher into another room, which he refused to do. A SWAT team and negotiators had already been dispatched and were starting to gather outside on the street. The operator began explaining to William that she had officers there that were ready and willing to help him, but he needed to put the guns down and let the family go outside. Christopher remained calm and collected, assuring William he understood where he was coming from and trying to calm him down and reassure him. The line was then transferred to the officers and negotiators outside. William answered the phone with a list of demands, one of which was the police were not to enter the house. William then hung up the phone and the officer tried to ring back. Upstairs, panicking and fearful, Haley tried to make a quiet 911 call herself. The situation was escalating and police slowly started entering the house before announcing themselves and continuing the negotiations from the hallway. Neighbors could now hear screaming and shouting and were trying to get hold of police too. Some of the officers who were still outside then called Christopher's phone back, which was answered by William. Although Christopher was still alive at that point, a few moments later shots rang out inside the house and body cam footage captured officers running into the rooms. William jumped out of the bedroom window before officers pinned him down on the front porch. The entire ordeal lasted about 40 minutes in total. As William was taken away, officers found Haley and Charlotte hiding upstairs. "Is my husband alive?" Haley asked. Officers had to deliver the devastating news. 22-year-old Christopher Neal was dead. William had also opened fire as the SWAT team came in, hitting 3 officers as he was trying to escape. Fortunately, the officers survived and made full recoveries. As he had jumped straight through a pane of glass, he was taken into hospital to be checked over. Doctors noted he seemed intoxicated, but he was so resistant it was undetermined what, if anything, was in his system. He wasn't making sense and was rambling about aliens, claiming he didn't know the date, time, or place. It took deputies and hospital security to restrain him as he got more violent and aggressive. Witnesses later told police William often smoked meth before going on long, violent rampages, shooting at cars, and breaking into homes. It turned out that William had an extensive criminal record and had spent most of his life going in and out of prison. He had actually been released just 5 days before he killed Christopher. Over the years, he had been arrested and jailed many times for many things, including burglary and home invasion, driving without a license, firearms charges, assault, resisting and obstructing police officers, and fraud, to name a few. When he was calm, William Paul Jones was charged with 19 felony counts, including the murder of Christopher, and his bail was flatly denied. As news began to spread about what had happened, everybody was in a mutual state of shock and disbelief. Neighbors said it was a sobering realization that no matter how safe and quiet their little street and area always felt, this was proof that it simply wasn't. As per Christopher's wishes, there was no funeral held, but friends and family gathered to remember and celebrate his life. His friends remembered him as a goofball, someone that had a thirst for life and a sincere devotion to those he loved. In court, William's obstructive and difficult behavior continued, but his attorney actually advised him to plead not guilty and pushed for a psychiatric evaluation of his client. An extensive evaluation was carried out by the Michigan Center for Forensic Psychiatry, and all everybody could do was wait. It remains unknown as to why all this transpired that night and why William did what he did. He didn't know Christopher and Haley, and there was absolutely no link or motive that anyone could find. It was seemingly completely random. In court, William said he was sorry for what had happened and told jurors it was the worst he had ever felt in his life. But the prosecution weren't buying it. They argued this was completely premeditated and said, if Haley and Chris had 40 minutes to think about whether the defendant will choose for Chris to live or die, the defendant had the same. At any point during that time, he could have stopped what he was doing, but he chose not to. And this was a deliberate and calculated decision. It took jurors just 3 hours to find William Paul Jones guilty of 18 out of the 19 felonies, including 1 count of first-degree murder. In July 2022, the judge said, there are good people and bad people in the world, and what you did on that day was pure evil, adding there was no reason for him to ever get out of prison. Haley gave a statement and said, I cried myself to sleep every night for 6 months after Chris died. I'm so broken that living feels like too much. Dealing with the trauma does not make me strong. It reminds me of the card I've been dealt. I can no longer handle simple pleasures such as fireworks on July 4th, or any day for that matter, because as soon as I hear loud bangs, it brings me back to hiding in that upstairs bedroom in my family home, fearing for my life and my family's. She added that William had snatched away all her dreams, one of which was to be old, wrinkly, and cranky in a home together. She said her heart was broken when their daughter Charlotte tearfully told her, some days I just want to die already, so I can be with Daddy. The devastation caused by what happened that December night is hard to fathom, and the loss of Christopher has been so widely felt. Haley later gave birth to their son, and he was named after his father. Haley's dad Jack said, he's the reason my daughter and granddaughter are still here. He sacrificed himself to let his wife and daughter get away. He got them out of the situation, and he's a hero for that. He saved them. Christopher's love for his family and his instincts to protect them at all costs is as admirable as it is utterly heartbreaking. He was a hero until the very end. The Gutierrez family of Lexington County, South Carolina, spent the day of June 5, 1986 doing yard work. After the family ate a dinner of bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwiches, Deborah Gutierrez painted her 4-year-old daughter Jessica's fingernails. Jessica, who went by the nickname Jessie, asked her mother if she could sleep in her bed that night. Deborah had to tell her no. Jessie had slept in her bed the night before, and Jessie's older brother was suffering from an ear infection. So Deborah wanted to let him sleep in her room instead, so she could keep an eye on him. Jessie therefore slept in the double bed she shared with her older sister, 6-year-old Becky, that night. She went in to go to sleep around midnight on June 6th. When her mother woke up for the day a few hours later, she found her children's room in disarray. Their school papers were scattered across the floor, and the curtains had been pulled from one window. In addition, the front door was open. Deborah realized that Jessie was not in the room with Becky. When she asked Becky where her little sister was, Becky replied, "She's gone. The man with the magic hat and the beard took her last night." In a panic, Deborah tore through the room, looking for Jessie under the bed and in the covers. She tore through the house, looking in every closet and room before going outside to look for her daughter there. She was screaming Jesse's name the entire time. When she came back inside, she asked Becky why she hadn't screamed when the man in the magic hat took Jessie away. The little girl had no answer for her, but she would later say that she had been too afraid to do anything, including go back to sleep, once the man in the magic hat came in her room. The authorities were notified that the little girl was missing, and the search for her quickly began. Suspects were quickly identified but could not be tied to Jessie's abduction. Jessie's mother had kicked her boyfriend out of the home just a few days before Jessie went missing because of his possessive behavior and abuse of alcohol. Deborah was sure he was involved in Jessie's disappearance, but no evidence supporting that theory could be found. Jessie's father was also investigated, but he was living in California at the time and was able to prove that he was still in that state when Jessie went missing. One major piece of evidence was collected at the crime scene. A fingerprint on the window. Authorities believed the kidnapper used digging entry into the home. It was submitted to the FBI, but no match to the fingerprint was found in any database at the time. Jessie's mother, Deborah, was certain this fingerprint belonged to the man who took her daughter because she cleaned the home's storm door and the windows in her children's room every night with Windex, meaning any prints on those surfaces would have gotten there after she went to bed the night before. A new potential suspect emerged several weeks after Jessie vanished. An acquaintance of her family who was living in the area stole a van and drove it to North Carolina, where he raped a woman. He was subsequently charged with and convicted of this crime. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. At some point during this man's incarceration for this crime, his cellmate claims that he told him that he had abducted and killed a little girl in Lexington County, South Carolina, while wearing a cowboy hat. He allegedly said that Jessie could have been the little girl the inmate had been discussing. They spent weeks searching a landfill near Jessie's home but found nothing. The inmate was questioned and offered to talk in exchange for immunity, but authorities refused to make such a deal. Investigators evaluated the evidence they had against him but ultimately determined they did not have enough evidence to prosecute this individual. A detective told Jessie's mother, Deborah, 2 weeks after the disappearance that statistics showed that Jessie was almost certainly dead. While, over the years, Deborah came to intellectually understand that her daughter was most likely no longer alive, she could never fully give up hope while there was still uncertainty over her fate. While she had to live with not knowing if Jessie was alive or dead, she did know that she would not give up on finding answers. "My baby's lost somewhere in the dark, and I'm not going to stop until I find her," she said in 2017. Jessie's case was reviewed in 2008 and in 2015 when it was transferred to the South Carolina Attorney General's office. In 2021, on the 35th anniversary of Jessie's abduction, a New Age progressed image of her was released to the public. In September of that year, a team from the FBI came to Lexington County to work on the case alongside the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division at the request of Lexington County Sheriff Jay Kuhn. The renewed effort paid off. Just before 8 a.m. on January 6, 2022, 61-year-old Thomas Eric McDowell was taken into custody at his home in Wake Forest, North Carolina. He is being charged with murder, kidnapping, and first-degree burglary in connection with Jessie's case. A district judge in North Carolina ruled he would be held without bond while awaiting extradition to South Carolina. Bond has so far been denied in South Carolina as well now that he has been extradited, although he has so far only had one brief court appearance in that state. While McDowell is being charged with Jessie's murder, authorities have not located her body. Given the ongoing court proceedings against McDowell, authorities have formally only released a limited amount of information about the circumstances that led to his arrest. According to the arrest warrant, admissions to the crime made to others. It is unclear based on his fingerprint being a match to the one found on Jessie's window, a witness identifying him in a photo lineup, and his own admissions to the crime made to others. It is unclear, based on the information in the warrant, when the fingerprint was matched to McDowell who made the identification, or when the identification occurred. Former County Sheriff James Jimmy Metz has confirmed to the state, a newspaper in Columbia, that McDowell is the previously publicly unidentified inmate alleged to have confessed to Jessie's murder. McDowell is a registered sex offender as a result of a March 1987 conviction for an offense which occurred in North Carolina. He also became an acquaintance of the Gutierrez family after his uncle married one of Deborah Gutierrez's cousins. McDowell had provided various alibis to investigators after his cellmate reported his confession, all of which were investigated and disproven. According to Jimmy Metz, he could never secure an arrest warrant for McDowell because prosecutors believed defense attorneys would be able to convince a jury that the fingerprint on the window had an alternative explanation. McDowell had previously done work at the property. Jesse's mother's claim that the window was clean daily does seem to be supported by the fact that McDowell's fingerprint appears to be the only fingerprint found on the window. The fingerprint was included as evidence supporting McDowell's arrest in the 2022 warrant. While Mr. Metz is overjoyed that McDowell has finally been arrested, he is also upset and embarrassed by the media coverage and statements from the current investigators that have not disclosed that McDowell had been identified as the prime suspect so soon after Jesse's disappearance. It made us look like we hadn't done our job. We had investigated assiduously, he told the state. According to South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, without this newly discovered information, our office would not be able to prosecute this case. It is currently unclear what new information allowed for authorities to finally arrest McDowell, and will most likely remain so until further progress is made in the court case against McDowell. Jesse's mother, Deborah, has described McDowell's arrest and the fact that he is being charged with her missing daughter's murder as bittersweet. "I'm glad God brought me to see it," she said after the arrest. "I prayed he would bring me through it, and we waited for this a long time." Deborah spoke at McDowell's first court appearance in South Carolina, asserting how important it was for him to remain in custody due to the threat he poses to the safety of the community. She and Jesse's sister Becky are also using the media attention the arrest has brought to Jesse's case to try to bring awareness to other cases and other families who have suffered as they have. While speaking in court and to the media afterwards, Deborah wore a face mask featuring a photo of Shelton Sanders, who disappeared in 2001. In addition to speaking about Jesse and her case, Deborah and Becky also spoke to the media about how important it is for cold cases, particularly those involving individuals of color, to receive attention from the media and effort from authorities. While McDowell's arrest is a major development in Jesse's case, her mother still has further answers to find, which will hopefully be revealed as the court case progresses. "I intend to find my daughter and I hope to do just that," she said after McDowell's first court appearance. On November 17, 1978, an individual was out looking for firewood near Lake of the Woods in the Wainema National Forest in southern Oregon. While they were doing so, they came across a gruesome scene approximately half a mile off of Dead Indian Road near Oregon, Route 140. They discovered the badly decomposed body of a young man. Members of the Klamath County Sheriff's Office quickly responded to the scene. The following day, as they continued searching for clues as part of their investigation into the young man's death, they discovered the body of a young woman. Her body had also undergone extensive decomposition. The remains of a small dog were also found. The man and the woman had been haphazardly buried in separate shallow graves. Based on the callous way the bodies had been disposed of, authorities were able to immediately tell that whoever had placed the bodies there had absolutely no respect for the individuals. The male victim's wallet was found amongst his clothes, allowing authorities to quickly identify him as 19-year-old Kirk Leonard Wiseman. The female victim was soon identified as his girlfriend, 17-year-old Cynthia Lynn Freyer. Their autopsy showed that they had both been shot in the head multiple times with a .22 caliber firearm and that Cynthia had been raped. The couple lived in Sepulveda, California, a neighborhood in Los Angeles that has since been renamed North Hills. They had been missing since September. The couple had been in Everett, Washington visiting family along with their brown and white terrier who traveled with them in a carrier. They left Everett on September 23, 1978 to slowly make their way back to California and took a flight from Seattle to Eugene, Oregon. Kirk and Cynthia were known to hitchhike regularly, and witnesses were found to support the theory that they had been hitchhiking around southern Oregon prior to their murders. After arriving in Eugene on 23rd, they hitchhiked to Roseburg and spent the night in a motel there. A witness came forward reporting that they had then picked the couple up hitchhiking and dropped them off at a restaurant in Grants Pass. The couple had plans to visit Crater Lake at some point during their travels before they returned to California because it was somewhere Cynthia had always wanted to visit. She had traveled in the area with her family the year before, but bad weather had forced them to cancel their plans to visit Crater Lake and made Cynthia even more determined to see it. One of the few items that was discovered along the victims' bodies was a sign that read K Falls. The couple may have used the sign while hitchhiking, looking for a ride to Klamath Falls. Investigators came to believe that the couple had been killed by someone who picked them up hitchhiking either while they were traveling from Ashland to Klamath Falls or while they were traveling back to Ashland after visiting Klamath Falls. They were never able to find evidence confirming that the couple had made it to Klamath Falls. Carl Burkhart was a detective with the Klamath County Sheriff's Office in 1978 and one of the first investigators to respond to the scene when Kirk's body was first discovered. He eventually went on to become the sheriff of Klamath County. He maintained his interest in the case until he retired in 2001. Several other investigators would work on the case for the next 2 decades, with the collective efforts of everyone who worked on the case ultimately leading to it being solved. The evidence from the case was carefully preserved in 1978, meaning that when technology to isolate and process DNA evidence became more commonly used by law enforcement decades later, the evidence was still available for forensic examination. Investigators began looking at the case and exploring the possibility of DNA evidence being found on some of the preserved items in 2011. However, it would not be until 2019 that the crime lab was able to identify DNA on any of the pieces of evidence. DNA from an unknown male was located on pieces of Cynthia's clothing that had been submitted for examination. The items were sent to another lab to confirm the findings of the crime lab. The second lab produced the same results. The DNA profile was run through criminal databases, but no match was found. Authorities then turned to genetic genealogy and worked with Marshall University to prepare a sample to submit to Parabon Nano in Virginia. Parabon used this sample to attempt to identify a suspect based on the amount of DNA the sample had in common with individuals who had submitted their DNA to a genealogy database. They ultimately were able to identify a potential suspect in a report they generated during the summer of 2021. Authorities learned that the potential suspect had died in Texas in 1996, making it more difficult for them to confirm it was his DNA found on Cynthia's clothes. They then turned to the man's ex-wife and children. While they were upset by the idea that he was a murderer, they agreed to cooperate with the investigation, prioritizing Kirk and Cynthia's family's need for answers over their own discomfort. They provided samples of their DNA, which helped confirm that it was the suspect's DNA found on the evidence. They also provided additional information important to the investigation during interviews. They confirmed that the suspect had lived in the Klamath Falls area from 1976 until 1982, during which time he was employed at a local lumber mill. His family was very familiar with the area where Kirk and Cynthia's bodies were found, stating that they had gone camping with the suspect in that area regularly and had routinely driven through the area on the way to visit family friends as well. At a press conference on January 6, 2022, authorities announced that the suspect whose DNA had been found on Cynthia's clothing was Ray Mason Whitson Jr. He did not have a criminal record. According to Klamath County District Attorney Eve Costello, the DNA evidence was strong enough for Whitson to be prosecuted based off of it, had he not died before it was discovered. Detective Dan Towery met with Kirk and Cynthia's loved ones prior to the press conference. Both families requested that he publicly express their gratitude to Whitson's family for their willingness to cooperate with the investigation and bring them answers and some measure of closure, despite the emotional toll doing so took on them. While Whitson cannot be prosecuted or found guilty in a court of law, the investigation is formally being suspended as prosecutors and investigators believe they have identified the only individual responsible for Kirk and Cynthia's murders. With the case formally closed, several personal items that belong to the victims that had been held as evidence for more than 4 decades can now be returned to their families. These items include postcards, jewelry, and an unmailed letter addressed to Cynthia's parents, written shortly before Cynthia was killed and found with her body. The letter described how much fun she and Kirk had in Washington state and detailed some of their hopes and plans for the future. The letter will finally be delivered to Cynthia's mother, more than 43 years after Cynthia wrote it. 1985, 63-year-old Helen Brooks lived in a 2-bedroom apartment at the Apple Valley Garden Apartments in Apple Valley, California with her small dog. She had gotten a divorce from her husband, Bill, a few years earlier and was the mother of 2 adult daughters. Helen was a hard worker who had been employed at San Bernardino Valley College in the food services department for 20 years. In 1985, she was working 2 jobs, one as a bookkeeper at the bowling alley across the street from her apartment complex and another as a saleswoman at a fashion boutique called Lolo's inside the nearby Apple Valley Inn. According to the manager of the inn, Helen looked more like 40 rather than 63. This was in part because Helen lived such an active lifestyle and swam in her apartment complex's pool every night. Helen had a very sophisticated and stylish air about her that helped her in her job at Lolo's. She was regularly a model in the annual fashion show the boutique hosted. According to both her neighbors and her co-workers, she was very easy to get along with. She was very well-mannered and never raised her voice at anyone. She lived a quiet life, exercising and sewing in her spare time. On Friday, July 5, 1985, Helen was scheduled to open Lolo's. She did not arrive at work, which was highly unusual. Her boss Dolores was also concerned because she had tried to call Helen all throughout the previous day but never received an answer or a return call. She tried calling a friend of Helen's, and ultimately the sheriff's department was notified. When deputies arrived at Helen's apartment, they found her front door unlocked. Inside, they discovered Helen's body. No one who knew Helen could think of any possible motive for someone to want to kill her. Furthermore, Helen was a very cautious person, especially because she lived alone. She would always lock her door even if she was just stepping away to speak to a neighbor for a moment. She also regularly reminded her neighbors of how important it was to keep their doors locked. Authorities did not immediately release Helen's cause of death, but 2 months later, they did disclose that she had been strangled with a nylon stocking. DNA evidence was recovered from Helen's body, but the exact nature of that evidence has not been disclosed. In the following years, numerous interviews were conducted and several polygraph examinations were administered in connection to Helen's case, but her killer remained unidentified. Cold case detectives looked into the case again in 2009 and submitted evidence for forensic examination in hopes that DNA would be found on it. The effort paid off and a male DNA profile was identified. It was run through CODIS, the Combined DNA Index System, but no match was found. In 2021, Cold case investigators with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Detail partnered with the FBI's Riverside office and reopened the case. They requested additional analysis of the DNA evidence. Through what they described as additional investigation and advancements in DNA technology, they identified the individual whose DNA was left at Helen's crime scene. On January 24, 2022, almost 37 years after Helen was killed, it was announced that the suspect in Helen's murder was Robert Eugene Wertman. Wertman could not be prosecuted, however, because he had died in prison in 1995. At the time of his death, he was serving a 22-year sentence for a rape he committed in 1990. On Halloween of that year, he met a 49-year-old woman at a bar in Apple Valley. He drove her out to the landfill on Ukaloma Road, where he forced her to undress. He then raped her and forced her to perform oral copulation. He was convicted for this crime in 1991. Wertman was also convicted of rape in Sonoma County in 1978 and had a false imprisonment conviction in San Bernardino County. In August of 1985, just a month after Helen was murdered, he was arrested on suspicion of attempted rape in Victorville, California. Wertman was interviewed in connection to Helen's murder early on in the investigation. He had met her a few days before she was killed. He denied ever being to her apartment or having any part in her murder. While authorities were suspicious of him at the time, they did not have access to the technology that would one day connect him to the crime. While the resolution of Helen's case did not lead to a conviction, it did provide an answer to the decades-old mystery.
My whole family shot me too.
What's the address?
No.
Okay,
I'm
listen.
dying. I'm shot right now. My family's dead.
Who did it?
Someone came in. There's someone here with a gun. I don't know if you believe me. You need to come now.
What you just heard was a desperate call from a 16-year-old boy pleading for his family's lives. Shortly after the call ended, Attempts to reach him again were unsuccessful. When the Kitsap rescue team arrived at the scene, they discovered a horrifying and disturbing sight. The house was found burning with 3 bodies, a woman and 2 boys, inside. However, one person was missing, John Derek Carriaga, the father. The absence of the father raised immediate suspicion, suggesting he could have been involved in orchestrating this gruesome scene. The Carriaga family, consisting of 43-year-old John Derek, Johnny Carriaga, 37-year-old Crystal Lynn Carriaga, and their 2 16-year-old teenagers, Jonathan Philippe Higgins and Hunter Evan Schaub, lived together in Kitsap County, Washington. John and Crystal had married in 2009, blending their families with the 2 teenagers from previous relationships. Unfortunately, their happiness didn't last long. Their 8 years together as a family were about to come to a tragic end when an unexpected visitor changed everything. January 27, 2017, started out as just another typical Friday in Kitsap County, Washington. As evening came down, the Carriaga family gathered in their home on West Tenino Drive, a charming single-story ranch house. Crystal reportedly had some friends over at the residence. Meanwhile, Johnny a phone call while at the house and went out to meet someone, telling the family that he would return home shortly. Johnny later returned to the premises, but did not enter the house. Like any ordinary family, they spent the night snacking, indulging in late-night activities such as scrolling through their phones or watching TV. However, the tranquility of the evening was shattered when on that fateful Friday night, dispatchers at Kitsap County received a harrowing 911 call from 16-year-old Hunter Schaub. In a desperate plea, he urged authorities to rush to their location. By the time the rescue team arrived, a grim scene awaited them at the Carriaga residence. The whole family, including Hunter Schaub, had been shot and killed within the confines of their home, which was subsequently set in flames. On Sunday morning, January 29, 2017, the community woke up to a chilling headline. 3 people found dead in Kitsap County home after fire. The news sent shock waves through the area, with residents grappling to make sense of the tragedy that had unfolded. The newspapers had this wrong headline, "Homeowner Missing." This added another layer of concern and uncertainty to the already disturbing situation. According to the initial reports, the victims, 2 teenagers and a woman, had been discovered inside a home engulfed in flames. Authorities confirmed that the deaths were classified as homicides, leaving the community reeling from the shock of such a violent and senseless crime. It was confirmed that the crime had taken place the previous Friday night with no sign of the homeowner John. Concerned authorities urged the public to remain vigilant and report any sightings of Carriaga or his truck, a brown 2005 Ford F-150. Despite being labeled as a missing person, suspicions began to swirl around John, with some suspecting he may have been involved in the heinous crime. Now the press played a pivotal role in shaping public perception, with headlines fueling speculation and uncertainty. The mention of someone's here with a gun only added to the air of suspicion surrounding Carriaga. However, it soon became apparent that the media had made a grave error in reporting the survival of 16-year-old Hunter Schaub, who had made the distressing 911 call before tragically succumbing to his injuries. As authorities continued their investigation, some surprising details emerged, shedding light on the cruelty of the crime. Shell casings, predominantly 9mm, were discovered on the back deck, and more than $50,000 was found in cash hidden in a strongbox in the main bedroom, along with another $7,000 in a money bag. Throughout the next few days, law enforcement spared no effort in their search for Johnny Carriaga and his truck, mobilizing every available resource in a desperate bid for clues. Eventually, a crucial development rocked the ongoing investigation: the discovery of John Carriaga's truck. The burnt wreckage containing the lifeless body of Johnny was found on a remote road in North Mason County. The discovery was made by a passerby walking in the area, prompting immediate action from authorities. The announcement from the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office sought assistance from residents in the area, urging anyone with information to come forward. Crime scene investigators carefully searched the area, scouring for clues that might shed light on the circumstances surrounding John's death. Their efforts brought out a crucial piece of evidence: a single latex glove found near the burnt-out truck. Now this discovery raised questions and fueled speculation, prompting authorities to appeal to residents and businesses with security cameras for any footage that might provide valuable insights into the case. Sheriff's Detective Lieutenant Earl Smith emphasized the importance of video evidence, urging those with relevant footage to cooperate with law enforcement. The appeal was met with a swift response from the community, with individuals stepping forward to offer assistance in any way they could. Despite the collaborative spirit permeating the investigation, details surrounding the circumstances of John's death remain shrouded in mystery. According to detectives, the road leading to the tree farm marked by a gate showed signs of forceful entry, with the gate visibly damaged. It appeared as though Johnny's truck had rammed through the gate, which was a stark indication of some level of struggle. Amidst the chaos and uncertainty, the memory of Hunter's shop weighed heavily on the minds of many. Principal Megan Swiecki of North Kitsap High School delivered the somber news, paying tribute to Hunter's memory and urging those who knew him to cherish the moments they shared. As the community mourned the loss of the Cariaga family, a sense of hope emerged: the appointment of Detective Elizabeth Lisa Gundrum in this case. With a major lack of definitive evidence and any eyewitnesses, investigators turned to digging into the lives of the victims. As the investigators started to, they uncovered a series of puzzling yet potential motives. These were basically speculations about the family's business ventures and financial dealings, fueling theories of possible illicit activities and criminal connections. The first thing, the disturbing 911 call made by one of the victims, strike the question. Why didn't Hunter mention anything about the fire? Or was he confused? This raised suspicions about the timing and motives behind the arson, adding another layer of complexity to an already confusing investigation. As the investigation progressed, authorities faced a ton of questions and uncertainties. The motive behind the attack, the identity of the person or persons, and the circumstances surrounding John Cariaga's abduction remained shrouded. Amidst the confusion and despair, one question loomed larger than all others. Why? Months passed with little progress. However, in February 2017, a breakthrough occurred when surveillance footage captured John Cariaga at a local grocery store buying cigarettes, seemingly behaving normally in the hours leading up to his disappearance. While this provided some insight into his whereabouts, it failed to yield any significant leads. Then in June 2017, authorities released a photo of a person of interest captured on surveillance footage at a Target store just days before the murders. The image showed an individual entering the store, raising suspicions about their potential involvement in the crime. This marked the first communication from authorities in months, highlighting the urgency of the investigation. Sheriff Gary Simpson emphasized the need for public assistance, confirming that more than one person was involved in the meticulously planned murders. This added a new layer of complexity to the case, prompting hints about the suspect's motives and connections to the victims. The request for information on the unknown suspect, seen at Target 12 days before the murders, raised questions about their possible purchases and their relevance to the crime. Could items bought at the store be linked to the murders, such as firearms or materials found at the crime scene? In September 2017, the investigation progressed with the identification of a person of interest, Danny Kelly Jr. Danny was a longtime friend of Johnny's, even turned out to be Johnny's best man at the time of his wedding. Hunter called it Uncle. I didn't know that. Yeah. Johnny, yeah. Danny Kelly was his best man at his first wedding. Them kids called him Uncle when they were babies. Uncle Danny. Now reports suggested a troubling encounter between Danny and his estranged mother, who accused him of misconduct. The case report was that he had repeatedly groped and propositioned his mother and was arrested on behalf of this case. Besides, his alleged involvement in the Cariaga case raised eyebrows, but authorities clarified that he had not been officially charged in connection with the homicides. Now the year of 2017 drew to a close, marking the Cariaga family murders as the most significant local news story of the year. The community's deep-seated feelings were further pushed by an anonymous donor who chose to contribute $16,000 to Crime Stoppers, bolstering the reward fund to $20,000. Despite the dropped charges against Danny J. Kelly Jr. for assaulting his mother, investigators remain committed to pursuing leads in the case. On January 11, 2018, authorities released an extended version of Hunter Shop's chilling 911 call, as the investigators weren't letting down on the case. They came to notice that Danny was wearing Bandito's motorcycle club attire in the video, and the investigators appealed to members of the motorcycle club for information. Now this marked a significant development as investigators publicly identified Danny Kelly Jr. as a person of interest and highlighted his association with the Banditos Motorcycle Club. For those who aren't aware, the Banditos Motorcycle Club is widely recognized as a motorcycle gang by law enforcement and intelligence agencies across multiple countries. Although the club has denied allegations of being a criminal organization, several members have been convicted of engaging in illegal activities. It has a substantial presence in Washington state and has been the target of various law enforcement operations over the years. According to the Department of Justice, Banditos members have been heavily involved in methamphetamine trafficking and various violent crimes in Washington. Further scrutiny focused on surveillance footage showing Johnny Carriaga meeting someone at a local grocery store shortly before the murders. In January of 2020, authorities once again pressed the importance of their belief that members of the Banditos Motorcycle Club were directly involved in the Carriaga family murders. They appealed to the biker community for any information that could aid in the investigation. However, since then, there had been little to no progress in the case, and it stayed the same for nearly 5 years. On further digging, detectives found out that Johnny had been involved in the transportation and distribution of for a significant period. He made numerous trips to California, where he reportedly acquired kilos of coke to distribute in Kitsap County. This involvement led him to interact with members of the Banditos Motorcycle Club, particularly Robert James Watson, the leader of the local Banditos chapter, to whom one of Johnny's close associates at the time, Danny, began directly selling the initial suspect, Danny J. Kelly Jr. Despite their close relationship, a falling out occurred before the murders, allegedly over money stolen by Danny. As Johnny went into distribution in Kitsap County, he came into contact with other Banditos Motorcycle Club members who were in process of joining the club. Now the detectives used cell phone tracking to show the locations of Carriaga and the Silverdale target, which he used extensively to communicate with John Carriaga for the 10 days leading up to the killings. However, communication stopped afterward, even though the phone didn't expire until April 2017. Detectives obtained a search warrant in January 2020 for Robert Watson's cell phone when members of the Banditos were suspected in the homicides. Text messages between Danny and Robert Watson, including one on January 23, 2020, were retrieved, with Danny commenting on the weather saying, "A little fucking humid today." On the night of the murders, the Carriaga family had friends over, but Johnny abruptly left after receiving a phone call. Surveillance footage captured him briefly parked next to another vehicle in a nearby grocery store parking lot before driving off. Meanwhile, the friends departed from the Carriaga home. Before Johnny could return, 3 men arrived and began shooting. Crystal, Johnny's wife, was reportedly the first victim, followed by her son, Jonathan Higgins, and then Johnny's son, Hunter Shop, who was shot in the driveway. Crystal was shot in the head, and Jonathan Higgins, who came out of his room to check on the commotion, was as well. Hunter Shop was carrying a pizza into the home when he was ambushed by at least one gunman. It appeared based on the evidence that he surprised the killer. A first shot missed, but he was struck by 2 subsequent shots and Shop was left for dead. But he was still alive when he made the 911 call. The call abruptly ended, suggesting the gunman interfered with or destroyed the phone before fatally shooting Hunter. The assailants then set fires at different ends of the home using fire starter logs and accelerants, and they threw rocks through the windows to fuel the blaze. Now subsequently, the suspects exhibited suspicious behavior and were linked to the crime through this evidence. Danny was seen by a witness driving Johnny's truck away from the crime scene. Surveillance footage from a local target showed Danny purchasing a prepaid phone days before the murders, which he reportedly used to communicate extensively with Johnny. Notably, the phone's activity ceased shortly before the killings. Watson visited a club member's house missing his pants and claimed he had fought with a homeless black man. Later that evening, Watson called 911 to report his truck had been broken into several days earlier, and a loaded Glock handgun and a second loaded magazine were stolen. Watson, who worked for Kitsap County Public Works, stopped going to work and was eventually fired in September 2017. Detectives found that about $303,000 was deposited into his accounts that year with numerous cash deposits that couldn't be traced. Johnny Carriaga had reportedly hidden $200,000 under his home, but it was never found. Also, a neighbor heard gunshots on the night of the homicide and saw Carriaga's truck speeding down Tanino Drive. The neighbor identified the driver as Danny, whom he knew from when Danny's family lived in the same house. Following the truck was a silver car, almost bumper to bumper. Detectives noted that Danny and John Carriaga had a strong dislike for each other, making Danny's presence at Carriaga's house or driving his truck suspicious. Less than a week after detectives released video of Carriaga's truck and the unidentified car at the Camp Union grocery, Robert's brother Johnny Watson's car, a 2006 Mercedes, was found stripped and dumped in the Pouliap River. The vehicle was missing its plates and had not been reported stolen. However, later, Robert and his brother paid $1,500 to retrieve the car. Now there was a question. Why did he only think to report it then, the day after a quadruple murder nearby? Johnny Watson, the third individual, was believed to be the driver of the second vehicle seen in the grocery store parking lot on the night of the murders. And furthermore, the DNA from one of the rocks at the crime scene matched perfectly with his. Finally, on June 6, 2022, a significant development shook the community as 3 men were formally charged in connection with the quadruple murder of the Carriaga family. This marked a crucial moment to the long-standing investigation that had gripped the region for years. The arrest operation, meticulously planned over several weeks, involved approximately 70 police officers spanning multiple counties. The suspects, identified as 43-year-old Danny J. Kelly Jr., 49-year-old Johnny James Watson, and 50-year-old Robert James Watson, were apprehended in different locations across the state. Robert Watson was caught in between traffic at Gig Harbor. Johnny Watson and Danny were arrested about an hour later in their apartments in Bremerton. Following their arrests, the 3 men were booked into local jails and charged with a total of 16 felonies each. These charges ranged from first-degree aggravated murder, first-degree murder, first-degree arson to first-degree burglary. Bail for each defendant was set at a staggering $20 million. The suspects appeared in court the following morning to enter their pleas, with each pleading not guilty to the alleged felony charges. The judge ordered that they be held without bail and imposed strict conditions, prohibiting them from possessing firearms, alcohol, or drugs unless prescribed. Additionally, the defendants were forbidden from having any contact with each other as mandated by the court. In response to the Carriaga family murders, investigators had formed a specialized task force dedicated to unraveling the complexities of the quadruple homicide. This collaborative effort underscored the gravity of the case and the determination of law enforcement to bring the perpetrators to justice. The community awaited further developments in the legal proceedings, hoping that the arrest would mark a significant step towards closure for the families affected by the tragic loss of the Carriaga family. But even in this darkness, there's a glimmer of hope as people come together to remember them. The arrest of the 3 suspects in the Carriaga family murder case was a moment long awaited by those touched by the tragedy. For years, Carly Scott, the mother of Hunter Scott, had pleaded for justice, and finally her prayers were answered. She's made so many emotional pleas over the years, just asking for someone to step forward, and it worked. The detectives got tips from the public that helped crack the case. The suspects, accused of killing an entire family, were brought before a Kitsap County judge, visibly restrained and escorted in the court. Their alleged crimes, fueled by greed, and disrespect, left a deep scar on the community. During the trial, emotions ran high as family members faced the accused, expressing their desire for justice. The suspects exuded an unsettling aura, reflecting on the severity of their actions. Despite the pain and heartache, the arrests provided a sense of relief and closure to the victims' loved ones. And it was very much visible around the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office, as family gathered to hug detectives and each other anxious right after the arrest. As we wrap up today's episode, we invite you to share your thoughts on this disturbing case. Your reflections are valuable to us. On Friday, July 11, 1969, Russell Metcalf had lunch with his best friend, Theodore Ted Conrad, at the Flaming Embers restaurant in Cleveland, Ohio. The two men enjoyed the burgers at the restaurant, which was conveniently close to the banks where they worked. The lunch was uneventful, and they made plans to play golf the following afternoon. However, Ted did not show up for golf the next day, and Russell never saw him again. After lunch, Ted returned to his job at the Society National Bank headquarters in Cleveland's public square carrying a large paper bag. Ted proudly displayed that he had bought a fifth of whiskey and a carton of cigarettes, as it had been his 20th birthday the day before, and he wanted to celebrate over the weekend. No one thought much of it when Ted left the bank at the end of his workday with the same bag. But the following Monday morning, the bank discovered two major problems. Ted, a reliable employee, had not reported for work and could not be reached, and $215,000, equivalent to about $1.7 million today, was missing from the bank's vault. It quickly became apparent that the paper bag Ted carried when leaving the bank contained not just whiskey and cigarettes, but also $150,100 bills, $1,250 bills, and $2,520 bills. By the time the theft was discovered, Ted had already taken full advantage of his 2-day head start, and he was nowhere to be found. Ted had been born in Denver, Colorado, and spent his early years moving across the country, following his father's various postings as a Navy officer. After his parents divorced, Ted chose to live with his mother and older sister. His mother later remarried, giving Ted a stepfather and 2 stepbrothers. Ted met his friend Russell at Lakewood High School, west of Cleveland. Both boys played linebacker for the school football team, but neither of them was talented enough to start for the team. They bonded in part over the fact that they both felt like outsiders because they had both moved to Lakewood partway through high school. Ted had moved there during his sophomore year and Russell during his junior year. In high school, Ted was well-liked but not necessarily popular. He did not have a circle of close friends but was respected enough to get himself elected to the student council during his senior year. He was intelligent with an IQ of 135 and became a member of the National Honor Society. While Ted was well-spoken, he generally kept to himself. His classmates would later describe him as polite and clean-cut, someone who had big plans for an accomplished future. After graduating from Lakewood High in 1967, Ted enrolled at New England College in New Hampshire, where his father was working as an assistant professor of political science following his retirement from the Navy. Ted seemed to do well at the school and was even elected president of the freshman class. However, Ted decided to leave school after just 1 semester. He returned to Ohio and began taking night classes at Cuyahoga Community College. He began his job at the headquarters of the Society National Bank in January of 1969. While it was not clear at the time why Ted left New England College, it would later be theorized that he eventually took the job at the bank specifically for the purpose of pulling off his heist. Ted had been obsessed with the 1968 Steve McQueen movie The Thomas Crown Affair, in which the titular character, a debonair millionaire, orchestrates a complex bank robbery just for the adventure of it and subsequently engages in a game of cat and mouse with a beautiful insurance investigator. Ted saw the film at least half a dozen times. His obsession with the film was not necessarily alarming at first. According to his friend Russell, there were plenty of other young men their age who loved Steve McQueen at the time and aspired to be like him. Seeing McQueen dressed in 3-piece suits and outsmarting the authorities made the character of Thomas Crown seem like someone with an enviable lifestyle. While his manners and intelligence meant that Ted could have arguably been described as a gentleman even at his young age, Ted appears to have begun focusing on the more materialistic idea of what one should be. He convinced his grandmother to lend him money so he could buy a bright red sports car, which he drove while wearing leather driving gloves. He began trying to appear more debonair, showing off his fluency in French, skill at billiards, and love of expensive gin. His fixation with the film may have inspired him to steal from his employer. While he tried to emulate Thomas Crown's high-end lifestyle in the small ways he could, it appears that, like millionaire Thomas Crown, Ted essentially wanted to commit a major theft just for fun and to show off how clever he was rather than for financial gain. Ted had started shoplifting just to prove that he could do so successfully. Ted had called Russell on the evening he stole the money, but Russell was not at home at the time, so Ted was only able to speak to Russell's mother. Russell believes that had he been home that night, his friend would not have had to flee. I still believe had he been able to speak to me or someone else and showed us the money, he would have just put it back on Monday morning, for it was less about the money than proving he could do it, Russell would later say. As it was, Ted never got to tell Russell about the theft. Russell learned about the theft after the bank discovered it on Monday morning. Responding FBI agents called Russell, ordering him to come into the bank where he was employed to tell them everything he knew about his friend. Prior to the theft, Ted had begun telling friends, including some who worked at the bank with him, how easily he could steal from the vault because of the lax security at the bank. Society National Bank did not even fingerprint its employees. He claimed that all he needed to do was find a way to be left in the vault alone. He said he would commit the crime on a Friday because doing so would give him the entire weekend to get out of town before anyone even realized that the money was missing. Ted reportedly called a friend on July 11th to say the day had finally come for him to take the money, but the friend did not believe that Ted was actually going to commit the crime. Ted had decided to go through with the theft on that day in particular because circumstances had aligned to make it possible for him to do so. While Ted had only been employed at the bank for just over 6 months, he was a stellar employee his coworkers believed would rise through the ranks at the bank very quickly. He worked in the bank's vault, packaging and delivering cash to other branches of the bank, a position which the bank only allowed its most trusted employees to fill. On the day of the theft, Ted's supervisor was out of work recovering from surgery. It was against bank policy for any employee to be left alone in the vault, but Ted was essentially left unsupervised that day, meaning he had the opportunity to be alone in the vault. Since Ted was considered to be such an upstanding young man and trustworthy employee, no one at the bank was particularly concerned when he walked into the vault with the large paper bag after his lunch break. Ted was seen by his landlady at 7:26 p.m. outside of his apartment on Clifton Boulevard. He waved her as he was getting into a cab, which took him to Cleveland Hopkins International Airport. There, he used a payphone to call his girlfriend Kathleen and tell her that he was going to Erie, Pennsylvania for the weekend to attend a concert. Ted's relationship with Kathleen would allow law enforcement to track Ted's initial movements around the country after he fled with the cash. She received a letter from Ted on July 17th that had been postmarked at Washington's National Airport, and another on July 22nd postmarked in Inglewood, California, near Los Angeles International Airport. Authorities were also able to record a phone call Ted made to her. In the letters to his girlfriend, Ted admitted to stealing the money and ultimately expressed some remorse over his crime. In one of the letters, he indicated that he believed he could return to Ohio and his loved ones after 7 years when the statute of limitations had expired. However, as smart as he was and as clever as he believed himself to be, Ted had misinterpreted the law. Authorities had to charge him within 7 years, and since he was so quickly identified as the perpetrator of the theft, he was indicted within weeks. The clock had stopped on the statute of limitations as soon as he had been indicted for his crimes, meaning he could be arrested no matter how much time passed. On September 12, 1969, Ted Conrad was indicted by a federal grand jury on charges of embezzlement and falsifying bank records. A warrant for his arrest was subsequently issued. He faced up to 10 years imprisonment for each of the charges against him. The FBI and the U.S. Marshal Service initially quarreled over jurisdiction in the case, which was one of the largest bank thefts in Cleveland's history. Ultimately, both agencies investigated the case. Authorities followed up on leads across the continental United States, as well as in Hawaii after a couple from Cleveland vacationing there in October of 1969 saw a man they believed resembled Ted. Ted's best friend Russell believed Ted had used the money to go abroad, perhaps to sail around the world. Russell was contacted by investigators periodically as the decades passed. They believed Russell to be the person from his life prior to the theft Ted was most likely to contact. Russell never heard from him. Every few years, authorities would get warrants for the phone records of Ted's loved ones to look for calls they could not account for and could have come from Ted, but they never found any record of him contacting anyone. The letters and calls to his girlfriend just after he left town appear to be the last communications Ted ever had with any of his loved ones. Over the years, Ted was featured in local media and on national programs such as America's Most Wanted. Deputy U.S. Marshal John Elliott remained dedicated to bringing Ted Conrad to justice even as decades passed without him being located. He continued following up on leads, submitting information to international agencies, and collecting evidence that could one day be used to prove that a suspect really was Ted Conrad, should a promising one ever be identified. He was so focused on the case that it became a regular conversation topic with his family. One of the reasons I stayed after this guy is that some people thought he was some kind of hero or Robin Hood. He's not. He's nothing but a thief. A young smart-ass thief who just managed to elude law enforcement for all these years. Hopefully, we can bring him to justice soon, John explained in 2008. Another potential reason for John's fixation with catching Ted Conrad was the multiple small ways their lives had intersected prior to the theft. Like Ted, the Elliott family lived in the suburb of Lakewood. John and Ted went to the same doctor, and Ted briefly worked in a shop where John would take his son to get ice cream. That son was Peter Elliott, who eventually followed in his father's footsteps by joining the U.S. Marshals Service. The elder Elliott retired in 1990 without ever locating and arresting Ted Conrad, but did not lose his interest in the case. He came in to go over his files in the case regularly after his retirement. Ultimately, the role of officially pursuing Conrad would fall to his son, Peter. John Elliott would pass away without ever seeing the resolution to the Conrad case. He and his son, Peter, continued talking about it until the very end of his life. While John was in hospice, his son played an episode of a documentary series for him. The episode focused on the Conrad case, and John had appeared in it. John Elliott passed away in his sleep just a few days later, on March 20, 2020, at the age of 83. While he spent decades obsessed with the Conrad investigation, his largest professional contribution is arguably the major role he played in Cleveland's mob wars. He helped establish the Witness Protection Program in Northern Ohio in the early 1970s, which proved vital as mob violence escalated in the following years. In the grand scheme of the investigation, John Elliott ultimately just barely missed, living long enough to see the Ted Conrad case finally be closed. Unfortunately, so did Ted Conrad. On November 12, 2021, more than 52 years after Ted Conrad's heist and escape, the U.S. Marshals Service announced that the fugitive had been identified. He had been living outside of Boston since 1970 under the name Thomas Randall. Unfortunately, he could not be arrested as he had died less than 6 months earlier. The major break in the case came when U.S. Marshal Peter Elliott received a tip about an obituary published in the Linfield News, a weekly publication in the suburbs of Boston. He has not publicly disclosed who brought the obituary to his attention. The obituary was for 73-year-old Thomas Randall, who had died of lung cancer in May of 2021. According to Tom's obituary, his life overlapped with Ted Conrad's in very general ways. They had both been born in Denver and had both been born on July 10th, although Tom's birth year was listed as 1947, 2 years before Ted's. They shared some more specific details as well. The obituary listed Tom's alma mater as New England College, the same small school Ted had attended for a semester, and Tom's parents had the same first names, Edward and Ruthabeth, as Ted's parents. Tom and Ted's mothers also had the same maiden name. Knowing that people who create false identities tend to borrow details from the real life they leave behind, Peter began investigating the possibility that Tom Randall was really Ted Conrad. One of the main pieces of evidence that confirmed that Ted Conrad had gone on to live out his life as Tom Randall after stealing from the bank had originally been preserved by Peter's father. John Elliott had been able to track down Ted Conrad's 1967 application to New England College, which contained Ted's signature. In 2021, his son was able to track down the legal papers Tom Randall had filled out when he was filing for bankruptcy in Boston Federal Court in 2014, which included his signature. Peter was able to submit the documents for analysis, which concluded that they had been signed by the same individual. Based on further document and handwriting comparison, as well as what the U.S. Marshals Service has only described as additional investigative information, they positively identified Thomas Randall as Theodore Conrad. When Peter Elliott and his deputy went to the home where the man known in Massachusetts as Tom Randall had lived since 1986 to inform his widow that the man she had been married to for almost 40 years had not been who she believed him to be, she was not surprised by their arrival or by the news they brought. She admitted that on his deathbed, just before he became too weak to speak, Her husband had disclosed to his family that his real name was Theodore Conrad, and that he had been living under an assumed name because he was wanted for a bank theft he committed back in 1969. She also said he expressed remorse for his crime, a sentiment which Peter Elliott believes is genuine. No one in the Randall family will face any charges for failing to report this confession. Ted began assuming his new identity in January of 1970 when he went to the Social Security office in Boston to apply for a Social Security number using the name Thomas Randall. His location, like the first name he chose, may have been inspired by the movie that inspired his crime. The Thomas Crown affair had been largely filmed in the Boston area. The Social Security Administration did not begin implementing the enumeration at birth process until the late 1980s, and it was common at the time for individuals to not apply for a Social Security number until they reached adulthood. When he applied for the Social Security number, he provided the same day and month for his birthday, but changed the year of his birth to 1947, 2 years before he was actually born. Once he was able to obtain the Social Security number and card, he was able to construct his new identity around it. He met a woman named Kathy in the early 1970s and married her in 1982. The couple had one daughter and remained married until the man Kathy knew as Tom died in 2021. Ted retained at least 2 of his major interests when he began living as Tom, golf, and luxury vehicles. In the 70s, he divided his time between Massachusetts, Florida, pursuing his passion for golf, playing on the professional winter tour in Florida during the off-season, and working as a club professional at the Pembroke Country Club, south of Boston, the rest of the year. He eventually moved up from giving lessons to becoming the manager at the club. Tom then began a career selling luxury cars, working at various dealerships over the course of 40 years. According to friends of Thomas Randall, his personality was very similar to the one Ted had displayed prior to his fixation with the Thomas Crown affair and the idea of being a high-class criminal. They described him as being the definition of a gentleman with a gentle soul, polite manner, and articulate way of speaking. He was even-tempered and almost never raised his voice. One friend said he probably wouldn't have believed Tom if he had told him the truth about his identity and the stolen money because it seemed so out of line with his personality. The only suspicious detail anyone could identify in retrospect, aside from the fact that Tom always had a beard, was the fact that Tom never mentioned his parents or siblings and only spoke of his early life in very broad terms. While the friends of Thomas Randall, who have spoken to the media, were all shocked to learn that he had deceived them for so long, none of them were particularly upset with their late friend on account of his crime. They largely dismissed the theft as a youthful indiscretion, and the actions of Ted Conrad in his youth did not color their opinion of the more mature Tom Randall, who, as one of them pointed out, did not continue into a life of further crime as far as anyone knows. While Ted, living as Tom, was able to build his life around country clubs and luxury cars, he did so through his employment, not by being wealthy himself. Despite the massive financial head start the money he stole could have given him, he struggled financially. As Thomas Randall, he and his wife filed for bankruptcy in 2014. According to court records, they had over $160,000 in credit card debt. When he died in 2021, the family was still struggling, with unpaid bills continuing to pile up. Authorities are still investigating what happened to the stolen cash. They are currently investigating the possibility that Ted lost it all with a series of bad investments shortly after he stole it. While Tom's loved ones are still struggling to cope with the news of his crime and real identity, Ted's loved ones are relieved to know what happened to him after he fled. Ted's sister was afraid she would die without ever knowing what became of her younger brother, and is relieved to know that he went on to live a happy life. Ted's best friend Russell hopes to one day meet Kathy Randall, so he could tell her stories of what her husband was like when he was younger. Ted Conrad never got the satisfaction he thought pulling off his crime would bring him, and investigators never got to conclude the case with the arrest they spent decades trying to make. While the case never got the dramatic conclusion anyone envisioned, U.S. Marshal Peter Elliott takes some satisfaction in knowing that the efforts his father made in his decades-long investigation ultimately helped identify Conrad, even though the case was not solved until after his father was gone and Conrad escaped arrest through his death. In the press release announcing that Ted Conrad had been identified, Peter is quoted as saying, "I hope my father is resting a little easier today knowing his investigation and his United States Marshal Service brought this closure to a decades-long mystery. Everything in real life doesn't always end like in the movies." In December of 1976, 81-year-old George Clarence Seitz resided in the Jamaican neighborhood of Queens, New York. A World War I veteran, the war had left a lasting mark on him. Had he lived in a time when the condition was more widely recognized, he might have been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. George was a reclusive man who mistrusted banks, preferring to carry all of his money with him at all times. As a result, on the rare occasions when he did venture out, he would pull out large wads of cash, often totaling thousands of dollars, to pay for anything he bought. At around 10 a.m. on December 10, 1976, George left his home to walk to Haircutters, a barbershop just 2.5 blocks away, for a haircut. He never returned. It would take nearly 45 years for authorities to uncover what had happened to George. On November 3, 2021, 74-year-old Martin Mota was arrested and charged with George's murder. The events that led to authorities being able to determine that George had been murdered began more than 2 years earlier. On March 11, 2019, a woman in her 50s called the police to tell them about something she had witnessed back in 1976 when she was 11 years old. According to authorities, she had not come forward earlier because of intimidation and concerns about repercussions. The witness reported that as a child, she had seen her mother's boyfriend cut up a body inside of the barbershop he owned with his brother. The barbershop was Haircutters, where George Seitz got his haircut, and the boyfriend was Martin Mota. The witness further stated that she later saw Mota with black garbage bags, burying them in the backyard. The following day, investigators went to the home where the witness reported seeing the burial at 8772 115th Street in the Richmond Hill neighborhood of Queens. Forensic anthropologists began excavating the backyard and located a makeshift grave in the exact spot where the witness said it would be. The advanced state of decomposition, the remains were found in complicated extracting DNA from them, but the medical examiner was ultimately able to identify a complete DNA profile. By this time, genetic genealogy was becoming a popular tool for law enforcement. However, at the time, New York state law only allowed for genetic genealogy to be used to identify suspects, not victims. The FBI did not have such limitations, so they were brought into the investigation. In February of 2021, the NYPD partnered with Otham Laboratories, who created a comprehensive genealogical profile. The profile was given to the FBI, who generated leads for the NYPD and the Queens District Attorney's Office to follow up on. Potential relatives of the victim were identified in California and Ohio, and investigators traveled to speak with them. The next major break in the case came when they went to Ohio. The individuals they went to speak with were not surprised when a detective from the NYPD came to speak with them and instantly assumed they were there to discuss a relative of theirs they had been searching for over the past 45 years. They explained the story of George Seitz and his disappearance. They also revealed George's habit of always having a lot of cash on him. DNA samples collected from these relatives confirmed that the remains found in Richmond Hill belonged to George Seitz. The family was grateful to finally have answers about what happened to George. With the information provided by George's family, prosecutors were able to present robbery as the motive for the murder when they presented the case to the grand jury that ultimately indicted Martin Mota on a charge of second-degree murder. During the course of their investigation, the NYPD and the Queens District Attorney's Office uncovered what they described as crucial evidence, which they alleged ties Mota to the murder. Their investigation included multiple witness interviews and record searches covering multiple agencies in 5 different states. Mota appeared in court to discuss the possibility of bail. He was remanded to custody and is currently being held at the Anna M. Cross Correctional Facility. His next court appearance is scheduled for December 3rd. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. Mervyn Sinclair was a Cree man from George Gordon First Nation in Saskatchewan. He had a happy-go-lucky spirit and loved to sing and play the guitar. He did not enjoy school and left after grade 6. He had an adventurous spirit and did not scare easily. In 1958, the 23-year-old was a private in Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry. Over the long Easter weekend, he visited family in Saskatchewan. However, when he arrived, He looked as though he had been roughed up, according to his family, and he drank heavily that weekend. Mervyn told his family that just prior to his Easter leave, a commanding officer had made a sexual advance towards him, which he had refused to go along with. The two men got into a fight which the commanding officer lost. Mervyn's father was a survivor of one of Canada's infamous residential schools, and he had taught Mervyn to box when he was young so that he would always be able to defend himself. That was not an uncommon thing happening to Native people. I can believe that because I've watched it. Mervyn's sister, Darlene, would later say, "My father was a boxer and he taught the boys how to look after themselves physically because we were Native people living off the reserve." Mervyn was concerned about what would happen to him as an Indigenous man on the base or fight. He was also concerned that he might not even make it to prison as the officer had threatened him, saying, "You'll regret this once you get back." Mervyn's family believed he was still planning to return to Canadian Forces Base Wainwright in Alberta. He was last seen hitchhiking in Alberta. On May 15th, he was declared absent without leave. Mervyn's family learned that he was missing when military police arrived at Ralph's home looking for him. They initially arrested Ralph, believing him to be Mervyn because of their strong physical resemblance. When the possessions Mervyn had left behind at the base were returned to his family, his clothes were all covered in blood, increasing the family's fears that something had happened to Mervyn on base that the military wasn't telling them about. Ralph Sinclair never gave up looking for his brother, even as decades went on without any leads as to what had happened to him. Ralph spoke to the media and posted handmade missing persons flyers throughout Western Canada. He died in the fall of 2020 without ever learning his beloved brother's fate. Just a few months later, however, a woman the Sinclairs had never met took a commercial DNA test and solved Mervyn's disappearance 63 years after he went missing. Jelaine Davidson was raised by her mother and stepfather in Calgary, Alberta. She knew very little about her biological father. Her mother had left him and the homely shared in Hope, British Columbia around the time Jelaine turned 1. Jelaine's mother wanted him to marry her, but he refused, without ever providing an answer as to why. He was very secretive, which also contributed to the end of the relationship. Jelaine's mother told her that her father was a man named William Baca. He was Cherokee and from Oklahoma. His parents were named Victor and Nora. She did not have any further information about his background. In 1980, when Jelaine was a teenager, she was contacted by a mutual friend of her family and her biological father to inform her that William had been killed in a car accident. After Jelaine learned that her father had passed away, she also learned that he had tried to be a part of her life. Her grandmother confessed that he had written letters to her over the years, but she had thrown the letters away because Jelaine had been adopted by her stepfather, who had since divorced Jelaine's mother. She realized that she had made a mistake by doing this and apologized to Jelaine. It took Jelaine another decade to finally become ready to try to research her father and his family. Her mother was white, so she knew nothing about her Indigenous heritage but hoped to learn about it. She called the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Terrace, British Columbia, where her father had died, to inquire about the car accident that had killed him in hopes that she could find further clues about his family. The officer she talked to happened to know a William Baca, but he was alive and working as a security officer at a local mall and younger than Jelaine. This William Baca, who went by Sam, was Jelaine's half-brother. Like Jelaine, he was also raised with a stepfather, but unlike her, he did know their father. The long-lost half-siblings got in touch, and Sam's wife helped Jelaine coordinate their reunion on Halloween as a surprise for Sam. Sam was able to show Jelaine pictures of their father and tell her things about him, like how much he loved music. The siblings visited their father's grave together, which gave Jelaine a sense of peace. Jelaine and Sam remained close despite not living near each other, speaking on the phone regularly and visiting each other when they could. Years later, when commercial DNA kits to test for an individual's heritage and identify their relatives who had also taken a years later, when commercial DNA kits to test for an individual's heritage and identify their relatives who had also taken a test became widely available, Jelaine was intrigued by the idea of this new potential lead in her search for information about her background. Fearing the effort would result in no answers, however, she was hesitant to take such a test for many years. Then, in February of 2021, Jolene happened to see that Ancestry DNA was having a sale and finally decided to take the test. When she got her results, they identified a man whose DNA was a close match to hers, explained grandparents. However, their last name was not Baca, as she expected, but Sinclair. Jolene messaged the man and received a response from his wife, who managed his profile. When she wrote back, she told Jolene that she believed she was the daughter of Mervyn Sinclair, who had been missing since 1958. She included Mervyn's missing person flyer with the message. Jolene was shocked when she saw the picture on the flyer despite the fact that the photo was taken almost 20 years before any of the photos of her father she had seen had been taken. She could tell that it was him. Jolene messaged back with the photos of her father she had gotten from Sam and Mervyn's one surviving sibling. His sister Darlene was shocked to see the resemblance he still bore to the rest of his family later in his life. Another DNA match to confirm William Baca's identification as Mervyn Sinclair was subsequently made through the RCMP. The Sinclair family was disappointed to hear that Mervyn had died in a car accident, but they were relieved he had not been murdered, as they had feared for decades. Others in his family continued to suffer as a result of government policies concerning Indigenous people in the years after he went missing, so they could understand why he might have started a new life rather than face unjust repercussions from the military. They were thrilled to learn that Mervyn had 2 children who they were able to meet and welcome into their family. I feel like I will have a great deal of peace to have this sorted out for my dad. I just hope that, some way, somehow, he knows that we found him, we know his story, and that we love him, Jolene told CBC News. Raymond Jones was an outgoing and popular man. He always had a smile on his face, and he loved to tease and play jokes. When he met a woman named Betty in the 1950s, they had many common interests like dancing and fishing. The two began spending all their time together, engaged in all the activities they both loved. The couple married and had 3 children together. Their one son, Jeffrey, shared Ray's birthday of September 7th. Betty and Ray also loved racing stock cars. But this shared interest would ultimately tear them apart rather than keep them together. Betty was in a serious wreck, and while she survived, she was left paralyzed from the waist down. The stress of her serious injury put a strain on the marriage, and Betty and Ray ultimately divorced. The couple's children stayed with their mother at their home in Montana, while Ray moved to Salmon, Idaho. He got remarried to a woman named Donna, and the couple adopted a little boy. Ray became very close with his neighbors, the Pearson family, and the Joneses and the Pearsons spent a lot of time together. Raymond would practice shooting with his friend, Ralph Pearson, and would play tricks on Ralph's young children. Ralph Pearson would be the last known person to see Ray alive. Ray spent his 39th birthday, September 7th, 1968, out bow hunting with a hunting party that included Ralph as well as 2 other hunters. They set up camp in the Hayden Creek area of Lemhi County, Idaho. Later that afternoon, Ray signaled to Ralph that he was going to move up higher on the mountain they were hunting on. When it began getting dark, Ralph returned to they contacted the sheriff, and a larger search involving more than 70 people, as well as search dogs, began on September 9th. In addition to the ground search, helicopters were brought in to look for Ray from the air. The search effort had to be called off after just a few days because of snow. It was briefly reopened a few days later when footprints were found on a ridge near the area where Ray had gone missing, but no sign of him was found. 2 days after his father went missing, Jeffrey Jones received a birthday card from him in the mail. I believed for a long time that he would be found. I kept hoping, and it was probably 15 years before I finally gave up. Rumors and stories kept circulating that somebody had seen him or that he took off. I heard all this stuff and just kept expecting or hoping that he would walk through the door one day, Jeffrey would later say. Ralph Pearson never used the bow he had been hunting with on the day Ray vanished again. It remained on the top shelf of his closet until he passed away in 2010, and possession of it went to his daughter Kendra. The last thing Ralph's daughter Karen said to him before he died was, "Dad, go find Ray." Ray would not be found until 53 years and 10 days after he disappeared. Around 4 p.m. on September 17, 2021, a bow hunter was taking a shortcut between 2 hunting areas when he came across human remains. He called the Lemhi County Sheriff's Office to notify them of his discovery. Because it was so late in the day, they were not able to come of Raymond Jones. The bow hunter who found the remains has not been publicly identified, but he has spoken to Ray's family. I'm very relieved to know what happened. I'm grateful to the guy that found him. I couldn't have asked for a better person to find my dad. After talking to him, he's just a super guy, Jeffrey Jones said after speaking with the hunter. Ray had told the other hunters he had wanted to look for mountain goats that day while they were back at camp. A large rock matching the type of rock that made up the cliffs above where the remains were found was found covering the lower half of the remains. The hunter who found Ray told Jeffrey that he believed Ray may have seen mountain goats at the top of the cliffs and then tried to climb up the cliff to see them better. Part of the cliff may have broken off as he did so and landed on top of him after he fell. The past week and a half have been surreal, but I'm very lucky to know what happened to my dad after all these years. Jeffrey said after his father's remains were found. I could have gone my whole life without knowing, but now I know, and it brings some peace. Jeffrey planned to bring his father's remains back to Montana so that Ray can be buried next to his parents. This case brings us to Stowmarket, a town in Suffolk, UK. Stephen and Ann Searle, a well-known couple in the area, had been married for 45 years. They lived in a small cul-de-sac in the Brickfields neighborhood, with their 3 sons and many grandchildren often visiting. Stephen, 64, and Jessica, and 62, who went by and first met as teenagers in Glasgow. Stephen was about to join the Royal Marines, where he would serve for the next 30 years. Not long after, they married and welcomed their sons, Gary, Christopher, and Stephen Jr., forming a close-knit family that moved frequently to follow Stephen's military postings. Stephen Jr. recalls a joyful childhood filled with laughter, never minding the relocations as long as they were together. In the 1990s, Stephen left the military, and the family settled in Stowmarket, where they ran a pub and later a bowling alley, staying active and engaged in the community. Their sons soon married and had children of their own, and Stephen and Ann loved the hustle and bustle of their grandchildren being around. Given their very social businesses, Stephen and Ann quickly became popular in the town and were loved by locals and tourists alike. Stephen Jr. described Ann as the glue and backbone of the family who lived for her children and grandchildren, and their father was their idol and best friend. Between the years of 2013 and 2017, Stephen Sr. started working as a counselor for the UK Independence Party, more commonly known as UKIP, for Stowmarket South on Suffolk County Council. People in the town said he was very hands-on and active in his role, and before long he was quite a high-profile person in the local political scene. As good as everything had seemed from the outside for Stephen and Ann, behind closed doors can often tell a very different story. By 2017, after Stephen was unsuccessful in the local elections, his and Ann's relationship was at an all-time low. There had been murmurs around town for a while about the couple's issues. The reality was, since the early 90s, the pair had been hiding a lot of volatility and problems from a lot of people. Stephen was extremely controlling, often belittling and putting her down. And before long, the verbal fights became physical altercations, and Ann would often be concealing bruises on her arms and legs. When the family moved to Suffolk, the problems only escalated further, and it reached a point where they were fighting every day. Stephen started threatening her life, telling her he could destroy her if he wanted to. On one occasion, inside the pub they owned and in front of customers, Stephen fired a shotgun above Ann's head when he thought she wasn't showing him respect. He then tried to throw her down the stairs. The police were called several times, but things never went any further. One thing that only poured more fuel on the fire was that Stephen and Ann were both heavy drinkers and had been for years. The more they drank, the worse the arguments would get. Ann had been to rehab before and was aware that she had a problem. By 2017, she admitted that her drinking was out of control, her mental and physical health was on a rapid decline, and she was miserable. Things got even worse when it came to light that Stephen had had an affair that would last for 3 months. And, who was having suspicions that Stephen was involved with someone else, eventually guessed the pin to his phone and discovered many exchanges between Stephen and a contact called SBG, his code for Steve's beautiful girl. She was devastated, but had no clue who it was and begged Stephen to tell her everything. After denying it for weeks, the truth finally came out. It turned out that Stephen had been having an affair with his own son's wife and mother of his grandchild, Anastasia. This was a bombshell for the family. Everyone was horrified. When Anastasia was confronted, she said that Stephen had been chasing her for years, long before she started seeing his son Gary. At one point, she found out Stephen had a folder on his computer full of photos of her, some where he had photoshopped her into graphic and explicit scenes. He then started sending her photographs of himself from decades ago when he was a bodybuilder, telling her he was lonely and hadn't had sex in years. Anastasia said after months of his persistence, and being fearful of what he might do if she continued to say no, she and Stephen started a sexual relationship. Stephen Jr. said when it all came out, it was a very dark day for the whole family. The betrayal had so many levels to it. He said his mother was completely broken and mortified. Anastasia said she was in a vulnerable place at the time, maintaining she felt ashamed and guilty, and was sorry that any of it had happened. Gary stopped talking to his father after this, and he and Anastasia said they had started working hard to repair their marriage. Gary said it brought them closer, and they remained committed to each other. After news of the affair came out, on top of the endless fights and emotional and physical abuse for so many years, and was in a very dark place, but told people that she was worried she was too old to start again. Having been with Stephen for 45 years, the thought of moving on was too overwhelming for her, and she said that she would push through and make it work no matter what. As Christmas 2017 was approaching, it seemed that, and had turned over a new leaf. By December, she had given up smoking, was working on controlling her drinking again, and had lost a lot of weight. She told colleagues that she was feeling positive about her future and was keen to put the past behind her. Despite all of this, sadly, Christmas Day for the family was a less than happy occasion. With the tension already palpable, everything was turning into a fight, and was disappointed that Stephen hadn't bothered to get her anything nice to unwrap, and was left tearful and embarrassed when Stephen threw the Christmas dinner she had made in the bin. That night, with her mood at an all-time low, and posted a troubling and sad status to Facebook. "Happy Christmas to you all. Hope you are doing well. Have a good day. I hope I will still be here in 2018. We will see," she said. 5 days later, everything would change. 10:20 p.m., December 30th, 2017. Police received a disturbingly calm call from none other than Stephen Searle. As can be heard from the 999 call, police had arrived at the house in less than 2 minutes. As he let them inside, Stephen said, "Sorry, I've been a very naughty boy. Everyone has their breaking point. Paramedics tried to revive and for half an hour, but she was pronounced dead at 10:58 p.m. Several hours later, at 4 a.m., Stephen Jr. was woken up by officers banging on his door. He was expecting them to tell him that someone in his family had been in a car accident or had suddenly fallen ill and was in hospital. When they told him the awful truth that his mother was gone and his father was responsible, he said the wind was knocked out of him and he went totally numb. Stephen Searle was remanded in custody, and on the January 2nd he appeared at Southeast Suffolk Magistrates Court. He spoke only to confirm his personal details and made no indication of a plea. A post-mortem examination revealed that and had died from a sustained compression to the neck. According to experts, Stephen had put and into a chokehold for a long period of time. A forensic pathologist said that and would have lost consciousness after about 15 seconds, and causing her death required further sustained pressure for a period of several minutes. Stephen told the police that he had been acting in self-defense. He said an argument had been sparked after the affair with Anastasia was brought up again, and had attacked him with a steak knife, and he struggled to fight her off. He said he was using one hand to try and disarm her and the other to restrain her, maintaining he had accidentally killed her in the process. Something police said they didn't believe at all. The investigators said Stephen was a self-centered narcissist caring for little else apart from himself. Detective Chief Superintendent Eamon Bridger said his team listened to the 999 call many times, and everything they thought about Stephen as a person was reflected very clearly in those 2 minutes. He spoke calmly, as if he was ordering some food, with no remorse or sadness, no angst or upset. This was amplified further when it turned out that and had actually died an hour before the phone call to police was made, and he hadn't bothered to contact anyone during that time. Stephen said, Eventually she stopped struggling and I said, "Thank fuck for that. I'm going to have a cigarette." She didn't reply. I was expecting her to kick off again. When she didn't, I thought she had gone to bed and that it would be fine in the morning. He was still maintaining it was self-defense and continued with this argument in court, pleading not guilty for murder and hoping for a manslaughter conviction instead. In July 2018, a 7-day trial got underway. The prosecution were confident that they had enough to convince a jury that this was not self-defense. They argued that and would have been unconscious within about 20 seconds. And the way that Stephen had carried on despite the fact she wasn't responding was proof that he was intent on killing her in that moment. They said that he hadn't tried to revive his wife, he hadn't called an ambulance, and he hadn't even called the police until an hour later, by which point it was too late to do anything. And his cold and collected phone call to police painted a picture of someone that was not panicking, upset, or shaken up by what had happened. He simply didn't care. After just a few hours of deliberations, the jury rejected Stephen's self-defense argument and he was found guilty of murder. He was later sentenced to life with a minimum of 14 years to serve. Stephen sat emotionless as the sentence was read out. Stephen, Jr., gave a victim's impact statement and said, "The Searle family will never heal or recover from what had happened. I feel emotionally drained most days. It has taken its toll on me, my family, and friends. I have turned to alcohol as a release, which has affected my relationship with my wife and family, physically and emotionally. The relationship between me and my brothers has been torn apart. It has left a huge void in my heart, which is something I will never get over. Losing my mom has destroyed me. It has left me completely broken." The judge said he took into consideration Stephen's age, the fact that premeditation could not be proven, and the fact that he had just been diagnosed with prostate cancer, and he said the minimum term of 14 years to serve reflected all of these factors. The judge said in part, "By your own hands, you have brought grief and distress untold upon your family. You have deprived your children of the mother that they loved. You have deprived your grandchildren of their grandmother. And you have deprived and of the remaining years of her life. I think that it must go without saying that your actions have caused devastating waves of pain and anguish to crash through your entire family. No sentence that I impose can ever undo that suffering." Detective Chief Superintendent Eamon Bridger said that their thoughts were with the family and stated, "Domestic abuse continues to take place behind closed doors. Suffolk Constabulary will take positive action against the perpetrators where we have the opportunity. When the victims of abuse come to us, we will work with them to address their needs and make them and their families safe. Our focus is firmly on the needs of victims, and we will continue to work closely with our partners in tackling this type of crime." The aftermath of what happened that December night is still widely felt in the small and close community. Stephen Jr. said he went to bed with both his parents, and in the space of a few hours they were both gone. The only comfort he takes is that the last time he saw his mother she was so happy and joyful. The house was filled with laughter, and she was in the highest and most positive of spirits. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. Priscilla Lewis faced numerous challenges growing up in a tough part of Port Costa, California, but she never let them diminish her ambition. A hardworking young woman, Priscilla was just 21 and already saving to buy her own house. Her bubbly, friendly personality made her well suited for her job as a waitress at Four Corners Pizza and Pasta in Crockett, California. On the night of September 24, 1996, Priscilla was working the evening shift at the pizza parlor. Shortly before closing, Priscilla took her last break and headed to a bar across the street to use the bathroom. There, she ran into her cousin, Troy Kinslow, who was having a drink. Afterward, she stepped outside to smoke a cigarette before returning to finish her shift. The cook at the restaurant, aware that Priscilla had gone on break, became concerned when she didn't return as closing time approached. He decided to check the bathroom to see if he could find her. In the bathroom, at approximately 10:30 p.m., he found Priscilla's body. Priscilla had been brutally attacked. She had been beaten, strangled, and drowned in the toilet. Her neck had been broken. While Priscilla had been a very friendly person, her best friend was also positive that she would have fought back against her killer. The restaurant where Priscilla worked was located in the rundown Bologna Square Mall, a former family-owned department store that, in 1996, was home to 4 other businesses in addition to the restaurant. All of the businesses shared a public bathroom in the building's dimly lit basement. The bathroom could be accessed by anyone and 3 staircases led down to the basement. One of the staircases was directly behind Four Corners Pizza. The waitresses at the restaurant did not use the public bathroom because they thought the basement was creepy. They instead used the bathroom at the bar across the street, as Priscilla had done just prior to her murder. This led to speculation that someone had been lying in wait at the top of the staircase and dragged Priscilla downstairs as she was returning to the police. Executed several search warrants, conducted numerous interviews, and submitted pieces of evidence for forensic analysis. However, these efforts did not result in the identification of Priscilla's killer. Investigators did not give up on the case as years passed, however, in part due to the ongoing efforts of Priscilla's family. Priscilla had grown up with Troy Kinslow, the cousin she had seen shortly before she was killed. He had a difficult time dealing with Priscilla's murder and regularly contacted the police in the years following her death, making sure they were still focused on the case. When asked in 2019 what he wanted to say to Priscilla's killer, he replied, "We're going to get you. It might not be today, but these detectives are going to get you, and you're going to have to pay the price." 2 years later, Troy would be proven correct. On December 9, 2021, the Contra Costa Sheriff's Office announced that 51-year-old Danny Lamont Hamilton had been charged with Priscilla's murder the day before, the events that ultimately led to the crime lab for examination. This resulted in DNA evidence being found and a profile being developed. The profile was a match to Hamilton. Hamilton's DNA profile was available to police because at the time of his identification, Hamilton was incarcerated at a state prison near San Diego, serving 295 years for unrelated sexual assault charges. He was initially taken into custody on those charges in 1999, 3 years after Priscilla's murder. Hamilton is being charged with 1 count of murder with 4 special enhancements in Priscilla's case. Priscilla's brother David was understandably disturbed to learn of Hamilton and the nature of his other crimes. He does believe that finally having answers in Priscilla's case will help his family heal, even though the arrest has opened up old emotional wounds that have never fully healed since his sister was murdered. He also hopes that DNA evidence will help solve other cases and provide answers to other families. In 1999, Minnie Soriano was a 13-year-old 7th grader at Middle School 135 in the Bronx, where she was a straight-A student. She had a bubbly and sweet personality. She was very helpful and mature, often helping take care of her younger sister, Nadia, and running errands and doing chores for her mother and stepfather. She was enterprising for her age, selling candy to the other residents of her apartment building. She loved poetry and wrote regularly in her journals, filling them with her own poems, school assignments, journal entries, and letters. On February 24, 1999, Minnie walked out of school with her friend Kimberly after dismissal. They parted ways because Kimberly had to go straight home and Minnie wanted to stop at the library before going to meet her younger sister after she finished school for the day. According to Kimberly, Minnie made a comment about being upset over something, but she did not ask her to elaborate on what was bothering her. Minnie was seen getting onto a city bus, wearing her backpack and a red jacket, at approximately 2:20 p.m. Minnie's routine was to take her bus back to her apartment building and then wait for her sister Nadia's bus to arrive so that she could walk the 7-year-old into the building. That day, she was not there waiting for Nadia. When Nadia gave up on waiting for her sister, she was able to find her way inside to their apartment. When she arrived home alone, her mother was immediately concerned. Minnie was a dedicated older sister who would never have left Nadia waiting outside alone. Minnie's mother and stepfather searched for her themselves before calling police to report her missing. The search for Minnie went on for several days until its tragic conclusion on February 28, 1999. That Sunday morning, a homeless man was going through the contents of dumpsters behind a video store 2 miles away from Minnie's apartment building. He found a particularly heavy black bag and opened it to see what was inside, only to discover Minnie's body. Minnie's body was in the fetal position, bound with green tape and wrapped inside the black garbage bag. The medical examiner did not find evidence of sexual assault, but the district attorney's office would later describe Minnie as being sexually abused, an assertion supported by the semen stains found on the front of the sweatshirt she was wearing. Minnie was found fully clothed, but her jacket and backpack were missing. The medical examiner determined Minnie had died of strangulation as the result of her neck being compressed, possibly while she was held in a chokehold. Minnie may have arrived at her apartment building as usual. A witness came forward reporting seeing her get off at the bus stop near her building on the afternoon she disappeared. Police canvassed the building, hoping to find further witnesses. They also feared that Minnie's killer may be another resident of the building, particularly in light of the fact that she sold candy door to door in the building, raising concerns that someone she met doing this may have developed an obsession with her. The DNA from the semen found on Minnie's sweatshirt was run through a national criminal database in 2000, but no match was found. It would be this DNA that would finally lead to an arrest in Minnie's case more than 22 years after her murder. On November 29, 2021, 49-year-old Joseph Martinez of New Rochelle, New York was arrested for Minnie's murder. The following day, he was arraigned on 2 counts of second murder, felony and intentional, in Bronx Supreme Court and remanded to custody. Martinez had been identified using familial DNA. Familial DNA is perhaps most well known for its use in identifying Lonnie David Franklin Jr. as the serial killer known as the Grim Sleeper in Los Angeles in 2010. The technique is used in cases where a direct match to an unknown DNA sample is not found in criminal databases. It looks for partial DNA matches in these databases instead, trying to identify any relatives of the contributor of the unknown DNA, potentially allowing authorities to greatly narrow down their pool of possible suspects. Minnie's case was the first cold case in which the technique led to the arrest of a suspect in New York City. The state of New York had authorized this technique to be used to attempt to identify suspects in criminal cases in 2017. Since then, the state had only approved the use of the technique in just 35 cases. Only 10 of these cases resulted in a match being located. Investigators are required to go through an extensive application process with the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services and the State Police Crime Lab in order to obtain authorization to submit samples for familial DNA testing. Investigators on Minnie's case first sought this authorization in 2018 after the case was re-examined by the Bronx Homicide Squad that February. Between the extensive authorization process and the detailed forensic work required by scientists at the crime lab, it will be 2 years before investigators had a lead to follow. In June of 2020, familial DNA testing identified a now deceased convicted offender in the criminal database as a partial match to the investigators then began looking into his family. Based on the amount of DNA shared by this offender and the man who left his DNA on Minnie's sweatshirt, they believed the man they were looking for was the son of the offender found in the database. Investigators learned that the offender found in the database had 5 sons and began researching to see if any of them could be the killer they were looking for. 2 of his sons were eliminated because of their age at the time of the murder. The lives of the other 3 were closely scrutinized to ascertain if any information, like their location at the time of the murder or any physical impediments, could exclude them as a possible suspect. While re-examining their case files in light of the new information provided by the familial DNA testing, investigators learned that one of the 3 potential suspects had lived in the same building as Minnie and had been interviewed in the early days of the investigation as a part of the canvassing of the building. This individual was Joseph Martinez, who was 27 years old at the time of the murder. Police were able to surreptitiously collect a discarded DNA sample from Martinez. Testing of that sample showed that Martinez's DNA was a match to the DNA from the semen found on Minnie's sweatshirt. Martinez voluntarily met with police to be interviewed about the case. During this interview, he denied ever having physical contact with Minnie. Martinez pleaded not guilty to the charges against him in court and maintained his innocence to the press through his lawyer. He has no criminal record and is the father of 2 daughters. Martinez is a street astronomer who would set up a telescope on the street and give astronomy lessons to passersby, particularly children. He had an active social media presence and was known as Jupiter Joe. According to his website, He had been scheduled to be at a playground in the Bronx with his telescope 3 days after his arrest. In an unsettling coincidence, Minnie had an interest in astronomy. She told some of her friends she wanted to be an astronaut, and one of her journals contains a long list of astronomy websites she liked to visit. When asked about the arrest in his daughter's case, Minnie's father, Luis Soriano Duran, who now lives in Texas, was happy there was finally progress in the case, but sad that it took so long. Everywhere we go, we see a little kid. I remember her. When somebody smiles like she did, it makes me remember her. She always was in our heart and in our mind. I hope that justice will do its work. This time, do it on time and right, he told NBC New York. When asked about the man charged with his daughter's murder, Mr. Soriano Duran replied, "I wish him to go to hell." Martinez is due back in court on March 7, 2022. Mary Romczyk was born in Czechoslovakia in August of 1908 and came to the United States with her family when she was 8 years old. The family settled in Owasso, Michigan, and Mary attended St. Paul's School until she reached the 8th grade when she dropped out so she could help put her siblings through school. Mary got married in 1951 to a man named Leonard Pryor, and the couple settled in Flint, Michigan. Mary had learned to make candy as a child and added on to her house at Chippewa and Louisa Streets in Flint so that she could open up the Sweet Marie's candy shop. Due to rising violence in Flint, Mary and Leonard eventually decided to sell the candy store and retire. They moved to the small village of Lennon, Michigan, which they believed would be a safer location. Leonard passed away in 1992. Mary remained at their home in Lennon with her beloved dog, Pupsy, who frequently accompanied Mary on her walks. According to her family, Mary was a sweet woman with a wacky sense of humor who was always kind and generous. By 1997, 88-year-old Mary was a creature of habit. She was a devout Catholic who attended Mass 6 days a week and walked to the same diner for lunch and dinner almost every day. Her brother-in-law, James, would give her a ride to church each day. On February 27, 1997, however, Mary was not at her home when he arrived to pick her up. The door to the house was open and her dog Pupsy was still inside, but there was no sign of Mary. James went to the church to see if Mary had just found a ride with someone else, but she was not there. He checked the diner she frequented as well, but could not find her. He reported her missing around noon. Canine teams with the Michigan State Police were luckily in the area at the time for a training exercise and were sent to Mary's house to help with the search for her. Approximately 2 hours after Mary Pryor was reported missing, a state trooper and a canine officer located her body wrapped in a blanket in a swampy, wooded area 150 yards away from her house. Mary's autopsy would reveal that she had been suffocated and beaten about the head. She appeared to have been raped, a conclusion later confirmed by DNA evidence. Police spent years conducting interviews and following up on leads, but were unable to make an arrest. Mary was not forgotten by her small community, and billboards were put up and door hangers were distributed to houses over the following decades. Shortly after the murder, the community was able to collect $20,000 to offer as a reward for information that led to the conviction of Mary's killer, but the money was eventually returned to the donors after years passed with no one coming forward to claim it. Just months before the 25th anniversary of Mary's murder, on November 11, 2021, Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson announced that an arrest had been made in the case. 41-year-old Michael Burr of Lennon, Michigan had been charged on single counts of felony murder, first-degree criminal sexual conduct, and kidnapping in connection to Mary's murder. Burr was just 17 years old and a junior in high school at the time Mary was killed. He had long been considered a potential suspect by investigators because his home was so close to Mary's. Sheriff Swanson had been assigned to Mary's case in 2002 when he was a captain with the sheriff's office, and he interviewed Burr as part of his investigation in 2004. A DNA sample was collected from Burr in 1997 and kept in storage, and biological samples from Mary's autopsy were preserved. Other items connected to the case have also been submitted for DNA testing in the years since the murder. While the sheriff's office has had access to Burr's DNA for decades, according to Sheriff Swanson, the DNA match was not made until the day before Burr was arrested. The biological material collected from the crime scene is a 1 in 1.9 octillion match for Burr. Sheriff Swanson has discussed scientific advances contributing to Burr's identification, but it is unclear what those advances are. Because of the ongoing legal proceedings against Burr, the sheriff's office and the prosecutor have only been able to speak publicly about the evidence against Burr in very broad terms, so further details about the DNA match are not available. There is other evidence prosecutors plan to use in court, including drag mark evidence, as well as a witness who provided a statement several years ago and is still available to testify in court. However, like the DNA techniques used in the case, this evidence will only be detailed to the public as the legal proceedings against Burr progress. I didn't think this was ever going to be solved. I just felt that way, and I am so pleased and so happy that Aunt Mary is going to get the justice she deserves. Emily Dubé, Mary's niece, said following Burr's arrest. 9-year-old Elizabeth Olsen was the youngest of 3 children, living with her mother, Patty, in the small rural town of St. Martin's, Missouri, which had just over 1,000 residents. Elizabeth was passionate about theater and performing and had recently been cast in the school play, a role she was excitedly diving into. She practiced her lines daily with anyone willing to play the other parts, rehearsed her songs, and often asked her siblings to join her in acting. Elizabeth would find any reason to dress up and sing along to Hannah Montana and Taylor Swift. Known for her sweet, innocent, and kind-hearted nature, she was friendly, caring, and always looked out for those around her. Elizabeth shared a close bond with her mother, Patty, and they loved to bake together and play puzzles and games. On October 21, 2009, a typical Wednesday, everyone was home from school, and dinner was nearly ready. Elizabeth's friend, Emma, came to the door, asking if Elizabeth could come out to play. Patty initially said no, as it was a school night and dinner was almost done. But after her daughter heard Emma at the door, both girls were relentless in trying to go out together, jumping up and down and begging for Patty to let them go. Emma lived just 4 houses away, and the pair and their other siblings were at each other's homes a lot. Patty told Elizabeth she had 1 hour and no more, and she wanted her home by 6:15 p.m. Elizabeth was still not home, and it was 15 minutes past the agreed time, which for a child as conscientious as Elizabeth was a reason to be concerned. The sun was setting, and Patty said there was no way her daughter would still be out voluntarily, as she was terrified of the dark. Patty called her phone, but it went straight to voicemail. She then rang Emma's grandmother Karen, whom Emma and her siblings lived with. To her horror, Karen said she hadn't seen Elizabeth either, and she had no idea that Emma had even knocked at her door that afternoon. Patty hung up straight away and called the police. By 6:30, officers were at Patty's house and combing through the area. The street the family lived on was very close to about 60 acres of woodland, and this was a huge yet overwhelming focus for the search teams. The police headed over to Emma's house, but they all maintained she hadn't been there. Karen and Gary, Emma's grandparents, were so upset they had no idea this had all happened, but they simply couldn't give any information that would help. All they could do was join in the search, despite the fact their houses were connected by the street, which would have only taken a few minutes to walk. Emma said they had been walking through and around the woods and had been darting in and out of the neighboring lawns and backyards. She said an hour later, the incredibly diligent Elizabeth set off home as instructed. Emma said she watched her walk off, and that was the last time she had seen her. Officers said they still couldn't see any evidence that pointed towards foul play or anything untoward, suggesting maybe she had become lost in the woods, to which Patty replied, "She's 9 years old. She wouldn't just walk off by herself." Soon, almost a third of the whole town was out and looking, but the search party eventually had to slow down and stop for the night because of how dark it was. As soon as the sun rose, they were out in force again. A few hours later, with the concern continuing to mount, the FBI was called in to help, and they moved quickly. Registered sex offenders in the area were all interviewed. Each car coming in and out was stopped and searched, dive teams and helicopters were deployed, and sniffer dogs were brought in too. The team started looking at Elizabeth's phone activity and ordered the information from her cell phone provider. The data arrived quickly and showed that her phone was still on, and was actually pinging near her home and in the woods. It was now 24 hours later, a painfully long amount of time when dealing with a missing child. There were no items of clothing found, no dropped phone, no clues at all. Unfortunately, when they were searching the location that linked to her phone battery suddenly went dead and the ping stopped. The forest was dense, dark, damp and cold, and there was a huge amount of ground to cover. The more time that was passing, the less likely it was seeming that they were going to have a positive outcome in the search for Elizabeth. Elizabeth's phone records also came back, and they were able to look at her last contacts and messages, as well as her mother Patty and several others that could be easily accounted for. She had received a call that afternoon from someone called Alyssa. 6-year-old Emma then asked to talk to the police again. She now had a new story, but seemed scared to tell the detectives. She said that her half-sister had been the one to get her to knock on Elizabeth's door that afternoon. Her half-sister was 15-year-old Alyssa Bustamante. Emma said that when the two were outside playing together, Alyssa came and joined them and encouraged Emma to leave them alone. But Elizabeth said she had to head home and started walking off. This timed perfectly with the call that came from Alyssa. Emma walked back to her house and stayed outside playing alone, leaving Elizabeth and Alyssa out together. A while later, Emma, who was now back in her garden, fell over and caught herself on some thorns. She called out for help. Alyssa heard her from her bedroom and came outside. Emma said as she was helping her, she noticed something that looked like blood on Alyssa's clothes. Detectives asked Alyssa a few routine questions, and despite the fact she seemed open and forthcoming, something about what Emma had told them wasn't sitting right. If what Emma was saying was true, it meant that she hadn't been the last person to see Elizabeth that day. As far as they now knew, it was actually 15-year-old Alyssa Bustamante. It was now 48 hours later, and the investigating team had to regroup. It was now glaringly obvious that Elizabeth had not run away. She had either been led somewhere or forced somewhere, and officers started looking closer to home. As they began doing rounds of the houses again, a search party inside the woods made a strange discovery. A group of volunteers had stumbled upon a huge hole that had been dug up then covered back over. They alerted police right away, but there was nothing under the soil. There was still no sign of Elizabeth or anything belonging to her in that area. When detectives had been at the Bustamante house talking to Emma and Alyssa, they had noticed several holes in the garden that looked similar in size and shape to this one. Given this, a warrant was issued to properly and intensely search the home. Although Elizabeth definitely hadn't been there that day, she would often go over and play, so they needed to take a good look around. Everything seemed normal and in order until they entered Elisa's room. Painted a very troubling and chilling picture. Everything was everywhere and there was writing all over the walls, some parts in blood. There was also a drawing of an outline of a person with the name Emma next to it, her 6-year-old sister. Cards from her father, who was in prison, were scattered around the room. And, buried under everything, detectives found Alyssa's diary. One entry read, "If I don't talk about it, I bottle it up, and when I explode, someone's gonna die." They also noticed a paragraph that was scribbled over in blue pen. Fortunately, investigators were able to uncover some of the original writing by shining a light on the back of the paper. 2 words stood out: slit and throat. Despite Elisa saying she had been at school that day, it would turn out she had actually skipped lessons, and her whereabouts around the time Elizabeth was last seen, as Emma was saying goodbye to her, weren't able to be confirmed by anyone either. Things were slowly being pieced together, but there were still so many gaps. Alyssa's diary was seized by the FBI and handed over to Sergeant David Rice, who was now preparing to interview the teen. Born in 1994, Alyssa came from a troubled and very broken family. Both her parents had substance addictions, her father was in and out of prison, and her mother would often leave the family home on drug sponges. Eventually, Alyssa and her siblings went to live with her grandparents, Karen and Gary, who soon gained full custody of them. Karen said she adored Alyssa, and although the children had had a tough life, she did her best to raise them well, shower them with love and care, and be a constant and supportive presence in their lives. As she entered her teenage years, Alyssa started self-harming and expressing suicidal feelings. She was admitted into a psychiatric hospital after she overdosed and began to cut words into her arms. Doctors that assessed her described her as violent and angry. She was diagnosed with severe depression and prescribed antidepressants. When she was released, things only began to get worse and more concerning. On her various social media platforms, she changed her list of hobbies to killing people and cutting. She often told friends and her boyfriend she wanted to know what it was like to kill someone and had a dream of burning down a house with a family inside. Her Twitter feed talked about a hatred of authority and people telling her what to do. One of her posts read, "Bad decisions make great stories." She also posted a video to her YouTube channel called "Idiots Getting Electrocuted by Electric Fence." The video showed her trying to get her two brothers to touch a fence that she knew would electrocute them. A disturbing pattern of behavior was clear to see, and the more the FBI looked into her background, the more they found pointed towards her being a dangerous individual that wanted to inflict pain on people in the worst ways imaginable. After going through her diary some more, Sergeant Rice asked Alyssa to come in for a formal interview, alongside her grandmother and a juvenile officer. He said as the interview progressed, his tactic was to ask a question and sit in silence for as long as possible, sometimes for up to a minute at a time. He said as uncomfortable as it was, he knew the team would break eventually if there was something to say, which he was certain there was. He needed to know what had happened to Elizabeth that day, and he wasn't going to stop until he got to the truth. Alyssa started off by recounting her day. She said she had come back from school at around 3:30 and then had gone for a walk in the forest at around 4:30, 5 p.m. They now knew. She was never at school that day, so she was already trapping herself in lies. She said she was supposed to take Emma on a walk with her, but ditched her as she was annoying and instead went walking alone. She claimed she had come back about an hour later and was up in her room when she heard Emma shouting for help from outside. Sergeant Rice got her to retrace her steps with a map he had printed out. Alyssa said after this, everybody went to church and got home at around 8 p.m. Rice then changed the line of questioning and moved on to the holes around her garden and around the woods. Alyssa calmly admitted to having dug them herself, but said it was because she liked digging holes and sometimes buried dead animals in them. He then said, "What kind of person do you think would do this to a 9-year-old girl?" Alyssa shrugged and said, "I dunno, a sick person, someone that can put down all their morals." She was still maintaining that she had never been out with Elizabeth on her own. It was always in a group of siblings, and she had been trying her best to help find her as well. After this, he started asking questions about Elizabeth's phone, explaining that the data did not lie, and it was indicating that her phone was somewhere behind Alyssa's house, which he showed her on a map. He then moved on to Alyssa's house and her bedroom. When Rice confronted her about the entries, including the one that had been scribbled over, the interview would take a drastic turn. Alyssa said the pair had been playing out in the forest, and Elizabeth had fallen, hit her head, and died instantly. Panicked, she had tried to conceal her body by burning it. But, given the final entry in her diary, Reese knew this wasn't true. But it was the start of the truth coming out. He just had to keep chipping away and poking holes in her stories. The entry in her diary that had been scribbled over had now been completely uncovered, and it read as follows: "I just fucking killed someone. I strangled them and slit their throats and stabbed them. Now they're dead. I don't know how to feel at the moment. It was amazing. As soon as you get over the oh my god, I can't do this feeling. It's pretty enjoyable. I'm kinda nervous and shaky though right now. Okay, I gotta go to church now. LOL." It had been written on the same day Elizabeth had gone missing. October 21st, Rice told her they would find Elizabeth's body eventually, and when they did, an autopsy would tell them the full story. Alyssa told Rice that she had bumped into Elizabeth and Emma outside, and once Emma had gone, everything started to unravel. Despite her denials it was pre-planned, she was already armed with a kitchen knife. Holding the 9-year-old's hand, the pair walked for 15 minutes, deep into the forest, with Alyssa telling her she had something to show her. They just had to walk further in. Once they reached a certain spot, Alyssa said she beat and strangled her before slitting her throat and stabbing her repeatedly. The fear that Elizabeth must have felt as the forest got darker and she realized her life was in danger is unimaginable. Elisa then said she had attempted to burn her body before digging a hole to bury her and disposing of everything else in the creek. However, Rice knew that the hole had not been dug on that day, it had been dug days before, as were all the other holes they had found. She didn't go out there with a shovel or anything she could have used to do this, and there was no way she could have killed Elizabeth, dug a hole to bury her, and been back home within the hour to go to church. If Rice could get her to admit to pre-digging the hole, it would help to prove premeditation. Everybody still found it hard to believe that Elisa had managed to do this all by herself. But she swore it was just her, and she was the only one that knew about it. Elisa Bustamante agreed to take Rice to her remains, and with this, just 15 minutes from her home, the search for Elizabeth Alton came to a devastating end. A day after Elizabeth was found, police announced that they had placed the 15-year-old under arrest, and she had been charged with first-degree murder. The neighborhood was horrified. Police had also interviewed Elisa's boyfriend and asked him to undertake a polygraph test. Although they suspected he likely knew something had happened, they determined he didn't have anything to do with the murder of Elizabeth, and he was never implicated in anything. Other than the fact she had just wanted to know what it was like to kill someone, given her diary entry, there was no other explanation. She had dug 2 graves in the weeks before, and essentially waited for an opportunity. It remains undetermined who, if anyone, the second grave was intended for, but police suspected she was actually planning to kill her 2 younger brothers. On October 28th, a week after she had gone missing, 9-year-old Elizabeth Alton was laid to rest. Her favorite color was pink, and her funeral was filled with the color. A horse-drawn carriage carried her pink and white casket. The community was a close one, and it was packed with people standing along the sides and waiting outside. The emergency responders and investigators were also sat in the first several rows. The case had deeply affected and moved everybody. In November 2009, despite her lawyers pushing for her to get a lesser charge, on the grounds of a troubled childhood and her age, the judge ruled that Elisa Bustamante would be tried as an adult, and she was therefore indicted. She entered a plea of not guilty, and trial preparation got underway. Just as Elizabeth's family and the prosecution thought they were finally getting somewhere, a huge blow came. In June 2011, her defense team requested that her lengthy confession to Sergeant Rice was thrown out. A judge ruled that because of her age and the line of questioning put forward by the juvenile officer working alongside Rice, at least part of her statement would not be admissible in court. After this, her trial was delayed and set for early 2012. The prosecution knew they were really up against it, and after going back and forth, thinking of the best approach, they decided to offer the option of a plea deal to Elisa, second-degree murder instead of first-degree murder. With this, Elisa Bustamante withdrew her not guilty plea for first-degree murder and pleaded guilty to second-degree murder instead. This also spared her the chances of receiving the death penalty. The courtroom was packed, and everybody wanted to know what would happen. As part of the deal, Elisa had to recount what had happened that day. As she went through what she had done, in all its awful detail, reporters in the court said the tension was palpable, with everybody sitting in stunned silence. Her defense team also spoke and leaned heavily on her childhood and upbringing, mental health issues, and claiming that her prescribed medication made her more prone to violence. Despite all of this, Elisa Bustamante was sentenced to life in prison for second-degree murder and 30 years for armed criminal action, and the sentences were to be served consecutively. Several months after she pleaded guilty, however, the United States Supreme Court ruled that juveniles cannot face automatic life sentences without the possibility of parole. So, under Missouri's law, Elisa may seek parole after 30 years. Patty gave a speech at her sentencing. She was so upset and physically shaking. The judge eventually asked her to stop talking. All Elisa could say in response was, "I cannot even understand what you guys are going through," adding that she would give her life to bring Elizabeth back. A detective said it was in this moment Karen and Gary got up and walked out of the courtroom, and everybody could see Elisa suddenly realize that the only 2 people that had stuck by her and tried to be a constant in her life had just walked away. Patty said that everything that came out of Elisa's mouth was a lie. She had no remorse, and she was being told what to say by her lawyers. The prosecutor Mark Richardson said he had never seen anything like this in his life, and he hoped to never have to try a case like it again. The motive has to be the most senseless, reprehensible that could be in humankind, and that is to take a life for a thrill, he said. A forensic psychologist added it was clear from her patterns of behavior over the years. It was only a matter of time before she killed somebody. Patty went on to sue not only Elisa, but the hospital where Elisa sought treatment. She believes that the healthcare system should have seen the red flags and taken preventative measures. A judge threw out the lawsuit against the hospital, but the lawsuit against Elisa was successful, and she will ultimately owe Patty $5 million. Elisa appealed her sentence in 2014, but this was denied. The events that transpired so very quickly on October 21, 2009 rocked the town and shattered the closeness of the community. Patty said she misses her daughter's kindness and her ability to see the good in everyone and everything. A friendly and innocent young girl, excited for her starring role in the school play, just playing with her friends and siblings, enjoying the simple pleasures that childhood brings. Her life was snatched away in the most frightening way imaginable, and the damage done to so many people on that day will forever be felt. In 2021, 59-year-old François Barave was residing in La Grande Motte on the southern coast of France. On September 27th, he informed his wife that he was heading to a vacation rental property they owned in Grab du Roy to meet new tenants. After kissing her goodbye, he left on his bicycle, but he never returned. When his wife checked his computer, she discovered that no one had rented the property. She reported him missing, and his whereabouts remained unknown for 2 days. On September 29th, his body was found in the rental property, accompanied by 2 notes. One note claimed his death was a suicide, asking that he not be resuscitated if his attempt left him in a coma. In the other, Barave confessed to committing horrific crimes and murdering innocent people. A DNA test from his body confirmed that Barave was the notorious, unidentified serial killer Legrelli, who had eluded authorities for 35 years. Legrelli was believed to be responsible for 3, possibly 4, murders and 6 rapes between 1986 and 1994. His first known victim was Cécile Bloch, an 11-year-old who lived with her parents and older half-brother in Paris's 19th district. Cécile was a gifted student and talented violinist who had played with a youth orchestra for several years. She was set to transfer to a specialized school in early 1987, where she could pursue her studies alongside her conservatory training. Monday, May 5, 1986 started out as an ordinary day at the family's apartment. Cécile's parents left for work at 8:10, and her half-brother, Luc, who was doing advanced studies in biology at the time, left 5 minutes later. Cécile would leave for her morning classes at 8:40. Cécile's routine was to return home for lunch at noon before returning to school. Her mother, Suzanne, would call home to check on her. On May 5th, however, Cécile did not answer the phone as usual. Suzanne waited a few minutes before making a second call, which also went unanswered. She then called Cécile's school and learned that her daughter had never made it to class that morning. Both of Cécile's parents then rushed home to look for Cécile. When they arrived, Cécile was not there, but her school bag was not either, meaning that she left for class but did not arrive there for some reason. Cécile's parents enlisted the help of one of the building's caretakers to search for her. Around 3 p.m., the caretaker was searching a utility room on the 3rd level of the basement when he discovered Cécile's body underneath a piece of discarded carpet. Cécile had been raped, strangled, and stabbed once. Her body was also marked by scratches and bruises, indicating how fiercely Cécile had fought against her killer. Police quickly had a potential suspect for the horrific crime. Several witnesses, including Cécile's parents and her half-brother Luc, saw an unfamiliar man in the building, both on the elevator and in the parking lot, one level above where Cécile's body would later be found, between 7:50 and 9:20 that morning. Luc in particular got a good look at this man and had reason to remember him. That morning, he rode the elevator with a stranger as he headed out for the day. He remembered him not only because he did not recognize him from the building, but also because he was unusually friendly for someone he did not know. Luc assumed the man was just visiting someone else in the building and therefore thought it was unusual when the stranger told him that he hoped he had a very, very good day as Luc exited the elevator. Luke described the unknown man as being between 25-30 years old and just under 6 feet tall. He also reported that the stranger's face had very textured skin, either from pockmarks or acne scars. This detail would lead to the moniker the killer would be given while his identity remained unknown, Legrelli, or the pockmarked man. A composite of the suspect was generated but did not lead to the identification of Cecile's killer. Her case was closed and reopened several times, with numerous individuals re-examining the details of the case. But Cecile's family remained frustrated with the progress of the investigation. After completing his studies, Luke became a geneticist and pushed for authorities in France to use DNA technology in his half-sister's case, as authorities in the United Kingdom and Belgium had begun doing in some of their investigations. It would take years, but eventually, semen found on Cecile's body was submitted for DNA testing and a profile was developed. This profile would ultimately link the pockmarked man to 3 other rapes and 2 other murders. The first crime DNA tied him to was the rape of an 8-year-old girl called Sarah, which occurred the month before Cecile was killed. Sarah entered the elevator in her apartment building on the morning of April 7, 1986. A man was already inside of the elevator and pretended to press the button for the first floor for her. Instead, the elevator went down to the 4th level of the basement, where the man pushed her out of the elevator. He pulled her over to a mattress and punched her twice as she struggled to get away. He stuffed a rag in her mouth, raped her, strangled her, and left her for dead. Luckily, she was only rendered unconscious and woke up approximately 15 minutes later after her attacker had fled. The same DNA was also found at a double murder which occurred shortly before the 1st anniversary of Cecile's murder. 20-year-old Umgard Muller was from Germany but was living in Paris, working as an hauteur and studying geography. Her employers were 38-year-old Gilles Balletier and his wife. Gilles was an airline mechanic who worked nights while his wife worked during the day. On April 29, 1987, Umgard, who lived in a maid's apartment not far from the Polity family's apartment, arrived to take their daughter to school at 8:45 a.m. Mrs. Polity then left for work. Her husband had not yet returned home from his overnight shift at work. She would not see him again until 7 o'clock that evening, when she would discover his body when she returned home. Gilles' body was in a position called a Spanish tourniquet by the authorities. He was on his stomach with his arms behind his back. His arms, legs, and neck were all connected with various ties and pieces of fabric from within the apartment. The various pieces were tightened with a poker from the fireplace, and he would have suffocated slowly. Mrs. Poulatier then found Umgard's body in her daughter's room. Umgard was mostly nude and tied up to the bunk bed in the room. She had been strangled from a bathrobe and her throat had been cut. Both Gilles and Hermgord's bodies had been burned with cigarettes and showed superficial knife wounds, indicating that they had been tortured. The Polite's daughter was thankfully not at the apartment. The parents of one of her friends had taken her home with them when Irmgard failed to pick her up at school. DNA would be found inside Irmgard and on a cigarette but found inside the apartment. Both samples matched the DNA from Cecile and Sarah's crime scenes. 2 cameras were stolen from the apartment, and Polaroid paper found at the scene indicated the killer may have photographed his crime. It is possible that Umgard actually knew her killer. A man was seen at her residence the day before and the day of her murder and was seen having a heated discussion with her. According to witnesses, he had severe acne scars, raising the possibility that he was the pockmarked man. If this is the case, it means these 2 murders could have had a different motive than Cecile's murder and Sarah's rape. The next crime tied to the pockmarked man through his DNA occurred on October 27, 1987. A 14-year-old named Mary and returned to the apartment building where she lived with her mother from school for her lunch break. A man followed her into the elevator and told her he was a police officer and needed to see her identity documents. He showed her he had a gun and a holster under his jacket and demanded to see her arms to check them for track marks, claiming he was investigating drug trafficking. He continued making threats against her and asking her questions about her mother and her schedule. Now knowing she would not be at home, he forced Mary inside her apartment and tied her up, threatening her with a letter opener while asking about valuables in the home. He gathered 2 cameras, a VCR, a CD player, and 14 CDs into a bag before coming back to Mary and raping her. The man tried to wipe his semen off of Mary Ann's body, but some of it would be found on the bedding. In 1997, a DNA profile was developed from it and found to be a match to the pockmarked man. The final crime where the pockmarked man's DNA was occurred in 1994. Unlike his other crimes, it did not occur in Paris, instead beginning in Maitremori and concluding in Sa-Cle. On June 29th, an 11-year-old called Ingrid took a shortcut as she rode her bicycle home after playing with her friends. As she'd rode down an isolated dirt road, a car pulled up in front of her and blocked her path. The driver exited the car and told Ingrid that he was a policeman, briefly flashing a tricolor card, a type of identification card issued to law enforcement officers to her. He told Ingrid that she was not allowed to be riding her bike on that road and asked her for her identification documents. She did not have them with her, so he told her he would have to take her to the police station. The man handcuffed Ingrid and put her in his car, refusing to let her stop at home to tell her family where she was going. Instead of taking her to the police station, the man drove to Sa-Cle, more than 60 kilometers away. He took Ingrid into an abandoned farmhouse, where he raped her. Ingrid spoke to him the entire time, a fact to which she would later attribute her survival. Her attacker again wiped away his semen from her body. He did not have a chance to dispose of the tissue, however, because he left Ingrid at the farmhouse, telling her he was going to get food but would be right back. Ingrid was able to escape during his absence and came across a class from a local motorcycle school. The instructor took her to the gendarmerie in RC and evidence from the farmhouse house was quickly collected. In addition to the crimes with DNA evidence, the pockmarked man is also suspected in other crimes based on the circumstances surrounding them. In 2015, police software that analyzes the elements of various crimes led to the pockmarked man also being suspected in the murder of Corinne Leroy, who disappeared in Meaux while walking to school on June 9, 1994, 10 days before her 20th birthday. Her body was discovered near the edge of a forest by people out on a walk on July 12th. While DNA evidence has not been found tying her death to the pockmarked man, her body was found, bound in the same distinctive manner as Gillis Polity. Corinne also disappeared just 20 days before Ingrid was kidnapped and, like in Ingrid's case, also disappeared from outside of Paris, where the pockmarked man's earlier known crimes were all committed. She also disappeared from a main road where a struggle would have been noticed, indicating that she most likely got into someone's car willingly, either because she knew them or perhaps because her killer had told her he was a police officer as well. The pockmarked man was believed to have committed 6 rapes between 1986 and 1994, as well as numerous other attempted attacks. For example, on November 26, 1987, for young women between the ages of 14-19 reported being approached in their apartment buildings by a man with a tricolor card claiming to be a police officer and demanding to see their identity documents. Luckily, in these 4 cases, the girls either got away on their own or their parent or some other trusted adult unexpectedly arrived to assist them. The incidents all occurred right after each other, with 2 of them occurring within the same building, as though the man spontaneously tried approaching victims of opportunity after each failed attempt to gain control over a girl. The incidents were either suspicious or upsetting enough for all of the girls to report them to the authorities. The 4 girls, as well as 5 adults who interacted the man, identified him as the man pictured in a composite image of the man who raped Mary and just a month earlier, tying the pockmarked man to these incidents. Several of the adults who had interacted with this man speculated that he was only pretending to be a police officer as, despite the identification card he flashed, he did not seem to have the confidence or composure of an actual police officer. However, as years went on without the pockmarked man being identified, investigators became more and more convinced that his claims of being a member of law enforcement were not just part of a ruse. Certain details did point to the pockmarked man being either a police officer or a gendarme, a member of France's military police. Some circumstances seemed to make the latter possibility the more likely, such as his vocabulary, the types of knots he tied, and the tactics he used, as well as the proximity of gendarmerie facilities to some of his crimes. He also seemed to have some sense of forensics, making some attempts to prevent leaving behind DNA before the average member of the public would have understood its forensic value and wiping down items at crime scenes that would have had his fingerprints. He was obviously not always successful in removing all of the forensic evidence, but the absence of such evidence at some crime scenes has prevented them from conclusively being tied to him. The possibility that the pockmarked man truly had been a gendarme led to an investigating magistrate opening a massive effort to search for the killer amongst their ranks. In 2021, 750 men, who had been gendarmes in the Paris region at the time of the crimes, were ordered to report for questioning and to provide a DNA sample. Fariv learned he had been ordered to report through his wife, who used his old cell phone number. On September 24, 2021, she told him that she had just received a phone call meant to inform her husband that he had to report in 5 days and instructing him to call back to receive a time for his appointment. She told him that the commander who called said that the summons was in relation to a reopened investigation relating to events that occurred between 1986 and 1992. She would later say that she noticed no change in his mood or behavior when he received this news. He left home 3 days later and was found dead of a suicide by overdose on the day he was due to report for questioning. Farouf served as a gendarme stationed in the cavalry of the Republican Guard between 1983 and 1988. He went on to become a member of the police force until a motorcycle accident forced him into early retirement in 2014. Between 1993 and 2000, he lived in Lanfrey, a 15-minute drive from the site of Ingrid's abduction and a 30-minute drive from where Corinne Leroy went missing. According to Veroff's wife, who had been married to him since 1985, they had a harmonious marriage and her husband never got angry. His identification as the pockmarked man also shocked his neighbors, who described him as a helpful, normal neighbor. He has been described as a typical police officer who acted professionally and had a good sense of humor. However, he did have mental health struggles in the later half of the 1990s, which required him to take time off and seek treatment. The second suicide note, which was addressed to Verov's wife, has not been released to the public in full. It has been reported that he did not provide details about the crimes which he acknowledged committing. He blamed his crimes on impulses that stemmed from events in his childhood and claimed that his wife and children were the reason he gained control over them and stopped killing. He claimed to have committed suicide to protect his family, knowing that his crimes were about to become public. It has also been reported that Farov claimed to have committed no crimes after 1997 in the letter. This is concerning because the last crime attributed to the pockmarked man occurred in 1994. Investigators are currently looking into more than 20 crimes, trying to ascertain if Barov had any involvement in them. Dulce Maria Alaves was born in April 2014. Her mother, Noma, was very young at the time, just 14 years old. So Dulce was primarily cared for by Noma's mother, Norma, who later became Dulce's legal guardian. Though her family was close-knit, her father, Edgar Perez, was deported to Mexico in 2018. Noma described Dulce as spunky yet sweet, always sharing hugs and kisses. Dulce was a loving child who adored the Disney movie Frozen and loved pretending to be a princess. Noma went on to have a second child, a boy named Manny, and by 2019, she was expecting her third. On September 16, 2019, Noma waited at her mother's house for her daughter and younger sister to get off the school bus together. Dulce had recently started kindergarten and was adjusting to her new routine. Once they arrived, Noma, Dulce, Noma's 3-year-old son Manny, and her younger sister decided to spend some time at Bridgeton City Park. Before getting there, at around 4 p.m., they stopped in a gas station to get some ice cream. CCTV showed the family in the store. Dulce was seen wearing white trousers with butterflies and flowers on them, white sandals, and a yellow shirt with a koala on it. They then drove 5 minutes to Bridgerton City Park. After pulling into a parking space beside the basketball courts, Dulce and Manny got out and ran over towards the playground to go on the swings, roughly 30 yards away. Noma, who was 5 months pregnant, would normally take the family dog too, and go to the playground with her children. But on this occasion, she did not. She stayed in the car with her younger sister who was doing her homework and scratched a lottery ticket. Although they could see the park, the swings were obscured by a hill. The fact as to exactly what happened next is unclear, as it was reported that at around 4:20 p.m., Manny ran back to the car without his sister. But Noma would later say he had not ran back to the car. She said they could no longer see Manny or Dulce from the vehicle. So she and her younger sister got out of the car and went to go and look. She said they had found Manny crying with his ice cream on the floor. She asked him where his sister was, and he pointed to the buildings by the park. Initially believing she was playing hide and seek, Emma went looking, but there was no sign of her daughter. Before calling 911, Noma called her brother who lived close by and asked him to come out with the dog to see if they could find her. But there was still no sign of Dulce. She asked the children on the basketball courts if they had seen her, and she said that one of them had told her they had seen Dulce running towards the buildings and an African-American man walking near the buildings at that time. This differed from what another girl at the basketball courts had said. She said she had seen what appeared to be a red van and a Hispanic man nearby. Noma said that she had seen 2 children in the park, alongside the children who were playing basketball. I saw 2 kids the same age as my daughter and son coming out. They were holding hands, but I didn't see no grown-up with them. They just went around the park. And then I saw the girls at the basketball court. And that's it. She then called the police. Within minutes, the police had arrived on scene. Dog handlers were also there to assist in the search with bloodhounds, and they scoured through the park and wooded areas, hoping that maybe the little girl had just wandered off or become lost. The task in front of them was huge. Bridgeton City Park sits on roughly 1,000 acres of land in Cumberland County and was just behind Bridgeton High School. In the time frame of Dulce's disappearance, Bridgeton Police Chief Michael Gamari Sr. said that around 400 vehicles had been close to or around the park during that time. There were no CCTV cameras in the playground, but the police chief said other videos had confirmed she was in the park, as it had been around 45 minutes from her going missing to the police being called. He said the scope of the investigation had widened. The FBI Child Abduction Division were also brought on board to assist local law enforcement in the investigation. The community response was huge. Volunteers from the local community used their knowledge of the area to assist in the search for the missing child. The park had not been immediately closed off, and the locals soon descended to try and help. If she had been abducted, and the abductor had walked to the playground to get her, there was a possibility of footprints being left. But when people began arriving at the park to look for her, any potential footprints could have been compromised or destroyed, as would any potential tire tracks. The following day, September 17th, the police described a van they were looking for, a red vehicle with sliding doors and tinted windows. The description of the van had come from a child, meaning there was a potential for the description to not be accurate. It had now been roughly 28 hours since Dulce had last been seen, and at 10 p.m. that night, an Amber Alert was issued. An Amber Alert is issued when a child is suspected to have been abducted. It circulates a name and description of the child in question, and any details about the potential abductor. Former FBI Special Agent J.J. Claver said it would have been better to have the Amber Alert go out within hours of Dulce going missing and not the following day. As the park was popular with people and was a place where people would go jogging and work out, the FBI believed that her abductor was likely familiar with the area and knew it well enough to avoid being seen. FBI Special Agent Daniel Garabin said, "The person that did this likely lived in Bridgetown, been familiar with Bridgetown, or had a reason to be where they were in that park." He added, "We believe there are witnesses out there who saw the abductor, who saw the vehicle in the area of the park, and either haven't come forward because they're afraid to come forward, or haven't come forward because they don't realize how important the information is that they have." One problem faced by detectives straight away was the amount of rumors circulating on social media. Various online groups were started to circulate news and information about her case. People would join searches and go live on Facebook to bring awareness to the search efforts. On September 18th, a vigil was held as the community came together to try and help. Within the first few days of the search, dive teams were deployed to search the various bodies of water around the area. The search was expanded on land and from the air to try and generate any new leads. Bloodhounds were being used to try and find any scent of her. They were able to pick something up for roughly an hour before they lost the scent. Dulce's 3-year-old brother Manny, who had most likely witnessed whatever had happened, did not speak very much. The FBI had taken him back there in an attempt to find out exactly what it was he had seen. But this went nowhere. Police said again that Dulce's family were being very cooperative with the investigation efforts, and her grandmother was out putting flyers up. More than 300 officers were drafted in for the search, and sex offenders in the area were also tracked down to account for their whereabouts too. More than 500 vehicles had been checked, and more than 200 locations had also been searched. Rumors began to circulate that Dulce's mother had been arrested, but this was false, and at a press conference the police chief spoke about the need to stick to the facts. Those in the community were living in fear that this could happen again. One resident said, "Everybody is worried about their own family. It's pretty scary." And another said, "It's not the same aside from being here. We are with our kids, but at all times we are looking to make sure they don't get away from us, or looking to see if we see anything strange." It had now been a week, and police issued an appeal for anyone who was in the park that day, and who may have taken photos or videos to come forward, as they may have inadvertently caught something of significance. A big problem being faced by the authorities was that some in the community feared if they came forward with information, it could affect their immigration status. On Tuesday, September 24th, the police announced that, via telephone, they had successfully made contact with Dulce's father who lived in Mexico, hoping to see if he could shed any light on why his daughter would be abducted. 2 weeks after her disappearance, Dulce's mother gave a press conference. Some people still continued to not buy what Noma was saying, but she hit back at these claims. "That really affected me when I saw all the comments saying, 'I sold her, I killed her, that I know where she is,' that really affected me. I've seen a lot of cases where mothers do that to their kids. But I love my daughter a lot, and she knows that." Some questioned her apparently calm demeanor, but Noma explained that she did not cry in front of people, not even her parents. Noma's phone was also taken away several times by the authorities, so that they could check through it for any relevant information. By early October, the reward for information was standing at $40,000. Noma and her mother gave an interview to NJ.com where Noma said that the police had told her they weren't going to give up on her daughter's case. She also spoke about the impact that this had had on her son Manny, saying that he had changed since his sister had gone missing. She said he had become more aggressive with other children and stopped listening, adding that he wasn't like that before. She and her mother said they wanted people to continue to look for Dulce, with Norma even speaking about hiring a private detective. But they were unable to due to the money it would cost. Norma also said she wanted other states to join in the search for Dulce, but didn't know how to go about getting them involved. Noma explained that she was trying her best to be strong for her children. Authorities had appeared to rule out the involvement of Dulce's father Edgar, saying that the FBI had spoken to him. On October 15th, a police sketch was issued of someone they wanted to talk to. He was described and drawn as follows: a slender male, possibly Hispanic, standing at between 5'6" and 5'8", roughly 30 to 35 years old, with acne on his face. He was seen wearing a black shirt, orange sneakers, red trousers, and a baseball cap. Police Chief Gamari said that some people who bore a resemblance to the sketch had been brought in and questioned, but were subsequently released. The public were asked to be aware of any people who maybe had failed to turn up for work in the days surrounding her going missing, or anybody who had changed their vehicle or appearance since then. Cumberland County Prosecutor Jennifer Webb McCrae urged people to be aware of any sudden children and families, saying, "If you know a family that didn't have a child, pops up with a child that's in the 5-6 years old range, and that seems suspicious to you, then I'd ask you to contact our FBI or our tip line or Bridgerton Police and get us that information." The response from across the country had been huge. Police Chief Gamari said, "The country is on alert. I can't even tell you that there's a state we haven't received a tip from." The case would reach an even larger audience when it was featured on the TV show Dr. Phil in December 2019. When Dr. Phil interviewed Noma, he asked her if she thought Dulce may have known whoever had taken her, but she said she was unsure. He continued to press her on who might be responsible. She then mentioned an old friend who had confronted her several times prior to her daughter going missing. She said, "Last time he saw me and my daughter together, and he just waved at me and said, 'Hi,' and he asked me if that was my daughter, and I said yes." She said that he had tried to date her several times, but she had rejected his advances. Noma would also tell Action News that the person in question was one of the last people to see her daughter, but she added that she did not suspect he was involved. She said she was only answering Dr. Phil's questions, and that was why she had mentioned him. She also said during the interview that she had taken a polygraph after being asked to by the police, but they hadn't given her the results of the test. Although her demeanor on the show did strike many as very calm, and maybe even a bit odd, Dr. Phil did note that her first language is Spanish, and when she made an appeal to her daughter in her native tongue, the emotion was much more apparent. She said in the interview that she felt like she had failed her daughter, and that if she was found, she would apologize to her. Jackie Rodriguez had been the spokesperson for the family, and although she no longer is, she appeared on the episode 2 and spoke about Noma. She said, "She seems too calm. She knows that that child is okay. She's missing her, but I think she knows that the child is okay." She also said that she hadn't known Noma before Dulce had disappeared, and that she had only seen her cry once. Dr. Phil said he would also be contributing to the reward, bringing the total to $75,000. Petitions to have cameras installed at the park had also garnered collectively nearly 2,000 signatures. This morning, I signed an executive order directing nearly all of our 9 million residents to quite simply stay at home. In March 2020, COVID-19 put a halt on normal investigative practices. There were no more face-to-face briefings, courts were shut, and traveling out of state was significantly harder. Several psychics came forward, with one saying they had communicated with Dulce and that she was buried in a shallow grave near her school. Former FBI Special Agent J.J. Claver said that whilst he couldn't speak for the police department, the FBI would not place any credibility on information that had been provided to them by a psychic. Alongside the thousands of tips that had come in, 3 cryptic letters had been found in Ohio. One at a library, one at an ice cream shop, and one at a racetrack and casino. An index card had been sent to the racetrack and casino, and a letter had been mailed to the library. Police in Austintown had carried out searches, but these had turned up nothing. The handwriting appeared to have come from the same person. The letter sent to the library was 2 pages long and made reference to Dulce and her mother's appearance on Dr. Phil. However, the information in the letter could all have been found with a simple Google search. The letter had a Cleveland postmark, but it could have been sent from the Austintown area. The index card that was sent to the ice cream shop in Weatherfield Township, a few miles away from Austintown, was found in the mailbox of the shop. It was postmarked from February 21st. The index card sent to the racetrack and casino gave details that were specific to Austintown, which is close to the Pennsylvania border. It also did not have a postmark. Much of the writing was illegible, but according to a police report, part of it read, "Look for Dulce Alves, age 5. Kidnapped from Bridgerton, New Jersey. Look website for story/photos. Dr. Phil, 76 truck stop, Dead End Street. Entrance Woods. Please look." The return address was illegible, but the zip code was traced to Mexico. But the police didn't know if this was really where it had come from. Investigators searched an area of roughly 40 acres near to the racecourse with cadaver dogs and infrared technology after the letter said she could be in that area. But nothing was found. It was announced that the letters were going to be sent to the police in New Jersey so that more investigations could be carried out to determine who had written them. Police Chief Gamari said, "We are investigating to see if we can determine what the source is. Because if it doesn't come back as related, we want to know that." But he also emphasized that if these were part of a hoax, he wanted to see whoever had sent them prosecuted for distributing false information. The former family spokesperson Jackie Rodriguez said she had received a letter in March. It was random scribbles on bits of paper with words like 1776, campground, and Mexico on them. One thing immediately stood out. No address had been assigned to the envelope. It had been sent in. Gamari said he still believed the community was withholding information from investigators. "I can say that we still firmly believe that there are people in the public that have information that they are not sharing with us," he said. On the 1-year anniversary of Dulce's disappearance, Noma gave an interview about her daughter's case. She said, "It gives me bad memories because I wish I could go back to the time and come with her to the park and not leave her alone." Cumberland County Prosecutor Jennifer Webb McCrae said that with the absence of evidence suggesting that Dulce had died, they were going to hold onto the hope that she was still alive, It was around this time that local law enforcement reached out again to Dulce's father Edgar after a video was posted to YouTube on Dulce's birthday. 2 years after her disappearance, the community held a silent walk. It had now been 3 years since Dulce had disappeared. An age-progressed image of her by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children was issued to the public. A vigil had also been planned at the park she had vanished from. On what would have been her 8th birthday, people gathered to remember her. The search for Dulce Maria Alaves continues. Detectives continue to carry out interviews and investigations in the United States and Mexico and follow all lines of inquiry. The family home still contains her favorite toys and dresses as they wait for her to come home. Her backpack remains where she left it, untouched, with her school papers from her last day at kindergarten inside. Her mother said, "I have all of Dulce's dresses in safekeeping. We have not gotten rid of any of her clothes. We haven't given it away. Her dresses, her shoes, all of it. Her toys too. We don't let anyone touch her things. They're there for her." They also remain in the same home, hopeful that she will one day walk back through the door. If you have any information relating to the disappearance or whereabouts of Dulce Maria Alaves, you can contact the Bridgerton Police Department or the FBI. There is also a phone number for Spanish speakers to call with any information. You can also contact the New Jersey State Police Missing Persons Unit. 17-year-old Chandra May lived in Pea Ridge, an unincorporated community in Scott County, Mississippi, about 12 miles north of the county seat of Forest. Since 1970, her mother's family had settled as neighbors along a dirt road off Mississippi Route 35. Doctors had told Chandra's parents, Janelle and Richard, that they would never have biological children, leading them to adopt their son, Tim. However, the diagnosis was proven wrong when Janelle gave birth to Chandra just 8 months after Tim's adoption. The close age gap between the two siblings only strengthened their bond in their tightly knit family. In early 1986, Chandra was excitedly preparing for her high school graduation. A senior at League Academy in neighboring League County, she was part of a small class of 36 students. Though not particularly outgoing, Chandra's warm personality allowed her to make friends easily. She was a diligent student, a member of the National Honor Society, and involved with both the school newspaper and the student Christian organization. Outside school, Chandra held a part-time job at a McDonald's in Forest, Mississippi. On Tuesday, February 4th, 1986, she returned home from school, did some homework, and had a quick dinner with her mother before leaving around 5:30 for her 6 p.m. shift. The drive down the highway to the restaurant typically took 15 to 20 minutes, but Chandra left early to ensure she wouldn't be late. That evening, rain had been falling and few customers were coming out to McDonald's. The manager decided to send some of the other employees, including Chandra, home early since there was not enough work for all of them. Chandra clocked out at 7:24 p.m. but sat in the dining room of the restaurant for 15 minutes, waiting just in case business suddenly picked up and she would be asked to clock back in. After no rush of customers came, she finally left the restaurant around 7:40 p.m. Chandra's parents insisted that she call home before she started the drive home after all of her shifts, so that someone at the house would know when to expect her and to go out looking for her in case she had car trouble out on the road at night. As she did after every shift, Chandra called her mother from the payphone before getting into her car. On the way home, Chandra stopped at the TG&Y, a dime store, and purchased a Valentine's Day card, presumably for her boyfriend Tony, the first boy she had ever dated. Chandra's father Richard worked as a riverboat captain for a shipping firm based out of New Orleans, piloting a towboat that pushed barges up the Mississippi River. His job required him to be away from home for a full month at a time, followed by a full month off of work. On February 4th, he was working, and his boat was just outside of Memphis, Tennessee. He called home to check on his family at approximately 8:20 p.m. When his wife, Janelle, answered the phone, she told him that Chandra had not yet arrived home, even though she was expected to arrive by 8 o'clock. Richard told Janelle to go next door and ask her brother-in-law, Alton Spivey, to drive along the route. Chandra would drive home from work and look for her in case she had car trouble and was stranded along the highway. However, when Janelle went outside to walk next door, she saw Chandra's car, a blue 1982 Isuzu, in the road just shy of their driveway, less than 75 yards away from the front door of their home. When she went up to the car, the engine was still running, and the interior light was on because the front driver's side door was open. This front window was partially rolled down. The radio was on, but the volume was turned down. All of Chandra's belongings, her purse, glasses, work apron, school books, and coat, were all inside the car. The only item that would later be determined to be missing was Chandra's driver's license. There was no sign of Chandra herself. The scene was strange, but there were no obvious signs of a struggle outside of the car, holding on to hope that there was an innocent explanation for her daughter not coming inside the house. Janelle called Chandra's boyfriend to see if he had picked her up. When she called his house, he was there with his parents and had been there all evening. Janelle called the police. Based on the scene where her car was found, authorities quickly determined that Chandra had not left on her own accord. Furthermore, it was out of character for her to abandon her responsibilities, and she would not intentionally cause stress for her mother in particular because she was in poor health. Janelle suffered from diabetes and had been in and out of the hospital for the past 3 years. Worsening problems with her kidneys had resulted in her becoming dependent on dialysis treatments for the previous 6 months. Janelle had taken care of her children all of their lives, but now Chandra was helping take care of her mother as her health deteriorated. Chandra did not resent these extra responsibilities, and caring for her mother just made their relationship even stronger. The search for Chandra began in the immediate area around her home. Initially, it was just her family and law enforcement looking for her. However, as the physical search area expanded, the support from the community also grew. Students and teachers from her school helped search for her. The owners of the McDonald's where she worked posted missing persons flyers inside the restaurant. Chandra's co-workers included flyers in the bags of every drive-through order they served. Within 2 weeks of Chandra's disappearance, more than 25,000 missing persons flyers were distributed throughout the state of Mississippi. The Mississippi State Police conducted aerial and ground searches, which took place in 3 different counties. Rumors quickly circulated that Chandra had been abducted by someone posing as a police officer. After her disappearance, authorities received several reports from individuals who said that a non-police vehicle with a flashing blue light had attempted to pull them over on the highway Chandra would have traveled to get home. The scenario would make sense in light of some of the circumstances of Chandra's disappearance. Chandra's driver's license was missing, which could be explained if she took it out to present to someone she believed was a police officer. Furthermore, the fact that she pulled over the road when she was in sight of her driveway was puzzling. However, if she believed she was being pulled over by a police officer, she may have pulled over immediately instead of driving the few extra seconds to pull in the driveway. This possibility is complicated by testimony from Chandra's cousin, David Spivey, who lived next door to her. The evening Chandra disappeared, he saw her driving down the road towards her house after noticing the light from her headlights. According to David, no one was driving behind her at the time. The location where her car was found was just past his home, halfway between his house and hers. This would seem to indicate that whoever abducted Chandra had been waiting for her near her home and perhaps blocked her way down the road, forcing her to stop short of her driveway. However, this would have been difficult to coordinate without Chandra's entire extended family witnessing them waiting for an extended period of time. Furthermore, Chandra had deviated from her normal schedule that evening because she was unexpectedly sent home from work early. Even if her abductor had studied her normal movements, they would not have known to be waiting for her at that time. According to some of Chandra's co-workers, she had been concerned that someone may have been following her in the week before her disappearance. She had been unable to clearly see what kind of vehicle they were in. Several of her co-workers reported to their assistant manager that Chandra was worried but did not want to tell her parents about the person potentially following her because she knew they would make her quit her job out of concern for her safety. Chandra's disappearance destroyed the sense of safety her neighbors thought living in a small town provided them. Regardless of whether or not they played a role in Chandra's disappearance, the community took reports of a non-police vehicle attempting to pull over vehicles in the area seriously, with teachers at Chandra's school advising students not to pull over when they saw flashing blue lights unless they could confirm they were on a police vehicle. Teenagers traveled in pairs and in groups, and many were not allowed out after dark for a time. The National Guard conducted searches with the help of civilian volunteers. On February 19th, Chandra's case was formally declared a kidnapping, which allowed the FBI to join the investigation. Physical searches continued, a reward was offered, and tips were regularly called in, but Chandra was not found. Chandra would be missing for 22 days. On February 26, 1986, an off-duty firefighter was digging for worms to use as fishing bait in the banks of Baker's Lake. The lake was located near Bolton, Mississippi in Hinds County, approximately 80 miles away from Chandra's family home. He noticed something floating in the water. It was a body wrapped in plastic bags. When police examined the body, it was wearing a class ring from League Academy, which was engraved with Chandra's initials, leading to her preliminary identification. Dental records would later confirm that the body was Chandra May's. The day Chandra's body was found would have been her 18th birthday. Chandra's body had been bound with fiber-reinforced packing tape and wrapped in plastic bags before it was thrown into the lake. Chandra's initial autopsy did not conclusively identify a cause of death, so a second one was ordered. At the second autopsy, the pathologist determined that Chandra had been raped and had been struck on the left side of her head. The blow to her head had not caused a skull fracture, and while it had occurred while she was still alive, it was unlikely to have caused her death. The two pathologists who performed the autopsies differed in their opinion over whether the tape used to bind Chandra had been applied while she was still alive or after she was already dead. A large tape mark was visible on her neck when the second autopsy was performed. This led to the pathologist determining that Chandra had most likely died as a result of strangulation. Based on the exact location of the heavy tape mark, he also determined that if Chandra had struggled against her bindings, the tape around her neck could have stimulated her carotid arteries, which could have interfered with her heart beating properly. While Chandra had been missing for just over 3 weeks, she had been alive for the majority of that time. While neither of her autopsies resulted in an exact time of her death being identified, both pathologists found that she had been killed approximately 5 to 10 days before her body was found, meaning she had been held alive somewhere for at least 12 days. When Chandra was laid to rest in a small cemetery south of her community, the date of her death was left blank on her headstone as no one knew the exact date she died. Chandra's community began collecting money for a reward for information in her case when she was still missing, and the donations continued after her body was found. The donations ranged from $10 brought in by individual members of the community to $5,000 offered by the owners of the McDonald's franchise where Chandra worked. The local governments of both Scott County, where Chandra lived, and neighboring Lee County, where she attended school, voted to donate $25,100 to the reward, the maximum amount allowed by law. The reward eventually grew to $53,413. For individuals from Scott County underwent polygraph examinations in March of 1986 in connection to Chandra's case. A man accused of kidnapping a woman in the city of Hattiesburg underwent one that August. Authorities seemingly focused in on the theory that Chandra had stopped her car short of her driveway because she believed she was being pulled over by a police officer. They polygraphed an offender who used a blue light to deceive his victims in July. A Scott County Sheriff's deputy was also investigated and given a polygraph exam in connection to the case. All of these individuals passed their polygraph examinations. At the end of September, authorities asked Chandra's father, Richard May, to undergo a polygraph examination as well. Richard had been working on a boat 200 miles away from the site of his daughter's abduction at the time it occurred. On September 29, 1986, investigators with the Mississippi State Police and the Mississippi Highway Patrol came to the May family home and asked Richard if he would come with them to Jackson for a polygraph examination. He left with them and underwent the examination that afternoon. The results showed no signs of deception in Richard's answers. While Richard voluntarily submitted to the exam, he was frustrated by being asked to take it as he knew it would not help find his daughter's killer. However, he put those feelings aside for the benefit of his daughter's case. I took the test of my own free will because I have been and am willing to do whatever it takes to get the state and county law enforcement to find out who killed Chandra, he told the Scott County Times the day after the examination. Leads and Chandra's case became fewer and farther between as time passed. In August of 1992, Reuben Weeks, who was serving a life sentence plus 30 years for rape and kidnapping in Missouri, was brought to Mississippi for questioning in the case due to similarities between Chandra's murder and the crime for which he was incarcerated. On October 13, 1991, he had pulled a motel clerk from her car. She was bound with tape and raped. Weeks was apprehended in his home state of Mississippi, where he had an extensive criminal record consisting of mainly nonviolent offenses. He had previously been a trustee in the Scott County Jail. He ultimately could not be tied to Chandra's murder. Another man, who had been questioned in relation to Chandra's case twice, since 1988, was arrested and charged with abducting and sexually assaulting a young woman in 1993. This led to investigators in Mississippi and Alabama looking into him for at least 3 unsolved murders, including Chandra's, but no evidence connecting him to any of the murders could ever be found. Chandra's murder was covered by a local news channel in March of 2021, which led to a group of retired local investigators taking an interest in the case. They followed up on old leads and have been looking for new ones. Any information they may uncover will be turned over to the Scott County Sheriff's Department. Unfortunately, forensic evidence will most likely not be as useful in Chandra's case as it has been in solving other cold cases in recent years. Almost none of the evidence in the case has been properly preserved. Chandra's family used her car to look for her the night she disappeared, unknowingly disturbing potential forensic evidence. The tape used to bind Chandra and the garbage bag Chandra's body was wrapped in were also removed by the young deputy who first responded to the scene, as proper crime scene preservation was not as well understood at the time. Investigators today are limited in the amount of forensic evidence available to them. They do believe that witness testimony may help them finally close the case. While the passage of time can cause some types of evidence to deteriorate, it can also destroy relationships and remove threats that may have previously prevented witnesses from coming forward. Chandra's mother passed away as a result of worsening kidney disease in 1994. Chandra's brother and father still live in Mississippi. Richard May understands that he may never learn what happened to his daughter during his lifetime. However, he continues to pray that one day he will see Chandra again and she will be able to provide him with the answers he is still searching for herself. In early May 2010, a man approached 2 unhoused men in Santa Monica, California, offering them $1,000 to split if they would kill someone for him. One of the men, known as Big Dave, expressed discomfort with committing a murder in public. The man then suggested he could return later to show Big Dave how to enter the target's house discreetly. Concerned, Big Dave reported the encounter to his police liaison officer, revealing the man's intentions. Law enforcement set up a sting operation, with Big Dave agreeing to wear a wire. They soon discovered that the man was Juan Carlos Cruz, a Food Network celebrity chef known for his show Calorie Commando. Cruz, who had moved from the Dominican Republic to the United States at age 3, had been passionate about cooking since childhood. He attended culinary school in California, specializing in pastry, and later worked as a sous pastry chef at the Hotel Bel Air, creating pastries for celebrities like Oprah, Jack Nicholson, and Julia Roberts before breaking into television. Cruz was married to his high school sweetheart, Jennifer Campbell. Investigators uncovered that Jennifer, his wife, was the intended target of the planned hit. On May 12th, Cruz took Big Dave to his apartment to demonstrate how to enter undetected. He gave him the code to the security system, and he told Big Dave to slit Jennifer's throat, but later changed his mind to strangulation, so there wouldn't be much of a mess to clean up. It was all for the relatively low sum of $1,000, but he gave the men strict instructions not to harm his dogs. He even offered to provide the men with dog treats so that their dogs wouldn't alert anyone when he entered the apartment. Once law enforcement had what they needed, they arrested Cruz, who was charged with attempted murder and solicitation to commit murder. He would plead not guilty, but by October 2010, he pleaded no contest to the solicitation to commit murder, and the prosecution dropped the attempted murder charge. He was sentenced in December 2010 to 9 years in prison with the option of parole at 4.5 years. Later, it would come out in the media that Cruz was alleging that he wanted to hire the men because his wife had been very depressed following multiple failed fertility treatments. They had spent over $200,000 on the treatment and were out of options. After the last round didn't work, his wife is reported to have wanted to kill herself, but couldn't do it for religious reasons. Cruz is alleged to have attempted to hire hitmen as an act of mercy, so his wife didn't take her own life, though his story changed multiple times over the course of the investigation. During the trial, his wife could be seen in the courtroom. After the conviction and sentencing, Cruz was not talked about in the media again. It is believed that he is still married to his wife. He would have been eligible for parole in 2015. If he'd finished his whole sentence, he would have been released in 2019. On April 16, 2004, Mike Danton, 24, was arrested for conspiracy to commit murder in a murder-for-hire plot that crossed state lines. Mike Danton, formerly Mike Jefferson, was a Canadian NFL hockey player. He was drafted in 2000 and was the 135th pick by the New Jersey Devils. He was ultimately traded to the St. Louis Blues, where he played his last game in the NFL. Danton was born and raised in Brampton, Ontario, and he's said to have had a strained relationship with his family. He formed a close relationship with his coach, David Frost. Frost was also the coach of Sheldon Keefe, who the NFL would also draft in 1999, a year earlier. He would go on to become the head coach for the Toronto Maple Leafs. In his mid-30s in 2004, David Frost would become Danton and Keefe's agent within the NFL. Some were surprised by this because David Frost had been banned from several junior hockey leagues in Canada. He was accepted into the NFL Players Association as an agent. David Frost was very involved. Some would say he controlled what Danton could and couldn't do, making it so Danton had to come to Frost for every issue about his career. So what happened with Mike Danton? The FBI's order of events was that Mike Danton, while in the playoffs in San Jose, California against the San Jose Sharks, Mike Danton called a woman that he'd had a brief relationship with, Katie Wolfmeyer, asking if she knew anyone who could help him hire someone for $10,000 to have someone killed. Katie then got Danton in touch with her acquaintance, Justin Levi Jones. Some reports say that Jones was with Katie when she first got the call and offered to help. Unknown to both Katie and Danton, Jones was a law enforcement officer in St. Louis. Jones reported that plan to the authorities, who then set up a recording so that Jones could accept the hit. Danton would ask Jones to kill the person that was staying in his apartment in the next few days. Danton would say he was afraid for his life and that the person coming in was coming to hurt him. Jones was asked to make it look like a burglary gone wrong, and the person who was in the apartment at that time was David Frost. The FBI would stipulate that Danton had a fight with Frost over his behavior of drinking and partying, and that Danton was worried that Frost would tell the NFL team about it, so that he wanted to have Frost killed before he could. Frost would deny to the media that he was the intended target even today. Danton and Frost would have multiple phone conversations while Danton was in jail awaiting trial until a judge banned communication between the two. The FBI had released some of these conversations. They would show a unique relationship between the two, including Frost telling Danton, "If you love me, you should say it," with Danton ending the phone call with "I love you." These phone conversations would bring some speculation of a relationship between the two, but it's never been confirmed. While awaiting trial, Danton's lawyers had him evaluated by a psychologist. It is believed that they might have tried to mount an insanity defense, but in July 2004, Danton pleaded guilty to the federal conspiracy to commit murder. Because the phone call had crossed state lines, it was a federal case from the beginning. When he pleaded guilty, he said David Frost had been the intended target. Prosecutors allowed Danton to apply to be moved to a Canadian prison facility as he pleaded guilty. At that time, Danton's lawyers hoped to get him moved quickly because it was believed that they could get him better help in Canada, as that prison system had better counseling opportunities for inmates. Mike Danton was sentenced on November 9, 2004 to 7.5 years. In March 2009, after 5 years in federal prison, the United States Bureau of Prisons approved Mike Danton's transfer to a Canadian prison. On September 11, 2009, Mike Danton was released from prison on parole. Conditions of his parole include no face-to-face meetings with David Frost and no contact with his father. Katie Wolfmeyer was also arrested on the same charge of conspiracy to commit murder. Her case went to trial as she turned down a 2-year plea deal. She was eventually acquitted of all charges on September 2004. Mike Danton didn't testify at her trial. After being convicted, Mike Danton revealed that his intended target was his father. Danton said that he'd feared for his life around his father when he'd been abused by his father both physically and sexually. Mike Danton's father has denied this all and blames David Frost for his son's behavior and career downfall. There are multiple allegations against Frost for sexual harassment from other NFL and junior NFL players. He was charged in 2008 and went to trial, but was acquitted in the end due to insufficient evidence. His systematic abuse appears to be an open secret in the NFL. According to sources, he's moved to the USA and works at a hockey academy in California under a new name. The FBI is adamant that David Frost was the intended target, but both Frost and Danton have stated multiple times since then that it had been his father. While he was incarcerated, Mike Danton took a university course through correspondence. After Danton's release, he went to university in January 2010 at St. Mary's University in Halifax, Nova Scotia. There, he joined the university hockey team, the Huskies, and played his first game since 2004 in January 2010. His team would win the Canadian University Cup that year. He would eventually return to professional hockey. He was drafted into a Swedish professional hockey league in 2011, and he played his last professional game on a Polish team in 2017. Mike Danton now lives in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and says that going to jail changed his life, that, quote, "I was in a pretty messed up state at the time, that's for sure, and it's a big reason why I went for psychology in my undergrad, and now I'm working towards my major in sports psychology." He now runs the Mike Danton Hockey Academy and works with future hockey players. On May 4th, 2001, 44-year-old Bonnie Lee Blakely was discovered to have been shot twice in her husband's car while he went to get something he'd left in the restaurant, Vitello's, in Los Angeles, California. The husband was famed actor Robert Blake, and the item he forgot at the restaurant was a handgun he'd alleged fell out of his pocket while dining. The restaurant was near the home he shared with his wife. Robert Blake was a well-known actor born in 1933. His first film credit was in 1939 working as a child actor. Born Michael James Vincenzo Gubitazzi, the production company he worked for, MGM, suggested the name change to Bobby or Robert Blake. His most infamous role was the lead in a TV show called Barada in the 1967 movie In Cold Blood. Robert Blake would quickly be looked at with suspicion after his wife's death. Blake would tell police that he was not with his wife when she was shot because he'd returned to the restaurant to retrieve a gun that had fallen from his pocket. He told police he was carrying the weapon to protect his wife as she had a criminal past. Bonnie Lee Blakely was married to Robert Blake only 6 months after a paternity test proved that Blakely's daughter, who had initially been named Christian Shannon Brando, named because Blakely originally believed this child's father to be Christian Brando, son of famous actor Marlon Brando. After the test proved that Blake was the father, her name was changed to Rose Leonore Sophia Blake, and the two were wed shortly after. Robert Blake was Bonnie's 10th husband. Some of her marriages only lasted 1 day. 2 she had met at a jazz club. She was reported to seek out older men, some famous, some for money. Her longest marriage was only 5 years, and she had 4 children in total. After the shooting, information on who Bonnie was came to life. She was known to be a con woman who would put out ads in magazines, and if a man answered the ad, she would send provocative pictures of herself in hopes that they would reach out to her and she could convince them to give her money or even blackmail them. Some reports have said that she even used her eldest daughter to entrap men. Friends of Bonnie admitted that she was obsessed with celebrities, and she not only tried to become famous in her own right, but she'd do anything to marry a star. Some of her cons would get her arrested. In 1989, she was arrested on drug-related charges. In 1995, she was arrested for check fraud, and in 98, she was arrested again for fraud, having possessed multiple driver's licenses and social security cards. She was sentenced to 3 years probation. She was still on probation when she met Robert Blake. Bonnie is alleged to have used men to get ahead and put herself in the limelight, so it was said that when she snagged a real Hollywood star, an established actor with a storied career, it had been a dream come true, but the feeling wasn't shared with her new husband. Law enforcement revealed to the press that the gun Blake had left in the restaurant had been tested, and it was confirmed to have not been used to shoot Bonnie. However, on the day of the murder, Blake was tested for gunshot residue on his hands and clothes and tested positive. There were no residue on his hands and clothes and tested positive. There were no witnesses to the crime. A buzzer from the restaurant would later contradict the account and say that there was no gun left at the restaurant when he cleared the table right after the couple had left. The murder weapon was discovered in a garbage dumpster near the crime scene with one bullet still in the chamber. It was noted as being an unusual vintage revolver. The gun wasn't registered to Blake, and law enforcement couldn't find a connection to any owner. Robert Blake's home was searched, with authorities finding similar ammunition to that used in the murder, and reported that 3 bullets were missing from the box. It took nearly a year for the prosecution to gather enough evidence, and in April 2002, Robert Blake was arrested at his sister's home. He'd been staying there with his daughter. He was charged with 2 counts of solicitation of murder and 1 count with special circumstances, which meant that the star could face the death penalty. Earl Caldwell, Blake's bodyguard, was also arrested and charged. Allegations that the star had asked 2 stunt performers that had formerly worked with Blake if they could kill his wife, reported having offered the men $10,000. Both men have stated that they refused the offer and testified at his trial. However, it was deemed suspicious that neither men went to law enforcement sooner with the information. Authorities believe that Robert Blake had killed his wife himself after he tried and failed to hire someone to kill her. Blake is reported to have felt trapped in his marriage to Blakely and just wanted it to end. He had hired a private investigator to dig into Bonnie's past, and it was only then that he discovered Bonnie had continued her lonely heart scam even after they were married, which included sending nude photographs. It was later revealed that the two never lived together. Bonnie lived in a guest house on Blake's property, and the two shared custody of Rose. It's revealed that the couple had a tumultuous relationship, and I think that's kind of an understatement. Blake never truly trusted his new wife. Her pregnancy had been unexpected, to say the least, and letters between the two revealed how they discussed at great lengths about what to do about the pregnancy. Though it wasn't just Robert Blake who had motive to murder Bonnie, she had swindled men across the country, some out of their entire life savings. After her murder, records were discovered in her home, meticulously detailed ledgers with who sent her money, when, and for how much. Friends of Bonnie revealed that her victims had often threatened her. They also stated that Bonnie had told them that Robert Blake threatened to kill her. She told her brother she thought that Robert might murder her. After Robert Blake was arrested, he spent almost a year behind bars before a bail was set at $1.5 million. He was kept on house arrest until the trial. Blake also paid the $1 million bond for his bodyguard. The trial started in December 2004 and lasted until March 2005. Blake was initially found not guilty of murder and one of the solicitations of murder charges. The second charge was dropped after the jury was deadlocked at 11-1 for acquittal. Blake's acquittal had left mixed feelings in the press. Some believed he was still guilty. Blakely's 3 oldest children filed a civil case against Robert Blake, stating he was responsible for Bonnie's death. In November 2005, the civil jury found that Robert Blake was liable for the wrongful death of his wife. He was ordered to pay $30 million. In 2006, Blake filed for bankruptcy. He attempted to appeal the decision in 2007, in which the court upheld the verdict, but changed the awarded money to $15 million. In civil court, Earl Caldwell, Blake's bodyguard, was also acquitted and found not liable for the death. After the acquittal and bankruptcy, Blake maintained a low profile, only doing a few interviews now and again. In 2019, he started a YouTube channel called Robert Blake. I ain't dead yet, so stay tuned. That same year would be the first time Rose would come forward to talk about her life since her mother's death. Rose had been 11 months old when her mother died and since had lived with Blake's oldest daughter, Delilah. Rose didn't see her father after she turned 5, and in 2019, she visited her father for the first time since then. In an interview, she is said to have talked about an interest in acting and knowing the truth about what happened to her mother. She didn't comment if she believed her father had done it. After all the legal fees and civil judgments paid, Robert Blake was broke. He lived off his Social Security and the Screen Actors Guild's pension for the rest of his life. In March 2023, Robert Blake died at the age of 89 of heart disease. Bonnie Lee Backley's murder remains unsolved. Raymond Jones was an outgoing and popular man. He always had a smile on his face, and he loved to tease and play jokes. When he met a woman named Betty in the 1950s, they had many common interests like dancing and fishing. The two began spending all their time together, engaged in all the activities they both loved. The couple married and had 3 children together. Their one son, Jeffrey, shared Ray's birthday of September 7th. Betty and Ray also loved racing stock cars. But this shared interest would ultimately tear them apart rather than keep them together. Betty was in a serious wreck, and while she survived, she was left paralyzed from the waist down. The stress of her serious injury put a strain on the marriage, and Betty and Ray ultimately divorced. The couple's children stayed with their mother at their home in Montana, while Ray moved to Salmon, Idaho. He got remarried to a woman named Donna, and the couple adopted a little boy. Ray became very close with his neighbors, the Pearson family, and the Joneses and the Pearsons spent a lot of time together. Raymond would practice shooting with his friend, Ralph Pearson, and would play tricks on Ralph's young children. Ralph Pearson would be the last known person to see Ray alive. Ray spent his 39th birthday, September 7th, 1968, out bow hunting with a hunting party that included Ralph as well as 2 other hunters. They set up camp in the Hayden Creek area of Lemhi County, Idaho. Later that afternoon, Ray signaled to Ralph that he was going to move up higher on the mountain they were hunting on. When it began getting dark, Ralph returned to they contacted the sheriff, and a larger search involving more than 70 people, as well as search dogs, began on September 9th. In addition to the ground search, helicopters were brought in to look for Ray from the air. The search effort had to be called off after just a few days because of snow. It was briefly reopened a few days later when footprints were found on a ridge near the area where Ray had gone missing, but no sign of him was found. 2 days after his father went missing, Jeffrey Jones received a birthday card from him in the mail. I believed for a long time that he would be found. I kept hoping, and it was probably 15 years before I finally gave up. Rumors and stories kept circulating that somebody had seen him or that he took off. I heard all this stuff and just kept expecting or hoping that he would walk through the door one day, Jeffrey would later say. Ralph Pearson never used the bow he had been hunting with on the day Ray vanished again. It remained on the top shelf of his closet until he passed away in 2010, and possession of it went to his daughter Kendra. The last thing Ralph's daughter Karen said to him before he died was, "Dad, go find Ray." Ray would not be found until 53 years and 10 days after he disappeared. Around 4 p.m. on September 17, 2021, a bow hunter was taking a shortcut between 2 hunting areas when he came across human remains. He called the Lemhi County Sheriff's Office to notify them of his discovery. Because it was so late in the day, they were not able to come of Raymond Jones. The bow hunter who found the remains has not been publicly identified, but he has spoken to Ray's family. I'm very relieved to know what happened. I'm grateful to the guy that found him. I couldn't have asked for a better person to find my dad. After talking to him, he's just a super guy, Jeffrey Jones said after speaking with the hunter. Ray had told the other hunters he had wanted to look for mountain goats that day while they were back at camp. A large rock matching the type of rock that made up the cliffs above where the remains were found was found covering the lower half of the remains. The hunter who found Ray told Jeffrey that he believed Ray may have seen mountain goats at the top of the cliffs and then tried to climb up the cliff to see them better. Part of the cliff may have broken off as he did so and landed on top of him after he fell. The past week and a half have been surreal, but I'm very lucky to know what happened to my dad after all these years. Jeffrey said after his father's remains were found, "I could have gone my whole life without knowing, but now I know, and it brings some peace." Jeffrey planned to bring his father's remains back to Montana so that Ray can be buried next to his parents. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.